Chapter 121 Alive. Qing finally did not use the evil-breaking talisman, but used a talisman that could trap people. It was not because she was soft-hearted, but she just wanted to get more complete information about this world from the other party. This ghost, including the ghost she met on the train last time, obviously knew something about her, so they took the initiative to attack her, and transformed into her appearance to deceive Qin Jiangxin. Boss Qin, the people have been rescued. Bai Yunqing appeared with a group of ghosts. Well, it's hard work. I'll leave it to you. Find a way to dig out more news about the human purgatory from her. Qin said, looking at Bai Yunqing. The more you know, the greater your chance of reincarnation. As soon as these words came out, Bai Yunqing's eyes lit up instantly. Do we still have a chance to reincarnate? Now in human purgatory. Although they still have their own consciousness. Their lives here have always been trapped by others. If there is a chance, who doesn't want to be reborn? At worst, starting over from scratch is better than wandering aimlessly here. Yes, as far as I know, all souls have the opportunity to reincarnate, including you. Qin said calmly. Whether you want to seize this opportunity or not depends on your thoughts. Bai Yunqing clenched his fists. I will try to dig out more information. As the two talked, the trapped Qin gradually lost her body, revealing a pale face that did not look much like Qin. A gray chain appeared from the other party and fell into Bai Yunqing's hand. Qin handed her the agreed soul bead and took out a candle. I'll leave this to you. 2. You should be able to handle it. Bai Yunqing swallowed the soul bead, then took the candle and nodded. Don't worry, Boss Qin. After responding, she took the trapped ghost and the ghosts who came to help and left. Only Qin and Qin Jiangxin were left at the scene. Qin Jiangxin knew that Qin was special, but she didn't expect that she could do this. After Bai Yunqing and all the ghosts left, she still looked at Qin with shock. The two looked at each other, and after a while, Qin Jiangxin said, You have such a strong ability to protect yourself. I feel relieved. I gave you a lot of talismans. Have you used them all up? The two spoke almost at the same time. They smiled at each other, and Qin Jiangxin said, Yes. They have been used up. The ghost this time is very cunning. In the early stage, I consumed a lot of talismans. I also shared the amulet you gave me, but it also protected me. If it weren't for your amulet, I wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. I should have given you more talismans. Qin frowned. They want to use up the talismans in my hand. No matter how much you give them, it will be useless. Qin Jiangxin said. Fortunately you came in time today, otherwise I would have been cheated. But according to the previous situation, you usually can't get in. Right? Maybe it's because there is a me in it, and the task space determines that I can come in. It's the same as before when she could enter the theater in work clothes. These are for you, you take them all. Next time you encounter a similar situation, just smash them. Qin Jiangxin looked at the stack of talismans handed over by Qin, smiled and took them. Thank you. The two didn't chat for too long. Not long after, Qin Jiangxin disappeared in the task space, like the previous times, probably going back home. It was getting late. Qin did not stay here for too long, and turned to walk downstairs. When she came to the outside of the small building, she looked up and looked at the still bright red moon above her head. When she was about to look away, she saw something like a flying insect flashing quickly not far away. Looking carefully, there was nothing, as if she was just dazzled. She took out the battery car and walked along the road. Even if she walked beyond the range she could see, she did not stop. However, as she walked forward, she returned to the familiar environment. She was surrounded by houses and castles that she could see. It was like a ghost wall, and she kept going around in circles. She couldn't get out of here. The battery car stopped outside the small building again. She got off calmly, and then walked into the 4S car shop next to her. She sat in the driver's seat of one of the cars inside, and increased the speed to the maximum, and rushed out. 10 minutes later, she slowed down the car and parked it on the side. I have to say, the road where you can drive freely is really fun to drive. Qin flew over a snowy mountain with a brisk pace, and went to a high place to collect the ice cubes that had been stored in advance. Behind him, John Rui landed. Even though I already know you are gifted, seeing your success in practice, I still can't help but marvel at you. In just a few days, you can have such a deep inner strength. It's really amazing. Maybe my situation is special. Qin put away the ice cubes. My physique is suitable for martial arts. She felt that her physique could become like this. which was also related to her soul power. As for other reasons, she really couldn't say. However, with the inner strength, the biggest benefit is that every time she goes out, she doesn't need to wear as thick clothes as before. I plan to deliver cotton-padded clothes and quilts later, Jean-Rouet said, knocking off a whole piece of ice crystal stone on the side. I have been resting for a few days, and my condition has improved a lot, but if I run into someone and something happens, you have to be careful, and don't leave too far on your own. Qing had already put away the ice cubes. Looking back at him, how are you going? Flying over? You can't take too many cotton-padded clothes and quilts at one time. Right? I will try and find a carriage, or a bullock cart if there is no. Yes. I can only send it slowly, Jean-Rouet said, sending the ice crystal stone to the right place, letting it slide down the snow mountain by itself. Although it's a bit embarrassing, but you promised to send it before. Put the things in the supermarket. I can send it slowly. I don't mean to regret it, Qing said, after Jean-Rouet pushed down another piece of ice crystal stone. She found a direction. Let's go there. It's too troublesome for you to go back and forth. I'll drive you. After that, she flew to the flat ground she pointed to. Drive? The two of them landed on the flat ground one after another. Before Jean-Rouet asked again, Qing took out a snow off-road vehicle from the castle. The cars in the 4S store could not satisfy her, so she looked around again, and found a car in a garage in the castle. The castle had a richer variety of cars, mountain off-road vehicles, snow off-road vehicles, sports cars, except for trucks, almost everything. When she felt that the life of the rich was a large-scale stocking scene, she took out a snow off-road vehicle from the garage without hesitation. Of course, the mountain off-road vehicle was also placed in her personal space. To this end, she even dismantled a set of large load-bearing brackets that can stack cars from the 4S store, trying to put cars in the personal space, and also being able to classify them. After taking out the car, Qing sat directly in the driver's seat, then opened the window and spoke to Jean-Rouet. Let's go. Jean-Rouet came back to his senses and nodded immediately. Let's go. After that, he walked quickly to the co-pilot seat, and immediately fastened his seat belt after getting in the car. People living in the snow-capped mountains also have the need to travel, so they try to live by the main road. Although there are also people living in high places, they will always find a place that is more convenient to go up and down. Today we can go to the community first, where there are many people living. Jean-Rouet knew that Qing had a personal space. He was surprised just now, because he didn't expect that she could actually take out such a large car from the personal space. Now that he has sat in the car, his surprise has naturally subsided. Okay, let's go now. Qing started the car and rushed out at a high speed, splashing snow. However, even if there is a road in the snowy mountain, the bumps can't be reduced much. Occasionally, you will encounter traps. After all, the snowflakes are too light. After falling, they can pile up on the ground or branches. In some places, the wheels press down. It's okay if there is a road underneath, but if you encounter branches, you will always sink a little, and you have to work hard to get out and continue to look for the road. Not long after driving, heavy snow fell from the sky again. The road that was finally cleared was covered with another layer of snow. Fortunately, the direction of the settlement in Jean-Rouet's memory was correct. Not long after, they saw a whole piece of houses covered with snow. It's not too accurate to call them houses. Strictly speaking, the houses were the same as where Jean-Rouet lived now, and they were all carved out of ice crystal stone. When they arrived at the place, the off-road vehicle did not stop. Qing drove while taking out cotton clothes and quilts from the portable space, and asked Jean-Rouet to throw them to the doors of those houses through the window. Fortunately, these cotton-padded clothes and quilts were taken out once before, and when they were collected, they were all piled together. There was no need to spend time looking for them at this time, and they could just grab them from the corner. Jean-Rouet had internal strength, and he could hit wherever he pointed, and he could throw them at the door of anyone he wanted, with almost no mistakes. The people living in the house also heard the sound, opened the heavy ice crystal stone door, and walked out. After seeing the things thrown at the door, they immediately started cheering and shouting. The off-road vehicle went all the way, swept away all the clothes and quilts that Qing had picked up, and still did not stop, ran out from the end of the road, and then went around the outer circle, heading towards the plain supermarket. At the same time, the people in the settlement, regardless of where they lived, ran out happily, put away their cotton-padded clothes and quilts not far from their homes, and ran quickly into the house. Ice crystal stone has a good heat preservation effect. But unless there is no wind on all sides, the cold air outside will always get in. They don't have much firewood, and they dare not use it lavishly. It's already in an extremely cold environment. If there is no warmth, how can there be a heat preservation effect? Living here, everyone is used to someone freezing to death every now and then. Today, many people who were lying in bed waiting to die suddenly felt a little warmth seeping out of their bodies, wrapped in thick quilts, and their cold bodies became warm again. Wake up! Mother! You finally woke up. Child, eat something quickly. It's good to wake up. It's good to wake up. Cover up. Put on clothes, you too. Put on clothes and go out hunting. You will definitely get something this time. Alive. Chapter 122 Martial Arts Novel. Not far? Yes. It's not easy to exchange supplies if it's too far. John Rui introduced. There are water sources and prey in the snow-capped mountains, but there are almost no vegetables. If the people want vegetables, they must go out of the snow-capped mountains to exchange them. If they live closer, they can exchange them with prey from hunting. If it's too far, I'm afraid something will happen before they get out of the snow-capped mountains. People here don't understand, but we all know that for humans to survive, the vitamins in vegetables are essential. In that case, can I go out and take a look? Ching was also very curious about this world. You can, but you can't attract attention. The car can be put away. When we are almost out of the snowy mountains, I can fly out with you. Ching asked curiously. I also want to know why you are always being hunted. Can't you escape? John Rui hesitated for a moment, took out a piece of paper from his pocket, opened it, and faced Ching. Ching turned her head and took a look. The picture on the paper showed John Rui's appearance. Of course, he was not the current him, but the appearance of a homeless man before. But more importantly, his temperament. Even if she was facing the current John Rui, looking at this painting, she could recognize the other party's identity. Martial artists are always more perceptive than ordinary people. John Rui said, I am not always being hunted down. Occasionally, I will have a peaceful time. But there are many martial artists in this world. Once I meet them, I will be hunted down again. And it will also affect the people around me. Over time, I will choose to be alone most of the time. But this also has a problem. Food problem? It can be considered as such. But the important thing is language. John Rui sighed. After being alone for a long time, your understanding of the language of this world will decline again. And only Mandarin will be left in your mind. In this case, once you appear in the crowd, you will be easily noticed. Ching understood, and couldn't help saying, then it's quite difficult for you. The gathering place outside the snow mountain is indeed not far from the snow mountain. Not long after the car drove, you can see the ground without snow in the distance. Before they met anyone, Ching and John Rui got out of the car in advance. After putting the car away, they continued to move forward. The temperature near the snow mountain was not too high, basically below 10 degrees. Compared with the inside of the snow mountain, the conditions were much better. The closer to the outer circle, the more houses there were around. Fortunately, the cotton coats they wore were dark and old. Although they looked newer than most people's cotton coats at this time, they did not attract attention quickly. After leaving the snow mountain, there were gradually more people around. Occasionally, someone's eyes swept over the two of them, but they would move away quickly. Is there a possibility that you were noticed because of your attire? Ching whispered to John Rui. John Rui smiled bitterly. In the past few years, I dressed well and communicated with everyone normally. But I was always discovered. Later, I kept to myself and gradually stopped paying attention to my attire. Sometimes, I could avoid some people because they thought that someone who possessed the secret manual of peerless martial arts would not dress like a beggar. John Rui's temperament was really hard to change. Even now, she could see the military temperament he once had. But it was obvious that in his past years, such temperament would make him stand out from the crowd. I can only say that the people chasing you are really patient. Ching couldn't help but say, this world is a traditional martial arts world. Everyone wants to be the first, so they will naturally chase the martial arts secrets. John Rui said, sighing, I will stay near your supermarket and try not to contact people. The two have walked to the street market. The situation on this street is similar to that of another ancient plain. There are many shops. But there are not many things that can attract Qing Qing's attention. After all, she has seen modern industrial products. Compared with these things in ancient times, these things are really ordinary. But some of the food here is really special. Let's go have a hot meal. Qing Qing glanced at Jean Rui. But I don't have money. Jean Rui regretted. I have money, I'll treat you. Qing Qing said, walked into a restaurant, calmly ordered a few hot dishes and a hot soup, then found a seat and sat down. Maybe because she didn't look familiar, the store owner and the waiter looked at her several times, but she paid. The dishes should still be served. After Jean Rui sat down, he looked at Qing Qing with a blank look. Silver pieces are currency, I can take them out. Gold and silver can be used as currency in any ancient world. Qing Qing glanced at the chopsticks on the table, reached into her bag, actually took out 2 pairs of chopsticks from her personal space, kept 1 pair for herself, and handed 1 pair to Jean Rui. You can keep these chopsticks. Thank you. The two found a relatively remote location. After a while, all the dishes were served. Qing Qing ate, while talking to Jean Rui. There should be more martial arts secrets in this world than the ones you have in your hand. Right? This world is very special. People with high talent can even learn martial arts secrets by themselves. Jean Rui was also eating. Almost every sect has its own secrets, but they are never passed on to others. I was able to get those books by chance. But not everyone can learn martial arts. The better the secrets, the more difficult they are. Only people with high talent can learn them. Then the secret you just picked up here, is it like the 9 Yang manual? Qing Qing asked. She has reread several martial arts novels in the past 2 days, and has some understanding of the routines in the martial arts world. Jean Rui thought for a while, and then matched the 9 Yang manual with the TV series he had watched in his memory, and nodded, yes. The higher the difficulty of the secret book, the stronger the martial arts will be after practicing it. Such secret books will be hidden in the hands of the most powerful sects. But over time, they will be lost for various reasons. There are also rumors that the secret book I picked up before contains treasures. I understand. The legendary overseas treasures, or the Etienne sword and the dragon saber, the 9 Yin manual, and the Wu Mu testament. Qing Qing suddenly realized. This is the routine in novels. Jean Rui nodded. These days, he is more relaxed than before, and his obsession is also much less. He said with a smile, actually, now, I can also hand over the secret book in my hand. I am afraid that it will cause disputes in the martial arts world again. In the past few years, the martial arts world has finally stabilized. You don't know that there is another way to improve this martial arts secret book in my hand, which is to fight with others. The more you fight with others, the more extreme you are in, and the easier it is to unleash your potential. So your strength is really strong? Qing Qing asked. She had only seen Jean Rui fight with the previous person. Jean Rui smiled, but I don't want to have too many disputes with others. Besides, no matter how strong you are, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. And outnumbered people can't win. That makes some sense, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you should give away the secret book in your hand. Qing Qing said. Others should only know that you have a secret book in your hand, but they don't know what it is. Right? If we change to another one, wouldn't it be possible to hide it? Then let the person who gets the secret book practice it himself, and he won't have the energy to care about other things. Just pick a book? Jean Rui thought this idea was good at first, but then he thought it wouldn't work. Just pick a book at random, not to mention the problem of being exposed. If you take out ordinary books, those martial arts masters will definitely notice it. Then take some obscure books. Didn't you say that some secret books are too difficult, and not everyone can learn them? Qing Qing picked up another chopstick of meat, and smiled after eating. I didn't say I want this world. It can be a book from another world. Or a book from another world. Such as Qing Qing. When this book comes out, no one will doubt that it is a martial arts secret book. When everyone's attention is diverted, who will notice you? Jean Rui thought for a moment, then nodded happily. Good idea. We need to find a bookstore. Or find a scholar to copy it. Don't bother. Go dig some more ice crystals. And I'll replace a printer for you. In addition to Qing Qing, you can also print martial arts novels, which will keep all the martial arts learners in this world quiet. Qing Qing said with a smile. We don't charge too much money. 10 taels of silver for a book. And if it doesn't work, you can exchange it with your own secret book. Aren't they looking for powerful martial arts secret books? Why not just give it to them directly? Qing became more and more excited as she spoke. And Jean Rui thought about it, and thought it was okay. The two hit it off, and immediately began to discuss how to start this business. But since we want to praise the Jing, we naturally have to start with martial arts novels. You may not know that many martial arts novels mention the Jing, and they all think it is a super powerful martial arts secret book. Of course, the novels also mention some other secret books, such as the 18 Palms of the Dragon Subduing, the 9 Yin Manual, and the 9 Yang Manual. This depends on the perception of the martial arts people. If someone can really learn the fictional secret book, then they are truly talented. But if these books are released, the most likely result is that everyone will be quiet, and no one will be able to learn it, which can bring clarity to this martial arts world. Finally, the two of them decided to start with martial arts novels. They said that the secrets of the Supreme Martial Arts Manual can be found in martial arts novels, and then introduce Jing. It is just the right opportunity to make some money by selling martial arts novels. There is no need to worry about not being able to sell martial arts novels. Qing brought classic martial arts novels. Apart from anything else, at least the plots in them are really exciting. For this world that has not been overwhelmed by online novels, they are definitely very attractive. However, compared to making money, she wants to see everyone's reaction after those classic martial arts novels appear in this world. Brother John, you should also change your temperament a little bit. Buy a few sets of good clothes, and make yourself look like a wealthy businessman. Then hire 10 or 8 bodyguards. Qing suggested seriously. No one will believe that as a martial arts master. You still need bodyguards to protect yourself. After that, she took out a few gold bars and placed them in front of Jean Rui. This gold was made too well, and it was not suitable to be sold in reality. But it was no problem to use it in this world. Besides this, what else can I do for you? Jean Rui looked up and looked at Qing. Or, what do you want? Qing blinked. A few days ago, you asked me if I remembered someone who disappeared inexplicably like me. I didn't feel anything wrong at that time. But now I think about it. What happened in your reality? Sure enough, whether it was Zhang Mingchun or Jean Rui, they were able to survive in the alien world for so many years, and their perceptions were very sharp. But in fact, Qing herself didn't know what she could do. She just followed her inner thoughts and moved forward. If you have time, please record some basic martial arts videos for me, including videos of practicing internal strength. Okay? Jean Rui nodded without saying a word. Okay. Chapter 123 Getaway Unscathed. After dinner, Qing went to the bookstore here again and bought a few books. Of course, there were no martial arts secrets in the bookstore, but some liberal arts books of this world, which were somewhat different from those on Blue Star. This meant that she could indeed take out the Jing and use it as a martial arts secret. If it was useless, the reason was very simple, that is, the person who learned it was not talented enough, and could not comprehend the true martial arts in the Jing. In addition to the books, she also spent money to buy some cakes, planning to take them back to eat. In another ancient plane, she was too conspicuous, so she didn't dare to buy food. This plane was different. Except for Jean Rui. No one knew her situation. The food here was normal food for the people, so there would be no problem. However, among these planes, only this plane and the one in the underwater world could be eaten by her. The food in other planes was either inedible or not available. For example, in Purgatory on Earth, the food she saw was even more smelly than the food on the Wasteland planet. After leaving the town, when they reached a place where no one could see them, they began to use Qigong to walk back. After walking for a while, Qing felt annoyed. Jean Rui wanted to recover his martial arts, and daily Qigong was considered training, but she felt that it was meaningless to go up and down like this, so she said something to him, and went straight back to the plain supermarket. Faced with such a scene, Jean Rui did not find it strange, and because Qing was not by his side, he did not go back immediately, but went to a town farther away, bought some rice and flour, went to the place where he had stayed before, and delivered the rice and flour to the village chief's house. It was not so easy to make money in ancient times. He had a lot of martial arts, but he did not have a corresponding household registration. He would be hunted down from time to time. Most of the time, he could only do some physical work to earn money. If he could settle down, he would be able to live in peace for a while, and save some money. However, because there were always people watching him. He was afraid of being troubled by the people around him. Once he found that he was being watched, he would leave quietly. Sometimes he could leave smoothly, and sometimes he would be noticed before he left. John Roy came to the door of another family again, raised his hand and knocked on the door, then put a bag of brown rice at the door, and left before the people inside came out. At the same time, the family next door also opened the door. He's here again? It must be him. Really, if I see him, I must give him a good scolding. He can't even eat well, but he always wants to send us food. That man is really kind, but he has a bad fate. Just accept it. Isn't your family short of food? The person who was given the food carefully picked up the bag of food on the ground and held it tightly. It is precisely because of the shortage that I feel even more uncomfortable. Because only those who have experienced food shortages will know what it feels like to be short of food, and what it feels like to be hungry. But the people who deliver food also lack food. John Roy watched from a distance, and when he was sure that the food had been delivered, he turned around and left without worry. He had to go back early, chisel some more ice crystals, and exchange the second sales window as soon as possible. Ching Ching took a bite of the pastry and came down from the second floor with a stack of information. After the typhoon passed, the temperature dropped a lot, with the lowest temperature of 25 or 26. The temperature in the town could be even lower, and even if the air conditioner was not turned on in the morning and evening, it would not feel too hot. So she finally didn't turn on the air conditioner day and night these 2 days. Qin Jiangxin's situation has been fine these days. After the last mission, there have been no more missions these days, and the town has returned to peace again, as if nothing had happened. The time is almost up, and there are no more customers coming into the store, so she simply closed the front door, and opened the back door, and walked towards the wasteland planet. Zhang Mingchun was still not there. She hadn't seen Zhang Mingchun for several days. Thinking about it, she put away the information in her hand, walked out of the plain supermarket, went to the garbage wall on the side, climbed up to the top of the wall, and sat down calmly. The wasteland planet was also dark. She took out a flashlight, turned it on, and scanned the surroundings. There was no sign of anyone around. It was obvious that Zhang Mingchun was not there. She just didn't know where he went. She was not familiar with the outside of the wasteland planet. Even if she wanted to find Zhang Mingchun, she didn't know where to find him. She thought that maybe she should follow Zhang Mingchun out for a walk to see what the wasteland planet was like. The flashlight went from bottom to top, and then from top to bottom. When it swept to the top of her head, she saw a bright light falling from a high place, just like a meteor, landing on the wasteland planet. Will it work if I make a wish at this time? Qin Qin clasped her hands together silently, and made a simple wish from the bottom of her heart. I hope the world will be peaceful. After making the wish, Zhang Mingchun had not come back yet, so she turned back. As for the secret book she had brought, she took it back. If she didn't tell Zhang Mingchun in person, she really couldn't explain what it meant to practice internal skills. After leaving here, she went to the Snow Mountain Plain again, and told John Roy to bring him a mobile phone in 2 days. After all, she only had one mobile phone in her hand. If she lent this mobile phone to John Roy to shoot videos, she would have no communication tools. Although the mobile phone and tablet of hell on earth can be used, the interfaces are not compatible. Even if the video is recorded, it cannot be transferred, and the copying effect is not good. At this time, the price of mobile phones is cheap, so she went to buy a few second-hand mobile phones, restored the factory settings, and there will be no problem using them to shoot videos. Speak of the devil. Just as she thought of this, Qin Qin's mobile phone rang when she returned to the supermarket. It was a message to add a friend. Hello. Do you accept second-hand electronic products? The price is cheap. Good quality and low price. Only 50 yuan per piece. Qin Qin accepted the friend reminder of the other party and replied, You are not framing me, right? Second-hand electronic product wholesaler. Video. Qin Qin looked at the huge inventory of electronic products in the video sent by the other party, and was very tempted, but still kept a sense of reason. Qin Qin, how to sell? Second-hand electronic product wholesaler, starting from 500 pieces, no cheating. 51 pieces, 500 pieces is 25,000. After confirming this price, reason returned instantly, although I was tempted, but I still declined the other party. The other party was still tirelessly introducing the goodness of the batch of electronic products in his hand, and the cheap price, still saying that 51 pieces, reselling at least 200 or 300, and as much as 700 or 800, guaranteed to make a profit. After a conversation, Qing became more rational. Thank you, no. At the end, he added, you can make this money yourself. As a result, after sending the message, he poked the other party's lungs, and instantly sent a long paragraph of angry curses. Qing didn't understand. So she sent a screenshot to Boss Wang, a friend with whom she had traded several times, to ask him what he thought. He replied with a string of ha ha ha. Wang Jian, he can make money on his own. So why would he sell it to you? As the saying goes, if you don't make money, you're a bastard. If the profit is really that good, you won't get this opportunity. Boss Qin, I guess the goods he has are not good. Don't think they look good when you bid for them. Maybe he will send you a box of old-fashioned phones. Even if you go to him, he will have something to say. After all, he only said 51 pieces, but he didn't say they were 51 smartphones. Qing, I see. Wang Jian, Boss Qin. Are you still doing the near-expiry food business recently? Qing, yes, Boss Wang. Do you have any goods? Wang Jian, there is a batch of snack foods. The quantity is not small. The boss over there wants to sell it at a low price and deliver it to your door. The goods cost 30,000 yuan. Do you want it? Qing, let's take a look at the bill of lading. After a while, the other party sent the bill of lading. Qing clicked it and saw a batch of snack foods, including puff foods, biscuits, chocolate. As long as it is classified as a snack food, it is all here. However, this batch of goods is too diverse. She couldn't help but ask about the source. Wang Jian, they run a large snack shop. There was a mistake in the previous warehouse order, and accidentally missed a batch of food. When they found out, they were already expiring. The daily volume of goods in and out of there is large, and the business is also big. It's not easy to sell so many expired foods, for fear of damaging their own reputation. So they plan to sell them all at once. Don't think that they are expiring. Many of them still have a shelf life of 3 to 5 months. If you want them, I'll send your address to the boss. Qing, I want the goods if they are fine. But I have to confirm the expiration date first. Wang Jian, then I will ask the other party for a detailed warehouse order. By the way, do you still need rice? I have a batch here. Qing, yes. Qing didn't expect that this time when she asked about electronic products, she would get a surprise. Snack foods are okay, but she definitely wants rice. Even if she doesn't want it now, she will want it in large quantities in the future. After all, rice is the staple food. The quality of this batch of rice is not as good as the previous batch, and the price is lower than before. It only costs 0.3 yuan per pound before the expiration date. A total of 30,000 pounds of rice. A total of 9,000 yuan. Including snacks, the total is 39,000 yuan. After discussing business matters, Wang Jian couldn't help but gossip and ask, Boss Qin, I saw you had a good chat with the electronic product seller just now, and you seemed very tempted. Why didn't you want to buy it in the end? Qing replied calmly, the price is too expensive, and I can get cheaper ones in the future. Wang Jian, if they are all smartphones, 51 pieces is already very cheap. Qing, smile. Smile, the expression was sent out. And Wang Jian didn't say anything more about this matter. He confirmed the delivery time with Qing and said that he would deliver the goods to your door as soon as possible. Qing didn't know what Wang Jian was thinking. For her, it was true that electronic products would become cheaper in the future. Not only electronic products, but other things would become cheaper in the future. After all, with the sudden drop in population, most goods would be in oversupply, and prices would have to fall at that time. Moreover, in the doomsday, the signal was extremely unstable, and sometimes the practicality of smartphones was not as good as that of old people's phones. Another batch of expired food was purchased, and Qing was in a good mood and slept until dawn. I got up again in the morning and wanted to find Zhang Mingshun, but unfortunately, I still didn't see him. But I saw a big box in the corner of the supermarket. On the big box, there was a note, which read gift, Qing. Sister Ming, you haven't had a good rest for several days. How many ships are there this time? 3. The spread of the red gold sand is wider than we thought. Fight. Let alone 3 ships. Even if there are 30 ships, we have to fight. Zhang Mingshun stood up. Has the new news been spread? It has been spread. There will be no more pirate ships coming later. But this time the pirate ships are coming fiercely, and we may not be able to escape unscathed with our strength. Send another message. Notify the nearby Alliance guards. And say, there is a riot on the wasteland planet. And ask them to come and suppress it as soon as possible. It's not that there is no. It has to be. Yes. Chapter 124 Panacea. Qin opened the box Zhang Mingchen gave her. As soon as she opened it, she saw a box full of gold. All she saw was a box of gold. Although she knew that gold was the hard currency of the entire universe, she was still surprised to see such a large box of gold on the gift from the wasteland planet. This is gold. Gold that can only be produced by planetary explosions. It should be very valuable here. I didn't expect Zhang Mingchen to give it all to her. Qin's eyes narrowed with laughter. After being happy, she groped around the box, and found the edge of the small box as expected, and took out the small box full of gold. Although the big box was not full of gold, such a small box of gold was also valuable. Zhang Mingchen knew her well, and deliberately put the best on top to make her happy. After the gold box was moved away, there was another box underneath. She pressed the lid to open it, and soon the contents of the second box were revealed. This time it was a box of jewelry. Earrings, necklaces, rings, bracelets. In addition to gold jewelry, there are also jewelry of other colors. And the gems inlaid on them are even more varied. Red, blue, transparent, gold. She guessed that the transparent one was a diamond. As for the other colors, she really couldn't tell what kind of gems they were, and could only classify them according to color. Anyway, they were rubies, sapphires, emeralds and the like. She took out a few and tried them on. And each color was very bright, especially in the sun, as if it was shining. Even though she couldn't tell the types of gems, she could tell that this box of jewelry was very valuable. She didn't know where Zhang Mingchen got it from. Could he have robbed it? Thinking of this, she smiled to herself and guessed that maybe someone accidentally discarded the jewelry and threw it all to the wasteland planet, which made her a bargain. Qin also took out the jewelry box and placed it on top of the gold box. After taking out the two boxes, there was another big box underneath. She bent down, picked up the strap on the big box, and took out the whole box. This was also the last box of the gift in front of her. She put the gift box aside, and placed the box she had just taken out in front of her. She opened the box, and saw a whole box of clothes with a note on it. I specially asked someone to make it according to your size. I know you don't like clothes in reality, so I asked someone to make you a few sets of ancient clothes. The materials used are all the materials of the vest I sold you before. They are cool and breathable. It didn't delay everyone's work. We found people who were missing limbs on the wasteland planet, and couldn't survive well. It was considered a chance for them to earn food. I'm sorry I've been too busy these days. I know you are looking for me, but I haven't had the chance to meet you. It will be fine after this busy period. Qin looked at the message left by Zhang Mingchen, and confirmed that she was fine, and finally felt relieved. She packed her things and left a note, which she placed on the vending machine. I also have a gift for you. I'll give it to you in person when you are free. You can do your own thing, and don't worry about me. I have nothing to do every day. I am really bored. I will find something to do. If you need my help, please leave me a message. After putting the note, she returned to the supermarket with a box of clothes. She opened the door of the supermarket and started doing business. The box of clothes was placed in front of her. She looked at them one by one. They looked familiar. They looked like the clothes of the protagonist in a certain costume TV series. She downloaded them for Zhang Mingchen some time ago. There are many styles of clothes, some with long flowing clothes, and some with capable chivalrous women styles, but the materials are very thin. If they are all made of special materials over there, it should be very cool to wear. The only problem is that the two ancient planes currently opened are in a state of ice and fire, so this ancient costume can only be worn in one of the ancient planes, but not in the other. After the lunch break, she specially changed into the clothes made for her by Zhang Mingchen, and went to the world of the White Lion Kingdom. I have to say, tailor-made clothes are indeed different from those bought online. The ancient costume she bought online before was also okay, but it always felt different when she wore it. And today's set is much more comfortable to wear. Not only that, the material of this dress is good. Even if you wear long clothes and long pants, in a hot environment, you won't feel hot, but there is a slight cool feeling. Speaking of which, she hasn't been to this environment for several days. In the Jinlong area, Ice crystal stone can also be used as an energy stone. Compared to the small white stones here, the large pieces of ice crystal stone obviously have more energy. She has been knocking ice crystal stones on the snowy mountain, and practicing Qigong by the way. Standing at the entrance of the plain supermarket, she looked up, looked at the towering trees a few steps away, borrowed strength from the side, and flew up. When she reached the top of the tree, she could directly borrow the strength of the branches at the top of the tree. With the blessing of Qigong, even a small amount of leverage could allow her to fly a considerable distance. The speed of running on the top was much faster than running below. Not long after flying, she saw the official road outside the Sunset Forest. On the other side, outside the plain supermarket, someone looked up blankly. Someone came to ask him, and he couldn't help but say, I saw the immortal. She flew away. Isn't it normal for the immortal to fly? But before, never before. That's because he had a car before, and the immortal could go wherever he wanted. But did you really see the immortal fly away? It's a pity. Why didn't I see it? That's because I was lucky. Hee. I tell you, I just saw the immortal soar into the sky, and then landed lightly on the tree, and then flew away. What? The immortal flew? Tell us quickly. Tell us in detail. Go back and tell us. Everyone will definitely be happy to listen. Okay, I'll tell you. Qing landed on a tree beside the official road. Looking at the empty official road below, there was no one on the pipeline at the moment. She could indeed get off and ride the electric scooter, but she touched her, but although most of the time as long as the electric scooter was going fast enough, the bumps would not have much impact on her, but it was still bumpy, and her butt was still shaking. Even if the official road was relatively flat at the moment, there were still stones on the road, and there were still potholes, which was very different from the flatness of asphalt and concrete roads. It was still faster to fly. Not only was it faster, it could also go in a straight line, without taking a detour. She confirmed the direction, accumulated strength again, reached the nearby mountain, and flew over from the mountain. However, after leaving the direction of Sunset Forest, the lushness of the nearby vegetation decreased a lot. She could not land on the trees every time, and sometimes she would step on the ground on the top of the mountain. After confirming the direction again, she walked forward again. She had already shown off everything, whether it was a battery car or an electric car. There was no such thing here. When she got close to the city gate, she did not hide, and flew down from the mountain directly, and then appeared politely at the city gate, waiting for the guards at the city gate to open the door for her and let her in. But the moment she appeared, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. The first person to discover her was still the servant of the prefect's mansion. Miss Qing. Miss Qing? Yeah. Qing nodded, and calmly turned her ankle. When she flew down just now, she didn't release the force well, and twisted her ankle a little bit. Are you waiting here every day? I don't know when I'll come. She felt that she should have asked the same question before. But this time she didn't come late on purpose. She didn't learn Qigong before, so she could only drive here. There were so many people outside, and they watched her leave the Sunset Forest, which was really inconvenient. Later, she learned Qigong, and she had to practice it. So she stayed in the snow mountain for a few lunch breaks. This time, she could distribute the things she picked up. It's okay. It's okay. After confirming Qing's identity, the other party smiled and shook his head. Miss Qing, you can come anytime. I will report to the old lady now. Miss Qing, you should walk slowly? Yes. Qing nodded, turned her head, and looked at the people outside the city who were looking at her with shining eyes. Miss Qing, they just came to take a look. The people from the prefectural government did not report immediately, but stayed to introduce Qing. Can they not get in? Qing turns back. In this case, line in line today. Right? I don't go in either. You go to the notification. Let if you need to queue up to change things outside the city. She can agree with the officials in the city for the stability in the city. The people who come over are stopped outside the gate, but the things in her hand are not high or low. And there is no distinction outside the city. These people look at her eyes, obviously came to her. In this case, she is even more difficult to go directly to the city to distribute it. The other party hesitated. Go and report it. Just say it was me who said it. After one stick of incense, the distribution will officially begin. Go quickly. Qing urged. The other party came back to his senses, immediately nodded, turned around and ran quickly towards the city. The guard at the city gate also knew Qin Qin, and after hearing what she said, he couldn't help asking, "Why doesn't Miss Qin go to the city? If we go to the city, they will wait in vain." Qin Qin said, "We can't let them have no hope at all." After that, she stepped forward. "Are you here for me?" The people looked at each other and nodded. "Then you should know that I won't give you very good things. Just some clothes, shoes and socks. It's not worth it for you to come all the way here and waste so much time just for those things," Qin Qin said. Everyone was silent. Seeing such a scene, Qin Qin knew that it would be difficult to change the thoughts of the people in front of her. Some of them might come for the things in her hands, but many of them might come for her identity. Everyone wants to ascend to heaven, but she is not a real immortal. Since these people didn't listen, she naturally wouldn't say anything more. It was useless to say more. Only when they found out that it was impossible to get a panacea would they leave on their own initiative. Thinking about it, she took out the electric bike, sat on it, and closed the door. The real panacea was the sweet potatoes cultivated by everyone outside the plain supermarket. Only when the yield of sweet potatoes was known to people and could be planted on a large scale on this land could the life expectancy of the people in this world be truly improved. Chapter 125, Godlike Behavior. The time of one stick of incense is half an hour, which is enough for people who have received the news to line up. However, the wealthy families still asked their maids and servants to line up in front as they did last time. The common people consciously lined up at the back. In this era of clear class hierarchy, the common people would not be willing to offend people who should not be offended for such a small matter. Of course, people in low positions would not offend people in high positions. Through the window of the electric car, she saw the carriages that were crowded out, and several carriages following behind. On one of the carriages, there was a small flag of Taisho Mansion hanging. The carriage stopped steadily, and San Yang helped the old lady get off the carriage. The person who got off the carriage in front was a stranger Qin Qin did not know. Judging from the clothes and crown he was wearing, he was of high status. The person who got off the carriage did not come to Qin Qin. Only San Yang helped the old lady to come to her and whispered about the situation and identity over there. As expected, even the old lady of the prefectural government could not be offended. She was indeed a person in a high position. "Miss Qin, can you come down and meet her?" Qin Qin looked at the old lady standing outside, opened the door, and got off the car. The people over there saw her get off the car and smiled as they came over to talk to her. But they were just talking for the sake of face, flattering each other. Many people around her looked at her, confirming her situation. Then they asked in detail, "Why doesn't Miss Qin go into the city?" "I was going to go in, but when I came here today, I saw so many people guarding outside the city, and they came for me, so I have to take some considerations into consideration," Qin Qin said calmly. "In fact, I just brought some useless things, hoping to give them to the people who need them. If you are busy, you don't have to bask in the sun. We want to join in the fun. It has nothing to do with Miss Qin." "Yes, and the weather has been cooler these days than before, so it's a good time to go out and walk around." Miss Qin took out all the useless things. "What are they useless from?" someone asked curiously. Qin Qin smiled. "Of course, it's useless in our place. It's the same as saying nothing. But if she is asked to explain the situation of different planes in detail, she will not explain it, after all. That is her real secret, and nothing can be more deceiving than the name of immortal. They are both ancient planes, but the martial arts plane is not so easy to fool. She can run away with her light skills, and anyone with some martial arts skills can recognize her. She can also guess what these people are thinking. Don't say that she is not an immortal. Even if she is, not everyone can cultivate immortality, otherwise all planes would be full of immortals." She didn't say much, but she took out the ice cubes, put them in a cool place, and asked the onlookers to stay in the shade. She didn't mean anything else, but she was afraid that these people would be pampered and suffer from heat stroke. She couldn't take out Huixiangjingqi water to relieve the heat. There were many people today, and there were honorable people. Qin Qin didn't bother San Yang, but just lent her the tablet temporarily, so that she could finish watching the movie she didn't finish last time. The tablet played the movie, and naturally San Yang was not the only one watching it, as long as everyone around her could watch it. The sound of the movie sounded, naturally attracting a lot of people's attention and concern. Qin Qin also paid attention for a moment, seeing that the movie was playing from the beginning. She didn't say much, since it was lent to San Yang. She naturally let her watch it by herself. However, ordinary people in and outside the city lined up quietly. If someone cut in line in front, they would just take a look and not say anything. Qin found an open place, took out a large curtain cloth, spread it on the ground, and took out all the clothes and various daily necessities that she had found in the castle in the past few days. The people in the front row were all agents from wealthy families in the city. Seeing that she was about to start distributing, the agents came over immediately, holding boxes of varying sizes, and exchanged useful items with Qin. These people definitely didn't need clothes, shoes, and socks, so Qin exchanged some unsaleable items with them as usual. In addition to flashlights and calculators, there were also some modern musical instruments, which were picked up from the training room on the second floor of Qin Jiangxin's mission 2 days ago. These things were of no use to her, but in the eyes of the ancients, they were more or less fresh. After this group of people passed, she officially exchanged clothes, shoes, and socks with the people behind her. She didn't care whether the things they brought were valuable or not, but only looked at their needs. If the clothes were torn, she would mainly give them clothes. If the shoes and socks were torn, she would mainly give them shoes. She had pots, pans, farm tools, and kitchen utensils. Occasionally, she would ask the other party what they wanted to exchange, and then pick out something from the pile for them. Little girl, let go! The sudden scolding startled the people who were following Qin's instructions to take the clothes, and also scared the people in line. Turning around, she realized that the scolding was directed at the child squatting in the corner. The parents came running over and wanted to take the child away. Qin raised her hand, stopped the parents, walked to the child, and saw the book in the child's hand. It was a book on farm tools. She even forgot whether she took it from the castle or the training room. But no matter where she took it, it was of no use to her. The rapid development of modern agriculture made her, a small-town person, become a lazy person who doesn't know how to grow crops. She really didn't need a book on farm tools for farming. Even if she needs it, there is information everywhere on the internet, and it is easy to find it. When she really needs it, she can print some information and post it in the plain supermarket. It is not a transaction, and it doesn't matter how long it is. She squatted in front of the child, and the child looked up, said "Ah" to her, and pointed at the book in his hand. The parent bowed and apologized behind him. "I'm sorry. Immortal Xiaoya is not smart, and can't speak. She is usually very well behaved, and has never caused trouble. It's okay." Qin raised her hand, and gently touched the child's head. "Do you like this book?" "Ah, you don't understand. It doesn't matter. This book is for you." As she said, she turned around, picked 2 clothes from the clothes behind her, and gave them to Xiaoya. When delivering the clothes, she also put 2 soul beads into her mouth. The soul beads melted in her mouth and disappeared instantly after entering her mouth. The child looked up at her blankly. Qin smiled at her and asked the parents waiting behind to take the child away. "Take good care of her." "Yes. Yes." The parents hurriedly took the child away, fearing that if they were a step late, there would be another accident. Qin stood up and continued to let the people in line choose clothes that suited them. She fed the child soul beads, not thinking that she could cure the child. Although the child looked stupid, it was very likely that there was something wrong with the soul. But the stupidity was a big problem. It was too magical to cure it with just 2 soul beads. It's just that in this era, ordinary people don't have a good life, let alone stupid people. She just hopes that the 2 soul beads can make the child's condition a little better, so that he can suffer less. Someone came to help. She was just happy to relax, and returned to the electric car parked nearby. Through the window, she saw people watching a movie around Sanyang not far away. Maybe the plot of the movie was getting exciting. Everyone looked very nervous. She had nothing to do at the moment, so she took out her mobile phone and played a few single-player games. On the other side, someone was discussing her. "How? I can't tell. She's very special. She doesn't look like a local." "How can she be a local?" "That's not what I mean. I mean her attitude and habits. They don't look like she has lived in an environment like ours." "Maybe you don't understand. But whether it's a family with a lot of money or an ordinary family, there are always some characteristics. But she doesn't have them. Maybe she has become a fairy for many years, and has long forgotten her habits as a mortal. Maybe she was born a fairy? It's a pity that after so long, except for the unknown token she gave me at the beginning, Apart from the soul pill, she never took out any food. Although the things she gave us were wonderful, they might not be able to be cultivated as the legend said. What do you think she needs? Judging from her appearance, she seems to be particularly interested in gold, silver and jewelry. But she was only happy for a while after taking these things out, and did not take us seriously. Maybe she wants something more precious. What other precious things can we take out? Look at her car. The old lady said that if you sit in the car, you will feel cool, as if you were in an ice room. Such good things. But she sat there so casually. By the way, did you hear that? She flew down today? What if she flew down? Didn't everyone see her disappear out of thin air before? With her status, it's not surprising that she was said to have flown down, or just fell straight from the sky. That's right. Then why didn't she fly before? Even if she didn't fly, her car is not something that everyone can ride, and she has only been here a few times, so it's normal that she suddenly doesn't want to use the car. That's true. Quick, look, what is she holding? Listening to the sound, everyone. After looking carefully, I couldn't help but express my shock after seeing it clearly. It seems to be a watermelon. Do gods eat watermelon? Watermelon is a watermelon. Look carefully. This watermelon is different from the ones we usually see. It seems seedless. It really is. Life is so easy when being a god. Even when eating a watermelon, you have to clean the seeds. And it has to be seedless. How can you grow such a watermelon? How can we know the methods of gods? That's right. Ching Ching suddenly felt a little itchy in her ears. Put down the spoon in her hand, and raised her hand to rub her ears. After kneading it, she scooped another spoonful of watermelon, and put it into her mouth. Seedless watermelon is her favorite, because she is afraid of trouble, and really doesn't want to spit out watermelon seeds. So when she stocked up before, she stocked up all seedless watermelon. At noon, it is a good time to eat watermelon. Put a large piece of watermelon into your mouth. Chew it, and your mouth will be full of watermelon juice, which is sweet and fragrant. The key point is that you don't have to spit out the seeds, which greatly reduces the discomfort after eating watermelon and spitting out the seeds. It can only be said that the cultivation of seedless watermelon is a real fairy behavior. Ching Ching scooped another spoonful of watermelon, put it into her mouth with satisfaction, and stuffed a big mouthful. Chapter 126 People with Special Abilities. Ching Ching brought a lot of things this time. Basically, everyone in the queue was given 1 or 2 pieces of clothing. She paid special attention to the expressions of the people. For most people, they showed obvious joy when they got these things, but a few people looked at the clothes in their hands with some disgust. This was not unexpected for her, after all. Not all the people in the queue were short of food and clothing. In this case, not to mention that she didn't have the things they wanted. Even if she did, she couldn't give them. This is for you. San Yang took the tablet and handed it to Ching Ching. Thank you. I like watching that movie very much. The people in it are very powerful. Come next time. I can show you again, Ching Ching said, handing her a bag. Take these things. They are all daily necessities. It's up to you how you use them. In addition to daily necessities, she also gave San Yang 2 soul beads and asked her to eat them directly. From her own experience, soul beads are good for health. But she couldn't bring soul-rich drinks, so she could only choose soul beads. I hope San Yang's body will be healthier. By the way, she also sent San Yang back to the prefect's mansion. The rest of the people naturally followed, and sat and chatted for a while. However, there was really no common topic. Even if there was still some time, Ching Ching didn't want to chat with everyone, put away the electric fan that was basically not used here, left some ice cubes for the prefect's mansion, and then left. As soon as Ching Ching left, the things in San Yang's hand became the focus of everyone's attention. San Yang just smiled faintly, and generously distributed the things in her hand. The old lady held her hand. San Yang, don't worry. You won't suffer any loss if you give up these things. I'll ask someone to go to my private storehouse later to get you a gold hairpin as compensation. San Yang smiled and bowed. Don't worry. San Yang. The old lady held her hand with a smile. Then tell me tonight, what is the content of the story that we didn't finish reading last time? Okay? San Yang nodded. Smiled gently. Okay. Back at the supermarket, Ching Ching stretched her body to stretch her muscles. Since she started practicing martial arts, her health has improved a bit. But she always wants to stretch her muscles. She feels like she can move every joint in her body. Although it's strange, She feels very comfortable every time she stretches. However, just after she stretched her waist, she heard a sound coming from outside the supermarket. She walked over to open the door, and happened to see a funeral procession passing by. There were people crying in front of her. She cried every few steps. This is a local custom. After walking a few more steps, someone in the funeral procession raised his hand, and sprinkled a handful of coins. A coin rolled from a distance to Qing Qing's feet. After turning a few times, it slowly fell down. She lowered her head, and saw the dime under her feet clearly. The phone rang at this time. She looked at the strange number displayed on the phone screen, and answered it in confusion. Hello? 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 Is this Mr. Qing from Beligia's supermarket? Yes. It's me. I finally got in touch with you. The person on the other end of the phone breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Qing, is your supermarket door open now? I want to come over and buy a few talismans. The one that costs 1,000 yuan each. And I want to buy more. 1,000 yuan each? Qing Qing turned around and went back to the supermarket. She glanced at the dim supermarket and turned on the fluorescent lights in the supermarket. How many do you want? What kind of talismans do you want? 10 amulets. 10 evil-breaking talismans. A total of 20. Is that okay? The other party asked. Sure, when will you come? Now, we've already driven here, we'll be there soon, thank you. Mr. Qing. After hanging up the phone, Qing Qing looked outside the supermarket. The funeral procession had left, and the coins scattered on the ground had almost been picked up by the residents on both sides. A black car stopped opposite, and the person in the car got off and headed straight to the supermarket. It was the person who spent 7,000 yuan to buy the talisman from Qing Qing last time. Qing Qing was standing behind the cashier at this time, looking at the customer in front of her. Can I ask more questions? The other party was scanning the code, hearing this. He looked up, looked at Qing Qing, and asked back, Then can I ask more questions? Do you need my help? Qing Qing took out the talisman. Although I don't know what happened, but maybe there is something I need help with on your side. The other party held the phone tightly. Can I? Qing Qing nodded. The other party's face lit up. Thank you. Thank you for your trouble. Then we will pick you up in the evening. Please help me. However, this matter cannot be known to too many people. Otherwise it will be very dangerous. Qing Qing nodded again, handed the talisman to the other party, and heard that another 20,000 yuan had been deposited. She didn't remember any ghost problems in her previous life. In her memory, the arrival of the end of the world started with hot weather. And then, there were many strange natural disasters. However, since the soul world exists, it is not completely impossible for soul problems to occur in reality. However, the other party's attitude made her feel as if she was being defrauded. After all, the concept of anti-fraud is so deeply rooted in people's minds. Will I be paid for my help? The other party was stunned for a moment, then nodded yes. But it may be dangerous. If you can't do it, you have to stay away. Okay. Qing Qing agreed. She would definitely not ignore her own safety. The afternoon passed quickly. After 8 o'clock in the evening, the black car stopped at the door of the supermarket again. Qing Qing closed the door, slung a bag over her shoulder, and got into the other party's car. The purpose of the shoulder bag is to take something that is not in her hand when she needs it. The car drove for more than 2 hours. Just when Qing Qing was nervously holding the shoulder bag on her shoulder and wondering if she was really being scammed, it stopped at the door of a hotel. As soon as the car stopped, the person who got off the car in front shouted not good, and then ran quickly into the hotel. Qing Qing looked up. It was the first time she saw a soul environment similar to hell on earth. The reason why it was the first time was because the soul world was very normal, and because the souls in the soul world could only appear during the day. Many times when she appeared in the soul world, she felt that she had walked into the wrong place. Nowadays, the soul world is full of brand new villas and high-rise buildings. And there are all kinds of strange filming centers. People who don't know would really think that it is a normal world. She walked into the hotel and quickly found the place that exuded abnormality. An ordinary room. The person who brought her here before was also in the room. But that person didn't have a talisman in his hand. The talisman paper had already landed on the existence in the center. The effect was there, but it needed to be strengthened. Qing Qing's eyes swept over the other people in the room, watching their actions, and she couldn't help but ponder in her heart. Why didn't she hear that someone had superpowers at this time in her previous life? She herself gained superpowers 3 or 4 years later. At that time, many cities, and countries on Blue Star had been destroyed. For this reason, the portable space she got didn't have much to hold. She could only hide the food she saved every day or picked up by chance to prevent them from spoiling. At the same time, all the people on Blue Star knew about the superpowers. Many people awakened their superpowers in accidents, including space-related superpowers. The talisman was very effective. After all, it was covered with golden dragon blood. Although it was difficult, the strange existence was quickly destroyed. At this time, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and noticed Qin Qing at the door. Who is this? Boss Qin from Beilijia's supermarket. The one who drew the talisman. Are you willing to come out? Someone inside looked at Qin Qing excitedly. Qin Qing blinked. I can't come out. She doesn't know anything. The person who took Qin Qing over said, walking out of the room. We will explain the details to you later, but if you don't want to come out, you can still be an ordinary supermarket owner. Qin Qing tilted her head, not quite understanding what he said, but she looked at the situation inside, and asked, Can I go in and take a look? The other party immediately moved sideways, leaving enough space for passage. Qin Qing nodded at the other party, and walked into the small room. There was nothing else on the bed in the room. Only a talisman. The golden color on the talisman had dispersed a little, but it could be seen that it could still be used. The talisman you gave me is very effective. As long as the energy is not exhausted, it can be reused, one of them said, reaching out to Qin Qing. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Wei. I know a little bit of divination. I calculated that I could get a useful talisman from the direction of your town. So I asked someone to buy it. I thought you would care. But I didn't expect you to agree immediately after hearing the price. And then quoted a high price. We thought you were a liar. Another person said. My name is Shang Dongfang. I know a little bit of ghost binding skills. That's right. The one you just saw. It is a ghost. But you have such a high talent for drawing talismans. You should know something about it. The person at the door also walked in. Since we are talking about this, let's talk about that matter. You may not understand what Zhang Wei and Shang Dongfang said just now. In fact, Blue Star has been in a situation like ours for several years. After several years of research, we found that the more people with special abilities appear, the faster Blue Star will collapse. As you can see, some uncontrollable things will happen. People with special abilities? Collapse? Qin Qing raised her eyes. It was the first time she heard this statement. Yes, people with special abilities, you can also call them superpowers. No one knows what happened, but in the past few years, there are more and more people with special abilities on Blue Star, and if one more appears, Blue Star will be a little broken, so those of us who appear must do a good job of maintenance. The other party said. So we want to ask you, are you willing to let more people know about your situation? If not, you can continue to hide. What counts as knowing? How many people count as knowing? Qin Qing asked again. The other party shook his head. In fact, we don't know how to distinguish them specifically. We only know that there will be a critical value. If it exceeds the critical value, it will be considered as a threat. So in the past few years, we will try our best to hide the existence of people with special abilities. But you also know that not everyone is willing to hide their abilities. Many people think that since they have abilities, they should play a role. If nothing unexpected happens, their appearance will unknowingly expand the collapse of Blue Star. Qin Qing still didn't know the specific situation. She had never heard of the same thing in her previous life. The appearance of people with special abilities also happened after some cities and countries were in trouble. We can send you the information. You can go back and take a look, and then decide whether to expose it or not. The other party said. By the way, my name is Feng Lian, and this is my business card. Qin Qing took the business card and looked down. Don't worry. Before you confirm it, only the three of us know about Fu. Okay. Manager Feng. You're welcome. You can buy insurance from me, Feng Lian said. When Qin Qing looked up, he smiled and said, That's my part-time job. Selling insurance. Qin Qing nodded, and didn't say much about it. She didn't need insurance either. After all, she didn't know what the future of Blue Star would be like. Buying insurance now? Wouldn't it just be a waste of money? Chapter 127. Follow your heart. I'm bothering you to come here today. You've seen what happened just now. If it weren't for your talisman, we would definitely be in danger this time. Feng Lian said seriously. If you don't want to reveal too much, I will still coordinate with you on the purchase of the talisman. Don't worry, we have already formed a tacit understanding. As long as you don't take the initiative to disclose it, no one will investigate it. So you concealed it before, because you thought I knew the cause and effect of the matter? Qing asked, and his eyes moved around the room, and walked towards the bed. The person behind her answered her question, yes. Just like this time. We have contact with you. But we will hide it for you. You also look like you know it. Otherwise you would have reacted when I bought the talisman from you before. Most people would not spend such a high price to buy a talisman drawn by an ordinary person. I only know a little bit. But not too much. Qing said half-truthfully. Maybe the people who contacted me before also thought I knew it. This is the troublesome part of this matter. The situation of the ability user cannot be exposed too much, so that not many people will know it. Sometimes, when we meet an ability user, we can only test it. It is not easy to say it too clearly. But we are afraid that some ability users are not aware of it, and expose too much. The person who spoke this time was Zhang Wei. While speaking, she took 2 steps forward, glanced at Qing, and then looked at the bed in front of her. Qing reached out, and picked something from the bed. Hair. Zhang Wei bent down, and looked down at Qing's hand. Are you looking at hair? Qing asked. I didn't see it. Zhang Wei shook her head. My eyes are blurry. Then you can't see it. This thing is the reason for the change here. Qing clenched the thing in her hand. It's about time. Who of you will take me back? I have to go to work tomorrow morning. Do you choose not to reveal it? Feng Lian asked. Let's do it this way for now. Anyway, you can contact me. There's no need for too many people to know. Qing said calmly. She still chose to follow her heart and follow her inner thoughts. The appearance of the 3 people broke Qing's cognition of this world, and also broke her cognition of her past life memories. I don't know what the appearance of the plain supermarket will have. She has no other choice but to follow her heart. We have to leave here too. Let's go together. There is a hotel in your town. We can stay there, Zhang Wei said. Okay. The 4 of them left the hotel. And when Qing looked back, she saw the small hotel behind her that had returned to normal, and frowned slightly. The thing she had just picked up was nothing else but a soul bead. But the color was different from the soul beads she normally collected. If I had to say, the soul bead she picked up was more like the color of the fog in the soul world at night. The 4 of them were in the car, which was not too crowded. Qing and Zhang Wei were arranged in the back seat, and Qing's seat was behind the driver's seat, which was the safest seat in the car. After finishing, the car started immediately. Qing thought for a moment, and then asked, when are you leaving tomorrow? Maybe at noon? If there is nothing to do, we can sleep a little longer, Zhang Wei said. Our situation is special. We are on a business trip. We get a business trip allowance and rest time. From this point of view, this part-time job is not bad. If you want, you can definitely get a share of this part-time job. Forget it. I'll just be guarding the supermarket, Qing said. But since you are leaving at noon tomorrow, come to my supermarket before you leave. I just found something in the hotel over there. I suspect that thing is the cause of the abnormality in the hotel. What you found is not hair, Zhang Wei asked excitedly. Yes, it is a bead. You can't see it. I will go back to draw some talismans at night. You can take them with you. Don't leave any trouble behind, Qing said. Her intuition told her that the bead she picked up, which looked like a soul bead, was not simple. No problem. The car drove back for more than 2 hours. When we arrived in the town, it was already 12:30. Qing got out of the car and pointed out the location of the hotel in the town to them, and then went back to the supermarket to rest. She didn't sleep well that night. She tossed and turned, and there were always some messy fragments in her mind. The situation of insomnia for a whole night, since she started drinking the beverage containing soul power, has never happened again. When she woke up in the morning, she did not get up immediately, but closed her eyes again, recalling the fragments between half asleep and half awake. What she could recall were almost all memories of her previous life. Big waves, earthquakes, typhoons, hail. Although she stayed in the house when natural disasters occurred most of the time, the memory of last night's dream was particularly clear, as if everything had just happened. She closed her eyes for a while again, until there were no new fragments, then opened her eyes, and got up to wash. Then it was the daily routine. After Wei Xiaoshuang came as promised and delivered the milk tea, she took out the talisman paper, cinnabar and talisman pen, and took out the entry-level basic talisman, and began to look for talismans that could be used. After searching around, she found a burning talisman, which can burn filth, and the effect is different from the evil breaking talisman, but the effect will be better if the two are used together. The key point is that the burning talisman is more like purification. After the first burning talisman was drawn, the strokes were a little unsmooth, but she intuitively felt that it should not affect the effect, so she took out the bead she picked up yesterday and aimed the burning talisman at the beads. After a while, the incineration talisman burned automatically, and the beads inside were also burned up. The ashtray used for burning was empty, as if there had never been anything in it. This shows that the incineration talisman is indeed effective, and ordinary incineration talismans are effective. Qing Qing thought happily, and spent the whole morning drawing incineration talismans. When it was noon, Zhang Wei and her group came over, and she handed over a stack of incineration talismans directly, and taught them how to use the incineration talisman and the evil breaking talisman together. Did you draw this morning? Zhang Wei couldn't help asking. Qing Qing nodded, yes. Seriously? Zhang Wei leaned towards Qing Qing. Have you really never considered working with us? With your ability, once you show up, you will definitely become the central figure. Don't encourage her for the mission. You don't know how many times more troublesome the mission we encounter will be if you encourage one more person. Feng Lian said beside him. Alas, why is this so troublesome? The emergence of people with special abilities is to uphold justice. But they don't want us to be exposed and suppress the abilities of people with special abilities. Zhang Wei sighed and shook her head. Why is there Liang if there is you? It's the same. You can take the talismans and get the same effect. Qing Qing said. In modern times, she didn't have any ostentatious ideas. This batch of talisman paper is just a gift to you. Pay the original price. We can apply for mission funds. Feng Lian took out his mobile phone. This batch of talisman paper is ordinary. Can we still pay 100 yuan per piece? The other party said so. Qing Qing did not insist, and nodded, okay. After taking the talisman paper, they had to do other things, and turned around to leave. Qing Qing asked them to buy some drinks. She didn't give any reason, but the three of them were willing to listen to her, and bought extra large cups in the supermarket, and then drank 3 large cups of drinks before leaving. However, after Zhang Wei left the supermarket, she turned back and whispered to Qing Qing, I told you that I can tell fortunes. Actually, I didn't intend to tell fortunes for you, but I couldn't help it. The fortune telling about you is very strange, and there is only one word heart in the end. You can figure it out yourself. After that, Zhang Wei left the supermarket and got into the black car. The car started to drive away, and Qing Qing blinked. Heart is the same as her intuition. That is, no matter the result of divination or her intuition, she still has to run the supermarket. Thinking about it, she couldn't help yawning. She didn't sleep well yesterday, and she felt a little sleepy now. She pulled out the recliner behind the cashier, and she laid down on it directly, closed her eyes and rested. Let's take it one step at a time. Her world has already fallen once, and this time, she has no choice but to follow her heart. When she closed her eyes, she didn't expect that she really fell asleep. When she woke up again, she heard the sound of the cashier. She opened her eyes, and saw Wei Xiaoshuang standing not far away. Wei Xiaoshuang naturally couldn't fail to notice the movement behind her, but she was settling the bill for the customers at this time. She didn't even turn her head and asked directly, What did you do last night? Why are you so sleepy? I didn't sleep well. I had a dream all night. Qing Qing turned over. Help me settle the bill. I'll take a nap. Don't sleep. If I don't go back to give my mother soap, she will really get angry. Wei Xiaoshuang settled the bill, turned around and patted Qing Qing. Get up quickly. Really? You didn't even know I came here to buy soap. And I couldn't wake you up even if I called you. How scary. You slept too well this time. I thought the guests would wake me up, so I took a nap. Qing Qing sat up, leaning against the cabinet behind her. You should have woken me up earlier. I thought so, but my mother didn't want to. She told me to stay and help you. I really don't know who is your biological child. Wei Xiaoshuang curled her lips. By the way, I have already paid for the soap. Go get some drinks. Take the kettle in my kitchen. Qing Qing said. Orange juice is fine. To supplement vitamin C. She slept deeply in the afternoon, and now she is fully awake. But after saying that, he took advantage of his sleepiness and said, Our orange juice is more nutritious. I'm not lying to you. It's the real deal. Yes. Yes, your orange juice is indeed nutritious. Wei Xiaoshuang nodded perfunctorily. Then I'll go get a pot. You said they are all drinks. Why is Coke so discriminated against? My mother firmly believes that Coke is harmful to health. Other drinks don't have such a bad reputation as Coke. Qin Qing laughed, supporting her cheek and said, then drink it secretly. Good idea, I'll just drink a cup. Wei Xiaoshuang took a disposable cup, went to get a cup of Coke, and scanned the code to pay. You treated my mother to the orange juice, it doesn't count. I drank the Coke, I must pay for it, bye. Qin Qing waved lazily at her. Bye. Chapter 128 Exile Wanted. In addition to the second-hand smartphone, Qin Qing also bought a second-hand printer and antique printing paper. Printers and printing paper can be sold together, but without printing equipment, you can only copy, and the text of this world is more or less different from the text of the current world, which means that the first copy of the text can only be hand-copied. Qin Qing and John Rui sat at the desk, comparing the contents they copied. After reading, they were silent for a long time. If it doesn't work, find a scholar. You don't have to copy it. You can also read it. Qin Qing immediately agreed. I will have no problem communicating with the locals through the plain supermarket. You have some knowledge of the local characters. Find a poor scholar who is good at writing. Copy it, and then make a copy. It will be much faster. After saying this, Qin Qing put away the paper and pen in front of her. John Rui did the same thing. But after he put it away, he put it on the cabinet next to him, so as not to waste a single piece of paper. The two of them initially planned to copy it by themselves. After all, there were only two of them. As long as they copied one martial arts novel, it would be much easier to make copies later. However, as they copied, they both found that neither of them had the talent to write well. In addition, they were not familiar with the characters of this plane. Even after copying several copies, there were many mistakes and omissions, and the handwriting was not good. The characters of this plane are very similar to traditional Chinese characters. Many characters are consistent with traditional Chinese characters, which means that the strokes of many characters are very complicated. Even if the two of them hold neutral pens instead of brushes, they want to keep the font size unchanged, and some characters will be blurred. It's just that you have to write well. Right? John Rui asked. I know a mother and daughter. The mother was born into a scholarly family and married a scholar. They were quite loving after marriage, and had only one daughter. She taught her to read and write since she was young. Later, the scholar died unexpectedly. The mother and daughter depended on each other for survival. Life was not easy. 2 years ago, I found a place to stay and happened to be neighbors with the mother and daughter. They took care of me a lot. They both knew how to write and wrote very well. Life was not easy for them either. It was not difficult to get them to move here. Can you trust it? This was the question Qin Qing cared about most. I won't bring them here. The snowy mountains are vast. I will find a place suitable for them to live. When the time comes, we will go there. Let them copy. Give them some compensation. And let them survive. John Rui said seriously. They are all women. And they don't have martial arts. Even if they copy by hand, if someone really wants to check, they can't find it on them. Okay. Then I'll listen to you. Qin Qing nodded. Took out a gold ingot. You go and make the arrangements. As long as people come, we can. They copied page by page. And they copied faster than us. Thank you very much. It cost you money. John Rui took the gold ingot. I will try to pay you back later. When the martial arts novels are sold and you make money. Are you still worried that you can't pay back? Qin Qing was very confident about the martial arts novel she brought. Then you go and do your own things. I will continue to practice internal skills in the next few days. But I will come here every day. If you need to find me for something and I am not here, you can leave me a message. Okay. John Rui accepted the gold ingot. Qin Qing was relieved to find someone who copied the novel. She was used to using electronic products over the years, so it was no problem for her to copy. She also had to pay attention to the handwriting, the spacing, and the blurry words. It was really difficult. When she returned to the supermarket, she quietly took away the content she had copied. If she had known there was such a method, she would not have copied it long ago. After calmly putting the used paper on the cashier counter, she looked up at the clock. It was only a little after 11 o'clock, and she still had more than 2 hours of rest time. There was no need to go to the ancient plane. She had just distributed clothes. There was no need to go to the soul world and the underwater world. The situation on both sides was very stable. She returned to the back door, opened the plain supermarket panel, and chose the wasteland planet. The wasteland planet was as desolate as ever, but when looking out of the plain supermarket, all you could see were walls of garbage, blocking the sight of outsiders, and also blocking her sight. To go out, you could only use the wall ladder on one side. Qing walked out of the plain supermarket, looked at the tall garbage wall in front, calmly walked to the side, and climbed up the wall ladder. Unfortunately, communication in this world is not very convenient. If it were convenient, she would just make a phone call to ask. It would be better than wandering aimlessly like now. She could also fly up, but it would be troublesome. And if she had more strength, she would kick up to gain momentum and knock down the garbage wall. That would be troublesome. So she climbed up the ladder to the top and, like every time before, found a suitable place to sit down. But just when she was considering whether to climb down or fly down, a very penetrating voice suddenly sounded beside her ear. But the voice just passed by her ear. It should be a weapon. And it didn't hurt her at all. Be careful. So this is the sister you have been hiding. It seems she is your weak spot not far away. Someone held a weapon in his hand, pointed it at Qing, and said to Zhang Mingchun, "Don't move. If you move again, I will be really rude this time." Zhang Mingchun slowly stopped the car. "What do you want?" "What do I want? Give up the territory you robbed, and I will let her go," the other party said. "By the way, you have to kneel in front of me and beg me to take your territory. Otherwise, your sister will lose her life first." Zhang Mingchun got out of the car. "The territory is easy to talk about, as long as you let my sister go." Xiaoming, I didn't expect that the whole wasteland planet, the most hidden person, it's you. The other party sneered. "If you do this, I can't just let her go." Zhang Mingchun frowned. "What do you want me to do? As long as you promise to let her go, I'm willing to do anything, including destroying everything behind you," the other party said, and suddenly laughed. "I heard that you started to fight for territory for your sister before. I didn't believe it, but now it seems to be true. Xiaoming, this is not the first time we have been in contact. We have cooperated before. If it weren't for my help, you wouldn't be able to kill your enemy. But now, for others, you attack me." Zhang Mingchun opened his mouth to say something, but the other party interrupted again, obviously holding back a lot of words. "You are so smart. You attracted the pirates, the guards, and caused internal disputes, hurting 3 parties at once. But you took advantage of it. Do you think you can occupy this huge wasteland planet by yourself? Do you know how many of our people died? Xiaoming, we must end it today. What are you doing?" Qing turned her head and looked at the person who appeared behind her at some point. She slapped him down with a palm, and then she flew down and landed lightly. "I was saying, everyone knows that villains die because they talk too much. Why are you talking so much? It turns out you are waiting for someone." The moment Qing landed, both Zhang Mingchun's side and the opponent's side began to move. Many people tried to catch Qing, but Qing not only had the hidden weapon given by Zhang Mingchun, but also had internal energy. With these two things added together, the needles she shot out were almost always accurate, leaving no one with any chance to react. At this time, a spaceship fell from a high altitude, trapping all the people who fell to the ground. "You said you would give it to me." A woman with long flowing hair flew down from the spaceship. "Not dead." Zhang Mingchun glanced at Qing after Qing nodded, said, "He was just anesthetized. Since we have reached a cooperation, I will naturally not lie to you. What happens to him next is up to you." "That's good. I didn't expect this man to come to the wasteland planet and still be so arrogant. He got it right." The woman smiled and raised her hand to brush her long hair. "Those stinky men in the Federation said they wanted to pay attention to human rights, but they sent people to the wasteland planet and let all the prisoners fend for themselves. They still think they have done something great. They are really stupid and disgusting. The person has been handed over to you. You decide how to deal with him next." Zhang Mingchun said, "Of course, but I can also give you a chance." "Let you leave here forever," the woman said, and took a few steps towards Zhang Mingchun. "You know the situation of the wasteland planet very well. There is no future here. If you follow me, I can give you a better life. For me, every corner of this world is no different." Zhang Mingchun looked at the woman calmly. Let me be the person in charge of the wasteland planet. I can help you achieve whatever you want to do here. Isn't it better this way? The woman smiled. It's a pity that I met you so late. It would be great if I met you earlier. Zhang Mingchun smiled slightly. I can cooperate with you. As long as you can protect me, and let me safely become the person in charge of this planet. Besides, what else do you need? The woman asked. Stable supplies, including food. You know, the most lacking thing on the wasteland planet is food. It doesn't matter to me, but the people who follow me, they all need normal food. Zhang Mingchun put forward his own request. Of course, on the surface, other planets can still dump garbage. A planet that is already self-sustaining. No outsiders will be curious about what happened on this planet. No problem. But you have to agree to one of my requests. The woman stretched out her hand, shook hands with Zhang Mingchun, and said, I want a piece of land, which is specially used to build an interstellar prison. You can't tell the outside world who is in the interstellar prison. Zhang Mingchun smiled. Then I have to have a chance to tell it. The woman smiled. Happy cooperation. After that, the woman took the previous group of people and left on the spaceship again. The speed of the spaceship was very fast. In a few moments, it disappeared in the air. Zhang Mingchun breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately turned to look at Qin Qin. Are you okay? No. Qin Qin shook her head, and let Zhang Mingchun confirm her condition. You scared me. You were impulsive just now. I also release people over there. Even if you don't take action, my people will take action. I thought you wouldn't come out today. Zhang Mingchun confirmed that Qin Qin was fine, and he felt more relaxed. The two of them said almost the same thing, and Zhang Mingchun's people came forward one after another. Sister Ming, is this your sister? She looks delicate and tender. She is in great condition. Has she just come to the wasteland planet not long ago? No wonder Sister Ming protects her so much. Sister's skin is in great condition. Sister, you just jumped down so easily. Sister, Qin Qin didn't expect that in such a short time. There would be so many brothers and sisters. And she looked at Zhang Mingchun helplessly. Zhang Mingchun laughed, stopped in front of Qin Qin, and said to everyone, You guys go and get busy first. Let's build a planting base first, make sure there is no shortage of food, and we can talk about other things later. Yes, Sister Ming. Sister Ming, can we have a chance to leave the wasteland planet? Zhang Mingchun looked up, looking at the question. If you don't want to go out and be wanted, you can leave at any time. Don't forget, your chip is engraved with exile wanted criminals. The person asking the question lowered his head instantly. But I know you are all wronged. If you have a chance to deal with the people above you, it is not impossible to erase the wanted name. You can go wherever you want at that time. Really? Of course. Everyone was ecstatic. Thank you, Sister Ming. Chapter 129 Alone and Helpless. Did what happened today scare you? After everyone else left, Zhang Mingchun continued to talk to Qin Qin. It's my fault. I should have told you clearly earlier, otherwise you wouldn't have been scared. I'm fine. Qin Qin opened her hands for Zhang Mingchun to see. Actually, I came to you these days because I wanted to tell you something, but you were not here, and I happened to be free today, so I thought of coming to look for you, but I didn't expect to encounter such a thing suddenly. If you have something to talk to me about, you can leave me a message. Is it not delaying your business? Zhang Mingchun considered the problem from Qin Qin's perspective, and was afraid that he was too busy these days, and would delay things. It won't delay my business, but it may delay yours, Qin Qin said, taking out a stack of organized martial arts secrets. I have opened a new plane here, a martial arts plane, and got a few martial arts secrets, which I brought to you to see. Maybe you can practice internal strength like me. Martial arts secrets? Zhang Mingchun asked in shock, taking the stack of papers handed over by Qin Qin, and looking down carefully. This stack is all the secrets sorted by Qin Qin, divided into several books. But originally they were the size of ordinary books, sorted on A4 paper and printed. The thickness was compressed a lot. The secret book she printed herself, naturally, did not have a book cover. She just stapled it with a stapler, and put the name of the secret book printed separately on the first page. This is the inner strength method. This is the boxing method. This is the palm method. And this is the light skill. Qin Qin introduced them to Zhang Mingchun one by one. I have tried it. As long as you practice the inner strength method, the principles of the other skills are similar. You are also in danger here. If you have the inner strength to rely on, You will have an extra layer of self-protection in the future. Can it really be practiced? Zhang Mingchun was still a little shocked. Martial arts, internal strength, and light skills were all things she had only seen in novels and TV dramas a long time ago. She had always thought that they were fictional. After all, she had traveled to the interstellar space for so many years, and had never heard of martial arts. This world is so technologically advanced, and most of the means of improvement are to tamper with genes, and to be combined with various high-tech weapons to have greater offensiveness. This is also the reason why Zhang Mingchun can often win by hand-to-hand combat. This martial arts that appeared now, let alone shocking her, is estimated to shock the people in the interstellar space when it spreads to the entire interstellar space. After all, no one in the interstellar space has ever seen this thing. Yes, I have learned it. Look at me, Qin said to Zhang Mingchun, and moved her inner strength to different acupuncture points on her body and her feet. She used the ground as support and jumped onto the garbage wall. However, she was still afraid of collapsing the garbage wall, so she turned around and jumped down again. This is Qingdong. However, I am not very skilled yet, and my inner strength is not strong enough. When my inner strength is stronger, I can even walk on the snow without leaving any trace. Qigong requires a reverse force on the human body to fly. When flying on a snowy mountain, a footprint will definitely be left when landing. But as long as the inner strength is deeper, the inner strength in the body can provide enough power. At this time, she only needs to tiptoe to support her to pass through the snow mountain without leaving a trace. In order to understand the relationship between inner strength and lightness, she even flipped through several physics books and read all the mechanics-related knowledge written in the physics books. From a physical point of view, lightness can also be a science. But most of the time, people cannot master the science of inner strength. Qin usually encounters danger in reality or in different planes through the plane supermarket. Even if she encounters danger occasionally, she can return to the plane supermarket instantly, which is not a big problem. But Zhang Mingchun is in danger on the wasteland planet. If she can learn another internal skill, she will be more relaxed in the future. But even if I am not there, you have already reached a cooperation with others, so there should be no danger. Qin thought of the woman who left not long ago, when she was looking for Zhang Mingchun and wanted to give her the martial arts secret book. She had already found a way out. The man just now is the guard of the wasteland planet. Zhang Mingchun introduced. The location of the wasteland planet is between the pirates' base camp and the Alliance. Once the pirates launch an attack, the wasteland planet will be the first planet to fall into danger. The existence of the guard is not only to guard the wasteland planet, but also to guard the Alliance. So once the pirates attack, the guard is likely to abandon the wasteland planet without hesitation. Qin was at a loss, then. But if the pirates don't come, the wasteland planet and the guard may not be unable to reach a cooperation. Zhang Mingchun smiled. But we have to protect ourselves. So the martial arts secrets you gave me are very useful. If there is a period of time, the pirates and the Alliance, if the alliances really attack each other, I will have more ability to protect myself. In this case, just martial arts secrets are not enough. Qin frowned. Maybe you can also find a way to leave the wasteland planet. Didn't that person just say that? She can help you leave. But my roots are here, Zhang Mingchun said seriously. When Qin looked at her seriously, she raised her eyes and looked in the direction of the plane supermarket. Behind you are my roots. Without you, I am just a lonely and helpless duckweed here. If I leave here, I will never find my roots again. Sorry, I didn't expect it. Qin apologized in a low voice. You don't have to apologize to me, never, and don't think too badly of things. I've been here for so many years, except for a group of exiled criminals coming from time to time, and the problem of food shortage. There has never been a war between the pirates and the Alliance. Zhang Mingchun said, looking at the secret book in his hand. Can you teach me how to practice internal force? Now? Sure, I'll teach you. The two smiled at each other. After returning to the plane supermarket, Qin taught Zhang Mingchun how to practice internal force step by step, and how to sense the qi in the body according to what Zhang Rui had taught her before. However, Zhang Mingchun's practice was not as good as hers. Don't worry, Zhang Rui said, that the practice of internal force depends on talent. The better the talent, the faster the practice. But it doesn't mean that people who practice slowly can't learn it. You can follow the meridians above every day, and you will learn it sooner or later. I'm not in a hurry. Even if I can't practice internal force, I still have weapons to use. Zhang Mingchun was not discouraged. Looking at Qin Qing. It's about time. You should go back to open the supermarket. Don't worry about me anymore. Qin Qing took out her cell phone. It was almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I will be busy in the next few days. Zhang Mingchun said. But I will come here every noon. If you are free, come and give me some advice. No problem. Qin Qing nodded immediately. I will leave these secrets for you. I will lend them to you. I will put them here. If you don't know them or are unsure, feel free to ask me. Zhang Mingchun also smiled and nodded. After chatting, Qin Qing returned to the real supermarket. After closing the door, she looked back. If it were her, she would miss home even if she was in a foreign country. Not to mention that Zhang Mingchun went to a completely unfamiliar world. Blue Star, what happened? At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the supermarket door opened, and the afternoon business officially began. Qin Qing had long been accustomed to the fact that there were not many customers in the supermarket all day, and she calmly sat down and started to browse her phone. On a whim, she searched for Zhang Mingchun's name on the internet. The search results were not unexpected. Although there was relevant information, it had nothing to do with the Zhang Mingchun she knew. After scrolling a few pages, she saw the search box again and entered the name of John Rui. In it, as the only two people she knew who had traveled to another world, she couldn't favor one over the other. But it is highly likely that no information will be found. She smiled and read through the results one by one. The name John Rui is a popular name. Compared with the search results for Zhang Mingchun, the number of search results for John Rui is very large. After reading a few pages, she still did not see any relevant information. Just when she was about to close the search interface, she saw a video. The video quality was a bit old. It should have been shot many years ago. It might even be a surveillance video. It was a complete video of a young man in military uniform saving someone. The result of saving people is naturally good. And the comments below are mostly praise. The soldier is so handsome. Fortunately, the soldier rushed out. He almost got into trouble before. And I was scared. 10 seconds, I want all the information about this soldier. Qin Qing went back and watched the video again. The video is a bit blurry, but the conjunction is John Rui, and the appearance in the video is really a bit like the John Rui she saw, but the comment below does not mention the name. John Rui. She flipped through the video links again, and finally found a report that was half hidden due to network code problems. In the report, it was mentioned that the person in the video was called John Rui. That might be true. Qin Qing smiled, took out her phone, clicked on the screen recording option in the phone, replayed the video, and recorded the entire video. This feeling of finding a person who traveled through another world in reality is indeed quite wonderful. However, there was only this video, and she did not find more information related to John Rui elsewhere. This is normal. The internet is so big. Unless you are a famous person, it is basically impossible for ordinary people to leave a lot of information on the internet. Although John Rui had been a soldier, he was also an ordinary person. After recording the video, she did not immediately go to John Rui. He said he was going to look for the poor mother and daughter. He should have left by now. Not only today, but he may not be here for the next few days. After exiting the browser, she opened the short video platform, watched short videos for a while, and uploaded the martial arts videos that John Rui had recorded in the past few days. Her short video account still had some traffic, and she also bought some of the goods in the window. However, it might be because she was not very good at playing memes, so the traffic remained at a moderate level. Fortunately, she had not originally planned to make a living from short videos. In addition, the current situation of Blue Star was unclear, so there was no need to increase the account traffic. The phone screen was turned off. Qin Qing closed her eyes and began to practice internal strength. She felt that with her talent, she might be able to practice to the level of walking on the snow without leaving any traces. One day in the future. At that time, she would be considered a true martial arts master. Chapter 130. Jean Rui picks someone up. Mom, you eat. Mom won't eat, you eat. The thin woman lay on the bed, with her lips tightly closed. When mom dies, you can just throw her into a mass grave, and then sell this house, save some money and move to another place. You can't live in this place. Mom, don't say that. You should eat something quickly. The doctor said, you are just hungry. You will get better if you eat more. Held a bowl of porridge in her hand, and tried to feed the porridge again, but when she put it to her mouth, she still touched the tightly closed lips. At this moment, a bang sounded outside the door, and someone walked in. You suddenly turned around and looked at the person nervously. Third Grandpa. You. When are you moving? The third Grandpa whispered, his dark and thin face full of fine lines. It has been a great concession to let you and your mother live here. You can't stay here forever. Right? But third Grandpa, this house belongs to my father. Your father is also a member of our family. When your father bought the house, the family had not yet been divided. The third Grandpa interrupted Ayu and looked around. With a gleam in his eyes, he turned back to look at Ayu. You have lived here for a few years, and you have done your best. We will give you 3 more days. You must move out within 3 days, or we will evict you. Third Grandpa. Ayu put down the bowl of porridge in her hand, turned around and knelt down in front of the old man. Third Grandpa, my mother is not in good health. Please be flexible. When my mother gets better, we will definitely move out. Please, please. Ayu grabbed the hem of the old man's clothes and begged in a low voice. The old man just took a step back. 3 days at most. If you don't leave, don't blame us for being rude. You are a girl, and you will get married and leave anyway. As he said that, he looked at the woman lying on the bed. If you don't want to die, I can find you a marriage. No. The woman struggled to sit up. Even if I die, I won't let you succeed. Then move away. Do you really think that your life will be much better if you leave here? The old man sneered and turned away. Ayu turned around, looking at her haggard mother, knelt down and walked forward. Mom, I will marry. As long as I marry, you will have money to treat your illness, Mom, or let's agree. No, even if I die, I can't let you fall into the fire pit. The woman held her daughter's hand, struggling to find the house deed and the land deed from the corner. You go, find a way to sell this house now. Houses are expensive now. This house is priced at 100 taels. You don't need too much. 50 or 60 taels, 30 or 40 taels will do. We'll leave after selling it. We'll leave here together. Really? Mom, we'll leave together? Ayu asked excitedly. The woman nodded. Yes. Let's leave together. As she said that, she held her daughter's hand tightly and looked at her daughter with a firm gaze. Go ahead. After selling the house, we will leave here and find another place to live. Okay. Ayu wiped away her tears, held her mother's hand and stood up. Mom, wait for me. Wait until I sell the house. We will have money to buy medicine. We will leave here, buy you medicine, and live a good life. If it doesn't work, we will go to the snow mountains. There will always be a place for us to stay in the snow mountains. The woman nodded. Ayu showed some hope in her eyes and turned to walk out of the house. Before leaving, she turned her head, showing a hopeful look. Mom, wait for me. Okay, I'll wait for you. The woman watched her daughter leave until she could no longer see her daughter. After the dispute, no one was coming and going outside the house. She was sure that her daughter would never come back, and the strength that the woman had tried to hold on to disappeared in an instant, and she collapsed to the ground. But she still struggled to touch the pillow. And soon, she took out a dagger. Her health was not good. If she followed her daughter, she would become a burden to her daughter. It would be better to let her daughter leave alone with the money from selling the house. Ayu was smart since she was a child. She might not find a very good place after leaving here, but at least it would not be worse than the life here. The woman held the handle of the dagger, put it on her neck, and pressed it hard. A stinging pain came from her neck, but it was only for a moment. The woman opened her eyes. Has life become so bad? Sister-in-law has actually gone to the point of committing suicide? Seeing that the woman was fine, John Roy breathed a sigh of relief and went over to pick up the dagger on the ground. Is it you? It's me. I've said before that a drop of water should be repaid with a spring. I'm incompetent. I came too late. John Roy took out a steamed bun wrapped in oil paper from his arms. I thought your life would not be too good. I bought steamed buns after I came. Luckily I didn't come a step too late. Although it didn't take too long for him to buy the steamed buns and come here. But as long as he thought that if he came a step later, the woman would have committed suicide, he was still frightened. Luckily I didn't come a step too late. Are you okay? The woman looked up. I'm fine. John Roy nodded. To be honest, not long ago, I was being hunted, but I happened to meet a friend who saved my life. I came here today to ask you for help. Food and accommodation will be provided. It's just right for you to move to another place. When they were together before, John Roy knew the plight of the mother and daughter. But at that time, he couldn't even protect himself, let alone protect others. He sat on the chair and looked at the woman. Eat. I will take you and your daughter away from here after you finish eating. Thank you. The woman thanked her in a low voice, holding the steamed bun in her hand and eating it in small bites. I don't know how long it took, but a joyful voice came from outside. Mom, I did it. As she spoke, she came to the door and lowered her voice. I sold the house for 50 taels of silver. The other party gave the silver in one go without saying anything. After she finished speaking, she saw the person sitting in the house. Her eyes lit up. Uncle Jean. Long time no see. Jean-Roy put away the dagger in his hand, not letting you see it. Are you going to leave here too? That's right. I'll take you away. Can I? You asked excitedly, and turned to look at her mother again. The woman nodded. You go pack your things. Okay, I got it, Mom. You jumped up happily on the spot and immediately went to pack her things. The house was not small. You packed her things in the house. The woman did not speak, but just looked at Jean-Roy quietly. Jean-Roy stood up, found the sheath of the dagger from the woman's side, inserted it, and put it in the backpack he brought with him, then turned to look at Hugh. Don't bring too many things. You can spend money to buy them when you get there. This time I came here, I want you to do something. You don't have to worry about not having a livelihood when you get there. Can we do it? You turned around. Okay. It's just writing, which is what you are good at. Jean-Roy nodded. With a livelihood, daily life will not be a problem. Thank you, Uncle Jean. You thanked him immediately, and simply collected some useful things, leaving the rest in the house, and then turned back happily with her bag on her back. This house has been sold. Even if Uncle San comes, there is nothing we can do. Mom, let's leave now, and let Uncle San and his people come to find nothing. The woman ate a steamed bun. Her face became a little more energetic, and she smiled and nodded. A quarter of an hour later, a carriage quietly left the town without attracting anyone's attention. There are carriage rental projects everywhere. When you arrive at the next town, you can return the carriage and rent another carriage in the available direction. If the next place also has a carriage rental, you can go a little further. However, with Ching's wealth, it is not a problem to buy a carriage. However, Jean-Roy does not plan to be too ostentatious for the time being. It is more cost-effective to rent a carriage. Inside the carriage, Yu is talking happily. When third grandpa comes, he may see the closed door, or the people who have come to take the house will be very angry. This house was originally built by my mother and father, so it cannot belong to the clan. They want the house, and they have to think of a high-sounding reason. It's really shameless. After finally getting out of control, Yu muttered happily for a long time. After an unknown period of time, she lifted the curtain. Uncle Jean, where are we going? Jean-Roy pulled the reins, letting the carriage move in the right direction, and replied, Snow Mountain. Yu was silent for a moment, and nodded after a while. Snow Mountain is also good. When we go to Snow Mountain, no one will covet our house. Everyone knows that it is not easy to live in Snow Mountain. After the silence, she became happy again. Uncle Jean, are you living in the snowy mountains now? How is it there? Are there any fun places? No fun places. It's cold most of the time, said Jean-Roy, looking back. But don't worry, I won't let you live in the snowy mountains. There are villages and towns near the snowy mountains. I will find a place to settle you down. Although it's a little cold, as you said, everyone is running away from the snowy mountains. Houses there are not in short supply, and it will be more comfortable to live there. If there were 4 seasons around the snowy mountains, there might be more people living there. But the snowy mountains have been spreading since the beginning, and there is no sign of shrinking. There is no place with snow around, and it is in a low-temperature environment all year round. People who have saved a little money will try their best to leave. Only those who have no other choice will settle in the snowy mountains. Don't worry. Just be at ease. Yu lowered the curtain, sat and half leaned on her mother. Mom, I'm so tired. I want to take a nap. Go to sleep. Have a good sleep. Everything will be fine. Yeah. The further you go to the snowy mountains, the lower the temperature. Yu and her daughter wore single clothes at first, but later, they began to wear all the clothes they brought with them. They didn't even dare to open the curtain because it was too cold. Jean-Roy realized how cold the mother and daughter were, and gave them all the clothes he brought with him. I don't have my own money, so it's not easy to use this money to buy clothes for you. But when we get there, I'll find thick cotton-padded clothes and quilts for you. John Rui has no savings of his own. And all the money he has is from Qing Qing. This is a lot of money, which can be used for serious matters. But because of his selfishness, it is absolutely impossible for him to buy clothes for the mother and daughter. What needs to be said should be said clearly. Once the words are out, it will be smoother to continue. You are hired by others. The money in my hand is also given by others. I have to use it to do things. However, the situation over there in the snowy mountains is not that bad. Many houses in the surrounding villages have kangs. Burning fire can make the house warm. When you rent a house, I will fix the con for you. You won't be too cold if you stay in the house. There are also some prey in the snowy mountains. You can hunt and survive. And you can earn money to buy food in nearby villages and towns. You don't have to worry about daily food. If you have other needs, I can help you. After speaking, John Rui looked up and saw the expectant eyes of the two people. Let's keep going. Okay. Chapter 131 Crystals soaked in water. Can they be eaten? Qing Qing sat outside the plain supermarket, looking down at the golden dragon chewing on the ice crystals. The ice crystals were larger than the previous energy stones. The vending machines in the plain supermarket did not require small pieces when purchasing them, so when John Rui sold them, it could directly put the entire ice crystal into the receiving port, and then determine the price according to the size of the initial price. This resulted in the larger ice crystals being even wider and larger than her. Since it is an energy stone, the golden dragon can also use it. But she didn't expect that when she stayed here today on a whim, she would see the golden dragon taking the ice crystal stone in one bite and chewing it. It sounds delicious. Qing Qing swallowed her saliva. After the golden dragon finished chewing the ice crystal stone, it moved its body, and a huge head appeared in front of Qing Qing. Its golden pupils looked at Qing Qing seriously, and then it stretched out its claws, with a piece of ice crystal stone on it. It was as big as Qing Qing's head, but it was very small in the golden dragon's claws. She felt that this small piece of ice crystal stone was not enough for Jin Long to fill his teeth. Is it for me? Can I eat it? Qing Qing raised her head, looking at the ice crystal stone on Jin Long's claws, and then at Jin Long's huge head. Jin Long blinked, clenched his claws, and the ice crystal stone in his hand immediately broke into small pieces and slipped through his fingers. Recognizing this, Jin Long lowered his head, seemingly very shocked by this scene. Qing Qing smiled. It's too small, so I can't hold it. She stood up, walked out of the range of the plain supermarket, and jumped down. Compared with the huge body of the golden dragon, the gap between her and the dragon was obvious. As long as the golden dragon moved slightly, she would be swept in. Before, she would probably feel scared. But now she was not afraid at all. After landing, she quickly collected the ice crystals scattered on the ground. The claws of the golden dragon were too big. These ice crystals were crushed and seemed small. But in Qing Qing's eyes, they were still intact blocks. Not long after, she collected all the ice crystals that fell. Then she immediately returned to the plain supermarket. The golden dragon's claws were placed on the supermarket floor, with its palm facing up, and its eyes were fixed on her. Are you letting me go up? Qing Qing asked, with the golden dragon's tacit consent, carefully climbed onto its palm, and then spread her hands to face it. These, can you still absorb them? It's a little small, but it shouldn't affect its own energy. In order to facilitate the golden dragon, she directly put her hand to the golden dragon's mouth. The golden dragon's dragon whiskers moved, carefully pushed the ice crystal stone in Qing Qing's hand towards her, and then with the other claw, holding its own dragon scales, scooped a spoonful of water over. Ah! You mean, I can soak it and eat it? Qing Qing took the dragon scale, held it with both hands, to prevent the water on it from spilling, and then threw all the ice crystal stones in. After throwing it in, she lowered her head, and drank a small sip of water from the dragon scale that was bigger than the basin. Although it was just a dragon scale, there was a lot of water on it. Even if she tried hard to drink it, she only drank a shallow layer, and it didn't have much impact on the basin of water at all. But the water was quite delicious, cool, and a little sweet. She still held the dragon scale seriously, raised her head, and thanked the golden dragon. Thank you. I will drink it. Since it is also useful to you, it must be a good thing. I will use it to soak in water later. After that, she looked down at the claws of the golden dragon under her feet. I will go back first. Otherwise you will be tired. Qing Qing turned around and walked carefully to the plain supermarket. She had to pay attention to the curvature of the claws under her feet, and also to make sure that the water in the dragon scale she was holding would not spill. After all, it was water that had been soaked in ice crystal stone, and could not be wasted. Fortunately, the dragon scale was just on the floor of the supermarket. She quickly walked over and walked down quickly. Then she looked back at Jean Long and smiled and thanked him again. "Thank you. I'm back." She looked into Jean Long's eyes and said, "You still need to rest. I won't bother you. I'll come to see you again after I saved more energy stones in 2 days." After that, she kept holding the dragon scale filled with water and walked to her supermarket. Back at the supermarket, she immediately went to the kitchen, took out the large water cup she usually used, and used a ladle to transfer all the water to the kettle 1 spoonful at a time. Not only the ice crystal stones, but also the water could not be less. The cup was not big enough, so she put the water into the kettle and drank it slowly. Drinking more is good for the body. There must be a reason for soaking in water. After all, her body is different from the golden dragon's. Since the ice crystal stone is an energy stone, the energy in it is probably sufficient. The golden dragon can chew it dry, but she can't. Just like the sunset forest, she guessed that the grass and trees in the large forest with abundant white stones were not edible by ordinary animals. It is probably because the energy is too abundant. The energy that ordinary human and animal bodies can bear is limited. Once too much energy is taken in, it will definitely not be able to bear it. For ordinary people like her, it is better to take it slow. Jean glanced at the kettle and poured in a pot of water that had been boiled and cooled before, diluting it more. The energy intake can be slower, but nothing can go wrong. On the other side, the golden dragon's claws pressed the position of the plain supermarket down again. The dragon circled around the plain supermarket, looking down at the broken corals below, and the position that was several steps lower than the original position, revealing a little confusion in his big eyes. After watching for a while, the golden dragon raised its head, following its previous memory, flew in a certain direction. Jean took out a straw cup from the supermarket shelf, washed it, poured a cup of water into it, took a sip, and squinted her eyes in satisfaction. The same cool feeling, the taste of ice crystal stone soaked in water and soul bead soaked in water is still different. She can't really tell the specific difference. Just like the difference between black tea and green tea, laymen can't really tell the difference, but people who often drink black tea and green tea can definitely tell the difference between the two. She held the straw cup and sat back at the cashier. The biggest problem with the martial arts novel copying plan was that things in reality could not be brought directly over, and her and John Roy's handwriting was far from good looking. So she had to ask for help. But she couldn't really ask people to copy from memory. She read, and others wrote, and that was copying from memory. If she really did that, it would be a bit embarrassing. So she took advantage of John Roy's pickup these few days to sort out some common characters, compare the fonts of the two worlds, and then copy them by hand on paper. At least it wasn't used as a master copy for mass copying. Her own handwriting was a little ugly, but it was not unbearable. Moreover, there was a common word comparison table, which would make it much easier to copy later. She was tired, so she picked up the straw cup beside her and drank a big sip of water. She instantly became energetic and quickly found the common words that she had not found before, and then quickly copied them down. "You stay in the inn first." John Roy took the mother and daughter to the small town inn on the edge of the snow-capped mountains. "Wait for me to say something, and then I will settle you. I will come back in 2 days at the latest." "Uncle John, you go. We can do it here." "Yes, you go." "Silver." John Roy took out his purse. "We have our own money." "Ah," you said immediately. "We sold the house and got some silver. We came here, and Uncle John will provide us with a place to stay. We can save this money for food and daily expenses. I will take good care of my mother." "Uncle John, don't worry. This is my own money, and it can't buy a cotton-padded jacket." John Roy poured out all the money in his purse, but it was only 2 taels of silver and a few coins. "I don't have much to spend normally, so you can take it, because of the existence of snow-capped mountains in this world. Warm cotton-padded jackets, quilts, and food are extremely expensive. Many people work for a month and can only barely make ends meet. But every month, there will always be unexpected events. Once an unexpected event is discovered, you can only sell your house and land and find another place to settle down. In the whole world, The cheapest place for land is the Snow Mountain, and the small towns around the Snow Mountain. And as long as people come here, because of the cold weather, they will be more likely to encounter accidents. Insisting on giving the silver to the two, Jean Rouet promised, "Don't worry. I will give you an answer and a permanent place to stay in 2 days. You can just stay here and I will return the carriage." "Then, thank you, Uncle Jean." It was still Ah Yu who spoke. Jean Rouet nodded, looked at the weak woman. "Help your mother go back and rest." "Okay." After saying that, Jean Rouet turned around with the carriage and went to the town's horse rental office to return the horse. Someone happened to want to borrow a horse to leave town, and the other party did not make it difficult, and readily returned the deposit. After leaving the horse rental office, Jean Rouet found a place that would not attract attention, and left quickly with Qigong, and walked into the Snow Mountain. He could also leave openly, but now the eyes of the martial arts world are still on him. If he is discovered, it will inevitably add some trouble. At least before the martial arts novel is spread, it will be safer. It was already afternoon. Qing would not come, but she would come to open the door early every morning, so he left a note in advance, so that when people came, they would see it immediately. When he returned to the plain supermarket, he saw only the open supermarket door, and the empty supermarket with no people and nothing in it. The vending machine was not counted, because it was embedded in the plain supermarket, and could not be moved even if someone came. This area happened to be a place where there was no village in front and no shop behind, there was no jungle around, no place to hunt, and no road leading to the outside world. So ordinary people would not come here. The more people live in the snowy mountains, the less likely they are to go to unknown places. Otherwise, if they are not careful, they may get lost and freeze to death in the snowy mountains. So in such places, people will not come under normal circumstances. But in case someone comes, Qing collected everything that could be collected when Jean Rouet was not there these days, and released them when he came. He fought with someone that day, which was a special case among special cases. Jean Rouet looked at the plain supermarket, and thought that this plain supermarket might be aimed at him. This was probably a friendly treatment for the Blue Star people. He still remembered how he felt when he saw Qing that day. There was no one around, only this small supermarket. When his opponent shouted that he was a demon, he only noticed Qing's clothes. Short-sleeved shirt, jeans, sneakers. Such clothes seemed ordinary to him, but they would never appear in this world anyway. Sure enough, his guess was right, Qing, and he came from the same world. Jean Rouet returned to the residence he had carved out, turned out an axe, and went to a place a little further away to chisel ice crystals. Since the plain supermarket needed ice crystals, he chiseled more, and put in more effort. Chapter 132, I am very law-abiding. Boss Qing. Brother Jean. Have you brought the people here? Qing looked at the people carrying the ice crystal stones, not far away. We have arrived in the town. I temporarily placed them in the inn. Next, I want to ask you, should we rent a house, or buy a house? Jean Rouet put the ice crystal stone into the vending machine. I have inquired about the prices of houses nearby. It is not expensive to rent or buy. Many people who have money will want to go to a place that is not too cold, and will sell their houses nearby at a low price. If you can buy it, you can buy it, Qing said, taking out a box from the portable space. This box of gold should be enough. When we start selling martial arts novels later, it's not difficult to earn back this money. Jean Rouet looked at the box of gold, and then looked at Qing. How much does this box of gold cost in modern times? I can't estimate it, but if I sell all the gold on me, I can at least make a few million. This is not bought in modern times. I got it from other planes. Qing looked at the box of gold. The price of gold in modern times is 500 to 600 per gram. If I sell all of this, I will definitely make a lot of money. She actually didn't have much desire for money, but considering that she would have to stock up on other supplies later, she was reluctant to spend it. And she thought that she could make as much money as possible now. But if you sell gold in one go and earn millions, it will definitely attract attention. And you may not be able to sell all of it. Let's see if there are other things in this world that can be sold, Qing said, and remembered something. By the way, you still owe me a video. I have bought a mobile phone. Can you take some time to record it? Jean Rouet nodded. No problem. You go to see the house, and I'll go around. Qing gave the right to look at the house to Jean Rouet. If the price is right, you can buy a better house. If you don't have enough money, come to me. I still have a lot of gold. If she doesn't have enough gold, She can still spend money to buy silver in modern times. Silver is cheap in modern times. Only a few dollars for a gram. And buying a few thousand grams is only a matter of a few $1,000s. It is a good deal to spend a few $1,000s to buy a house here. However, in comparison, she still prefers to live in modern times. After all, modern times have air conditioners. Not only cold air conditioners, but also warm air conditioners. Qing shrank her hand. Without using her internal force, she would still feel cold when walking in this environment. After separating from John Rui, she went to the bookstore again and bought a few basic literacy books for children, and a few slightly more profound books, so that she could compare the text later. She has been comparing basic words these days, and there are some rare words that need to be found specially. The mother and daughter can do this, and she can also do it when she has time. After buying the book, she bought some ordinary cakes and food on the street. The food here is not too rich, but it is original. After being used to eating modern exquisite food, eating a little of these occasionally is also a different flavor. After walking around, she bought a piece of venison and walked on the street with the venison, wanting to find John Rui. Walking to a corner, she heard a conversation not far away. "Are you sure he's here?" "Yes. Lu Qichuan sent us the news before, and the last place he appeared was here. Since then, we haven't received any news from Lu Qichuan. It is likely that he is in danger. No matter what, we must catch him this time, and can't let him run away again. But he has been fooled several times. Will he really be fooled this time? Of course not. Everyone in the martial arts world knows that he is the softest-hearted person. He will definitely draw his sword to help others when he sees injustice. We have sent people to him, giving him a chance to be a hero." At this point, the front suddenly became quiet. Qing stood at the corner, thinking about it. Although the two men didn't say who it was, she subconsciously thought of someone in her mind. "Ah, uncle, I will do whatever you ask me to do." "Nothing. But you should pay attention to your position when you beat people in the future, and appear in crowded places more often. Do you understand?" "Uncle, if someone comes to catch you, what are you afraid of? Someone will naturally let you out after you are caught. Just keep beating, as long as you lead people out. This is yours." "So many? Still unwilling? If you don't want to, I'll leave." Yes, uncle, don't worry. I will definitely agree." As he spoke, the sound of wooden sticks hitting each other was heard. Qing poked her head out and saw the people who were talking. The two men standing on the side should be the ones who spoke first. On the other side, there was a man half kneeling and a woman lying limp on the ground. The man held a wooden stick in his hand, stood up and grabbed the woman's collar, dragging her out. She silently raised her wrist, adjusted the weapon on her wrist to the anesthesia state, and instantly shot at the two people. The anesthesia needle given by Zhang Mingchun was indeed effective. The moment it was shot, the two people fell to the ground. As for the third person, he had already knelt down. She walked out of the corner and went to the direction of the group. "Do you usually beat women?" No, I didn't beat them too much. I rarely beat them. It was them, they brought me here." The man knelt on the ground and trembled. "It's really none of my business. They wanted to lure people out. I just listened to them, lady. Spare me." Qing didn't look at him, but looked at the woman lying motionless on the ground, walked over to look at her face. When she saw the woman's bruised face, she frowned. The woman lowered her head instantly, without saying a word. Qing pursed her lips. "I'll give you a chance. You beat him up, and I'll take you away, and leave him forever." The woman still didn't speak. Qing sighed, lowered her head, and took out a rope from her bag, tied up the still conscious man, and tied up the two anesthetized men with another rope. "You go by yourself. I don't want to add another person's weight." Qing looked at the only conscious man, pulled her, and dragged the other two people, and walked out of the alley. "Where are you going?" The woman suddenly spoke. "Of course I'm going to the right place." Qing turned around, glanced at the woman. "You can be self-reliant. But didn't you say that only if I take action? Will I leave him?" The woman raised her head, and the marks on her face became clearer under the light. "Yes. If you fight, I will take you away. If you don't fight, I will take him away," Qing said, turning around again. "I can't let you be beaten by him again. But I will take him away. What you want to do next is up to you. If you are beaten again next time, there may not be anyone to save you. I will fight. The woman stood up. I am willing to fight. Can you take me away? Please. Take me away. Take me away. No matter where. I can do anything. Qing stopped and turned around again. It may not be a good thing to follow me. I know. But I am willing to fight. I will listen to you. As the woman spoke, the corners of her blue-black mouth curled up slightly. Qing looked at the man being led, pushed him over, and rolled to the woman's feet. The man was tied up, but he still raised his head and stared at the woman. Qing did nothing, just looked at the woman. The woman closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, there was a little more determination in her eyes. She picked up the stick that the man had thrown on the ground, and smashed it hard on the man. The man's cry, "Ah!" sounded. Then, the man realized something, and hurriedly begged for mercy from Qing. Lady. Please save me, I was forced to do this. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have hit him so hard. Ah! I let you hit me. I let you hit me. The woman got stronger and stronger, and the strength in her hands became stronger and stronger, and the man screamed in pain. Qing stepped forward and held the woman's wrist. The woman looked up. Did I hit him too hard? The man also raised his head. His eyes lit up. Lady. I won't do it again. I won't do it again. Qing didn't look at the man, but at the woman. It's all hit on the flesh. It won't have any impact on his future life. If you want to hit him, you should hit these places. She held the woman's wrist and pointed the wooden stick in the woman's hand at the man's knee. After saying that, she turned around again and walked to the entrance of the alley. I'll wait for you outside. She dragged the two anesthetized people, listening to the screams of pain coming from behind, which were several times more shrill than before, and slowly walked to the entrance of the alley. As soon as she walked out, she saw a familiar voice. Brother John? I heard the sound over here. Came to see, and didn't expect to meet you. John Roy looked at Qing. The world of martial arts is the law of the jungle. You don't have to think too much. In fact, I am still very law-abiding. Didn't I dare to watch it? Qing said, handing over the rope in her hand. But you are really easy to be hooked. And you are hooked again? John Roy looked at the two people on the ground, and instantly understood the reason, and smiled bitterly, although there have been several fish hooks. Most of them are really unfair. There is no official in this world. There is only a martial arts sect in the mansion. And I have to take action. He took over the two people, and said, I will deal with these two people, and I won't bother you. It's your business. Qing said frankly, with his hands in his pockets. I was wondering before, even if the existence of the snow mountain has reduced the living space in this world, how could you run around alone and be discovered one after another? Now I suddenly understand the reason. I won't do that in the future. At least, I will observe the surrounding environment in advance. And be careful not to be caught. John Roy promised. Put out the martial arts novel as soon as possible to divert attention. Qing said, thinking of John Roy's actions. She said again, if I were an ordinary person in this world, I would definitely be very happy to meet a knight like you who helps me. Just like the people of our country naturally believe in you. The you, she said, was not referring to John Roy alone, but also to his former identity. John Roy also took her words to heart, clenched his fist and smiled. Thank you. Since I came to this world, I haven't heard similar words for a long time. The woman came out at this time. She was still holding a wooden stick in her hand, and the stick was stained with blood, which showed the situation in the alley. John Roy had seen the general situation before. After looking at the woman, he said, I bought a big house. It's no problem for more than a dozen people to live there, but I have to clean it up. Are you willing? Qing looked at the woman. Help to clean up the house, and I'll pay you. The woman suddenly looked up. Her eyes lit up. I can. I am willing. Qing looked at the stick that the woman was still holding tightly, and smiled slightly. You can keep it. If you meet a bad person in the future, it will be your courage. The woman lowered her head, looked at the stick in her hand, held it tighter, and nodded immediately. Yes. Chapter 133. Get started quickly. This house is nice. Qing looked up, looking at the house in front of her. From the outside, the house is relatively old overall, but if you look at the details, you will find that many parts of the house have been carefully repaired, which shows that the original owner of the house must have taken good care of it. John Roy stood by, dragging two lying people in his hands, and calmly introduced the house to Qing. The original owner of the house was quite rich in the local area, and had lived there for many years. In the early years, when the snow mountain did not spread around, this town still had 4 seasons, and everyone lived and worked in peace and contentment. But since the snow mountain spread, more and more people have moved away. Although the original owner of the house was reluctant, but life here was really hard, he finally decided to leave. As he said, he gave the key to Qing Qing, turned around and picked up the 2 people lying on the ground silently. Qing Qing took the key and opened the door. The house was relatively clean. There were even some furniture left in the rooms. They just looked old. But they were not completely unusable. John Ray continued to explain the situation to Qing Qing. The original owner of the house has moved out for more than 3 months. He has been selling it, but no one wants it. Finally, he sold it to a broker at a low price. The broker couldn't sell it either, and he was worried. I happened to meet him and bought it. The house is not small, but the price is cheap. For such a house, it only costs 80 taels of silver to settle down. This price is really not expensive. Qing Qing took a look around and roughly estimated that the house was at least more than 300 square meters. Most of the houses were well repaired. If you are not picky, you can move in directly. Not to mention that she had learned about the price of houses in this world from John Ray. Give me 2 days, I'll repair this place, and ask someone to build a Kong, and then we can make our plan. John Ray said. It's cold here, if there's no Kong, you can't even hold a pen. Wait until the Kong is built, and it gets hot, and then let people write, they can write better, and the content can be copied more clearly. You can bring paper and pen over first so that they can practice, get familiar with the characters, and review how to write. After all, they probably haven't written for a long time. Qing Qing said, thinking for a while. Let's see later, whether it's better to write with a brush, or a gel pen. I can still get a gel pen. Human purgatory. Over there are a lot of gel pens in the office building, and there's no shortage of pens in the other ancient world. It'll be fresh for people to take a few over, but it's useless to take too many. She was embarrassed to always exchange her gel pen for other people's gold and silver jewelry. It just so happened that she needed to write more here, so she could bring it here and use it, without going through the vending machine. John Ray naturally had no objection, and nodded immediately. Okay. The house had been bought, and it was considered a matter of settlement. There was no point for Qing Qing to stay here, so she turned around and left. Before leaving, she specifically said to the woman who followed her, "You will stay here in the future, and you can find a room to live in by yourself, and we will build a Kong for your room when the time comes. You can stay here to do some work, and I will provide you with food and supplies. And I will also pay you wages every month. If you want to stay, you can stay here. And if you don't want to stay, you can leave at any time." The woman looked at Qing Qing who was talking to her, and suddenly her knees bent. Qing Qing immediately reached out to help. But she touched the wound on the woman's hand. She had been beaten badly before. And it was not because of the 2 martial artists who came to her door that she was beaten. It was also because of her truth that John Ray was fooled again and again. Thank you, benefactor. If it weren't for you, I would definitely not live through this year. The woman held Qing Qing's arm and burst into tears. Just now I thought I couldn't leave. I thought nothing would change. Benefactor, I will definitely do a good job in the future to repay your life-saving grace. Qing Qing helped the person up. She wanted to say a lot of things. For example, when the woman didn't react at first, she did consider ignoring her. Another example is that the reason she brought her along was because she stood up on her own. If she hadn't done it herself, Qing Qing wouldn't have said much. But in the end, she still didn't say those words. She just patted the woman's shoulder gently and whispered, "It's all over. Everything is over. There are many houses in the house." John Ray planned a reasonable way to take care of more rooms with Kangs. However, there were few people in the early stage, and only a few rooms would have Kangs to ensure that every room could be warm. The woman's surname was Nyo, and her name was Dashua, which was the most common name near the snowy mountains. Leaving someone to look after the house, John Ray and Qing Qing went out. They found a place where no one could see them, and Qing Qing took out a large pile of cotton-padded clothes and quilts. Since they were going to stay there officially, these things were indispensable. Fortunately, there was no shortage of cotton-padded clothes and quilts. After this plane appeared, Qing Qing went to search again and put all the cotton-padded clothes and quilts she could get into her personal space. Modern cotton-padded clothes and quilts can only be purchased through vending machines. You can use these first. Although they are secondhand, they should not affect their use. Qing took a big bag and put these things together. As for those two people, I'll take care of them. John Rui took the responsibility. Qing did not ask him how to deal with it. Those two martial artists were not upright, and they used such means to lure John Rui to show up. They had done countless evil things behind the scenes. No matter what the outcome was, they deserved it. She had said everything she needed to say. When the time was almost up, she turned around, tiptoed, and jumped onto the roof of this side, and then flew towards the plain supermarket. It was good to have Qigong. If she did not have Qigong in the ancient plane, she would have to either hire a carriage or walk, which was really inconvenient. This ancient plane with martial artists is not easy to fool. If we really start fighting, it will probably be very troublesome. If we can use Qigong, we should use it. At least we won't attract the attention of unknown martial artists. The point is that it is very convenient to cross mountains and ridges with Qigong. If she rides a bike to go to the supermarket in the plane, she will have to go around many bends. But if she flies with Qigong, the straight line distance is indeed much shorter. Since she has Qigong, she feels that there is no need to use the return to supermarket button. Flying is also very fast. By the way, I'll practice Qigong. Hee. Still no sense of Qi? How could this happen? Qing frowned, looking at Zhang Mingchun, who was trying hard to maintain the posture of practicing internal force. It's been several days, but she still didn't feel any sense of Qi. Compared to Qing's anxiety, Zhang Mingchun was much more relaxed. Don't worry. Didn't you say that martial arts depends on talent? Since talent is important, there must be differences in quality. If everyone can quickly develop a sense of Qi, then wouldn't everyone in the martial arts world be a martial artist? I thought you could do it quickly. Qing sat opposite Zhang Mingchun. I was too anxious. It's okay. Take your time. I just take a break at noon every day, Zhang Mingchun said frankly. And you can't be too anxious about this kind of thing. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. I'm not anxious. Maybe I can suddenly feel the Qi at some point. I just hope you can learn it quickly, so that your safety can be better guaranteed. Qing picked up the martial arts secret book on the side. Maybe she was too successful, so she felt that Zhang Mingchun's progress was too slow. Even if I don't learn internal skills, my safety is guaranteed now. Zhang Mingchun felt it for a while, and after confirming that there was no Qi, he stood up and handed the cup beside him to Qing. Just like this. You can drink it. But I can't. I guess the existence of the plain supermarket has brought some changes to your body that you don't even realize. So you can quickly get started with many things. But others can't. When Qing first started drinking ice crystal stone soaked in water, she specially brought water to Zhang Mingchun. But Zhang Mingchun only took a small sip, and knew that it was not something she could drink. At least not now. And quickly spit it out. The same water, for Qing, was just water. She could even drink 8 cups a day, and it had no effect on her body. No. It should be said that it definitely had a better effect on her body. Qing held the cup and looked up. Zhang Mingchun smiled and put his hands on her shoulders. What are you afraid of? Even if I can't practice martial arts, I still have other weapons. Besides, don't I still have you? If one day I really can't beat them, I can still ask you for help. The communicator is already being made, and it will be done soon. When the time comes, I will put a communicator here with you, and we can communicate at any time. Can a communication base be built on the wasteland planet? Qing asked excitedly. You should know that according to the information I got from Zhang Mingchun before, it is forbidden to build a communication base on the wasteland planet. After all, this is an exile planet, and who cares about the exiles? This means that if people on the planet want to contact the outside world, they must use special means. Zhang Mingchun was able to contact the Star Pirates because he accidentally discovered the records of Star Pirates secretly landing on the wasteland planet and found the frequency band for communicating with the Star Pirates. So he could contact and lure the Star Pirates over. But even if he could contact the outside world, the people on the wasteland planet could not contact each other. If a communication base can be built, it will be a good progress for the wasteland planet. Yes, someone wants to build an interstellar prison on the wasteland planet, so there will naturally be no news at all. Zhang Mingchun smiled. So you can be more assured. Since someone wants to cooperate with me, I will not easily be in danger. However, I will strengthen my physical training. Even if I don't have internal strength, I will make my physical fitness better. In case of danger, I can deal with it better. Listening to Zhang Mingchuan's words, Qing also felt that it made sense. And nodded. Then you practice slowly. I won't rush you. And don't be too nervous. You are nervous. I am not nervous. Zhang Mingchuan laughed. Patted Qing's shoulder again. Go. You still have to go to work. Yes. It's almost time. Qing immediately stood up and retorted casually. I'm running a supermarket. Not going to work. Zhang Mingchuan smiled. Okay. Okay. Open a supermarket. Not go to work. Chapter 134 Insider Information. It's quite warm. This was Qing's first reaction after entering the house. There was something like a Kong in the house. John Rui just asked someone to repair it, and then burn firewood, so the temperature of the adjacent rooms could easily rise. As long as the doors and windows were not opened, the temperature in the house could be maintained. Qing did not use her internal force to resist, and walked around in a thick cotton coat, and could easily feel the heat in the house. At this temperature, holding a pen and writing, your hands would not be too cold. Modern society is developing too fast. In the past 10 or 20 years, most people have installed air conditioners, water heaters or heaters in their houses. Not every household. Thinking about it carefully. When she was a child, she always had frozen hands. She had frostbite on her hands almost every winter. People around her said that if she didn't take good protection when she was a child, she would still have frostbite when she grew up. But when she grew up, as conditions gradually improved, few people even mentioned the existence of frostbite. John Rui brought a large desk in and placed it near the window, where it could usually get sunlight. After putting the table in place, he told Qing about the situation in the house. I thought that I would need to copy books for a long time in the future, so I specially cleared out a room as a study. I usually copy books in this room. I cleared out 3 other rooms, one for Yu and her daughter, one for Deshui, and I occasionally have to come over to protect them. So I also cleaned up a separate room. However, my room does not have a firebed passage. Come here from time to time. Let people know that there are people watching here, so that no blind people come to cause trouble. In the ancient environment, it was still not safe for only 3 women to live here. But if the 3 of them were to fight, the situation would be different. I thought so too. But most of the time, I still live next to the plain supermarket. I have cleaned up the ice crystal stone house there. Let's go and see the kitchen, John Rui said, and took Qing to the kitchen. The kitchen is not far from several rooms. It is not only a place for cooking, but also a place for burning fire. Some places are not well handled, but it looks good overall. Sister Dashue, boss. Nyo Dashue stood up and spoke to Qing carefully. Boss, you can call me Dashue. There are only a few of us. Don't worry too much. Qing took 2 steps forward and hugged her shoulders. You think you are working here, but people who work are not necessarily servants. The reason why I had that attitude the other day was mainly because I was afraid that you couldn't change yourself. Now you can live a peaceful life here, and no one will bother you anymore. Nyo Dashue turned around, looking at Qing's friendly smile, and smiled slightly. At this time, John Rui moved a table in. The original table in the kitchen is rotten. Just chop it up and use it as firewood. Use this one in the future. Nyo Dashue looked at the table, and couldn't help saying, this table is too good. The original table can also be used. Just change the legs. John Rui and Qing looked at each other. The houses in the town are not valuable, and the tables and chairs are not valuable either. It's too troublesome for people to move them away. You can easily find cheap tables by looking around. There are some in the study and bedroom. The extra ones are brought to the kitchen, Qing said. It's a waste if we don't use them. Hell on earth. There are many tables over there. In addition to the office building, there are also many tables on the 2nd floor training floor of the escape room building. It's a waste to leave them there. It's better to bring them here and make the best use of them. All the things were moved from Qing's personal space and temporarily placed nearby, and then John Rui went out to move them in, pretending to have been transported from somewhere else. In addition to tables and chairs, John Rui also moved some bed boards over in the past 2 days, and built several beds that people could live in. After everything was put away, the house finally had some shape. Leaving the kitchen, the 2 discussed the next motive. Publishing. The martial arts novel. We can use the newspaper model, 1 page per board, write the date, Let everyone develop the habit of reading it regularly. Qing said, taking out the newspaper she had printed before. The earliest martial arts novels were serialized, also in the form of newspapers, and the price does not need to be too high, 1 or 2 cents per page of newspaper, and then secretly spread the fact that the martial arts novels contain the real martial arts secrets, which will naturally attract people to buy. This is a good idea. John Rui took the newspaper, looking at the pages on it. We can now use A4 paper for copying. The front and back sides count as one copy. One newspaper can publish chapters of 3 to 4 martial arts novels. We print fast, print more, and I will sell them in other towns. It doesn't have to be a martial arts novel. It can also be a comic. Can a you and her mother draw? Qing asked. John Rui shook his head. I haven't asked. But it may not work. Then copying should be okay? Qing asked again. I'll go to the real person to order the manuscript. Bring the manuscript over. And let the two of you copy it. As long as you can copy one copy. It will be very convenient to copy it later. That's no problem. John Rui nodded immediately, thinking of something, and said, Can we put some secrets of the martial arts world? Qing looked up at him. John Rui smiled. The people I defeated before. In addition to the secret books. Also put some books with martial arts secrets on them. I destroyed those books. But I remember those things in my mind. Qing. I now have reason to suspect that they are chasing you. Not only because of the secret books on you, but also because of the secrets you got. In that case, I am not completely innocent when I am being chased, John Rui said with a smile. Since meeting Qing, his long tense heart is relaxing a little bit. The same words, he would never say them before, nor would he have such thoughts. Qing also thought John Rui's idea was good. After all, since ancient times, gossip has always been the most attractive, not to mention gossip of the martial arts world. For the people of this world, the gossip in John Rui's hands must be the best food to go with rice. But in this case, our news must be hidden a little deeper. We would rather let others think we are a mysterious organization than let others find out our location. Qing said seriously. She herself didn't care. At most, she could just walk away. No matter how powerful a person's martial arts skills were, they wouldn't cross plains to look for someone. But John Rui and the others had to stay here. If they were exposed, it would be disadvantageous for them. Especially the 3 people who didn't have martial arts skills. I will go to a farther place to distribute newspapers. As for you and the others, I will also explain the seriousness of the matter to them, John Rui said, and suddenly laughed. But ordinary people can't find it. After all, who would have thought that we used a copier to copy it? With the technological level of this world, if you want to print on a large scale, you must have a printing factory. Even if someone comes to investigate, if they don't see any traces of the printing factory, they will naturally go somewhere else to check. That makes sense. Qing nodded immediately, put her hands in her pockets and smiled. Then what we have to consider next is the time of publication of the newspaper. 5 days, 10 days, half a month, 1 month? You decide. John Rui handed the decision to Qing. Qing touched her chin and thought for a while. It's not difficult to copy novels. The main thing is how to make things bigger. Why not use the big gossip in your hand as the introduction in the first issue? Distribute it for free. And then see it for 5 days. After attracting enough attention, sell the second issue of the newspaper. How about it? John Rui tapped his fingers on his legs. Then do you think the gossip that the leader of the martial arts world has an illegitimate child is more attractive? Or the gossip that the leader's wife has 2 lovers is more attractive? Qing opened her eyes wide. Is it the leader of the martial arts world who is chasing you? It has something to do with him, but he didn't do it himself, but asked someone to do it. John Rui crossed his arms. As far as I know, the willing leader has a lot of secrets hidden in his hands, all of which were taken from others in one way or another. If we can pull down the willing leader, we may be able to fish in troubled waters and get some secrets out. That's him. Qing clapped her hands and decided. Let's kill the willing leader first. Then I'll ask you and the others to plan it, and try to make a big fuss in the first issue. John Rui said, and the smile on his face deepened. Qing looked at him and couldn't help asking. So you were hunted just because you had the secret book? Not because you knew too many secrets? After asking, they both laughed. For John Rui, the years when he was hunted before were naturally painful. But now that he has walked out of the shadow of being hunted, thinking about those things again, He slowly let go of some things in his heart. After all, life has to go on. And you can't always think about the pain of the past. Things in the martial arts world, whether for Yu and her daughter, or for Nyo Dashua, are unreachable. Nyo Dashua even hates the martial arts world because of the previous incident. When John Rui and Qin Qin proposed to make a newspaper that would expose the leader of the martial arts world, the three of them said they would actively cooperate. As the main force, Yu and her daughter were even eager to try. The first issue of the newspaper was scheduled to be published in 3 days, but all of them had to be printed the next day. After that, John Rui would use Qigong to deliver all the newspapers to nearby towns. During the 2 days of making the newspaper, Qin Qin also learned more about the talent for learning martial arts. Not everyone has the talent for martial arts. It can even be said that most people have no talent. Therefore, in this martial arts world, there are only a very small number of people who can really fight. After confirming this, Qin Qin was a little relieved about the fact that Zhang Mingchen had been learning for many days, but still couldn't feel the qi. But she was still interested in the secret books in the hands of the martial arts leader. After all, there is always a chance of something happening. Not to mention learning martial arts. Learning Chinese and mathematics all have their strengths and weaknesses. Maybe the secret book she gave Zhang Mingchen was not suitable. If she changed the secret book, she would be able to quickly learn the qi. She had to try everything to see if it would work. Soon, the first issue of the newspaper was completed. This issue of the newspaper only had 1 sheet of paper, with the opening chapters of 2 martial arts novels on the back and a large, attractive title on the front. Shock! The leader of the martial arts world actually. Shocking the whole martial arts world, inside information about the leader of the martial arts world, news you would never expect. It will be revealed in 5 days, please stay tuned. Under the small words, some idioms expressing shock were also written. A long string was written. When making it, Qin Qin and John Rui agreed that this issue of the newspaper would definitely attract people. Sure enough, not long after the newspaper was published, in towns large and small, people were talking about the 4 words. Master of the martial arts world. Chapter 135 Looking for someone. Do you think there is news about the leader of the martial arts world? I guess there is. The person who spoke lowered his voice. I also have an insider information, saying that the leader of the martial arts world is looking for someone in the martial arts world, but no one knows who sent the report. The leader is so anxious, the person behind him must have mastered very important information. Isn't it? I think our martial arts world is really going to be in chaos. The chaos is caused by those people. What does it have to do with us? But I also got a piece of news. It is said that in the 5-day newspaper issued this time, there is a top martial arts secret book hidden. Is it true or false? I don't know whether it is true or not anyway. This is what I heard. Even if there is a martial arts secret book, it can't be released so carelessly. I guess it is probably fake. It's boring. It's just the same thing that is passed around. It was not passed around before. That guy, what's his name? When he was surnamed John, he got a long-lost martial arts secret book. Now no one knows where he is. He really mastered it. The current leader of the martial arts world has long been replaced by someone else. But I heard that John has been hunted down all the time. Who hunted him down? I don't know. I heard it from someone else. That must be fake. That guy has hardly appeared in the martial arts world. I don't believe that someone who has practiced magic can still hide. Let's talk about the leader again. Do you have any other news? These are all I can find and bring. The colors may be a little strange, but they should be fine for use on the face. Qin Qin pushed all the things on the table to Jean Rui. They are all yours. You can use them all. Jean Rui looked at the table full of red, black, white makeup products, and felt a little headache. He had to go out and sell newspapers. And he had to change his look. Otherwise, he would be found soon. He thought of asking Qin Qin if there were any cosmetics that could help him change his makeup. In the end, the cosmetics were brought. But the colors were a bit strange. Qin Qin explained the source. These are the cosmetics in the escape room. The escape room is horror style. The cosmetics are all in these colors. There are no other normal colors. As for the makeup products in reality, I can't get them. Even if I get them, they will disappear after you use them. Just use these. They can be used. John Rui collected all the cosmetics and talked to Qin Qin again. I can get the second issue of the newspaper tomorrow. When it is printed, we will set off to the nearby town. It's just a matter of pricing. This issue. The newspaper is attracting a lot of attention. The price can be a little higher. I won't set it in advance. You decide. If others can accept it, then we will charge 3 taels per copy. If not, we can lower the price. Qing thought of the purpose of making newspapers in the beginning. At least our original plan has been completed. Now the whole martial arts world is discussing the secret of the leader of the martial arts world. They are busy with their own affairs. They will definitely not think of you. Just do it with peace of mind. Okay, then I'll decide. After that, John Rue returned to his place with a bag of cosmetics. Qing went to the house twice and tried writing. When the con was heated, the temperature in the house was high enough. Not to mention writing. Even if she took off her cotton-padded jacket, she would not feel too cold. The environmental conditions were met, and the newspaper project progressed smoothly. Ayu and her daughter worked very seriously. Qing brought a book and a font comparison table. The two did not ask any questions, and just copied according to the comparison table. Although the second issue of the newspaper has not been officially released yet, the two's translation has made good progress. The two work together and have translated a lot of content. After finishing these preliminary work, when the newspaper is to be published later, you can just copy it directly, and the speed will be much faster than now. Nyo Dashua is not very literate, but she can help with some things within her ability. Usually, she can help with anything that Ayu and her daughter need. The 3 of them settled down in the town, and they are in good condition. Ayu's mother was sick before, mainly because of insufficient food. After coming here, she has enough food, and no lack of oil and salt every day, so her condition has naturally improved. The source of oil and salt is naturally instant noodles. This is also the convenience of instant noodles. You only need one product, one sales window, and you can not only provide noodles, but also oil, salt and sauce. Some instant noodles are even sour and spicy, and there are vinegar packets inside. The staple food is already there, so you just need to buy some ordinary meat and vegetables, and you don't have to worry about life. As for other food, there are not enough windows here in the vending machine, so it can't be delivered. Qing closed the plain supermarket panel, walked out of the supermarket, flew to the nearby snow mountain, and picked ice crystals for herself to eat. Arriving at the nearby snowy mountain, she took out a small iron bucket, and then took out various tools, and began to knock out ice crystals for herself. It would be best if it was the size of a cube, which could be put into a cup. It would be best if it was clean, without too much dirt. It would be best if you didn't knock the wrong one. Qing squinted her eyes, and compared the 2 transparent stones in her hand. After a while, she finally figured out which one was the ice crystal, and which one was the ice. She calmly threw the ice into another bucket of ice. After all, ice is useful. 10 minutes later, she put away the ice crystal she had knocked, turned around and returned to the plain supermarket. The ambient temperature was there. After staying outdoors for a long time, even with the support of internal force, it was still a bit cold. Qing took off her thick coat and threw it into the portable space. When she walked to the real supermarket, the temperature around her suddenly rose, and she felt warm all over. After the hottest time, even in summer, the temperature slowly dropped. Although the highest temperature was still 33 or 34 degrees, compared with the high temperature of 38 or 39 or even 40 degrees on occasion. The current temperature was still cooler than before. With the maintenance of her internal force, she felt less intense heat than before. This temperature was not bad in her opinion. She went to the bathroom, changed out of her ancient clothes, and threw them into the washing machine. After coming out, she went to open the supermarket door. Is there anyone in this supermarket? Is it open? I thought there was no supermarket in this town. I walked around and found a small store. There was nothing inside. The store owner was an old lady in her 80s or 90s. She couldn't speak clearly. Qing listened to this and couldn't help asking, "Did you go to someone's house?" The other party turned around and blinked. There are shelves in that house. No one stipulates that shelves cannot be placed at home. Qing spread her hands and turned over the sign at the door that was blown upside down by the wind. The supermarket is open. If you want to buy anything, you can come in and see for yourself. It was a little dark outside. She pressed the switch at the door, and the supermarket was instantly bright. Everyone at the door suddenly realized, it's really a supermarket. It was too dark to see clearly before. The people in the town said, there was a supermarket here. I thought I went to the wrong place. I thought it moved, or it was closed. There are not many people in this town. Qin Qin gave up her seat, letting everyone walk into the supermarket. After everyone went in, returned to the cashier, waited to pay. This group of outsiders seemed to be quite rich, and they should buy a lot of things, so it was a good time to clear out the things in her supermarket, so she could go to the supplier to buy more goods. The business situation was as she expected. These people bought a lot of things. In addition to drinking water, they also bought a lot of food to fill their stomachs, such as instant noodles, biscuits, bread. Almost everyone carried a large basket. Some people even bought daily necessities, and bought a large number of them. When checking out and scanning the code, Qin Qin couldn't help but ask one more question. Are you here for an outing? 2? The other party replied quickly, shaking his head and saying directly, No, we are a crew, shooting nearby, your place is remote, the scenery is not bad, you can shoot some outdoor scenes, your store opening hours. If nothing unexpected happens, it will definitely open at 8:30 in the morning, the one hanging outside during the lunch break, and it will open until 7 or 8 in the evening. At this time, the supermarket is normally open. Facing these customers, who could reach her income for many days, she explained the store opening hours very comprehensively. After all, these people have to film a drama here, and they have to stay for a while. If she doesn't tell them the exact time, she will lose her business. Okay, I got it. We need to buy things, and we must wait until the supermarket opens, the other party said, and laughed. Boss, you have a comfortable life. You even have 3 hours of rest at noon. Qin Qin smiled. That has to be calculated clearly. I go to work at 8 a.m. and get off work at 8 p.m. It's 12 hours a day. After deducting the 3-hour rest at noon, there are still 9 hours. I can't open a store by myself and still be so hard. Right? The other party thought about it and nodded. That's true. Haha, I started my own business, I need more time to rest. While talking, all the goods were scanned. A total of 822 yuan. I scan you, or you scan me. You scan us, this is our public account. After scanning the code, Qin Qin smiled and saw them off. Have a good time. Come again next time. There is only my supermarket in town. Don't go the wrong way again. She watched these people leave, and when she was about to look away, she saw someone coming from the other side of the street. The person was wearing a short skirt, sunglasses, a mask and a hat, which covered her face a little tightly. But Qin Qin felt as if she had seen her somewhere before. Not on TV, not on the news, but very close. Just as she was thinking, the person came over, looked at the supermarket when he came to her, and then looked at Qin Qin and asked quietly, Do you have milk tea? After asking this question, Qin Qin instantly remembered the situation of this person. It was the actress who bought milk tea from her with the task coins before. She smiled and pointed to the refrigerator in the supermarket. Homemade milk tea. 8 yuan for a large cup. You can get it yourself. Thank you. But I don't need a large cup. The other party walked in, took a small cup from the beverage machine, opened the refrigerator, scooped a small spoonful of milk tea, added a few pearls, took off the mask, and drank it in one gulp with satisfaction. After drinking it, she threw the cup in her hand into the trash can, walked to the cashier, scanned 8 yuan, put on the mask again, and left calmly. When the two passed by, Qin Qin smiled and said, You can come and drink again. I will definitely not tell your agent. The other party turned around, and even though she was wearing sunglasses, she could still feel her confusion at the moment. After a while, she nodded slowly. Okay. Thank you. But you recognized the wrong person. After that, she left quickly and never looked back. Chapter 136, Making an Appointment to Meet. Boss? Your mission? Qin Qin looked up, looking at the scenery outside the supermarket. During this period, Qin Jiangxi received a mission, which was much easier than the previous secret room mission. Qin Qin did not feel any danger, but just asked her to take the amulet and the evil-breaking talisman to handle it herself, and she successfully completed the mission. It's my mission. I didn't expect to meet you here, and I didn't expect you to exist in reality, the other party said happily. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Ruisi, I'm an actor. Thank you for the milk tea. You said that day that I recognized the wrong person. Qin Qin smiled and raised her eyes. Aren't you afraid of being caught by your agent? Lu Ruisi smiled. And after entering the supermarket, he put away the smile on his face. Are you also a person with special abilities? Qin Qin looked up. Sorry. Maybe I shouldn't ask. But don't worry. As long as you don't reveal it, I won't know your identity during the day, Lu Ruisi said, and took out a few mission coins. But if it weren't for the fact that I'm a person with special abilities, I might not be able to survive the mission. As for my specific abilities, I'm sorry I can't tell you too much. You should have heard about people with special abilities. Someone mentioned it before. Qing took out a stack of talismans. Since you are a person with special abilities, you should need evil-breaking talismans more. Yes. Just give me one amulet. And the rest need evil-breaking talismans. Lu Ruisi exchanged talismans with Qing. The situation in Hell on Earth is different from reality. Even for people with special abilities, it's not easy to get out of the mission unscathed. In addition to mission coins, what other benefits do you get from doing missions? Qing asked. Lu Ruisi held the talisman in his hand. To be honest, I can feel that after the mission, my ability has improved. This is probably the only benefit of each mission. What if it is someone without ability? Qing asked again. She wanted to know Qin Jiangxin's situation. Not sure. Lu Ruisi shook his head. Because we have no memory of the daytime. Our understanding of the Hell on Earth is only before and after each mission. And except for the people we occasionally meet on the mission together, we can basically not communicate with other people. No one knows what the ordinary people will be like. At this point, Lu Ruisi suddenly realized something. You recognized me during the day? Your memory has not disappeared? Facing the other party's shocked expression, Qing nodded slowly. Yes. Great. Can I trouble you for a favor? Please go find someone named Liang Min. I have met her several times in the mission, and she always protected me. She was seriously injured in order to protect me in the last mission. I am afraid that she will be in trouble. Can you help me go to see her? At least let me know her situation, Lu Ruisi said seriously. Okay. Qing nodded. Give me the address. I don't know the exact address. I only know the approximate location. Lu Ruisi told the direction of Liang Min's house. Apologetically. It's a pity that I didn't remember you during the day. Otherwise I could have paid you. No need for reward. Don't worry. I will go to see her. And when you come back, I will tell you about her situation. Qing also wanted to know what the situation was for the seriously injured people who came out of Hell on Earth. The most important thing was that she wanted to know where the people who died in the mission would go. After saying that, Lu Ruisi's mission time was up, and he quickly disappeared at the entrance of the supermarket and went to the mission space. Qing received several more people who came to do the mission. These people did not know the existence of the talisman, but they all knew that a supermarket would not appear here for no reason. When Qing took out the talisman, they all chose to spend the mission coins to buy it. The figure of the last person who disappeared overlapped with the new customer in the supermarket. The two worlds also separated at this moment. Qing blinked and saw the appearance of the customer in front of her. It was a crew member again. She smiled instantly. How many days will your crew shoot here? About 7 or 8 days. Boss, do you also want to be an extra? The other party asked with a smile. I don't want to be an extra. I just want to ask, how long can you stay here? Qing smiled and scanned the code to settle the bill. You can see, there are not many people in the town. I don't usually have so much business. The other party laughed. Then we will try to patronize as much as possible. After that, Qing scanned all the goods, took out the barcode scanner, and scanned the code. When the customer left, she smiled and said, Goodbye. There was a film crew nearby. Qing closed the store later than usual at night. Anyway, even if she closed the store early, she would be browsing her phone upstairs. It's better to do more business. After the guests left, she sat down and took out her phone to search for the address Lu Ruisi mentioned. It was a bit far from here. It would take more than 4 hours to get there by high-speed rail, adding the time for transfers. Even if you set out early in the morning, you would not arrive until the afternoon. There was no news about Liang Min on the internet. After all, she was just an ordinary person. Birth, aging, illness and death were common. It was impossible to post everything on the internet. But in this case, she had to go there in person. The serious injury in the mission purgatory on Earth should be a problem of the soul. I don't know if the soul stone can work. It's better to be able to. Otherwise she can't do anything. After confirming that she wants to go, Qing didn't delay. She confirmed the bus time from the town to the city and bought a high-speed rail ticket for tomorrow morning. Then she found Wei Xishuang. Qing, Xiaoshuang. Help me. I have something to do. You can help me run the store for 2 days, and I will pay you. The reply time was a little late. But fortunately, the answer was definite. Wei Xiushuang, I was taking a shower just now. I didn't see the message. It's fine tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. You go and do your work. I'll come over in the morning. When are you leaving? Qin, the earliest bus. If you can now, I'll send you the key, so you can get up later tomorrow. Wei Xiushuang, no problem. After chatting, Qin closed the supermarket door and went out, and gave the supermarket key to Wei Xiushuang. After coming back, she packed a few clothes that she usually wore more often, and left notes on several planes, saying that she had to go out temporarily. The situation in several planes is very stable. Only the martial arts plane needs to be busy. However, the layout has been determined long ago. All that needs to be done next is to copy. Just use the copier. The operation is not complicated. The energy of the copier is connected to the interface of the plane supermarket itself. Even if the supermarket door is open during the 2 days when Qin is away, it will not work if someone moves the copier away. Not to mention the vicinity of the plane supermarket. It is highly likely that no one will come. After handling the relevant matters, Qin got up after 5 o'clock the next morning and left the supermarket after washing up. On the way, she met Lu Ruisi. She had seen her before, but she looked at her as if she were an ordinary supermarket owner, though there was a little wariness in her eyes. Probably because she was afraid that she would reveal that she had secretly bought milk tea. Qin smiled, and came to the parking area in the town, and boarded the earliest bus to leave the town. There were other passengers on the bus, and when they saw her, they greeted her in a friendly manner. Are you going out today? What are you going for? Is your supermarket open? Yes, I asked someone for help, and went out to meet a friend. Qin responded with a smile, and found a double seat, and sat by the window. On the way to the city, people got on and off the bus. But it was never full. Qin would occasionally talk to the people in the bus. But most of the time, she would just listen to them, and chat about trivial matters. The roads from the town to the city were well built, and the bus was new, so it was a smooth journey to the city. After getting off the bus, Qin immediately took a bus to the high-speed rail station. After changing buses all the way, at around 2 p.m., she arrived at the location Lu Ruisi told her about. A villa community, with single-family villas inside, and security guards at the door. But maybe the public security has been good in recent years, and the security guards are not so strict. Qin stepped forward and let her into the community without asking. Lu Ruisi said the address was Building 23. Not long after, Qin walked to the door of Villa 23, and when she looked up, she saw a scene that should not appear in reality. She walked to the door and knocked on the door. There were footsteps in the house, and soon, the door was opened. The person in the door looked at her in confusion. Who are you? Hello. I am Liang Min's friend. I made an appointment with her before, but she didn't show up after waiting for a long time. She told me the address here, and I came to take a look. I wonder if it's convenient. Qin calmly gave the reason. It doesn't matter how many friends you have, as long as you have a reputation. No matter what the situation is, the excuse of friends is always acceptable. Minmin, the other party said, sighing. Come in. Minmin had an accident a few days ago, and she was in a coma. The hospital couldn't find anything wrong with her, and she was taken back from the hospital this morning. Qin found her home, and the other party didn't doubt her statement. When she entered the door, someone came out of the kitchen and looked up at Qin. Before Qin could explain, the person who brought her in earlier explained the situation. Oh, you are here to see Minmin. The person's eyes were red. Sorry, Minmin didn't mention you to us. We met online. We haven't met before. Qin looked at the other person calmly. Can I go see her? We made an appointment to meet a few days ago. The other person kept looking at Qin, probably to confirm the truth of what she said. Qin also wanted to show a sad expression, but she really didn't know Liang Min, and she wasn't an actor. Even if she pretended, it would be too obvious, so she simply didn't pretend. Anyway, she just came to see someone. The fog outside the door was so heavy. If she didn't come, Liang Min would probably have a problem. Okay, then come with me upstairs. The person who spoke turned around and went upstairs. Qin followed behind, and saw the white hair on the back of the other person's head. According to what Lu Ruisi said, Liang Min should not be very old, so she could come here as a friend. If the person in front of her is Liang Min's mother, she has too much white hair on her head. Thinking of this, the two of them had already arrived at Liang Min's room on the second floor. The closer she got to the room, the thicker the fog Qing saw. It was obvious that the thick fog she saw at the door came from this room, which made her alert. The doctor couldn't find out what the problem was. We couldn't do anything. We could only watch Minmin's life fade away, the woman whispered, pushing open the door. You are friends with her. Try calling her. Maybe she will wake up. Qing followed behind her and subconsciously looked at the bed. But before she saw the person on the bed, she was attracted by a photo next to the bed. Jean Rui? The woman suddenly looked up. Do you know our Jean Rui? Chapter 137. There will be emotion. I saw it before, on the news, a video of saving people. Qing replied subconsciously. So that's how it is. The woman smiled bitterly. That's right, you can't know him. When Jean Rui left, you were about the same age as our Minmin, both were still young. We don't know what's in our family committed. Our children got into trouble one after another. Qing looked at Liang Min lying on the bed. What's their relationship? They are siblings. Minmin took my last name, the woman said, looking at Liang Min. Suddenly, she couldn't control herself, covered her face, and turned to run out. After a while, she heard low sobbing outside. Qing turned her head and took a look, but did not follow. She took this opportunity to take out a burning talisman and put it on Liang Min. When the burning talisman fell, the gray-white gas around was disturbed instantly, and it struggled and twisted like a living person. But in the end, it was no match for the burning talisman drawn with golden dragon blood. In the end, all the gray-white gas disappeared in front of her eyes, revealing Liang Min's appearance. It was not until this time that Qing could see Liang Min's appearance clearly. She was lying on the bed with a pale and blue face. The red on her lips was almost suppressed to the lowest level. There was not much blood color. No wonder Liang Min's mother felt sad. Liang Min looked like she really didn't have much time left. The sobbing outside the door came into Qing's ears through the open door. It was not loud, but just suppressed, painful sobs. No one could empathize with her. After all, no one was like her. After losing a son, she was about to lose a daughter. Qing took 2 steps forward, came to the bedside, took out the soul bead, and put it into Liang Min's mouth. The soul bead melted in the mouth and could be used to nourish the soul. Since it happened in the hell on earth, she could only guess that her soul was damaged. Now that the gray gas has dissipated, whether she can recover in the future depends entirely on Liang Min herself. This is the only thing she can do now. Next, she can only leave it to fate. She stepped back, stood beside Liang Min's legs, and took out another amulet, folding it into a triangle. Liang's mother was sad for a while, and walked into the house. I'm sorry. I couldn't treat you well. It doesn't matter. I hope she can recover. Qing turned around and handed over the amulet in her hand. This is the amulet I asked for before. I don't know if it will be effective. Give it to Liang Min. Liang Min was lying on the hospital bed, and Liang's mother had to serve her in her daily life. It was impossible for the amulet to pass through Liang's mother and stay on Liang Min. Mother Liang was a little confused, but she thanked him and accepted it. Qing nodded at her, chatted for a few more words, and left without leaving any contact information. After leaving the villa, she looked at the time. It was already past 3 o'clock. At this time, in Liang Min's villa, Mother Liang was still holding the amulet given by Qing. When the family asked, Mother Liang looked down and said, "It's the amulet. Put it on Minmin. In this situation, we should try our best." "Yes, I know." Qing didn't walk too far. She wanted to observe Liang Min's situation as much as possible. So she found a hotel near the villa, rested in the hotel for 2 hours in the afternoon, and went out to find food in the evening. There happened to be a snack street nearby. She ate while walking, and before she knew it, she was carrying a lot of food. People passing by were not surprised. After all, the same situation would always happen. Snack streets are like this. Even if you can't finish the food, you always want to buy more if you see something you like. If you can't finish one meal, you can always have the next meal, and the next meal. Greedy ghosts always want to eat everything. However, Qing's side was a little different. She walked while taking the opportunity to put fresh and hot food into her portable space. After all, the freshest and hottest food is always the most delicious. She not only wants to eat fresh and hot food now, but also wants to eat hot food in the future. The portable space is the most suitable place to store food for keeping fresh and hot. After walking a few more steps, she saw a shop with a long queue. She ran over and stood at the end of the queue. She looked at the 3 or 4 people who quickly lined up behind her and felt satisfied. Liang's mother went upstairs with a basin of water, put it on the bedside table, soaked a towel, wrung it out, and wiped her hands with Liang Min. You love cleanliness the most. You take a bath every day. When your body is a little hot, you have to wash and wipe it. Liang's mother wiped her hands and muttered, since you grew up, your mother has not wiped you well. I remember when you were a teenager, you also liked your mother to wash your hair. Later, you grew up. As she spoke, she glanced at the photo on the bedside. 8 years have passed, and her memories of many things have faded. Her memories of her son have also faded. But the pain at that time, even if she recalls it now, still lingers in her heart. Liang's mother pursed her lips and whispered, have you talked about your brother with your friends? What a coincidence. Your friend actually knows your brother. I can't say that he knows him, but he has seen the news about your brother. It's great. At least your brother still has some traces of life. Don't leave. Okay? Liang's mother put down the towel in her hand, leaned over her daughter. If you leave, I really don't know what to do. Then I will go with you and stay with you all the time. Okay? It was summer, and Liang Min was covered with a thin air conditioning blanket. Mother Liang leaned on her daughter and slowly closed her eyes. After an unknown amount of time, she opened her eyes and felt her daughter's heart pounding. She stood up and sat up straight. But when she touched her daughter's hand, she felt her hand move slightly, and immediately held her daughter's palm. Minmin, Minmin, don't leave. Mom is here. Don't leave. Don't leave, Mom. She felt the strength in her daughter's hand, but she didn't relax in her heart, and began to shout her daughter's name. She was afraid that this was not a sign of improvement. But Qin Qing's team had reached the front, and when there was only one person left, she suddenly looked up and looked in the direction of Liang Min's villa. The amulet, does it also have a reaction? She closed her eyes and felt it for a while. The reaction was not bad, so it should be a good thing. How many do you want? 2, thank you. Qin Qing opened her eyes, bought 2 egg pancakes, after making them, put one of them into a big bag, and took a bite with the other hand. It tasted really good. While eating, she walked towards Liang Min's villa. Whether it was good or bad, she had to see the result. But before she reached the door, she saw an ambulance driving in, and stopped outside Liang Min's villa, and after a while, the ambulance drove out, with the words XXX First People's Hospital written on it. Qin Qing stopped a taxi nearby, and said the name of the hospital on the ambulance. The taxi followed the ambulance, but the ambulance had privileges and drove through several red lights in advance. The taxi was still a little slow, but fortunately the destination was the same. When she arrived, she just took the last bite of the egg pancake, crumpled the empty bag in her hand, found a trash can nearby to throw it away, and then went to find the emergency center. She did not go to meet Liang's mother. After all, she came here mainly to see Liang Min's condition. If she could survive, it would be the best. If not, she had to determine the destination of Liang Min's soul. It would be best to go to the soul realm. If not the soul realm, then you can only go to the hell on earth to find a solution. Qin Qing quickly found the emergency center, but Liang Min was not there. After a round, she finally met Liang Min's family outside the intensive care unit. Liang Min's condition did not require surgery, but she needed care. Moreover, she was in the hospital, so if anything went wrong, it could be dealt with in time. Otherwise, if she stayed at home, it would be difficult to deal with any problem. She took out her cell phone and checked the time. It was 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Whether Liang Min could get better depended on the situation in the evening. She did not go to see Liang Min, but found a seat at the corner, sat down, put on a mask, and played Candy Crush in silence with her phone. After a while, she heard sobbing and anxious comforting voices beside her. Don't cry. Don't cry. Oh! Don't cry. You are pregnant. Crying like this is not good for your health. Qin Qing looked up and saw the old man in front of her, who was anxious to touch and comfort him, and the crying woman beside her, who was crying out of breath, with a big belly. I was going to die anyway. I would have died even without this accident. I just kept it a secret from you. Don't cry. I have stomach cancer late stage. You were pregnant. I didn't dare tell you. I didn't expect to die so hastily. Luckily, I was able to save you before I died. I have no regrets in my life. Why haven't you come yet? Someone come and tell my daughter. The old man looked around, obviously waiting for his family to come. Qin turned sideways and spoke to the woman. Can I hug you? The woman looked up. Qin leaned over, gently hugged the woman, and whispered in her ear, Is that your father? He has been talking to you. The woman was startled and subconsciously wanted to push Qin away. I will help him convey his words. Okay. Qin continued. Did he get into trouble because he saved you? The woman nodded slowly. Qin continued to whisper in her ear, Your father said that he was going to die. He had cancer. But he didn't tell you because he was afraid that you would be sad. He said he was happy to save you before he died. Can you hear me? The old man looked at Qin in shock. The woman stopped struggling, and even stopped crying. Qin raised her head and looked at the old man. The old man was delighted and hurried to talk to her. Please tell her that she has loved beauty since she was a child. After she got pregnant, she couldn't wear many beautiful clothes. Her mother and I specially found someone to make beautiful clothes for her. And the old man talked a lot, and Qin conveyed it one by one. The woman went from being incredulous at the beginning to calming down later. But tears welled up in her eyes. There was no crying or making a fuss. No big emotional ups and downs, but only nostalgia and sadness for the old man's nagging. Qin reached out and wiped her tears. Don't cry, your father just went to another world. He suffered from stomach cancer in this world, which was also very uncomfortable. It won't be so painful in another world. After more than 20 minutes, the woman's family came over. One of them came over and immediately hugged the woman. Don't be sad, don't be sad. It's not your fault. Your father had stomach cancer before. He didn't let us tell him. This accident, he can go easier. Don't be sad. The woman grabbed the sleeve of the man who came, whispered, Mom, Dad just went to another world. He told me. He just went to another world. You, don't be sad. Even if he has stomach cancer, even if he doesn't have much time left, no one can watch a life pass away without being moved. She knew that her mother must be sad too. Chapter 138 It can be passed on. That person. Gone? After the mother and daughter finished talking, when they looked up to find someone, the person they were looking for was gone. The mother hugged her daughter and whispered to comfort her. She is right. Your father just went to another place. It's okay, don't be sad. When her husband was diagnosed with stomach cancer, the mother had been sad for a while, but her daughter was pregnant. It was really not good to worry too much, so she kept it a secret. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen again? She was naturally sad about her husband's departure, but she had been prepared, and the sadness in her heart was suppressed a lot. The most important thing was her daughter. If something happened to her daughter at this time, she would not be able to accept it anyway. The daughter leaned on her mother and continued to talk about the words and things she had heard before. After getting a definite answer from her mother, her eyes were red again, but the sadness in her heart was indeed less. Dad just went to another world. He said goodbye to me. Well, he went to another world after saying goodbye to you. He must be very happy to see that you are fine. The mother and daughter hugged each other, feeling each other's existence, and also feeling the same sadness brought by the death of a loved one. The other family members, who rushed over in a hurry, saw the two of them, and said nothing. Only the daughter's husband sat beside her, silently comforting her. Minmin, look at Mom. Liang Min opened her eyes, feeling her mother holding her hand tightly, and whispered, Mom. Hey, Mom is here, you're okay, I'm glad you're okay. Mother Liang said softly. You woke up, the doctor said you're okay, and nothing will happen again. Qin stood outside the intensive care unit, and saw Liang Min, who was fully awake, and turned around and left the hospital. The person has woken up, and will not be involved in the soul world. As for the other old man who died, she watched him pass through a door to the soul world. She could feel that the other side of the door was the soul world, which means that after a normal person dies, he will indeed go to the soul world. She returned to the hotel, bought a ticket to go back the next day, and had a good sleep. The next morning, she rushed to the high-speed rail station to take the train. At the same time, Liang Min, who had slept again and was transferred to the ordinary ward, opened his eyes again. Mother Liang saw her wake up, fed her something, and talked about someone coming to see her yesterday. Liang Min listened for a while, and suddenly turned her head. I didn't make an appointment with anyone. Huh? Mother Liang was still peeling an apple. Although I know someone online. It's not as if we've made an appointment to meet. Even if we did, we would have made an appointment outside. How could I tell the other person my home address? My brother is a soldier. I have been very vigilant since I was a child. I still have this vigilance. Liang Min frowned and recalled carefully. I am very sure that I didn't ask anyone to come to my house. But she really came yesterday. Called your name. And gave you a talisman. Then not long after, you became conscious. Mother Liang put down the knife and apple in her hand. Got up and found the talisman from Liang Min's changed clothes. And gave it to Liang Min. It's this talisman. Liang Min looked at the talisman carefully. And still shook his head. Then, Mother Liang moved her lips. Liang Min clenched the amulet in her hand. She didn't know if it was an illusion or something else, but she always felt that when she clenched the amulet, there was a warmth on her body, which was gradually smoothing out the discomfort in her body. Put it away carefully. Mother Liang reached out, held Liang Min's hand, crying and laughing. She must have come to help. She saved you. I didn't know. I didn't even notice it. Did she leave her contact information? Liang Min asked. Mother Liang shook her head. I really thought she was just your friend. She came to see you. I didn't pay much attention to her. I was only thinking about you. If I had known, I would have kept her contact information. Without contact information, you can't contact people. After all, it's so difficult to find someone in such a huge crowd. Maybe she doesn't want us to find her. Liang Min held the amulet tightly. I just don't know how she knew about me. Mother Liang didn't have any clues either. She just remembered Qin Qing's visit yesterday and said, but she still knows your brother. She said she saw him in the news. When she saw the group photo on your bedside yesterday, she called out your brother's name and was quite shocked. News? Liang Min was puzzled. The news about my brother was at least 10 years ago. Right? Who can remember the news 10 years ago? Even if you remember, you only remember the incident. Can you recognize my brother's face? The mother and daughter looked at each other. There were many things to sort out, but no one knew where to start. Before getting off the high-speed train, Qin Qing bought a ticket back to town. But it happened to be a weekend, so tickets back to town were in short supply. If she bought tickets now, she could only buy tickets for 5 p.m. The bus would stop in town for this trip back, and would leave early tomorrow morning. She was only going out for one trip, so she brought a change of clothes with her. It was summer, and the clothes were light, so a shoulder bag would solve the problem. When she got off the bus, she was also relaxed, and walked down with the shoulder bag on her back. It was still early to go back. She looked around on the map, and found a second-hand bookstore. She took the bus there. The books in the second-hand bookstore were all second-hand. But not all of them were old books. There were also many new books that had been published in the past 2 years. She picked out some martial arts books, some comic books and newspaper collections, and took them back to the martial arts world. She could refer to the format when making newspapers. It was also on this day that the second issue of the newspaper was officially released. Unlike the first issue, which was free, the second issue of the newspaper had to be paid for. John Rui really took some effort to make his face look different from himself, and deliberately hunched his body to prevent himself from looking so straight. And then he found someone to sell newspapers. This batch of newspapers was not printed much. 3 copies per copy. A total of 100 copies. He followed Qin Qing's requirements at the beginning, buying 3 taels of silver per copy, thinking that if it couldn't be sold, he would sell it at a lower price. However, he didn't sell blindly. After all, these newspapers had to be useful and had to be distributed. If they were not distributed, they would be equivalent to waste paper. So as soon as he appeared in a big town, he focused on the largest sect in the area, knocked on the door directly, and delivered the goods to the door. Although it is a 5-day publication, this newspaper still has a resounding name. William Daily. John Rui went to knock on the door, and directly promoted William Daily. He stayed at each sect for at most 5 minutes, and then went to the next one. He stayed for more than 5 minutes several times. When he was about to leave, he was stopped by someone, who gritted his teeth and spent money to buy the newspaper in his hand. Willing sects are not rich, but 3 taels of silver is not too expensive. After all, the situation outside is not good now. Even a small house will cost dozens or hundreds of taels. Almost every family in these sects has houses of different sizes, and they can make money by selling or renting them out. But the secrets of the martial arts leader must be read. In this way, All the 100 copies of the martial arts daily in John Roy's hand were sold within one day. Ching Ching went to the town at night. Unlike the last time when she encountered an accident after returning, her return trip was smooth today. After sending a message to Wei Xiaoshuang, she immediately went to the martial arts plain supermarket. After all, Liang Min is John Roy's sister, and she has to tell him about the situation. But as soon as she appeared, John Roy told her the good news and put a bag of silver in front of her, a total of 300 taels of silver. Not one tael more or one tael less. All sold? Ching Ching swallowed what she wanted to say, looking at the silver in front of her happily. She thought that the 100 newspapers might not be sold out. The gimmick of the martial arts leader is really big. Except for some small sects. The big sects buy 3 or 5 copies at a time. Even so, there are still some sects that have not been delivered. John Roy said with a smile. Do you think we should expand the scale next? There is no need to expand the scale. This is good, Ching Ching said. In fact, the main target group of our daily newspaper is those sections. Although there are many sects in the martial arts world now, there are not so many. 100 copies are about the same. It's just right for hunger marketing. In this way, when you go out to sell later, the speed will be much faster, and you don't have to stay outside all day. Ching Ching got home a little late. According to Jean Rui, he just came back not long ago. Indeed, 100 copies are enough. I still have some martial arts secrets here, which can be sent one by one, Jean Rui said seriously. If possible later, maybe we can send them directly to the bookstore. It can also be divided into 2 parts. One part is pure martial arts novels, and the other part has secrets. The price is set high and low. In this way, when we don't have secrets in the future, we can continue to do this business. After speaking, Ching Ching looked at the silver in front of her and gave it all to Jean Rui. Jean Rui looked at her, and she said, It's easy for me to buy silver. It's not very useful. You can use it to do things, whether it's repairing the house or other matters. You can use this money. Jean Rui looked at the silver and said, I'll take this money. I'll help you find the martial arts secrets. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be a high probability that the martial arts world will be turbulent in the next period of time. Okay, Ching Ching nodded, and thought of Liang Min's matter again, and told Jean Rui the cause and effect of the matter. I didn't expect it when I went there, and I was really surprised to see your family photo. But don't worry. I confirmed it before I came back. Your sister is fine. Jean Rui was silent for a moment, and after a while, he bowed his head and thank you. If it weren't for you, my mother would definitely be very sad. Then your existence? Ching Ching asked. No. It's okay. As long as she's fine. I just want you to pay attention to her. If there's anything, please help me. Tell me anytime. I can give everything. As long as they're all fine. Jean Rui said, and raised his head. Ching Ching saw his red eyes, and after thinking for a while, she said, It may not be impossible to contact. I can still contact you even if we're separated by yin and yang. When you're stable, I can send you a video. Will it cause you trouble? Your situation. Jean Rui hesitated. It doesn't matter. The reason I didn't tell them this time was that I didn't want them to be too grateful, plus some other reasons. But the reality is more complicated. Since your sister is connected to hell on earth, it's impossible to avoid contact in the future. When you get better, I can be the middleman for you. Ching Ching said. If I don't tell them now, it's because Jean Rui looks like he hasn't had a good life in recent years. If I tell them this way, I'm afraid they'll be scared. Jean Rui held his breath and bowed deeply. Thank you. Chapter 139 Intelligence News. Have you read the Wuling Daily? Is the news about the Wuling leader true? It must be true. It's written so clearly, even the specific address is written. It is said that the leader's wife has gone up to cause trouble. You know, the sect behind the leader's wife is also a big sect. What did you say? The news is out? Why didn't I see it? You didn't see it? I thought everyone knew it. Not everyone can buy it. It is said that someone knocks on doors to sell newspapers. Only a few sects can get it. But the news can't be hidden. Some sects have long been fed up with the willing leader and wish the news could spread further. So it's true? I have a copy here. One copy costs 3 taels of silver. You can take it and have a look. Please return it to me after you finish reading it. As he spoke, a new daily newspaper was placed on the table. accompanied by exclamations. The news that the willing leader had an illegitimate child was spread a little more. After everyone had finished reading, the person delivering the newspaper immediately put it away and went to deliver it to another table, making sure that everyone could see what the newspaper looked like. In the corner, Qing was cracking melon seeds one by one, listening to everyone's discussion of the gossip about the leader of the martial arts world with a smile. She asked Wei Xiaoshuang for half a day off in the morning. Well, to let her continue to take over for half a day. The reason was simple. That is, she was a little tired after going out, and wanted to rest for another half a day. So she hurried here to listen to the gossip. It is said that this restaurant was opened by the world's #1 chef. There is such a restaurant in every large town. Although the price is a bit expensive, the food is really delicious. In addition, there are many martial artists here, and there is no shortage of customers. The business is very good. Guests came one after another, and Qing sat in the corner, listening with great interest. The food in front of her tasted good. Although there were not so many seasonings at this time, people in this world also had other ways to make the dishes fresher, so the taste was not bad. She also ordered a few more cakes, and brought one back for Wei Xiaoshuang as a reward. After a while, John Rui came back and told the reason why the matter got out of hand. The wife of the willing leader had wanted to divorce the leader a long time ago, but both families were big sects, and the entanglement was deep, and it was impossible to divorce in a short time. It was not easy to catch this opportunity, and the sect behind the wife of the leader wanted to make a big deal of it, and tried to gain as much benefits as possible. Benefits? Qing raised her eyes. The so-called martial arts world is actually a large profit distribution center. Each sect is a company. They all want to grab the same thing: territory. So whether it is to grab martial arts secrets or to strengthen the sect, the purpose is to expand their own scale. John Rui sneered. The leader of the martial arts world naturally occupies the largest territory. Now that there is a commotion, the sect behind the leader's wife will definitely not give up this opportunity. As he said, John Rui continued to talk about the news he had inquired about. In addition, there are other sects secretly making tricks. After all, there is only one leader. If you want to be the boss, you must grab it. Interesting. Qing ate a few melon seeds. Let's wait and tell the gossip about the leader's wife after the leader is at a disadvantage, so that we can make more noise. I thought so too. John Rui took out the gossip he had recorded in the past few days. Next, let's tell the news that the young master of a certain sect has a homosexual tendency. Qing widened her eyes. Huh? John Rui handed all the information to Qing directly. This is what I recorded based on the information I saw before, and it may not be all accurate, but the information they protect, it will definitely not be too fake. Qing looked down, and was shocked every time she saw one. Finally, he said, you can set up an intelligence department. Maybe? John Rui thought for a moment, said, there are many homeless beggars in this world, some of whom have learned martial arts, or can read. When you gave me the silver yesterday and asked me to use it myself, I was thinking about this problem. It's too much money to use for house repairs. Why not use it to find some intelligence, and then invest it in the willing daily? If I can make more money in the future, maybe I can help ordinary people in this world. Qing talked with John Rui several times, and roughly understood the situation in this world. In a world with martial artists, ordinary people don't have an easy life. On the contrary, the less power in martial arts a person has, the easier it is to be driven away, and finally they can only settle in the snow-capped mountains, or the outer circle of the snow-capped mountains. And the more capable a person is, the more likely he is to live in a warm and suitable environment. John Rui didn't want to save them, but with his own ability, and the situation of being hunted all the time, he was basically powerless. Now that he had a chance, he would definitely give it a try after all. This was his deep expectation for the world. He had never thought that he would have a chance to go back. It was a pleasant surprise to meet Qing. Since he had to live in this world, he still hoped that this world could become better. It didn't require it to be as good as the modern world, but at least it could give people a place to complain about their suffering. Then go ahead and do it. Qing had no objection. In addition to the money, if you need additional investment, you can also come to me. I only have one condition. John Rui was delighted and immediately asked, what condition? I want to know more information about this world. Not just the information about the martial arts sects, but also other things. Qing said seriously, if possible, I want to know why you came to this world. Why the snow-capped mountains in this world are spreading. And why the future of the real world will become like that. John raised. His expression gradually became serious. After hearing the last part, he nodded. Don't worry, my family is also in the real world. I will do whatever you ask. No matter what information, as long as it is valuable, we can pay for it. Ching, thank you for your hard work. Not hard. John Rui smiled. This is also a mission, although it is not given by the country, but it is a mission of the country. I never thought that I would come to another world, and there is a mission, it is my honor. If there is a chance, I will apply for a medal for you. Ching said with a smile. John Rui agreed casually. Then wait for your medal. The news of the leader's illegitimate child spread more and more. In addition to the information in the newspaper, there were also scattered information in the martial arts world. Although it was incomplete, after it spread, everyone was sure that what was written in the newspaper was true. The leader's wife was naturally unhappy, and began to make trouble everywhere, and also looked for the leader. And the leader was angry in one of the houses under his name. Who is it? It's been so many days. Why haven't you found him yet? That man has appeared twice. Once, he was distributing newspapers for free, and no one noticed him. Another time he was knocking on doors to deliver newspapers. Many houses were delivered, but not ours. But what we can be sure of is that he is a man, and he has martial arts skills. We wanted to find some newspapers, but they wouldn't give them to us. This is the first time they've distributed them for free, but we do have a few here. There are many people who rely on the leader of the martial arts world. When they encounter such a situation, they naturally have to make plans. After all, if something happens to the leader of the martial arts world, the benefits they got before will no longer be available in the future. These two. Look! What's wrong? Didn't you notice? The handwriting is exactly the same. How can they be different if they are printed? But this is clearly handwritten. And if it is printed, the same words, the font should be exactly the same, but the words above, and the words below, although they are the same words, the fonts are similar, they are not the same. Could it be that they are all handwritten? But the corresponding words on these two sheets are exactly the same. Alliance leader, I'm afraid this matter is not simple. Ching and John Rui had no idea that someone was studying the font of the newspaper behind the scenes. Even if they knew, they would not care. After all, they couldn't really print it with movable type. If there is a good copy machine. Of course, you would choose a copy machine. Who would bother with a complicated printing method? Anyway, even if you want to check, you won't find it in the snowy mountains. This world's understanding of printing is still about large-scale printing. Since it is a large-scale printing, it must have workers, factories, and messy configurations. Who would have thought that the location of the printing factory would be in the snowy mountains? After eating, Ching asked someone to pack up the cakes. In this world where many people fly around, after determining the direction, she jumped onto the roof and flew towards the snowy mountains. I still have to say that Qigong is convenient. No matter where you go, you just need to walk the straight distance. Although the speed is not as fast as that of an electric car, the straight distance between 2 points is definitely the shortest. Of course, she did not fly for too long. After flying for a while, she felt that she had exercised enough today. So she found a place that no one else would notice, and went back to the plain supermarket directly. No matter how convenient Qigong is, it is not as good as one-click return to the city. But it was still early. She and Wei Xiaoshuang agreed that she would take care of it for the morning. And then she would go back at 11 o'clock in the afternoon. And she would take care of the supermarket herself in the afternoon. It's only 10 o'clock now, every time is up. But I can't stay in the plain supermarket all the time. Thinking about it, she quietly opened the back door, saw Wei Xiaoshuang chatting with someone at the entrance of the supermarket, and immediately slipped in, hiding behind the shelves, and quietly went up the stairs, even using Qigong to make her footsteps soundless. After going upstairs, she breathed a sigh of relief, took a shower, changed her clothes, and then went downstairs with the packed cakes. This time her footsteps were very clear. Before she walked downstairs, she heard Wei Xiaoshuang's voice. Are you up? Yeah, I had a good sleep, and it was quite comfortable. Qing went downstairs with a smile. I almost forgot, I packed some cakes yesterday, and put them in the refrigerator upstairs. It's just right for you to take them back and eat. As she spoke, she took out her mobile phone and transferred money to Wei Xiaoshuang. The salary is calculated as 100 yuan a day. In less than 2.5 days, it is 250 yuan. However, the money for milk tea must be added. So the total is 550 yuan. There is a filming crew nearby during this period. The supermarket business should be good. After transferring this money, she can make a lot. Sure enough, Wei Shuang reported the account to her. Not only did she make some money after selling all the milk tea in the past 2 days, but the business in the supermarket was also good. The supplier called in the morning and said that the goods would be delivered in the afternoon. You were sleeping, so I didn't disturb you. I just told you. Yes. It was agreed before. It's okay. I'll be there in the afternoon anyway. Qing handed the pastry to Wei Xiaoshuang. Here you go. The pastry was wrapped in oil paper and tied with a hemp rope. As soon as it reached Wei Xiaoshuang's hands, she explained, such a retro packaging? Qing smiled and said, that's right. This is the ancestral home of the world's #1 chef. Pass on the craft. Wei Xiaoshuang echoed her. The world's #1 chef made it himself? No. It was made by my apprentice. Qing smiled and said, I saw people queuing up, so I bought some. It tasted good. Thank you. Then I'll go back? Qing nodded. Okay. You go back and rest. You have to get up early these 2 days. You are tired. Wei Xiaoshuang laughed. Ha ha ha. You still understand me. I'm going back to sleep. Bye. Chapter 140 Underground Mall. I went out for a run in the morning. At noon, Qing did not plan to go to the martial arts plane, but went to the human purgatory. She did not plan to tell Lu Ruisi too much about Liang Min's matter. After all, she went there on purpose, not only for Liang Min, but also to know what the relationship between the soul world and the human purgatory is. But Liang Min is still alive now, she certainly cannot explore further. Fortunately, this trip was not completely without gain. At least she knew that people who died normally in this world would still go to the soul world, and it is still normal now. Walking out of the back door, she instantly arrived at the purgatory on Earth. The temperature here was as cool as ever. Even if she was just standing on the street, she would feel a chill. She went to find Bai Yunqing first. He was sitting on the first floor of the commercial building reading a book, while the others were sitting and playing cards or board games. They were all using things from this world. These things were originally useless, but they were just good for killing time. When Qing appeared, Bai Yunqing noticed her quickly, and immediately stood up and walked towards her. Boss Qing. Candles for the next few days. Qing handed her a bag of candles. How are things these 2 days? It's okay. No problem. Although the places we can go are only around here, but it's still much better than before. At least the range of activities is larger, and we can play board games, Bai Yunqing said. Looking back at the others, they use candles as bets, and when they lose to a certain extent, they have to give up candles. That's good. Anyway, I have nothing to eat. Qing smiled. You stay here. Help me check their task status. I will come when I have time. Just let me know. Okay. Don't worry. Even if you don't tell us, we will keep an eye on you, Bai Yunqing said. Maybe we can go in, too. Will it be dangerous for you? At most, you will be trapped in the mission space. After the previous incident, Bai Yunqing's fear of entering the mission space again has decreased a lot. Even if I am trapped, I can find a way with you here. But if something happens to your friends, it's hard to say. Qing thought about it. All the mission spaces that can appear here belong to Qin Jiangxin. She glanced at it and noticed the newly appeared house. She thought that at most, Lu Ruisi's could be added. These 2 people have some connection with her. If something really happens here and causes sudden death, she will definitely not be able to accept it. Then I'll trouble you. But you should also pay attention to your own safety. If something happens, protect yourself. Qing said seriously. Considering the worst case scenario, I don't know what the situation is here in hell on earth. Okay. Thank you for your concern, Boss Qing. After chatting with Bai Yunqing, Qing turned around and walked towards the building that had just appeared. I don't know what the situation of that building is, but Qin Jiangxin didn't say. It was probably Lu Ruisi's mission space 2 days ago. Not long after, she walked outside the new building. This building has only 2 floors, but the stairs lead down, and there is obviously underground space. She looked inside, took out a flashlight, and walked down the stairs. When she reached the foot of the stairs, she held the flashlight and swept forward. After seeing the situation in front of her, she instantly knew the situation on this floor. If nothing unexpected happened, This should be an underground shopping mall. Sure enough, after walking 2 steps forward, she soon saw shops. Compared with the almost empty commercial building before, the shopping mall here seemed particularly crowded. Not only were the passages crowded, but the goods inside were also crowded. Almost every shop was filled with a large number of goods. This is really a pleasant surprise. Ching held the flashlight and walked happily into the dark and deep passage. Every time she saw a new shop, she would stop to admire it and think about how to sell these things. Compared with the second-hand goods she had picked up from time to time before, these things just looked like they had been there for a long time. But they were all new products that had never been used. However, there were almost no daily necessities in this passage. Mostly some accessories, cosmetics, clothing, scarves, hats, etc. The shop inside mainly sells all kinds of clothes. It can't be said that it has everything, but the inventory is sufficient. These things can be sold in any world. If she sells them all, she should be able to make a fortune. When she reached the end of the passage, her eyes became brighter. It should be the exit on the other side. She walked out and successfully reached the exit. She saw the not-so-bright day of the purgatory on earth. However, when she walked there, she saw half a yellow talisman attached to the side. She took a look and confirmed that this was the yellow talisman she drew. She guessed that Lu Ruisi used it here. The mission should have been very intense. But fortunately, it was successful, and nothing serious happened. After standing at the door for a while, she turned back to the underground mall and began to choose clothes that she could wear. They were all free, so she would miss them. Moreover, the era of this world was similar to the modern era, and the clothes in the underground mall were all modern clothes. She could choose too many suitable clothes. When she came out of the underground passage again, she was holding more than 10 pieces of clothes. In addition to the clothes she wanted to wear, she also picked clothes for Wang Mingchun and Wei Xushuang. She would let them choose first, and she would wear them after they were done. In addition to the clothes, she also got herself a bunch of hair bands. When going to the ancient plane, it is better to tie up your hair, and these hair bands are just right for tying high ponytails. It was still early, so she went to the castle to look around, picking out all the second-hand clothes she could find, and gave them away later. Apart from anything else, she could still afford to give away second-hand clothes. John Roy has been selecting suitable intelligence personnel. It can't be said that the efficiency is particularly high, but it is not too low. In 2 days, he selected 3 or 4 people, all of whom were inconspicuous, but tenacious. He did not meet with the intelligence personnel, but found some hidden places as intermediaries, such as a corner of the temple of the god of war that was once covered with spider webs, or a corner outside someone's house that no one would notice. The intelligence was not important. As long as there was one, he would give money, but the amount of money would be determined according to the importance of the intelligence. At the beginning, he chose people who were literate, and gave each person an initial capital of 1 or 2 taels of silver. It was not that he was stingy, but the initial start-up capital was indeed too low, and 1 or 2 taels of silver was also a stepping stone. If the other party was unwilling, he could directly use the 1 or 2 taels of silver to spend, and if he was willing, he could use the 1 or 2 taels of silver to do things. John Roy followed a skinny boy to his residence. Rather than a residence, it was more like a doghouse. He watched the boy dig out a little girl from the nest and feed her the porridge he had finally begged for. It was not difficult to find out some people's information. As long as you ask the people around you, someone will tell you about the children in detail. The parents of these 2 people were once martial artists, but they didn't know who they had offended before, and their whole family was wiped out, leaving only these 2 children. The 2 had no martial arts skills, and they didn't seem to have any talent for martial arts. It was unknown whether the people behind the scenes were merciful, or whether they didn't care about them. But they survived. However, looking at their situation, it was not very good. Both the big and the small were in a desperate situation. John Roy was not sympathetic. But when children appeared in some environments, adults would always be less vigilant, and it would be easy to find out the news. In addition, children can read. It was not until he came out to find intelligence personnel that he realized that it was not so easy to find suitable intelligence personnel. The literacy alone could rule out most of the beggars. After all, most of the people who can read in this world are in the major sects, and ordinary people don't have many opportunities to learn to read. The reason why Yu and her daughter can read is that their backgrounds are also in the sect. But they gradually declined due to some reasons. And they became wandering outside. Late at night, Ding Song opened his eyes and pressed his stomach that seemed to no longer feel hungry. He turned sideways, looked at his sister who was sleeping beside him, and carefully stretched out his hand. His thin hand fell on the girl's neck. He knew a little martial arts, but it was not very good. His low talent and unwillingness to practice martial arts since childhood were the reasons for his low martial arts skills. This was probably a good thing. If it weren't for this, those people wouldn't let him go. But with his martial arts skills, it would be easy to strangle his sister's neck. Let him die, and it would be all over. If he kills his sister, he can go find his enemies. Even if he only kills one enemy, it would be a gain, instead of hiding in the doghouse like now, surviving. This is the doghouse. He drove the dog away, and lived with his sister. It's a bit dirty, but it's better than wandering outside. Ding Song didn't do it in the end. The sister is in poor health. The doctor said she won't live for too long. Even if he does nothing, the sister won't survive. He just needs to die behind his sister. As long as he died after his sister, he could fill his stomach a little, and have the strength to kill his enemies. Ding Song kept his eyes wide open. His stomach ached from hunger, which made him press his stomach harder. Only in this way, he would not have a stomachache. No, it still hurt, but it was a different kind of pain. Compared with the pain from hunger, the pain from pressing was better. Just as he was thinking a lot and trying to fall asleep by thinking about random things, something was thrown in. He soon touched that thing, which was hard, sharp, and seemed to be a stone. Did someone throw a stone in again? However, it was so late. Why did someone throw a stone in? Ding Song suddenly opened his eyes. He touched the note under the stone, and he held both the note and the stone in his hand. At this time, he saw the stone clearly. It was a silver. And the note. Ding Song opened the note carefully. At the gate of Lu's house, under the stone lion on the right, any information is fine. Put it back to the original place after completing the task. According to the importance of the information, you will be rewarded with silver. If you want, go and take the things under the stone lion. Ding Song looked at the dark outside, without hesitation, and ran out immediately. The stone lion at the entrance of Lu's house was not in a remote location, but there was a big tree next to it, which could block the passing figures. Ding Song touched under the stone lion and easily found the hidden things underneath. In the belly of the stone lion, there were things that could only be found by touching it deliberately. A folded piece of paper and something that looked like a pen. He recognized this paper. The Willing Daily that has been circulating throughout the martial arts world these days uses this kind of paper. And the color is the same. If it is the Willing Daily, maybe it can really work. He looked around, held everything in his hand tightly, and left quickly. He wanted to write intelligence. Chapter 141 Everything in the Soul Realm. Thank you for your help. Don't be polite. Aunt Shui. I have troubled you many times. She still hasn't finished the seafood Jean Long gave her. The main reason is that her cooking skills are not good, and she is afraid of waste. So when she wants to eat, she will go to Cui Yun and ask her to help cook. Of course, it is mutually beneficial. The reward is a whole piece of meat of the same size. Cui Yun smiled and said, "It's not like I didn't take your stuff. We always finish the meat you gave us. It tastes really good. Such good meat. If we really want to sell it, it will probably cost a lot of money. We are getting a bargain." Since the other party said so, Qin Qing didn't say anything polite. Instead, she looked in her face and smiled and said, "Aunt Chui looks much better these days. Have you fully recovered?" Cui Yun touched his face, with a smile in his eyes, and nodded. "Not only have I fully recovered, I am even in better condition than before I got sick. I told the doctor, and the doctor said I am a medical miracle. No! I have never seen such a good recovery." She lowered her voice and said, "But I know that my body is not a medical miracle, but a miracle brought by you. It is also a medical miracle. If Aunt Chui had not been so open-minded, I would not have recovered so quickly," Qin Qing said, looking at the big bag of candles in front of her. "I will take this. Thank you, Aunt Chui. You are welcome. What are you polite about? These candles are just a few dollars," Cui Yun said, looking back at her husband who was waiting outside the supermarket. "Then I will leave first. While the temperature is not so high, go out for a walk." "Okay. Take care." Qin Qing stood up to see him off. After the two left, Qin Qing glanced at the bag of candles. thinking about going there at noon. The candles Cui Yun gave were always shared, and did not need to be handed over to Su Xingyang. They could be placed directly in the plain supermarket. She would naturally not embezzle these candles. The candles used in purgatory on earth were all bought by her. It was just that she bought too many candles. And even Uncle Chow couldn't help asking her why she needed to buy so many candles. But it was not a big problem. At noon, Qing went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Her preparation was to simply take out lunch from the portal space and eat whatever she wanted. Not having to cook for myself really saves a lot of trouble. After 11 o'clock, she got up to close the supermarket door and went to the Soul World Plain with a candle. There are people here almost all the time. First, there are many people. And second, everyone has nothing to do. Those who are willing to work can go to work. And those who don't want to work can just take the soul beads. And they can exchange for anything they want. And then lie down and wait for the soul beads to condense. At the beverage machine, the sales of coffee are better than expected. Qing even went to ask the beverage owner. She couldn't buy expired coffee, and finally had to buy a batch of normal date coffee. After replacing all the expired coffee in her personal space and selling them, the remaining coffee was all normal date coffee. When she arrived, the candle in the corner had just burned down. Qing took an unused candlestick, inserted a new candle, and lit it. The two candles burned together. It is said that the smell will be stronger after burning in this way. But it is not so extravagant now. The ghosts in the soul world do not completely feed on the things she sent. Their food is mainly soul power. Although the souls that appeared in the soul world in recent years have almost never reincarnated, their soul power is still sufficient. When Qing did not come, they fed on soul power. However, the taste of soul power is relatively monotonous. For ghosts who used to be human, it is sad that they cannot taste the flavors of the human world. After lighting the candles, Qing turned and walked to the door. Someone immediately greeted her. Boss Qing. Boss Qing. Our network is built. Boss, we also have our own app. You can do anything in the app. In the past 2 days, many people have uploaded novels and short videos. Strictly speaking, ghosts don't need to sleep. They don't have as much discomfort as when they were alive. So the novels are updated very quickly, which is very enjoyable to read. Moreover, an author I liked very much when I was alive is also here. Although I haven't met her. She is writing novels and updating 10 chapters a day. If I had known that the days of death would be so happy, I would have stopped living a long time ago. You can't say that. Qing interrupted. You know the situation in the soul world better than me. If there is a chance, I can't save you. When she said this, the person who spoke immediately covered his mouth. After all, the people in the soul world are just souls. It stands to reason that they should be reincarnated at a certain time. But now they are trapped here, using soul power to condense their souls. There is no problem in the short term, but it will be more or less harmful to the soul over time. Although it is still unclear what will happen in the future. The soul cannot stay in the soul world forever. As he was talking, the software boss of the soul world came over with all the software and hardware and smiled. Boss Qing, we have done all the tests. The latest app can be used not only in the soul world, but also in the purgatory on earth. As for reality, the software can be transferred through data transmission. In addition, I also made a real-time file transfer tool between reality and purgatory on earth. You can try it. In this way, no matter what file it is, it can be transferred through this tool. Can you do this? Qing asked in surprise. She brought the things here at first, mainly because the things in the purgatory on earth were not of much use to her. But she didn't expect it to be really done. Most of the electronic products are similar. And the principle is similar, design software is also similar. The other party said, walk to the vending machine, submit the app that has not been done for long. Transfer through the data of the vending machine, arrive in Qing's mobile phone, no matter what she can see and use it. The previous video, voice and text, etc. This time the app. She received the app software, and immediately jumped out of the phone called. Everywhere in the soul world. Software, after clicking. I jumped out of the registration button. Do you enter the information to register truthfully? Right, but Boss Qing is relieved. Everyone's information is hidden, in hidden state. Even our developers can't open it easily. Forcibly opening requires a lot of soul power. The other party said, again, because this app uses soul power as the network, there should be no problem in reality. Say here, Qing Qing has entered the relevant registration information. She had done the same thing many times. In reality, almost all regular software requires information input, so she didn't care too much. After entering the information, she clicked on the registration button. The registration was successful instantly, and the main page of the app jumped out. So many sections? Novels, short videos, long videos, movies, TV series. Why is there a shopping area? Qing Qing glanced at the last section. Do you still have anything to sell? It's not us. It's you. This section is specially customized for you. Boss, the other party said. Didn't you say before that selling things is troublesome? We specially set up this section. Next, you can apply for the relevant interface. The application process is here. As long as you apply according to what is written above, you will definitely be able to apply successfully. Qing Qing took the application materials in confusion. Use real currency? Is it okay? No problem. Don't worry. Qing Qing was still skeptical, but she still applied. Not only the currency interface, but also the app-related application. Unexpectedly, the result was smoother than she expected. She looked at the department she applied to again, and searched online, but didn't find much information. It stands to reason that such an app should not be so easy to apply for and pass. But forget it. This world feels fragmented. Since there are capable people at this time, it means that there are many things happening in the dark that she doesn't understand. All she has to do is let it develop naturally. She successfully applied for the Soul World Everything app on major app platforms. This app was developed not long ago. Although there are many sections in it, the content is not rich. After all, each content needs people to fill it in. The longer the time, the richer the filling. On the contrary, the shorter the time, the less content is naturally filled. She didn't promote it too much. Just removed the clothes Zhang Mingchen had given her from the short video platform and transferred them to the Soul World app. The network of the Soul World app is Soul Power. So as long as you have Soul Power, you can connect to this network. But in this case, I don't know if Zhang Mingchen and Zhang Rui, two people in a different world, can connect to this network. Qing Qing took the clothes prepared for Zhang Mingchen, and took a second-hand mobile phone with the Soul World app downloaded, and went to the Wasteland planet. Zhang Mingchen was not around the past 2 days. Today, you are here. I've been busy these past 2 days. Why didn't you leave me a message when you wanted to see me? Zhang Mingchen stood up and walked into the plain supermarket. It's nothing serious. I found an underground mall a few days ago and took some clothes for you. Qing Qing said, showing the clothes to Zhang Mingchen. Pick a few and let me wear the rest. Zhang Mingchen took a look, didn't pick any, just picked a few at random, and then said, they are all styles I like. Let's take these, you have good taste. I think I have good taste too. Ha ha ha. Qing Qing laughed. By the way, there is this. This is a mobile phone. The software on it is developed by the Soul Realm. You can surf the internet with Soul Power. You miss Blue Star a lot, don't you? You can use this app. If you can communicate, it's equivalent to communicating with people on Blue Star. After all, people in the Soul Realm were all Blue Star people when they were alive. Zhang Mingchen didn't have much hope for this, but still took the phone and opened the app on it. Qing Qing turned her head and looked at it with her. Yes, that's it. Soul World Everything. You click in, register, fill in your real name information. Can it be used? Zhang Mingchen followed the instructions step by step, operated to the last step, pressed the registration button. The moment he clicked, the words, registration successful, popped up on the screen. Then these 4 words disappeared, revealing all the sections in the app. Qing Qing didn't expect it to work, and hurriedly urged, short video. Short video, click and see. Zhang Mingchen clicked into the short video channel, the screen turned slightly, and soon a large number of short videos popped up. My friends, look at my latest Rolls-Royce Ghost. This is a specially customized model. If you like it, please give me a like, comment, and collect it 3 times, and I will give you the design drawing of Rolls-Royce Ghost. Zhang Mingchen was silent for a moment, turned to ask, Ghost? Yes, and it is really specially customized. Qing Qing nodded. This man is rich. No, he has a lot of soul beads, and specially hired a designer to design it. Look at this car. It has a colorful black appearance, so it is called Rolls-Royce Ghost. It is really not cheap. This custom model cost me 100 yuan. Zhang Mingchen was silent again. Chapter 142 School Plane. The existence of the soul is more free than the body. which makes the existence of short videos in the app more free. In addition to Rolls-Royce, there are many videos of live performances. Not to mention Zhang Mingchun, even Qin Qing was silent. After all, many of the videos here are also what she has never seen, and she never expected that. The short videos in the soul world can be so weird. Showing off wealth is just the basics, there are even many magic videos. For example, take the head off or something like that. Very good. Zhang Mingchun's tolerance is still high. After being shocked for a while, he quickly recovered. Everyone is very lively. It can be seen that even if they are dead, they are in good condition. So when I die in the future, is it possible that I will go to this place? If nothing unexpected happens. It should be. Qin Qing nodded calmly. Do you think this place is okay? It should be comfortable to live in. And everyone's mental state is pretty good. They will be very happy. Zhang Mingchun said, and laughed. This is good. At least I am less afraid of death. But the most important thing is, this thing can still be used here, so my future life won't be too boring, thank you. You're welcome, as long as you can use it. By the way, I'll give you the charger too. Qin Qing handed the charger to Zhang Mingchun. You can charge it in the plain supermarket. You can use it however you want, but this phone can only connect to the network in the soul realm. Speaking of this is a communicator. Zhang Mingchun handed a small communicator to Qin Qing. Take this, it will be much more convenient to contact me later, just look for me directly on it. How do I use it? Qin Qing asked. The communicator is similar to a cell phone in usage. But the current communicator only has one contact. Zhang Mingchun. So there is no need to worry about dialing the wrong number. The signal of the wasteland planet is only applicable within a small range, which just happens to include this area. This is specially set by Zhang Mingchun. In this way, Qin Qing can send messages to Zhang Mingchun as long as she stands here. This is indeed much more convenient than before. At least, she doesn't have to wait like before. After taking the communicator, the two of them browsed the Soul Realm app for a while. I have to say, although there is not much content here now, but in terms of doing things, it is still the ghosts in the soul world. After all, there are not so many rules in the soul world, and everyone's state is quite special, so they are definitely not as good as living people. After leaving the plain supermarket here, she went to the martial arts plane again, put the new phone in the corner, and waited for Jean Rui to come back and use it herself. The existence of the Soul World app is particularly obvious, and you can see it as long as you open the phone. Maybe you can bring Jean Rui's family in later, so that they can communicate directly through the app. As for whether anyone in reality would recognize the dead person in the Soul World app, this was also specially set up. I don't know how the technicians did it. There are a lot of faces in the app library that can be replaced. In this way, when the app appears in reality, what everyone sees is not the real appearance of the person behind it. Putting the phone away, she turned around to go back to her supermarket. As soon as she put her hand on the door handle, the upgrade prompt popped up in front of her. Here it comes. The next plane. Qin Qing's eyes stayed on the upgrade prompt for a while, smiled and held the door handle tightly, and opened the door. Who is it? Come out. Come out quickly. If you don't come out, we'll shoot. What? Oh, if you don't come out, we'll take action. We have a lot of weapons. Come out. Why don't you come out? Otherwise, we should stay away. Those people are very fierce. We can't beat them. We have to fight even if we can't beat them. This is a school. We must not let them come out and hurt people. Hold your guns. As long as someone takes action, we will hit them with one shot. Qin Qing stood at the door of the latest plain supermarket, listening to the familiar language outside the door, and the unfamiliar words, and for a moment, she didn't know whether to open the door. Which school would have guns? Anyway, since she could remember, she had never heard of a school equipped with guns. But she had to go out. If she didn't go out, what business would she do? This supermarket was here, there was no point. Otherwise, she should wait a little longer. She put down her hand and looked at the red door in front of her. It was almost time. She had to open this door and do business. If she stayed here at this time, I was afraid it would delay her business. She should wait a little longer. The 3-hour break at noon was enough for her to figure things out. Thinking of this, she turned around, walked through the connecting door, and walked into her supermarket. She was excited about the new plane from last night until today, but she didn't expect that as soon as she arrived at the door, she heard the scolding outside. The fear of the unknown overwhelmed her curiosity about the new plane. Being timid is not a problem. The key is to be brave but not wise. Anyway, she is definitely not afraid of anything. However, there is actually a school in the new plane, which is really beyond her expectation. Qing lay on the recliner, watching the short videos on the Seoul World app, and began to wonder what the new plane is. After all, the previous planes all belong to the other world, and the school in the new plane, including the familiarity of the language, is very similar to compatriots. Although the plane supermarket has the function of translation, allowing her to easily hear the languages of all planes, and also allowing her words to be understood by people from all planes. But she has never seen a dialect translated, especially the kind of half-Chinese, half-foreign, Mandarin mixed with dialect. She has never seen it before. After watching short videos for a while, Qing remembered that she had not eaten breakfast, but she was too lazy to get up. So she simply fumbled and took out a bag of cakes, and then took out a cup filled with ice crystal stones soaked in water. Even when groping in the corner, her movements would be concealed, not directly from the portable space, but using the cashier as a cover, as if taking something out from underneath. The cakes were taken from the martial arts plane, sweet but not greasy, oily but not heavy, and just the right taste, better than many old brand cakes nowadays. No wonder the chef in the martial arts plane can open so many stores. She crossed her legs, put them on the recliner, watched short videos, and ate cakes at ease. I don't know how long it took. The sound of a battery car was heard outside the door, and then the sound of the curtain being lifted. "I'll do it myself," Wei Xiaoshuang's voice came from outside. He only heard the other party walk to the refrigerator, pour a bucket of milk tea into it, and deal with the pearls. He turned around and spoke to Qing. "You are so rude." Hee. "We are friends." Qing smiled and straightened up half of her body. "Want some cakes? Fresh? Delicious? Speaking of cakes, I really want to ask where you bought this cake. My mother said it was delicious. I want to buy some more." Wei Xiaoshuang came to the cashier, picked up a piece of cake, and put it into his mouth without hesitation, and then nodded and made a sound to indicate that it was delicious. "You can't buy it even if you want to. They don't deliver. You can only go and queue up to buy it yourself. The place is quite far away," Qing said. "I walked quite far 2 days ago. It took me 4 hours to take the high-speed rail. Although it didn't take 4 hours in reality. It would take a lot of time to fly over from the martial arts plane. Even if it was a straight-line distance. You walked so far. And bought cakes and clothes?" Wei Xiaoshuang smiled and pointed at herself. "The clothes you gave me fit me well. It's really suitable to work with you. I don't have to buy anything myself. I also wore new clothes." Qing opened her hands. "These clothes are of good quality. I'll ask my friend to buy me a few more pieces when I have the chance. They are from the same stall, and the quality should be similar." Once again making something out of nothing, to prepare for taking out clothes from hell on earth later. However, with that batch of clothes, she might not need to stock up too many clothes in the future, and she could save a lot of money and buy more food. After all, food is the most important thing. As for the clothes from hell on earth, she also had to find time to sort them all out. The main thing was that they were neatly arranged there. She sorted them all out in one go. Not to mention whether the clothes were hard to find. It was not good to mix them all together, as there was no pattern. But she was also afraid that if she didn't go and buy it, what if the house disappeared one day, or something else happened? She would lose a lot of clothes. "You should buy me a few pieces, I'll pay for it," Wei Xiaoshuang said, and took 2 more cakes. "Then I'll leave first. Goodbye." After Wei Xiaoshuang left, Qing ate some cakes for a while. Although the cakes were delicious, she couldn't eat too much. After eating a few more pieces, she still felt a little greasy. After putting away the cakes, she silently took out a meat bun from her personal space. After biting into the meat bun, she felt satisfied. As expected, you still have to eat something salty for 3 meals a day. Otherwise your mouth will be tasteless. After eating the meat bun, she still got up and went to the breakfast shop opposite to buy a few meat buns and vegetable buns. She didn't buy many, but she saved them all. Even if she could only save 1 a day, she could save more than 300 in a year, which would not arouse suspicion. When buying the buns, the shop owner smiled and said to her, "Business in our town is like this. When it's bad, it's really bad. When it's good, it's really good. The crew is here these days. Your business should be good. Right? It's really good. It's much better than usual. I made a lot this month. It can cover my income for 3 months, Qing said with a smile, and took the buns. The buns these 2 days are much fresher. The shop owner smiled embarrassedly. It was fresh before, but there were not many people eating it before. Occasionally, there are buns from the day before. They are edible and not spoiled. Qing didn't care much about this. After all, she bought expired food when she bought things, so it was no problem if the buns were not spoiled and could be eaten. In the later period of the previous life, not to mention edible buns, even buns that were not very edible were eaten without any problem. But there were few buns at that time, which were not durable. Most of the supplies that could be bought were durable. Not to mention those that were about to expire, we would buy those that were 1 month expired. 1 month expired, it was better than 2 months expired, or 3 months expired. If it was not completely spoiled, it was edible. Then take a few more. I'm too lazy to cook today, so let's just eat buns, Qing said calmly, and picked a few more buns of different flavors, but she definitely picked the one she liked the most. After carrying a bag of buns back to the supermarket, she quickly put the buns into her personal space. Now that she had the conditions, she naturally had to keep the buns in the best condition. The buns that were fluffy, soft and warm were the most delicious. Time passed quickly, and it was noon again. She naturally did not eat the buns, but picked out a beef rice bowl from the pile of food. After eating her fill, she gathered her mood and went to the plane that had just opened. Chapter 143. All members travel through time. When she appeared in the plane supermarket this time, there was no sound outside the door. She didn't know whether the people had left or were still guarding the door. She couldn't open the door and go out directly. After all, when she came here earlier, she did hear the people outside say that they had guns in their hands. If she went out too quickly, they would attack without knowing the truth, then she would be wronged. Thinking about it, she still held her hand on the door handle and whispered, "Is there anyone? Is there anyone outside?" As soon as the voice came out, there was an immediate response from outside. "Who are you? What is your purpose? Can you open the door and talk?" Qing asked. There were whispers outside the door. After a while, someone said, "Open the door. But don't act rashly. Otherwise we will definitely take action." "Okay. I will definitely not act rashly." As she said that, Qing opened the door a crack and saw the situation of the people outside. Just as she heard, the people outside the door were holding guns in their hands. Seeing her open the door, they did not dare to relax. However, these people were dressed strangely. Some of them wore ancient costumes, and some wore modern clothes. No, to be more precise, they wore modern clothes. When she was looking at these people, they were also looking at her clothes carefully, frowning, looking at each other. But their hostility was indeed less than before. "What are you doing here? What is your purpose here?" "I am the owner of a supermarket." "What is a supermarket? What is its use?" I have never heard of it. I don't know what it is. But this person doesn't look bad. He should be a good person. We are all here. We still have to be careful. It's too dangerous here. Once we meet a bad guy, we will all be in trouble. Especially the students. We will all be in trouble. We are just people. We must not let anyone get into trouble. At this moment, someone was hurriedly called over. Qing heard the voice from a distance. "Teacher, it's a girl. I don't know who she is, but she doesn't look malicious." As she spoke, the person got closer and closer. Qing's guess was gradually confirmed. After all, such a robe was very unique. But in all her memories, only people on TV would wear such a robe. But this environment was a little different from what she thought. She looked around. Not far away, there was a house that looked like a teaching building. The other small houses might be dormitory buildings, canteens, etc. There was even a playground. And outside these houses was a large forest. The teacher who came over had her hair simply tied up with a wooden hairpin. There were fine lines on her face, and the vicissitudes of a hard life. The long robe on her body was probably a symbol of her as a teacher, and it had been washed white. When she looked at Qing, the teacher was stunned and asked in a low voice, "Do people here wear clothes like this?" "No. Our people went out to sea. They all wore ancient clothes. Not like this. This look is more like what foreign devils wear. I have seen it in photos before." Someone next to him responded, "What do foreigners wear?" The teacher frowned and spoke to Qing in a low voice. "Little girl, although I don't know why you came here, But we really have nothing here. We are just barely making a living here. But if you want something, we can try our best to satisfy you. Qing also looked at the other party. And someone guessed from the previous conversation. After thinking for a while, she said, I have no ill intentions. Maybe you have guessed something. I am from Blue Star. After saying this, everyone looked at her in shock. Blue Star? Are you also from Blue Star? How did you get here? Can we go back? Then you are our compatriots. Right? We won't hurt each other? What is the situation on Blue Star now? Is it okay? Are you still fighting? Do you have a way to go back? If you can, we can also go to the battlefield. Are you really from Blue Star? Are you really from Blue Star? The teacher stepped forward, looking at Qing seriously. Which year are you from? Qing was a little confused, not because of anything else, mainly because she didn't think about this question too much, but soon, she thought about it. Get up and say, 2024. 24 years. Such a far date? How can you be from 2024? How is it possible? It's been almost 90 years this. Qing took out her cell phone from her pocket, turned on the screen, revealing the time displayed on it. You can see for yourself, this year is indeed 2024. Shall we find a place to sit down and talk? The teacher said. Don't worry, since we know you are from Blue Star, we will definitely not hurt each other, but there are some questions we want to ask you. Of course. Qing nodded calmly. Before, she was afraid of a sudden gun attack. So she was cautious. Now the situation is relatively stable. So there will be no sudden attacks. For ordinary attacks, with her current internal strength, it is not difficult to dodge and counterattack. The place where they sat down to chat was the office building not far away. And it was the largest and brightest office in the office building. This office building looked very old from the door. And it was even older inside. Anyway, Qing had never seen a school classroom or office without electric lights since she was a child. Although these people had not explained it in detail, it could show that her guess was correct. After sitting down in the office, someone soon brought tea. This is etiquette. However, Qing did not really drink it, but just took a sip. Before she was sure about the situation of these people, she would not eat their food casually. After a while, people came to the office one after another. Basically teachers from the school, and the captain of the patrol team. The purpose of the meeting was to understand the whole situation. Qing first talked about her own situation, introduced her origins, introduced the situation of the Plain supermarket, and specifically explained that she could not take people back. If possible, Zhang Mingchen and Zhang Rui would have gone back long ago. After she finished her introduction, these people also began to introduce themselves. As Qing guessed, they traveled much earlier. Although they traveled here only 10 years ago, but compared with Qing's timeline, they actually traveled here 90 years ago. And this world is not an ordinary ancient world, but a world of cultivation. A world where everyone can cultivate immortals. This should not be considered the first world of cultivation. If we really want to talk about it, the Golden Dragon Plain is the first one. But in the Golden Dragon Plain, she has only seen the Golden Dragon, and has never seen anyone else. Even the edible seafood was caught by the Golden Dragon for her. When she was communicating with the Golden Dragon, there were basically no sea creatures around. So your entire school has traveled here? Qing asked. Yes, the entire school, including all the people and livestock in the school, has come here. Someone on the opposite side spoke, looked at Qing seriously, and asked again, so you really traveled here in 2024? Of course. Absolutely true. Qing nodded. Everyone looked at each other. And after a while, the teacher who first contacted Qing asked, we want to ask, how is our country now? Is it okay? Qing was about to say, but suddenly remembered something, pretending to reach into her pocket, but actually took out a small memory from the space, looked at the note on the memory, and inserted it into the mobile phone. I'm just saying it, you may find it difficult to understand the specific situation. I just happen to have a video of the founding ceremony, and a large-scale documentary in recent years. You can watch it, and you will understand it after watching it. After saying that, she found the video file, and then took a blackboard eraser as a stand, and started playing the video. The video file was not short. Qing wanted to go out for a walk, but thinking that the situation was unclear at this time, she simply sat down, found a corner that would not affect everyone watching the video, and took out a handful of melon seeds from her pocket. For her, these are all in the past. Things that have passed. And she doesn't need to care too much. Nor will she be too sentimental. What really matters to her is the future. So she was very relaxed when watching these two videos. It just so happened that she didn't watch them carefully from beginning to end. But after watching for a while, she found that something was wrong at the door. Turned around and took a look. And found the students lying outside the window. Got up and opened the door, letting these students in. Then she put her finger on her lips. Shh. You can watch. But keep your voice down. The students looked at her, although they didn't know her. But they all nodded. Found a place to stand quietly. And looked at the mobile phone not far away that was playing the founding ceremony. Maybe the news got out. And students knew they could watch the video here. And more people filled the conference room. The teachers noticed this. But they didn't care. They focused all their attention on the video. And didn't even pay attention to Qing's movements. Or whether she would cause harm to everyone. Qing certainly wouldn't do that. She wouldn't hurt her compatriots no matter what. Let alone these predecessors. Slowly, the atmosphere in the conference room became more and more serious. Qing took a look. And saw that many people were crying silently. Her mood suddenly became heavy. And she turned and left the meeting room. And found an empty seat in the classroom next door. There were still people here. But most of them were children around 10 years old. This school had been through time for 10 years. And it was basically impossible for children of this age to have traveled through time with them. So it was likely that the school adopted these people. Even in another world. The teachers in the school still shouldered the responsibility of teaching and educating people. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise in the conference room. Qing listened, because the documentary was showing that difficult period of history, and the war scenes were hard to accept. She touched her chest side, and took out some melon seeds to eat. But 90 years ago, had people already started to travel through time? And not only did they travel through time in their bodies, but they also traveled through time with their schools. This time was much earlier than she expected. The melon seeds were no longer fragrant. Chapter 144. You were there. More than 2 hours, and it was not possible to watch the entire video. At 1:30, Qing entered the conference room again. During this time, she went back once, and brought a second-hand mobile phone, replacing her own mobile phone that was playing the video. She came here again, mainly to tell them. The things are here, you can keep watching, I still have things to do, and if nothing goes wrong, I can come here again in the evening. Qing said. It's not that I don't want to give these things, but I can't give them. The video was paused, and everyone in the conference room looked at her with red eyes. Did we really have such a hard time before? Is everyone okay now? We can help. If we didn't come here, we could also fight the enemy on the battlefield, we also have guns. Kill as many as you can, kill one more, and you can save one more. The video has not finished playing yet. The pause position is during the most intense period of the anti-Japanese war. There are basically no video files during the anti-Japanese war. Most of them are clips from modern movies and TV series, but they are all relatively realistic. Although these people have watched the founding ceremony and know when the country will be founded, they are still indignant when facing the videos of the War of Resistance that respect historical facts. Even if Qing is sitting next to them, she can hear the roars coming from this side from time to time. And she wishes she could fight in person, facing everyone's anxious questions. Qing did not keep them in suspense, but just let everyone look at herself, and said with a smile, "You will know when you look at me, to be able to raise me plump and round. The conditions must be very good." When she said this, everyone's eyes were focused on her. After watching for a while, someone asked quietly, "Do you live in China?" Qing laughed, "Yes. I have lived in China since I was a child. Even now, many young people in China think that the conditions in our country are better than those abroad. You will know this when you watch the video later. There will be many modern scenes." After the voice fell, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "That's great. Yes, that's great. We also have such conditions in China. And there are even clearer movies than those abroad." Qing was stunned for a moment, and then realized that they were talking about the video. 90 years ago, some people in China had seen movies. But at that time, everyone felt that everything in foreign countries was out of reach. She didn't say much, but just said, "Put your phone here. Watch it yourself." Except for a small part in the beginning. Most of the documentary is true. It becomes more and more real as it goes on. It is all scenes of real life. You must believe that your efforts, including those of your descendants, are valuable. As she said this, she looked at everyone. After 10 years of traveling through time, everyone in this school is 10 years older than before they traveled through time. Even the young students at that time have grown up now and can support themselves. The reason why she can see the difference between students and teachers is that these people are still wearing clothes from the past. They are old, torn, and patched, but they are still worn. The time difference between the two worlds has allowed them to live until now. But at the same time, the gap of 80 years has also made everyone in this world no longer have close relatives in the other world. Qing didn't stay for too long. After she finished speaking, she went back to her supermarket. This time, she opened the door of the plain supermarket directly. The location of this plain supermarket is inside the school. There are people patrolling day and night. She believes that everyone, and opening the door at the same time can also avoid unknown conflicts. After returning to the supermarket, she immediately turned on her mobile phone to search for the school. She thought she would find nothing, but she actually found the location of the school. After many years, the school has been demolished, but only a small building is left as a ruin, which can barely be regarded as a famous tourist attraction in the surrounding area. But this also shows that this school has not disappeared. Qing clicked on the picture, and after zooming in, she saw a familiar appearance that she had seen not long ago, but the school she had just seen was obviously newer. I don't know what happened. She downloaded the relevant pictures she searched for, and saved them on her phone, and then took out a tablet from another world, and used the transfer software that had just been made not long ago to transfer all the relevant videos to the tablet. The tablet from another world can be sent to the plain supermarket. With this software, all the electronic products she brought from the other world have a use. Qing let out a long sigh, crossed her legs happily, and continued to look for relevant videos, putting as many as possible on the tablet, so that everyone can watch them to their heart's content. However, in the new plane, what goods can be traded? She thought about it, and clicked on the panel of the plain supermarket. The panel floated in front of her. Except for her, no one else could see it. At this time, there were already 6 planes plus the human purgatory world, which should be 7 planes in total, except for the earthly purgatory and the golden dragon plane. Each plane has an initial currency of energy stones. The new plane also has them. But she looked at the recommendations displayed on the new plane. The most common one is called spirit stones. Obviously, this is the stone used for cultivation in the cultivation plane. But behind this stone, there is a bracket, not recommended. Recommended means that the plane has the most spirit stones. And not recommended means that the people she can contact cannot provide her with enough energy stones. Then we can only settle for the next best thing. She looked down, and the second one was something called spiritual rice. I may not have time to talk about this today, but I can ask about it in the next 2 days. With the spiritual rice, she can send some modern things over. However, this is probably one of the few planes that does not lack food. Besides, the golden dragon does not lack food either. Not only does it not lack food, it can also send her food. Qing closed the panel and continued to download related videos. In addition to the tablet transferred to the other world, she also kept a copy for herself. When I downloaded online resources before, I only focused on downloading movies, TV series, and novels. I didn't download serious documentaries and various serious videos. It was just right to download a batch at this time, just to fill in the gaps. Time passed quickly, and it was evening soon. Qing had dinner and waited for a while until 8 o'clock in the evening. Then she closed the supermarket door and walked quickly to the new plane. As soon as she opened the back door, she heard a warm applause. Welcome, welcome, warm welcome. Qing. She wanted to go back a little. Before she could step back, the teacher she had met at noon stood up and said, "We watched a movie all afternoon, and we know that this is the most formal welcome ceremony. Whether we can go back or not, we should welcome your arrival. Thank you for bringing us news from the future. Thank you. Thank you for letting us know how well our country has developed. Thank you. Thank you for letting us see with our own eyes what a strong country looks like. Thank you." Qing wanted to go back again, listening to the waves of thank you. She felt touched and embarrassed. She could even imagine where these people learned this welcome ceremony from. However, although it was embarrassing, she still let everyone finish what they wanted to say. She knew that everyone must have rehearsed for a long time for this scene. If she stopped at this time, it would be a disappointment to everyone. After everyone finished speaking, she walked out and said seriously, I didn't do anything. The people of your generation who really worked hard are your juniors. And the juniors of the juniors. If you hadn't accidentally traveled through time, I believe you would have worked hard too. So I should be the one to thank you. After that, she bowed deeply to everyone. No. We didn't do anything. Yeah. We didn't have time. We really don't deserve it. Hurry up. The first few people stepped forward and helped Qing up. Qing stood up and smiled. Then let's not be polite to each other. I am about the same age as many of you. No matter the year of birth, we can still interact with each other as peers. Okay. How old are you? Qing reported her age, and it turned out to be about the same age as these people. When these people came here, they were also middle school and high school students. 10 years later, it was exactly the same age as Qing's 4 years of college and several years of work. After talking about their ages, their relationship became closer. You are the same age as me, but you look much younger than me. Were your conditions really good back then? It's only been 1990, and we have not only caught up with the life abroad, but can we even compare with the powerful foreign countries? Were the films you watched back then not called movies? I seem to have seen a different name. The film we watched. The big screen was so small, much smaller than the big screens abroad described in the book. How was it made? Are you all well fed and clothed now? What kind of life do you live? The documentary flashes so fast, I can't see clearly. Can you introduce it to us when you have time? The voices of many people filled Qing's ears, making her not know where to start for a moment. But soon, she didn't have a chance to think about where to start. Don't ask. Go to the playground. The whole pig, the whole sheep, and the whole chicken are all roasted. Everyone go and eat. Wow. I'll be right here. It smells so good. In just a moment, the aroma came to her face. Qing moved her nose. She had actually eaten enough at night. But for some reason, she felt hungry again after smelling this fragrance. Let's go. It's all specially prepared for you. The teacher took Qing's hand. They are all pigs and sheep raised by us. The meat is very good. We thought our life here is already very good, and we were afraid that people in your place would suffer. But seeing the situation in your place, we are also relieved. Then I will definitely eat more. It smells so good. Qing told the truth. It really smelled much more fragrant than the takeaways she packed back. If I could pack a roasted whole pig and take it home, I would put it in my personal space and cut a piece whenever I wanted to eat it. Life would be very comfortable. After a while, Qing and this person came to the playground. The scene was even bigger than she had imagined. The joy brought to everyone by watching the video during the day had not subsided. There was a bonfire in the middle, and some people were dancing around it. I don't know who started it, but they began to sing the national anthem. They traveled through time before the founding of the People's Republic of China, but when they sang the national anthem, it was still sonorous and powerful, and full of hope. Chapter 145 Barbecue Feast. Sit here and eat this. Okay. Qing took the cut meat, put it in her mouth and took a bite, then widened her eyes. It smells so good. Is there any special seasoning added to it? Your taste is really amazing. It is indeed seasoning, and it is a seasoning that is only available here, and the price is not low. You came today, and everyone brought out the best things. The teacher next to her said, but don't worry, we are not short of food here, but we don't usually make so much at once. Qing took the chopsticks in her hand, eat the barbecue in front of her bite by bite, squinting her eyes with satisfaction, and sighed again. It's really delicious, better than anything I've eaten before. Really? Looking at her satisfied look, the teacher also laughed. As long as you like it. The aroma of barbecue filled the air, and everyone was eating happily, perhaps because they knew the future they were supposed to experience. Even though Qing didn't know them before, she could feel that they should be particularly excited today. During this period, many people came to ask Qing about the future. She answered all the questions she could answer. For those she couldn't answer, she just said that she would find documentaries and videos in the future so that they could watch them in person. Everyone was naturally satisfied with this. After a while, the teacher beside her cut a large piece of chicken leg for Qing. This is for you. Qing was not polite, but smiled and pointed to the other side. I want to eat chicken feet. This one is fat. You're welcome. We have a lot of chickens. Enough to eat. I'm not being polite. I really like eating chicken feet. As she said that, she looked at the people around her and introduced various modern braised foods. Chicken feet, duck feet, chicken necks. They are all very popular. And they are even more expensive than normal meat. Especially the chicken breast, which looks meaty. But everyone thinks it doesn't taste very good, so the price is much cheaper. Will people like to eat these in the future? Meat is cheaper than bones? Don't say. Sometimes it's really exciting to chew bones. But it's not so expensive as meat. Expensive? Right? Why not? Everyone doesn't have to worry about meat. Chin said. She smiled with her eyes curved. You don't know, people today eat too well, and too much. So many people are thinking about losing weight every day. Lose weight? Everyone was shocked when they heard her words. We have worked so hard to gain weight, and we have to lose it. Can't we eat less at ordinary times? That won't work. There are too many delicious foods, and we are always greedy. As we keep greedy, the weight goes up. But we are not wasting food. The main thing is that being too heavy is not good for the body. Chin said. She introduced to everyone the various dangers of being overweight, and some weight loss training camp businesses, and the vast number of people on the internet who are clamoring to lose weight but find it difficult to lose weight. From the communication process with everyone, Chin easily found that although these people could eat enough, their diet was far less rich than that of modern people. In addition, they exercised a lot, so they were basically not overweight. Strictly speaking, they were also ancient people. But they were not completely ancient people. After all, the ancients did not know about movies, ancient trams, and electricity. When communicating with these people, Chin did not need to bother explaining too much. The main thing was to let them see the changes in the future, and see how familiar things become familiar and strange. As she was talking, she started to be lazy again. She took out the tablet that she was going to give them, put it up high, and let them watch a new documentary. She also found this documentary in the afternoon. It was a classic documentary with a great reputation. It was called Great Power Heavy Industry, which talked about various modern buildings and the efforts behind them. Such documentaries can help everyone understand the development of various modern projects more deeply. Sure enough, as soon as the documentary was broadcast, everyone's eyes fell on the documentary. Compared to mobile phones, tablets have larger screens. So even if you stand a little further away, you can still see it. Everyone gathered around the tablet, with the front row sitting quietly on the ground with their knees bent, the middle row sitting on benches, and the back row standing directly. Chin watched for a while, and inexplicably felt like a child when many people gathered together to watch a movie. But that was when she was very young. And when she was older, there would be no such activities. She had already seen the documentary, so she did not join in the fun, but continued to gnaw on the chicken feet that everyone gave her with satisfaction. Do you really like eating chicken feet? Someone came over and asked in a low voice. Well, I not only like eating chicken feet, I also like eating duck necks, which are delicious, Chin said with a smile, looking at the other person's face. Why don't you go and see? I am different from you and everyone else. The other person still kept his voice low. Not only me. Many people are different. Chin looked at the other person's clothes, and then looked at the clothes of the others, and smiled, the same. We are all human beings. How can we be different? You go and see. What you see and remember in your heart is useful to you, and you will see a new world. Instead of excluding yourself, why not let yourself accept the new world? The other person blinked and looked up at Chin. Chin raised her hand and patted her shoulder. Go. The other party finally nodded, stood up, and walked into the crowd. In the entire playground, except for Chin, there were only patrolmen in the outer circle. This world is very dangerous. The patrol team's job is to guard and patrol day and night. No one can be allowed to come in. Otherwise everyone here will be in danger. So when the plain supermarket appeared, it attracted the attention of the patrol team. Things that appear and disappear mysteriously are not common in this world. But they are not completely absent. The more mysterious they are, the stronger the person behind them is. The gun actually didn't play a big role at this time. But even so, they still had to guard the gun diligently. Chin finished eating all the chicken feet, rubbed her bloated stomach, and felt that it would be difficult to sleep well tonight. She had to go back and look for stomach strengthening and digestion promoting tablets to help digestion. She stood up, and someone came over soon. It was the teacher from before. Are you going back? Yes, I'll come back tomorrow. Ching Ching nodded. Keep the tablet, it was originally for you. I'll see if there's anything else, and send it back to you later. How can that be possible? We'll exchange things with you, said the teacher. We discussed your situation this afternoon. Supermarkets are for business, and business involves buying and selling. You leave your things, and we'll find you something you can use, but your conditions are so good now, I don't know what you need. Actually, you don't have to. You have to take it, otherwise we'll feel bad. How can we let you take something out for nothing? As long as you tell us, no matter what it is, we can find it for you. I mean, don't worry, not don't want it, said Ching Ching with a smile. Since the teacher already knows my situation, you should have guessed that the purpose of my coming here is to trade, and the trade is not to get your things, but there are some things that I can't get without trading. Then, the teacher turned around. That thing is special. It does not belong to this world, but to another world. That's why I can take it, but only a very small amount. I can't take too much. If you need something, it must be a large amount. Ching Ching explained seriously. As long as it is something in this world, I can provide it to you, such as fertilizer, which you can use when you farm. For example, seeds. No matter what kind of seeds, I can exchange them for you. Or cloth is fine. You can decide what you want. But there is only one trading window in the early stage, and you can only buy one thing. Anything? The teacher asked. Well, weapons won't work. At least not now. I can't get hold of weapons in this world. If you want them, I can only find a way in another world, Ching Ching said. If she really wanted weapons, she could only go to Zhang Mingshun. However, modern weapons, including interstellar weapons, might not be useful in this world. Everyone knows this. As expected, the teacher didn't have high expectations for the weapons. He just smiled and said, Okay, then we'll think about it, and give you an answer after we've considered it. No problem, Ching Ching said, and looked at the time on her phone. It's already late. I'll go back to sleep. The vending machine transaction is not urgent in the next few days, but I can get you a batch of other things. I'll go and have a look tomorrow. I'll get you a big pig's trotter. I saw you liked it just now, the teacher said, and immediately picked a good one. Cut a big pig's trotter, and handed it directly to Ching Ching. Take it away. We have some food here. That's embarrassing. Ching Ching was a little embarrassed, but the roasted whole pig tasted really good. She couldn't help licking her lips. Take it. Take it. The teacher smiled. You left us such a good thing. What's wrong with taking a pig's trotter? Take it back quickly. I still have to watch a documentary. I have missed a lot of wonderful places while talking to you. Then I'm welcome. Ching Ching took the pig's trotter and said goodbye to the teacher. Goodbye, teacher. I will come again tomorrow. You can use the tablet as you like. If it is dark and can't be opened, it doesn't matter. It must be out of power. Just charge it. Okay. I know. Go back and have a good rest. Okay. Ching Ching responded and returned to her supermarket with a big pig's trotter. The pig's trotter had been warmed on the fire before, and it was still a little hot. Although the skin was not so crispy, it still tasted good. Smelling the fragrance of the pig's trotter, she couldn't help but hold the whole pig's trotter and take a bite. Then, as soon as she swallowed it, she felt it stuck in her throat. She was too full at night, and there was no extra stomach space to chew the pig's trotter. Ching Ching cried in her heart, and finally sent the pig's trotter into her personal space. It didn't matter if she couldn't eat it now. What mattered was that the pig's trotter still had a fresh and delicious taste, and it was guaranteed that it would still be hot when she took it out and took a bite next time. After putting the pig's trotter away, she still found a stomach-strengthening and digestion-promoting tablet in the supermarket. After chewing it and taking a shower, she went to lie on the bed, touching her bulging belly, and still couldn't help missing the rich meal in the evening. It smelled so good. Chapter 146 Different Words. Barbecue? Where did you get it? My friend gave it to me. You eat it. Ching Ching pushed a plate of cut barbecue over. I ate the ones I bit, and these are the ones I haven't bitten. I don't dislike you. Wei Xiaoshuang picked up a piece of barbecue with a toothpick, and his eyes widened as he chewed. It's delicious. And it's still hot. It feels like it was just grilled not long ago. Your friend is so nice that he gave you barbecue so early in the morning? I just happened to pass by and sent it to you on the way. Ching Ching also ate it with a toothpick. Although she also liked to hold it and chew it, a big pig's trotter was indeed a bit big. She couldn't finish it in a short time. So she cut out a part. While Wei Xiaoshuang was eating, Qin Jiangxin walked into the supermarket. Qin smiled and asked her to eat some pork trotters. Delicious? Not bad. Qin Jiangxin gave a thumbs up. This dish is suitable for drinking with drinks. Qin smiled and picked up the cup in her hand. Qin Jiangxin took a look. Have you changed your personality recently? Didn't you like drinking drinks before? I see there is no Sprite in your beverage machine. Why is it transparent? Have you started drinking boiled water? It's not boiled water. It still has a taste. Qin said with a smile. Maybe you have drunk too many drinks recently. Change the taste. If it weren't for the fact that the crystal stone water was not suitable for others to drink, she would have let Qin Jiangxin taste it. During this period, she has been drinking this. As for replenishing her soul power, she mainly relies on eating soul beads. She drinks less drinks from the beverage machine. However, the drinks are not difficult to sell. Every now and then, there will be a group of people who bring their own cups of various sizes to buy drinks, and buy some things from the supermarket, which is considered to take care of her business. She is not polite about this. The things in the supermarket are all commonly used. She does not make much money. Those people come here to buy in her supermarket, which is the same as buying at other supermarkets. The only difference is that supermarkets in big cities don't worry about business. Wei Xiaoshuang was not familiar with Qin Jiangxin. When Qin Jiangxin went to pick snacks, Wei Xiaoshuang said hello to Qin and went home. Qin glanced at Qin Jiangxin, who was picking snacks, walked out of the cashier counter, and went upstairs. When she came down again, she was holding two clothes in her hand. Sister Jiang Xian, I brought these clothes back 2 days ago. They are still new, and they are just your size. I'm still wearing the clothes you gave me last time, and you give them to me again. I'm so embarrassed. Qin Jiangxin said, grabbing a handful of bread and putting it in the basket. Or you can tell me how much it is, and I'll transfer it to you. What's the matter? I didn't spend too much money on the clothes, just 2 short-sleeved shirts. Qin put the clothes aside. Not just you, I also gave some to Wei Xiaoshuang. Did you get rich behind our backs? Qin Jiangxin walked out with a basket full of snacks. These snacks are mainly bread and biscuits. Qin Jiangxin usually gets hungry at work. In addition to 3 meals a day, she also needs to eat some snacks to replenish energy. So she comes to buy a batch every once in a while. Qin raised her eyes and said with a smile, You have discovered this. Keep it secret for me, and don't tell anyone else. How can the existence of the plain supermarket not be considered getting rich? Don't worry. I will definitely not tell anyone, Qin Jiangxin said with a smile, and finally took the 2 pieces of clothes given by Qin. But when she walked out of the supermarket and rode the electric scooter to the police station, she took out her cell phone and called her mother. Mom, didn't my aunt send a bag of peaches yesterday? Send some to Qin. She gave me 2 new clothes today. She went out 2 days ago. This should be the gift for me. I feel embarrassed. After the other end spoke, Qin Jiangxin hummed twice, and then said, You don't have to come. I'll find time to go back and get it. Well, you don't have to give too much. Qin can't finish it all by herself. Bring something else? Okay. Mom, you can do it. After that, she carried a bag of snacks into the police station, and took a break in the middle to deliver the things for Qin. Knowing that she would take a break at noon, they chose to give her the gift in the morning. Qin felt embarrassed to receive the gift. After all, she didn't spend any money on the clothes she gave to Qin Jiangxin, but Qin Jiangxin insisted on giving it to her, so she didn't refuse. The peaches were the kind grown at home, not particularly delicious, but fresh. She ate a peach, picked up a few stir-fried vegetables, picked out some from each portion, mixed them together to make a rich rice bowl. The drink was still ice crystal stone soaked in water. After drinking this stuff for a long time, she felt that everything else tasted bland. Not to mention ordinary drinks, even the drinks from the beverage machine were not tempting. At 11 o'clock, she had packed up all the dishes, closed the supermarket door on time, and opened the door to the other world. Yesterday she had agreed to take something over, so she planned to go to Purgatory on Earth first today, and then go over after taking the things. When she arrived at Purgatory on Earth, she originally planned to go directly to the underground mall, but after thinking about it, she went to the commercial building on the other side. Everyone here had nothing to do, and they were still sitting around playing cards. Bai Yiqing was the first to notice Qin, Boss Qin, you shouldn't be busy here, right? Qin asked. Not only not busy, but also extremely idle. Bai Yuqing said immediately. Don't think that everyone is playing cards. In fact, they are also idle. But playing cards for a long time is also very boring. If I give you something to do, would you be willing? Qin asked again. She still had to follow everyone's opinions. If you are willing, I will increase the amount of candles you get every day. And if you do a good job, you can also give soul beads. Bai Yuqing's eyes lit up immediately. She had tasted soul beads, and they were the only thing that nourished the soul. Although candles are good, they can only fill the stomach. Unlike soul beads, which can warm her soul from the inside out. She has been hesitating whether to tell Qin about the soul beads these days. But she is always embarrassed. Now that Qin has taken the initiative to bring it up, she is willing. But after thinking about it, she asked again, is it just me? Or does everyone have one? If you do a good job, everyone will have one. But you will have more. Qin looked at Bai Yuqing's expression, and knew what she meant. You can tell everyone. Okay. Thank you, boss. Bai Yuqing agreed and immediately went to tell everyone about it. Not long after, everyone stood in front of Qin, looking at her excitedly. What I want you to do is not complicated. You can see that there are so many buildings nearby. You can reach them. Qin pointed to the buildings outside. I'll trouble you to move the things in those houses here. There are many empty shops in this building, and you can put goods there. Do you want to move everything here? Someone asked. Move everything that can be moved here. I have a use for it, Qin said, emphasizing. But it's best to keep it the same when you move it here. It doesn't mean that it's exactly the same. Just try to put a batch of things together, so as not to separate them and lose them. She used to look for them by herself before, which took a long time. And sometimes she couldn't tell where something was. Especially the castle, the area is really too big, with houses of all sizes. It was really exciting at first, but it was just like that after a while, and it was even more troublesome to move around. It just so happened that this commercial building was big enough, and it was empty. After Qin's search, the building was even emptier. If we move the things in the other buildings here, there will be enough space to put them. After Qin finished speaking, everyone discussed it, and it was passed unanimously as expected. There was no rush to move the things. We still had to discuss where to start moving them, and how to place them after they were moved. There wasn't much else Qin needed to pay attention to afterwards. She turned around and left, went to the underground mall, and picked clothes directly from the shelves, and threw them all into her personal space. In addition to clothes, she also picked a bunch of accessories. There were many girls in the school, and these accessories were just right for them. As for the rest, she didn't take them all away. Anyway, Bai Yuqing would bring people to move them away, so she could pick them carefully at that time. It would be better to pick in a bright commercial building. After taking what she needed, she was about to leave when she passed by the small building of the secret room mission, and saw various tutoring classes on the second floor. She went up to the second floor, and searched all the tutoring materials and books. The text in this world is almost the same as that in the main world. At least when she browsed the mobile phones and tablets in the other world, she basically did not see any different text. However, when she was about to open the door of the plain supermarket with a batch of books, she suddenly thought of a question. The books of purgatory on Earth are exactly the same as those in the main world, but they are different from those 90 years ago. In other words, the characters learned by the people 90 years ago in the new plane are different, or they are not quite the same. Forget it. The different characters will not affect the study of mathematics, physics and chemistry. You are here? Qin paused, subconsciously glanced outside the plain supermarket, and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no warm welcome ceremony today. The welcome ceremony was not bad, but it was too embarrassing. Teacher Zhou will be here soon. Please wait a moment. The patrolman at the door spoke to Qin gently. Seeing her confused expression, he immediately introduced. Teacher Zhou is the teacher who spoke to you yesterday. She is not only a teacher, but also our vice principal. However, she prefers us to call her teacher. So that's how it is. Qin smiled. It doesn't matter. I'm not in a hurry. But I want to close the door now. Can I open it later? Yes. Yes. The other party breathed a sigh of relief. Your door has been open all the time. We are still worried. It's good that you can close the door. It doesn't matter. Isn't this within the scope of your school? Nothing will happen. Qing didn't expect that the other party was guarding the door on purpose. After smiling, she closed the door and took out the clothes, jewelry and books that she had just searched. After taking them all out, she did not sort them out immediately, but opened the door. Since it is a supermarket, there must be goods. She hid the fact that she carried a portable space with her. But the appearance of a supermarket was strange, and it was not impossible for a large amount of goods to appear after closing the door. The door opened, and Teacher Zhou and a group of people came quickly. As a result, they just happened to run into a supermarket full of goods. So many? Oh my god. There are too many things. Chapter 147 Exchange for 500 kilograms. I always forget to introduce myself. My last name is Qin of the Qin dynasty, and my given name is Qin, but it means Qing on a sunny day. After Qin finished speaking, she pointed to a pile of things in the plain supermarket and said, "You can buy all of these. As for the goods to be traded, it depends on your convenience. You can exchange rice, flour, grain, oil or meat with me. Shelves and hangers, etc. were moved out before, and the hangers were scattered, but the shelves were neatly placed against the wall, and you can just put the things on them one by one." Qin said. Everyone's attention fell on a pile of things in the plain supermarket. Finally, it was Teacher Zhou who stepped forward first, pointing to one of the books. "Can I see this?" Qin lowered her head and saw the cover of the book. This was a math book. Although the layout was different, the covers of all books were large and obvious. This has been the case since ancient times. She bent down, picked up the book, and handed it to the other party with both hands. "Take a look." "Okay, thank you." Teacher Zhou thanked him immediately, and carefully opened the book. Qin took this opportunity to put all the books on the shelf. There were books to be put here on both sides, and she didn't need to bother to classify them. The main reason was that there were not many books. The place where she got the books was just a training floor, not a library. There were basic books, but there were definitely not many books. Books can be placed in piles. After a while, all the books were put on the shelf, and they were not placed vertically, but stacked, with the spine facing outwards, so that she could see at a glance what book she wanted to read. After putting away the books, she pushed the big rack for clothes in the corner and hung the clothes one by one. This time she took a total of 50 or 60 pieces of clothes, most of which were adult styles. But there were also a small number of children's styles, mainly because there were some children in the school, and they would probably need these clothes. After hanging up the clothes, there were various accessories, such as hair ties, headbands, and hairpins, which were all basic small items. Finally, there was a pile of paper and a pen. After everything was sorted out, the plain supermarket became more like a supermarket, except that the most important thing in the supermarket, food, was missing. Qin, I'll call you Xiao Qin. Can you sell us this math book and the books here? Teacher Zhou still cared about books the most. After looking at the book in his hand for a while, he looked up at the other books on the shelf, his eyes shining. Yes, since they are all here, they must be sellable. Qin handed over the paper and pen. This is a modern pen. We call it a gel pen. Please try it. Okay. Good. Teacher Zhou took the pen, put the notebook under the paper, and wrote Qin's name stroke by stroke. After writing, he said happily, "This pen is easy to use. Better than a fountain pen. Doesn't it need to be filled with ink?" "Yes. It doesn't need to be filled with ink." Qin nodded. Teacher Zhou nodded happily again, then remembered something. Looked up at Qin. "What should I do when I run out of this pen?" Qin subconsciously wanted to throw it away, but seeing Teacher Zhou's expression, she swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth and said, "There are also refills for sale. If you finish writing with this pen, you can unscrew it and change the refill, and you can continue to use it. People in later generations are really creative. I didn't expect that you can actually change the refill. This is more convenient than repairing a fountain pen." Teacher Zhou smiled and clenched his hand. "Pen? But I didn't expect you to bring so many things. I thought it wouldn't be that much. This is a special case, but don't worry. Teacher Zhou, you can buy all these things, and there will be more later." Qin stepped back, standing beside the shelf, and touched the shelf with her hand. "If you want more books, you can also change to the copier. All books can be copied, but it will take up a place in the vending machine. In the martial arts plane, the printer took up a place. Although that world is said to be short of food, it is not that short of it. As long as you make money, it is not difficult to buy food. Exchanging printers will be more conducive to the development and profit of Spreadtrum. It doesn't matter. We don't have many books in our school. We can't have one for everyone. Usually, we write on the blackboard in class, and then we copy by hand. Teacher Zhou waved her hand. We have discussed it yesterday and this morning. We'd better ask you for fertilizer. Food is the first necessity of the people, and this place is no exception. As long as we have fertilizer, we can do more things next. After saying that, Teacher Zhou remembered something, and her eyebrows curved again. In fact, we were not sure whether to use fertilizer. The documentary you showed us mentioned a lot of knowledge and many special tools. We all wanted to learn, but those things were too advanced. We didn't know where to start for a while, so we hesitated whether we should buy some books from you. At this point, Qing also understood the situation. Because she brought the book, she no longer needed the book, and could choose the second option, fertilizer. In fact, even if there are no such things, you don't have to go through the vending machine to get books. Qing took out her mobile phone and found the e-book inside. In modern society, in addition to video materials, books can also appear on the internet. No matter what book you want, I can find it for you and put it on the tablet for you to read. As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked. Can books be used? But aren't books made of paper? Like images? Can we still read books on that board? Tablet? Can we read any book? Of course you can. Not only that, but the storage of books on the internet is even smaller, Qing said, and remembered something. By the way, do you know cameras? Everyone nodded repeatedly. Before they crossed over, there were even movies, not to mention cameras. Even before that, there were cameras, but most ordinary people couldn't get access to them. This is also the point that Qing can communicate with them smoothly. She quickly explained, books can appear on the tablet, just like you take a photo of a physical book with a camera. Each page will be stored in the camera, but normally you need to print it out to see it, but on the tablet, you can see the content of the book without printing it out, so you can understand it. Right? Everyone nodded. I understand. So that's the principle. We thought wrong before. Think about it this way, a book on the tablet, isn't it the same as a person in a movie? I heard that movies are frame by frame, almost page by page. Since people who can move can do it, books that can't move can naturally do it, right? Until then, most people showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. So, books should be easier to store than moving people. Not only are they easier to store, but they also use less film. For example, for a 1-second video, if it's a moving video, a lot of film needs to have content. If it's a book, no. If it's 1 second, the film used should be the same. Qing listened to the person who was talking and refuted himself, and immediately said, in fact, your guess is correct. I can't explain the specific principle at the moment. In fact, there are several situations for book storage. One is pure text, one is pure picture, and the other is, it's a video. The storage capacity occupied by these three types is bigger than that of others. You can learn what they are like. The other party was surprised. So I really guessed some of them right? Qing nodded, yes. I guessed some of them right. The person in front of him immediately jumped up happily. I'm so awesome. The future is so interesting. I want to learn this. I also want to make movies and books. Qing wanted to say that books didn't need to be made, but seeing how happy the other party was, she didn't pour cold water on him. In the early stage of understanding computers, there's nothing wrong with being full of fantasies. Teacher Zhou noticed the strangeness in Qing's expression, but she didn't say much at this time. Just looked at the happy students with a gentle smile. Even though the other party had graduated long ago, in her eyes, these children were all her students. After the joy, Teacher Zhou still talked to Qing about the transaction. The staple food here is spiritual rice. We have grown a lot of spiritual rice in the past few years. In addition to the ones we sold, we saved the rest. How did the transaction of the vending machine come from? Can you teach us? Qing just remembered that she hadn't mentioned this matter yet, and immediately introduced the use of the vending machine in detail. The buying and selling prices in the vending machine only affect the vending machine itself. As the owner of the plain supermarket, she can set any price, high or low, as long as the ratio of the two sides is adjusted. There will be no problem. She received the spiritual rice and must sell it. Although she didn't know how the sales volume would be, she could set a high price in reality. If necessary, she could also sell it to other planes, so the price could be slightly higher. However, before determining the price, she specifically asked about the situation of growing spiritual rice in this plane. In the end, she determined that spiritual rice was similar to rice. But because the spiritual energy in this plane was abundant, the spiritual rice grown would contain spiritual power. Therefore, in this plane, spiritual rice is the staple food of all people. Depending on the grower, the situation of spiritual rice will be different. The stronger the spiritual power, the higher the spiritual energy content of the spiritual rice grown. On the contrary, the less spiritual energy, not only the spiritual energy content is low, but also the yield is not high. In this regard, Teacher Zhou explained, we have confirmed that there is no habit of fertilizing here, but we have no spiritual power, so we can only grow the most common spiritual rice. Since the land was reclaimed, we have started to fertilize. The yield is relatively higher, but not too much higher. So we are thinking, is it because the fertility is not enough? If more suitable fertilizers can be applied, the yield may be increased. After getting such an explanation, Qing also felt that it was right to apply fertilizers. He also went back to his supermarket to determine the fertilizer suitable for rice cultivation. Fertilizer can increase production. After searching online, the prices are not too expensive. However, if you want better fertilizer, the price will be slightly higher. She has no channel to buy this batch of goods before it expires, so she can only buy it at the regular price. So in the end, she set a ratio of 1 to 2, 5 yuan for a pound of spiritual rice, 10 yuan for a pound of fertilizer. It is equivalent to 2 pounds of spiritual rice for 1 pound of fertilizer. After setting this price, she felt a little embarrassed, but the school agreed very quickly and was very satisfied with the price. She just waited for Qing to deliver the goods, and then she could start the transaction. By the way, sell all these books to us, Teacher Zhou said immediately before Qing left. Not only that, she also brought over the spiritual rice. We all know that books are expensive, so this time, we brought a total of 500 kilograms of spiritual rice. If it's not enough, we can talk about it later. Qing heard the ease in Teacher Zhou's words. May I ask how many kilograms of spiritual rice you have saved in the past few years? Not much, about 100,000 kilograms. Teacher Zhou said with a smile. Spiritual rice is durable in storage. After knowing this feature, we can plant as much as we want. Don't worry, we need a lot of fertilizer, and we won't let you lose business. First, give us 5,000 kilograms of fertilizer, okay? Qing, okay. She didn't expect that she would have to stock up fertilizer one day. By the way, does fertilizer have a shelf life? She really didn't seem to know about this matter. Chapter 148 exactly 10 kilograms. 500 kilograms of spiritual rice. In exchange for all the books Qing brought this time, she felt that she had made a profit, and the people in the school also felt that they had made a profit. The transaction was reached in a friendly manner. Then, there was the agreed 5,000 kilograms of fertilizer. According to the exchange ratio she set, 5,000 kilograms of fertilizer required 10,000 kilograms of spiritual rice to exchange. Don't worry about the spiritual rice. After we use up our own, we can still go outside to purchase it, said Teacher Zhou at this time. He seemed quite rich. Now the most important thing is fertilizer. Spiritual rice in this plane is the basic food. From those who cultivate immortals with spiritual power, to ordinary people, all eat spiritual rice, and the storage capacity is very sufficient. Qing learned a little about Lingmi's situation, and knew that what Teacher Zhou said was true. She returned to her supermarket without any burden, and found a suitable store on the internet to buy 5,000 kilograms of fertilizer. When determining the delivery location, she chose the address in the county town. Although shipping to the county town meant that she had to drive to pick it up herself, it could also prevent people in the town from knowing too much about her situation. Previously, the goods she stockpiled were basically delivered by the manufacturer's car, and directly transported to the old factory she rented. This time, the fertilizer was delivered by logistics, and it was a familiar logistics company. It had to go through Xiahengliang, which was not appropriate after thinking about it. Just as I was thinking about the person, the horn of a tricycle sounded outside the supermarket. Qing went over and opened the door. Why are you delivering goods in the middle of the day today? I have something to do this afternoon, so I sent it to you in advance. I know you will be open at this time, so I won't miss it. Xia Hengliang took a few packages from the car. You have a lot of packages these 2 days. When you buy things, it always comes in waves. Qing Qing took the package with a smile. Thanks. You're welcome. Xia Hengliang returned to the car, raised his hand and shook it. Let's talk later. Okay. Let's talk later. Watching Xia Hengliang's car leave, Qing Qing returned to the supermarket with a few packages, unpacked them one by one, and as expected, they were all medicines. Medicines also have a shelf life. She originally thought about whether she could find them. After searching for a while, she realized that it was impossible for expired medicines to be sold. So she gave up, and could only buy them at the original price. The original price would not be cheap, but compared to the future, the price would still be lower. Fortunately, online shopping is well developed now, and most medicines can be bought online. She went to 20 or 30 stores, bought a batch of basic medicines from each store, and stored them all. After a few days, she would stock up another batch. By buying in batches, she could always stock up a lot of medicines. After unpacking the medicines, the fertilizer store received a message indicating that the goods had been shipped. 5,000 kilograms of fertilizers cost her tens of thousands of yuan in total. Qing Qing prepared a small shelf and put the rice she had just received on it. When she wanted to set the price, she hesitated for a long time and finally set a price slightly higher than the normal rice price. 10 yuan per kilogram. After setting the price, she turned around and saw Cui Yun and his wife standing by the cashier. When did you come? Why didn't you tell me? I just came, and I saw you setting the price, so I didn't bother you. Is that new stock? Cui Yun asked. Are you selling rice? Yes. The best rice. 10 yuan per kilogram. I'll get you 2 kilograms later? Qing Qing said directly. No. We'll buy it ourselves. We just happen to be short of rice at home, Cui Yun said, motioning to her husband beside her. The husband noticed and quickly replied, Let's take 5 pounds first. Okay. You must charge us. We'll feel embarrassed to take it if you don't. Then I'll weigh it for you. Qing Qing turned back, took a bag, put the rice in it, weighed it on the electronic scale next to it, and added a little more. It's exactly 5 pounds. I'll calculate it for you. Let's get something else. Cui Yun picked up the basket at the door, went to the supermarket to pick out some food and daily necessities, and then put them all on the cashier to settle the bill. The bill was settled quickly, and the two of them were about to leave with their bags. Qing Qing suddenly remembered something and called him. Aunt Cui, connect your phone to my supermarket's wireless network and I'll download an app for you. Software? Cui Yun expressed doubt, but still unlocked the phone and handed it to Qing Qing. Does your supermarket have a shopping app? It's not a supermarket app, Qing Qing said with a smile. Put the phone on the desktop, clicked on a software platform, and searched for Seoul World Everything. The search results soon appeared. After downloading, she searched for Su Xinyang's name in the search interface and added him as a friend. After adding successfully, she set him to follow closely, so that they could see each other's private videos. Cui Yun kept looking at the phone, saw Qing Qing search for Su Xinyang, and saw Qing Qing set up close follow, and then watched her click on the other party's video. After seeing it clearly, Cui Yun suddenly looked up. Su Qiuping also looked straight at Qing Qing. After reacting, Su Qiuping immediately took out his phone. Mine. Can I download mine? Yes. Qing Qing took it with a smile. The same operation, the same steps, and finally ended by clicking on Su Xinyang's video. After everything was done, she pushed the phone to Su Qiuping. Both of them have seen the world, and seeing their son's video, there is nothing they don't understand. Then can we watch it here directly in the future? Not only can we watch it here, but there will also be online video and online chat functions in a while, Qing Qing said, remembering the developer's advice. Don't forget to give the software a good review. They both laughed. Of course. Good reviews? Of course. How can we not give good reviews? After laughing, Cui Yun asked, besides us, can others download this software? Qing Qing knew who she was asking for. The other girl's parents still had to go to work, and they rarely came to the town. But they communicated closely with Cui Yun and his wife. Yes, but you need to set up a close follow. After all, the situation there is special. Most of the people who post videos do not use their own faces. Ching Ching said, and blinked at the two of them. The two nodded repeatedly. I understand. After downloading the app, they followed their son again, and confirmed that they could communicate more closely in the future. When they left, they were all smiling. Not long after they left, a bus stopped outside the supermarket. Boss Ching, we are here to buy drinks again. Another busload of people? Ching Ching looked at the old man and old woman who got off the bus. Word of mouth. Everyone has no doubt about the effect of the drinks here. Boss Ching, the other party said, giving a thumbs up. But this time, they are not just here to buy drinks. It's a good opportunity to go out. The weather in your town is a little cooler, and take them for a walk. Then you are also a part-time tour guide. Ching Ching smiled. As usual, you get the drinks yourselves. No problem. The bus came here more than once or twice, and everyone got used to it. The supermarket could not accommodate so many people at once, so they came down in batches to get the drinks. The old men and women were all quite old, but they were all in good spirits. As they walked down one by one, they all started shaking their hands and feet. They happily carried big cups on their backs and walked into the supermarket. The first one to notice the rice was one of the old ladies. After seeing the price of the rice, the old lady was a little shocked. Oh, the rice in your small town is so expensive. 10 yuan per caddy? Well, it's new stock. Ching Ching didn't try to sell it. Unexpectedly, the old lady looked at it for a while and took the initiative to say, then give me 10 caddies. I want to try your rice. 10 caddies? Ching Ching was a little surprised. 10 kilograms is only 100 yuan, not expensive. The old lady who had just said it was expensive changed her tone. There are still restrictions. One person can't buy so much. You can buy it. Ching Ching came back to her senses, walked over, picked up a big bag to pack the rice. While they were serving, several old men and women who had received their drinks came over, mumbling to each other for a while. And then one after another said, I want 5 kilograms. Give me 10 kilograms. 2. I want 20 kilograms. You're buying so much? There are many people in our family. I have 2 sons. We need to give each of them 10 kilograms. We only eat for a few meals. 20 kilograms doesn't cost much. It's just 200 yuan. Then I want 20 kilograms. 2. People came one after another, even those who got off the bus at the back, and followed the crowd to buy 10 or 20 kilograms of rice. There were 30 or 40 people in a bus, and all of them left. The 500 kilograms of rice were almost sold out. In the car, someone spoke. Isn't this 10 yuan a pound a bit expensive? Normal rice at 5 or 6 yuan a pound is already very good. Why is 10 yuan a pound expensive? The drinks they sell us are so effective, and they only sell them for 1 yuan a cup. How can this rice be priced at 10 yuan a pound worse than the drinks? Then the other things in the supermarket are all normal prices. Even so, 10 yuan a pound of rice is definitely a normal price, and the quality won't be bad, even if it's bad. So what? We have been drinking their sleep-eating drinks for so long, and the round-trip fare is more expensive than the drinks. Spending an extra 100 or 200 to buy some rice, what's the big deal? That's right, I bought too little. I only bought 5 pounds. I'll buy another 5 pounds, and there are many people in our family. I can buy more and share it with everyone. It won't last long. As he said this, the man got out of the car again and walked into the supermarket. When he came out again, he was holding a plastic bag filled with rice. In the car, after talking about rice, everyone started talking about their recent sleep quality. I slept really well, comfortably, and I always felt that I had never slept so comfortably in my life. Me too. I had trouble sleeping a few years ago, but in the past 2 years, I slept exceptionally well. With such a good sleep, I can live a few more years. Then you can get more pension. Yes, it's better to have a pension. I get 8,000 yuan a month in pension. My children are very filial and hope that I can live a few more years. I think it's okay. Anyway, I have lived to this age, and I can earn more by living happily for a year. 1 year. Speaking of this, our neighbor's pension is not low, but she likes to give. Talking about the spirit of giving, all her pension is given to her children and grandchildren. I told her about the drinks. She believed it, but she was reluctant to spend money, not even $1 or 2. What's the point of living like this? At our age, we must live well for ourselves. That's right. In the supermarket, Ching Ching and the tour guide had a small dispute over the remaining rice. In the end, the tour guide won. He held the rice tightly in his hand and said, Boss, please go buy more. This rice is selling so well. Buy more. I will bring customers next time. You don't have to worry about food. Why are you still fighting with me for the remaining rice? Ching, at least leave me 1 pound. She really hadn't eaten lingmi before, and didn't know what lingmi tasted like. What does it look like to be scattered? Boss, don't you think so? Let's just leave it like this. There are exactly 10 pounds left. The other party walked quickly to the cashier and paid. After paying, he raised his hand happily. I paid. See you later. Boss, don't forget to buy more. XXX has arrived. 100 yuan. Chapter 149. Good news. Rice is 10 yuan per caddy. 500 caddies of rice sold, just enough to earn 5,000 yuan, almost reimbursing half of her fertilizer costs. After settling the bill, Ching's dissatisfaction with not being able to eat the spiritual rice instantly dissipated a lot. She can buy more spiritual rice, but the business in the future may not be as good as today. Who would have thought that today is the first day that spiritual rice is on the shelves? All 500 caddies of spiritual rice can be sold. What's more, she still has 10,000 caddies to be recorded. At a price of 10 yuan per caddy, 10,000 caddies of rice can earn 100,000 yuan. Taking advantage of the time when there were not many customers, Ching went to the plain supermarket in the wasteland to tell Zhang Mingshun the good news. A full 100,000 yuan was enough for her to stock up a lot of goods. I also have good news to tell you. Zhang Mingshun raised his hand and clenched his fist. I felt the chi of internal force. Really feel it? Ching asked excitedly. Seeing Zhang Mingshun nod, she laughed happily. I said you can do it. But the speed is slower. I said it's just slower. Zhang Mingshun corrected Ching's statement. You are the one who has been worried. Same as before. Ching smiled and waved her hand to skip this matter, ignoring the worry she had before. To celebrate this good news, I brought you a few bags. And these jewelry, cosmetics, all for you. These are originally. Is it for me? Zhang Mingshun smiled and took a bag, put it on his back, and turned it in front of Ching. How is it? Does it look good? Great. Ching gave a thumbs up. Suitable for you. It will look better with that blue suit. Zhang Mingshun thought about it, and Sue remembered the suit she mentioned, and nodded. Indeed, I think it will look better that way. Ching had to go back to the store, and the two did not chat for too long. But the news Zhang Mingshun gave did surprise her. This means that the martial arts secrets in the martial arts plane are not only for people in that plane to learn. As long as you have talent, you can learn it, but it will take some time. Thinking of this, she remembered that Jean Rui still owed her a video. Yes, she had to find time to send the phone with Soul World everything to Jean Rui. The phone she had left with Jean Rui was a second-hand phone in reality, which could only be borrowed and could not be kept. Now that there is a data exchange program, she can use the phone she bought from Purgatory on Earth. Since crossing over, Jean Rui's life has been very tense. Until these few days, he suddenly relaxed. Not only because he came into contact with Ching, but also because he could clearly feel that the malice around him had decreased a lot. Unlike before, when he would encounter evil things every now and then, forcing him to take action. Sometimes, even though he knew that someone was behind the evil deeds, he still had to do it, because those evil deeds were right in front of him, even if there were people behind them. What happened in front of him was real, and the harm to one of the parties was real. The education he received since childhood, and the education he received during his years in the army told him in his mind that he must not stand idly by. However, as he encountered more things, he would doubt himself, doubt that he was wrong, doubt that this malicious world was real, and there would be a voice in his heart telling him to let it go. Let go of everything in the past, and his life would be better. But fortunately, he did not let it go. Until the last moment of his death, he did not let it go. Jean Rui quietly avoided the patrolling guards, came to a hidden corner, and pulled out a piece of paper from the corner. The moonlight was dim, only a few stars illuminated the earth. In the extremely dim environment, the lantern in the patrolling guard's hand seemed particularly bright, as if it could illuminate all the dark colors. Soon, the bright candlelight moved away little by little, leaving the dimness in place. Jean Rui turned his head, watched the guard pass the corner, took out a small flashlight from his arms, turned it on, and saw the contents of the note in his hand clearly. After reading all the contents, he smiled and put away the note, took out a slightly larger silver ingot from his arms, put a folded white paper underneath, and put it back in a corner where it was not easy to be found. After determining the placement, he left quickly and disappeared around the corner not long after. At dawn, someone came quietly, touched the object in the corner, took it out immediately, saw that it was indeed a silver ingot, held it with surprise and joy, muttered "I'm saved," and then left here at the same speed. Have you all heard about the Chioming Villa? I know. Did you buy the newspaper too? Yes. I bought 10 copies at once. I wanted to buy more, but they wouldn't. They said I could only sell 10 copies. There are only 100 copies in total. If you buy so many, other people will have them all gone. Besides, the newspaper is only for reading. What do you need so many copies for? Resell it. You are not as smart as our leader. Since the leader knew that the last newspaper incident was a hot topic, he knew that this business could be done. He bought 10 copies and resold them. People would even pay 10 taels of silver for one newspaper. Wouldn't it be possible to make back the money by reselling 3 copies? Of course not. Hey. Can you get back to business? Chioming Villa. What happened to Ming Villa? Oh yes, you didn't read the newspaper about Chioming Villa this time, but it was so exciting. It is said that the owner of Chioming Villa went through so much trouble to give birth to a son, and even forced the former owner's wife, who gave birth to 3 daughters, back home. You know about this, right? Everyone knows this. The whole martial arts world knows it. Isn't the former owner's wife from the Jianmen Lin Bingxia? Right? It's been more than 10 years, and it was a big deal at the time. Who would have thought that the owner of Chioming Villa not only didn't want his wife, but also his daughters, but those 3 daughters are also very promising, and the current de Jianmen is supported by these 3 sisters. It's been 20 years, and 21 years. It's been so long. It's been brought up again now. Then what? What happened to this matter? Hey, isn't there still the owner's son? The person who spoke laughed as he spoke. Didn't we say earlier that the owner and Lin Bingxia divorced because of their son? Not long after the divorce, Chioming Villa held a grand banquet for his son's centenary. You know this, right? Hey, you're still keeping us in suspense. Tell us now. The person who spoke was still laughing. Before he finished laughing, until the angry eyes of the people around him swept over, then he took out the newspaper and said, "This is it, you can read it yourself." The newspaper was handed over, and everyone gathered around. As they watched, someone suddenly made a shock sound. This, the son of the owner of Chioming Villa, has a homosexual tendency? He was caught in bed with an adulterer. Why is there a painting here? This is too immoral. But this painting is really vivid. The owner of Chioming Villa roared. Impossible? This is absolutely impossible. I laughed my ass off. Ha, this is really what he deserves. The son he finally had turned out to be a homosexual. Can homosexuals have children? Isn't it possible? Anyway, it's impossible for a serious martial arts person to find this person again. It is said that the owner of Chioming Villa is not in good health. Since the birth of that son, he has no other children. It is estimated that this body can't give birth to a second one. Let me see. Who do you think is behind the William Daly? How can he know such secret information? Who knows, anyway? I saw that person with a dark face, and he didn't look like a human at all. He was a little hunched, and he didn't look like a martial artist. Hey, but I heard that he was a person with a pale face. Then we are definitely not talking about the same person. That's right, there must be more than one person delivering newspapers. Not far from the table where they were talking, Qin Qing and John Rui were sitting face to face. The two of them were not too close to each other, but they both practiced martial arts. And they had sharp ears and eyes. They both heard clearly what the table said. When talking about black and white, Qin Qing glanced at John Rui, and John Rui also looked at her. They both knew what the other meant. Qin Qing covered her face helplessly. It's not my problem. At that time, I could only find those. You can't expect to find 2 normal cosmetics in a haunted house. Black and white are good. It's easier to cover the face. But I won't waste it. I only brushed my face once. Last time it was white. This time it's black. And the cosmetics are enough. John Rui said. Don't worry. I won't let anyone chase me and find you. Yeah. Qin Qing nodded seriously, thinking of what was said just now, and asked in a low voice, "Can you handle the matter they are talking about? That is, being gay does not affect having children. I don't want ordinary girls to be harmed." knowing that people who practice martial arts have good hearing. She deliberately lowered her voice. She didn't have much feeling about the relationship between the two. As long as she didn't hurt others, she could do whatever she wanted. But she couldn't hurt others. I thought about this question before. John Rui seemed to know that Qin Qing would ask. And he prepared the information in advance and put it in front of Qin Qing. This can be sent out in the next issue. And no one will help him then. Qin Qing looked down. Read 10 lines at a glance. And soon finished all the content. Then she looked up and covered her mouth and asked, "Is this news confirmed? I saw this news in the notebook I picked up before. And someone handed it to me this time. I found someone who used to live nearby to check. And it should be true." John Rui nodded. And his voice was very low. "But I suspect that the former owner's wife found a way to send this news out." Lin Bingxia? Qin Qing remembered the name of the former owner's wife. John Rui nodded. Qin Qing smiled. "It took so many years to break out. I really can bear it. Then let's set this for the next issue. The son I raised for 20 years turned out not to be my own. This news must be a big bomb." "No problem. I'll ask you and the others to do the layout when I go back." John Rui stretched out his hand and made an okay gesture. The biggest news next door has already broken out. Based on the principle that happiness is better shared than happiness alone, they all stood shoulder to shoulder to continue to spread the news, and they have left one after another. The waiter came up to pack up and went downstairs. Qin Qing took out her phone at this time and handed it to John Rui with her back facing up. "You can keep this forever. There is an app called Soul World, everything in it. It was developed by Soul World. You can go online at any time. I will find a way to pass the message to your family in a while. And ask them to come up so that you can communicate face to face." "Can we communicate face to face?" John Rui looked up in shock. Qin Qing, "Yes. But you have to wait. You can wait as long as you want." John Rui came back to his senses. Smiled immediately. Thanked repeatedly in a low voice. And held the phone tightly with his hand on the table. Whispering, "I am willing to wait. I am willing to wait." Chapter 150, can be exchanged for coal. The sales of these 2 issues of the newspaper are very good. Our costs are mainly for collecting intelligence and copying fees for you and others. The printing costs are almost negligible. So every time we earn 300 taels, we can almost save more than 200 taels. John Rui told Qin Qing in detail about the distribution of the newspaper. So you don't need to pay for the time being. Information can continue to be collected, and this money must be spent. Qin Qing said and asked, "When I came here, I saw that you opened a new sales window here. What do you want in the next batch? You can ask for rice or coal." "Coal?" John Rui didn't expect this. The weather near the snowy mountains is always cold. I visited the house. They mainly burn firewood or charcoal. The surrounding forest resources are limited. It's not good to cut down too many trees. Qin Qing and John Rui said as they walked. "Modern coal is cheap. I can buy some of it. It can also save you the process of trading with others. The forest resources are getting less and less." Qin Qing is also afraid that the snowy mountains in this plain will spread outward. "Coal can be used. I didn't think of this before." John Rui nodded happily. "As for food, instant noodles can still support us. As for daily vegetables and meat, you can buy them outside. The things for burning firewood are indeed more important. If there is coal, it is indeed better. Everyone has the responsibility to protect the environment." Qin Qing was stunned for a moment. Then she remembered that before Jean Rui crossed over, the country had already launched a vigorous environmental protection and afforestation activities. Speaking of this, she thought again, this world should also have coal resources. You should find a way to find them. If you can make use of the coal resources in this world, you may be able to sell them back to reality. Good idea. I will go find them. If there are enough coal resources, the people living in the snow-capped mountains and the people living near the snow-capped mountains will have a much better life. Compared with using firewood and charcoal, it is definitely better to use coal. John Rui and Qin Qing agreed and quickly listed this item in the intelligence table that needed to be collected. After talking with John Rui, Qin Qing found an opportunity and flashed back to the plain supermarket. John Rui went to his temporary residence here, far away from the snow-capped mountains. The housing prices were not cheap. He was reluctant to spend more money. So he found a place in the outer city, which was relatively larger and more affordable. When he arrived, he calmly pushed the door open and went into his room, avoiding everyone. Then he opened the app on his phone. Soul World. Qing Qing mentioned the soul world to him, saying that it was the place where people went after death. But he was in another world, and was not sure whether he could go to the soul world after dying here. So he specifically told him to be careful. He had never thought about the existence of the soul world. But when he opened the soul world and saw strange but familiar language and behavior, he was still very grateful for the existence of the soul world. Except for Qing Qing, he hadn't seen his compatriots for a long time. It will arrive this afternoon. Are you going to work in the evening? No, okay, I will find a way here. I know there are a lot of things. I will try to transport them in the afternoon. Yeah, don't worry, it's no problem. The fertilizer she bought arrived at the county logistics point. There were a lot of things, and it took up a lot of space. She had to find a chance to transport it back. After hanging up the phone, she called Wei Xiaoshuang. The call was connected, and there was a response from the other end. Afternoon? Are you free in the afternoon? When are you leaving? Since you have to go out. I'll go out for a while. What do you want to eat? I'll bring it back to you from the county. Qing Qing said on the phone. I've been bothering you all this time. It's not a bother. I don't have much to do at home anyway. And you not only pay me a salary, but also give me free clothes and cakes. I should have earned it. There was a sound of footsteps from the other end. Wait for me. I'll be there soon. Is it okay to wear slippers? It's okay. Qing Qing laughed. You're lying here anyway, so you can wear anything. Hee hee. That's good. It's more comfortable to wear slippers in this weather. The sound of keys colliding was heard, and Wei Xiaoshuang's voice came again. Okay. I'll go downstairs and come soon. Mom, I'm going to manage the supermarket for Qing Qing. Wei's mother's voice sounded from afar through the phone. Go. Go. Save some electricity at home. I didn't turn on the air conditioner that morning. Don't electric fans cost electricity? I'll pay for this month's electricity bill. No need for you. I'll pay for it. Keep your own money for yourself. Spend it sparingly. The voice was getting farther and farther away. And Qing Qing heard Wei Xiaoshuang's voice. It's much better now than before. It's just talk. They asked me to pay the electricity bill a few days ago. And now they don't let me spend money. It's just talk anyway. It doesn't matter. Qing Qing laughed. That's right. I'm listening to it in one ear and out the other now. Hang up. I'll be right over. At the same time as the call was hung up, the sound of the electric car starting up was heard for a moment. The two sides were not far away, and it didn't take long for Qing Qing to see Wei Xiaoshuang. I'm coming. Wei Xiaoshuang took off his helmet and hung it on the handlebars. Are you going to the county town this afternoon? Bring me some braised chicken with rice. I want to eat this stuff. Is that all you want? Do you want anything else? Grilled skewers? Wei Xiaoshuang asked. Okay. Qing Qing nodded. She could take out the skewers now. But she couldn't take them. Then I'll buy you braised chicken, rice, and skewers. Try to come back before dinner, so you can have them for dinner. Okay. I was just thinking about eating them. It's just too much trouble to go to the county town. Don't worry. I'll definitely take care of the store for you in the afternoon. Wei Xiaoshuang said happily. Wei Xiaoshuang had looked after the store more than once or twice. Qing Qing didn't tell her too much. She let her look after the store, and rode her electric bike to the old factory. When she came out again, she drove a truck from the old factory, and went to the county town to load fertilizer. 5,000 kilograms of fertilizer was not too much, and the truck was more than enough to load all the fertilizer. After loading everything, she drove away, wandered around the county town, and bought the braised chicken, rice, and grilled skewers that Wei Xiaoshuang wanted. Of course, not just one serving. Everyone around was already outside, so she simply bought more. After wandering around the county town, it was not too late to go back. Just dinner time. She parked the car in the old factory building, transferred all the fertilizer in the car to the portable space, and then carried the food for Wei Xiaoshuang back to the supermarket. As soon as the car arrived at the supermarket entrance, Wei Xiaoshuang came out to greet them. I smelled the fragrance, and I was just hungry. And you came back. I agreed to send it back to you at dinner time. Qing Qing handed her the packed food. I'm in the supermarket. You can take it home to eat. Then I won't be polite. You don't have to pay the store guarding fee today. I've already received it. Wei Xiaoshuang shook the food in his hand. Don't send it. I won't accept it even if you send it. Qing Qing smiled and nodded. Okay. Okay. I won't send it to you. Wei Xiaoshuang then waved his hand happily and left. Qing Qing stretched herself and went to the kitchen to prepare a portion of braised chicken with rice for dinner, because she had ordered a large portion. The chicken pieces in the braised chicken were very heavy, and all of them were chicken thigh meat. They were very chewy and meaty. After finishing the meal, she instantly felt that the 10 portions of braised chicken with rice that she had specially packed back today were worth it. On the other side, the Wei family was also eating. The braised chicken with rice and grilled skewers that Wei Xiaoshuang brought back were just the right additions to dinner. I didn't pay, but I didn't ask for the money for guarding the store today. Wei Xiaoshuang took the initiative to explain. You know Qingqing's personality. She doesn't like to owe people. With these, we are even today. That's right. Mother Wei ate a piece of chicken. This braised chicken tastes really good. No wonder you always miss it. Right. I miss it after not eating it for a while. Wei Xiaoshuang ate happily. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Qing looked up and adjusted the talisman in her hand. Seeing the guests coming in, she narrowed her eyes, and then smiled. Liang Min paused as she lifted the curtain, and looked up at Qing. Do you know me? How is your health recently? I'm recovering very well. Liang Min nodded slowly, and blinked at Qing. You saved me? Well, your friend said you were in danger, and asked me to go over to see you. An actor named Lu Ruisi. Qing told the truth. She said you were for saving her would be dangerous, so I asked for your help. Fortunately, you are fine. It was her. Liang Min remembered Lu Ruisi, and looked at Qing with a little more intimacy. Thank you. My mother said that my condition was not good at that time, and the hospital could not help. Fortunately, you were there, but you left too fast, and we never found you. She walked into the supermarket and bowed deeply to Qing. Thank you. Don't be like this. Saving your life is a piece of cake for me. Qing quickly reached out her hand. I should thank you. Not only for me, but also for my mother. I can't imagine what she would do if something happened to me. Liang Min said seriously. We all said we would thank you in person. I thought we had no chance, but I didn't expect to meet you here. Is Auntie okay? Qing asked again. Yes. Liang Min smiled. She was not very well when I was lying on the hospital bed. Now she has recovered and is in much better spirits than before. She just kept talking about you. Can I ask? Are you real or? I am a real person. Otherwise I can't find you. And today, I should say that you are here today because I can provide you with this. Qing pushed the talisman paper in front of her. I remember this, the amulet you gave me, exactly the same. Liang Min said, realizing something. Is this amulet also useful in the mission? Yes, in addition to the amulet, there is also the evil-breaking amulet. Qing introduced Liang Min. 1 mission coin for 1, you can exchange it. Not to say the effect is particularly good, but at least it can protect your safety to a certain extent. I'll buy it. I still have 10 mission coins in my hand. I'll buy all of this, 2 amulets, 8 evil-breaking amulets. Liang Minli. She took out the task coins, raised her eyes and smiled. Do you need me to help you sell? At least, no one I see doesn't buy it. Qing said with a smile. This transit area, not everyone can come. Right? That's right. Liang Min suddenly realized. Put away the amulet. Thank you. As she said that, her task time was up, and she left quickly. Not long after she left, people came one after another. As expected, anyone who saw her supermarket would choose to take out the task coins to exchange for amulets with her. Task coins can be earned again, but life is only one. Chapter 151. Being able to eat is a blessing. When Qing came to the new plane again, the 10,000 kilograms of spiritual rice that had been promised before had been stored in the space of the vending machine. Not sure when she would come, there was no one guarding the door of the plane supermarket, but there was a note left beside, which stated the matter of spiritual rice. In short, they found that after the vending machine was set up, they could sell spiritual rice directly, and they were afraid that it would take time to exchange it when the time came, so they specially took out the 10,000 kilograms of spiritual rice that had been promised before, and thought of putting it into the vending machine bit by bit. I didn't expect that the vending machine's inlet could be filled with unlimited goods. The spiritual rice was poured into the vending machine bag by bag, without any lag. Qing looked at the note that described the situation vividly, and couldn't help laughing. There was no one outside the door, so she transferred all the fertilizers into the vending machine. The transfer was confirmed, and someone came over. Xiao Qing. Teacher Zhou. Qing Qing looked at the person who came, and pointed to the vending machine in front of her. The fertilizers have been put in place, you can take them at any time. The space in the vending machine has the function of stopping the passage of time. If you don't need to use a lot of fertilizers in a short period of time, you can take them slowly, and they won't go bad if you put them in there. Isn't this the same as the storage bag of the immortal cultivators? Teacher Zhou was surprised. Qing Qing did not find it strange that there were storage bags in the world of cultivation. She just asked, "Are storage bags expensive?" "Expensive. One storage bag costs thousands of spirit stones. And they are high-quality spirit stones," said Teacher Zhou. She explained, "Spirit stones are the currency here. And they are also a kind of stone that can be used for cultivation. However, it is difficult for us to get them. Over the years, the reserves of spirit stones are very small. The basic currency of this world is still gold and silver." Qing Qing instantly understood why the exchange option in this world is spiritual rice. No one can move the things in the plain supermarket. You just keep them safe, Qing Qing said. And this is the school area. Outsiders generally don't come in. Right? Yes. We originally said that it would be difficult to use these fertilizers in a short period of time. I feel relieved when you say that. Teacher Zhou entered the supermarket. I also want to ask if the clothes you put here are also for sale. Sell? Or exchange them for spiritual rice. Qing Qing looked at the clothes in the supermarket. I didn't spend much money on these clothes. 1 caddy of spiritual rice per piece. Is it okay? Of course. There is nothing better than this. Teacher Zhou nodded. But it doesn't have to be spiritual rice. I'll find you some special dishes from this world. And meat. Is that okay? The restrictions of this supermarket only apply to your selling our things. Not to the things we give you. Is that the reason? Teacher Zhou found out so quickly. Qing Qing didn't expect the other party to be so perceptive. How could it not be discovered? You didn't hide anything when you spoke. Teacher Zhou said with a smile. We also want these clothes and jewelry. We will prepare what you need. Don't worry. We will only give you more. Not less. Then I am definitely relieved. You can take whatever you want, Qing Qing said, looking at the outer circle. Can I go out for a walk? You follow the patrol team and let them protect you. Teacher Zhou did not restrict Qing Qing's actions. Qing Qing also nodded immediately. Okay. With her internal strength and lightness, there would be no problem in other worlds. But this is the world of cultivation. If she encounters a cultivator outside, she may not be able to deal with it. She would be very happy to be able to follow the patrol team. Not long after, Teacher Zhou found a patrol team that was about to go out and asked them to take Qing Qing out. The patrol team not only patrols the surrounding safety, but also hunts, picks wild vegetables, picks fruits and other tasks. 10 years later, the former students are in their prime at this age. Let's walk slowly. If you can't keep up, tell us and we'll wait for you. It doesn't matter. Just keep going. I can keep up. Really? I can. After walking for more than half an hour, Qing Qing put a bunch of wild fruits in her backpack. Some familiar and some unfamiliar. And calmly followed the patrol team. She took a fruit out of her bag and ate it while walking. The fruit was small and tasted sweet and sour. She rinsed it in a nearby stream and enjoyed it very much. I didn't expect you to be able to keep up. I thought you were an ordinary person. You can't be considered an ordinary person. She can sell things in many worlds. I learned martial arts. Qing Qing picked a clean big fruit from her bag. Have you all practiced martial arts? Judging from your steps, you don't seem to be without martial arts. Yes, we practiced. 7 or 8 years ago. We accidentally got a basic practice book. Everyone learned it. But most people can only draw qi into the body to strengthen their bodies. It's good to practice to the qi refining stage. Everyone in this world can practice. But most ordinary people can only draw qi into the body, have a good body, and are suitable for farming. They can sell the spiritual rice they grow to those big families in exchange for resources. Qing Qing blinked. After the qi refining stage, are there foundation building stages, golden elixir stages, and nascent soul stages? How do you know? Qing Qing, I read it in a book. This setting is exactly the same as the level setting of most of the cultivation novels she has read. You guys were able to practice back then? It's not practice, it's a novel. Qing Qing peeled the fruit in her hand, took a bite and said, we were all ordinary people in that world, in many cases. She almost forgot, there are people with abilities now. You people back then still have such novels? Hasn't it been around since ancient times? Mythological novels can always attract people's attention. Qing ate the fruit in her hand with satisfaction. The sweet taste was really intoxicating. Not only that, there are many more. Many people like to read novels as a form of entertainment. That's great. Your life back then was so great. I watched a few documentaries. I'm really envious. They're still being shown in the afternoon, but today is our turn to patrol. It doesn't matter. They will be replayed. Such an interesting documentary. How can I only watch it once? I can watch it 8 or 10 times, and I won't get tired of it. Shush, Qing. Hurry up the tree. There's a wild boar ahead. Qing said, "Oh," found a sturdy tree nearby, picked a suitable angle, and flew up with the help of the force. After she stood firm, she looked down and saw the young lady who was just talking to her gently, punching the pig in the stomach, and directly knocking the pig, which looked at least 800 kilograms, flying. The other people also took action immediately, and they finished off the pig in no time. Qing, why did you climb the tree? It wouldn't matter if you didn't climb the tree, right? The wild boar seemed to have no power to fight back. She stepped out of the tree and saw the people carrying the wild boar, and her eyes fell on the flattened parts. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Is this the power of drawing qi into the body? The meat of wild boar meat is ordinary, but this is a spiritual pig. The spiritual energy is much richer than our domestic pigs. The young lady calmly carried a pig leg. Let me tell you, in order to breed domestic pigs, we spent a lot of effort, and finally managed to raise the taste of the pork you ate 2 days ago. In the past 2 years, sales have increased, and we have made a fortune by selling pork. Is this spiritual pig more difficult to fight? She felt that the situation of this pig must be different from that of ordinary pigs. Sure enough, someone soon explained, this one is okay, it doesn't have much spiritual power in its body, it should have just reached adulthood not long ago. It was difficult to deal with when it first came here. The school is harassed by wild boars from time to time. The situation has improved a lot in the past 2 years. The patrol team can solve it directly. You are in for a treat today. We will roast this wild boar tonight, and give you a wild boar leg. That doesn't need to be that much. I just want to eat some meat casually, Qing said, looking at the silent wild boar. After killing such a big wild boar, do we still need to continue patrolling? Yes, we can take turns carrying this wild boar. There is no blood, and it won't attract the attention of other animals. As he spoke, someone took the initiative to carry a wild boar. Looking at the condition, it should be easy. Qing looked at it once, and then looked at it again, but was still pulled back to attention by the young lady. Your qigong is pretty good. Can you teach me? I used to read novels. And there are also internal forces and qigong. Are internal forces similar to spiritual energy? If internal forces can be used for qigong, can spiritual energy also be used? The principle should be similar. Qing came back to her senses, and seriously introduced to the young lady how to circulate the power in the body throughout the body. It's mainly the acupoints. Different acupoints need to be focused. You know the 8 extraordinary meridians, right? They are all in traditional Chinese medicine. Whether it is spiritual power or internal force, it is a kind of force. That is, a kind of energy. Although these people only draw qi into their bodies, they feel better than her when she learns internal strength. After a while, the young lady tried it a few times, and finally succeeded. Although it looks like a simple jump up and jump down, she can feel the difference. It really works. Obviously much lighter than before. The young lady jumped onto a big rock excitedly. Qing followed closely behind, and after jumping onto the big rock, she borrowed the power of the rock and flew to a nearby tree, standing lightly on the outstretched branches. This time, the young lady only jumped halfway before she fell. Okay, but I don't remember the acupuncture points well, and there are some that I haven't used yet. The young lady was not discouraged. During the patrol, she kept learning how to skillfully use qigong, and she didn't forget Qing's preferences. Yes, it's the highest one. Those fruits are delicious, but they are hard to pick. You can try it and take them back to eat. Qing looked up and saw the thin branches extending from the top of the fruit tree, with small, red fruits hanging on them. She went up and picked a handful of fruits. After eating the first one, she immediately handed over all the fruits in her hand, and then flew up again to pick all the remaining fruits. Is it delicious? Yes, it's delicious. Qing gently pinched the bottom of the fruit, squeezed it open, and put the flesh inside into her mouth. After eating just one, she burped. A bag of fruits? You ate nearly half of it? The little sister saw the situation in Qing Qing's bag. I also had lunch. Qing Qing covered her mouth to block the burp that was about to come out. She ate a lot for lunch, a big portion of braised chicken with rice. She always bought big portions when she took it for takeout. The boss was very polite and gave her very generous portions. Now she feels better. She is full from the fruit after the meal. Take it home and eat it slowly. The young lady put all the fruits that Qing Qing had just picked into her bag and zipped up her backpack. It's a blessing to be able to eat. I'll pick more for you when I see you later. Qing Qing smiled. Yes, thank you. Sister. Chapter 152 Salt can be bought. When Qing Qing returned to the supermarket in the afternoon, she brought a bag of fruit with her. But before she came back, the people who were patrolling with her said that they would leave a piece of pork for her. After refusing the whole pork leg, she was left with the best pork belly. At this time, she was already very full and had no appetite. But the pork belly would not taste bad anyway. The recliner behind the cashier counter was put away. She spread out a yoga mat and began to exercise according to the martial arts secret book in her hand, while helping to digest the food. When Lu Ruisi came over, he saw Qing Qing maintaining a weird posture with her eyes closed. Is this a new yoga posture? Qing Qing opened her eyes. No, I'm practicing internal strength. There is such a thing as internal strength? Lu Ruisi poked his head in surprise. If I had known we would have called you to shoot a movie, with your posture, you would definitely be able to scare people. Are you shooting a costume drama? Qing Qing felt the internal strength running in her body, slowly consuming her body's energy. No, but we have yoga scenes. Lu Ruisi said seriously. Qing Qing smiled, changed her posture, chosen a difficult one this time, continued to consume energy. Go get what you want to by yourself. Don't tell my agent. Lu Ruisi whispered. No. Qing Qing shook her head. I know it's not easy for you to drink a cup of milk tea. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been thinking about drinking milk tea before the task. It's really difficult for her to maintain her weight as a foodie who loves milk tea. Boss, you are so considerate. If it were someone else, they would definitely say it's just a cup of milk tea. Milk tea has a different meaning. Drinking this cup of milk tea can make me happy for a week. Lu Ruisi went to scoop the milk tea himself, still as before, and took the smallest disposable paper cup in the store very sparingly. After scooping, she closed the refrigerator door, took a sip, and turned back to look at Qing Qing's posture. Your yoga? No. Internal force. Can I learn it? There is a tutorial. But the price is not cheap. Do you want it? Qing Qing looked up and looked at Lu Ruisi. She was not afraid that she would learn it. But she was afraid that she would not learn it. The price was too cheap. And she would just throw it aside after buying it. Yes. I am quite rich. Qing Qing smiled and stood up, and took out a few books from the cabinet behind. There are 5 books in total. 100 yuan each. You can take them if you want. The books were placed on the counter. And she returned to the yoga mat and continued to maintain the previous posture. Lu Ruisi took a look and found the problem. Did you print this yourself? Yes. Qing Qing squinted and smiled. The cost is low, but the content is valuable. If you feel that you and I are familiar, buy them. A familiar scam? Lu Ruisi muttered, and suddenly looked up. If I learn from these books, can I lose weight? Can I drink milk tea without restraint? Qing Qing said and then nodded hesitantly. Okay. Then I'll buy it. As he said that, Lu Ruisi immediately scanned the code. And not long after, the cashier prompt sounded. XXX has arrived. 508 yuan. Until Lu Ruisi left the supermarket, Qing Qing was a little unresponsive. So she found an excuse for herself. And then spent 500 yuan to buy 5 self-printed secret books? Forget it. I hope she can really learn. Judging from Zhang Mingchuan's situation, ordinary people should be able to practice martial arts. But different people have different talents. And the time it takes to learn internal strength will also be different. If Lu Ruisi can really learn, it will be beneficial for her to do tasks in the future. After Lu Ruisi left, Qing Qing continued to exercise for a while, until she no longer felt the bloating. Then she stood up straight, put on her slippers, and went to the kitchen. Took out half a pound of rice from her personal space, and put it in the rice cooker to cook. She had never tasted the taste of spiritual rice. After more than half an hour, a pot of spiritual rice was cooked. The moment she opened the rice cooker, the aroma spread. She lowered her head and sniffed. The overall taste was not much different from ordinary rice. But if she smelled it carefully, there was a special light fragrance. The taste was the same, with a very special aroma. At least it was more fragrant than the rice she usually ate. After confirming this, she ate at night, freed up the rice from the braised chicken rice, fed it to other people's dogs, and then ate the ling rice herself. With the fragrant ling rice, the braised chicken tasted much more fragrant than usual. At the same time, the few families who had bought ling rice before had also eaten ling rice. The acceptance was higher than expected, although the taste is not much different from normal rice. The price of this rice is not expensive, so just buy it and treat it as a supplement to the cheap drinks. I used to think that the drinks were too cheap, and I felt bad about it. Now I have this magical rice, and I can buy more to support it. Not to mention 10 or 20 kilograms. Even 30 or 50 kilograms can be consumed. It's only 3 or 500 yuan, and it can last for a long time. The amount of healthcare products I usually buy is more than this. Yes, I have slept better recently, and I have gone to the hospital less often, which saved me a lot of money. It's worthwhile to use this money to exchange for rice. It's not that expensive. I usually eat rice that costs 3 or 5 yuan, so it's only doubled. Then I'll buy it next time. As these people talked, the news was passed to the tour guide one after another, and then from the tour guide to Qin Qing's mobile phone message. Tour guide, if we calculate based on 30 people and 20 kilograms per person, we need to prepare 600 kilograms. However, I heard from the tone of several people that they might want to buy 30 to 50 kilograms. If so, we should prepare 1,000 kilograms as a base. Is that enough for you, boss? Qin Qing, yes. It will definitely be enough this time. She exchanged a total of 10,000 kilograms of rice this time. Based on this amount, it can at least support the purchase of 10 customers. Not to mention that these customers may not all buy this time. Tour guide, okay. Then I'll tell you. When you want to go, tell you in advance. Qin Qing, you have to tell me. Otherwise I might not be here. Tour guide, boss. Are you going out? Qin Qing, I'm just going to the county, and I'll be back in half a day. The people who are temporarily looking after the store don't have the key to the warehouse. So, if you want a lot, don't take it. There is also a small warehouse in the supermarket. She usually pretends to store some things in the small warehouse. And if she occasionally sends more, she can use this excuse. Tour guide, it's only half a day. It won't affect me. I'm going there, and I'll tell the boss in advance. After talking to the tour guide there, Qin Qing sent a message to Wei Xiaoshuang, saying that she would have to trouble her to look after the store in 2 days. Without saying anything, she sent an okay emoticon. This time she went to the county town, not for fertilizer, but to order coal. The snowy mountains in the martial arts world are cold all year round, and the demand for temperature is always high. So the demand for coal is naturally not low. She deliberately found different stores and different logistics companies, and bought 5,000 kilograms of coal first. The logistics will almost arrive at the county town one after another. After they arrive, she can take time to haul them back. Xiao Qing, come quickly. Qin Qing ran into the kitchen quickly and came to the door of the big kitchen. I smell it. It smells so good. This is for you. I know you'll come around this time, so I'll give you the freshest, the best braised pork belly. The person who had been waiting at the kitchen door for a long time said happily. You are so lucky. Usually we don't want to put too much seasoning in the dishes. Only the spirit pigs can be so willing to put so much. Qin Qing hadn't eaten lunch yet, and she ate little in the morning, so she was waiting for the meat at noon. At this moment, my mind was full of the smell of meat coming from the kitchen. After a while, I realized something and turned around. Don't you have enough seasoning? It can't be said that it's not enough. But there are not many. And there are even fewer good seasonings. You know, the staple food in this world is spiritual rice. To a certain extent, spiritual rice is also currency. So many places where spiritual rice can be grown grow spiritual rice. However, there are mountains next to our school, and there are many spices on the mountains. So our seasoning is enough. But we have to save it occasionally and sell it, so that we can save a little when we eat it normally. Can't spiritual rice be sold? Of course, we can, but everyone in the school agrees that we should save more food, just in case we need it. As he said that, the other party turned to look at Qin Qing. Well, you are here, And it's just in time for you to be useful. After exchanging food for fertilizers, our future spiritual rice production will definitely increase. Then, do you also need to buy salt? Qing asked, watching the other party go from surprise to shock, and then to sudden realization. Then he suddenly jumped up. Teacher, buy salt. We need to buy more salt. You can buy salt from Xiaoqing. After a while, several teachers in the school gathered together. Can I buy salt? How much can I buy? Is there a purchase limit on salt in your place? If you go to buy it alone, how many kilograms can you buy at most? Is salt expensive? Can I exchange it with you for spiritual rice? Qing answered everyone's questions one by one. You can buy salt. There is no purchase limit. If you go to a few more places, several thousand or tens of thousands of kilograms should not be a problem. The price is not expensive. It depends on how much you want to buy. She did not specifically learn about the issue of whether salt is limited or not, but several times when something happened, many families would stock up on salt, and it was normal for a family to stock up on hundreds of kilograms. She could go to a few more places, buy 100 caddies from each household, and it wouldn't be a problem to stock up over 1,000 caddies. If she really needed more, she could just go to a few more places. What's the extent of your salt shortage? Although you can cultivate here, it's ancient times after all. Those who have cultivated are reluctant to use their cultivation for these little things, so the output of salt is very low. If we have enough salt, we can go outside to exchange for food. 1 caddy of salt can be exchanged for about 4 caddies of spiritual rice. I went out a few days ago, and heard that now 1 caddy of salt can even be exchanged for 5 caddies of spiritual rice. Qing pursed her lips, and stretched out 2 fingers. Then can I use 1 caddy of salt to exchange for 2 caddies of spiritual rice? The price of ordinary salt is only 2 or 3 yuan per caddy now, so she buys ordinary iodized salt, and calculates it at 2 yuan per caddy, and spiritual rice is sold at 10 yuan per caddy. So for every caddy of salt transaction, she can make a net profit of 18 yuan. As she finished speaking, everyone in front of her laughed. I told you that 1 pound of salt can be exchanged for 4 or 5 pounds of spiritual rice. You gave us this price. Why are you still so cautious? That's right. 2 pounds of spiritual rice can be exchanged for 1 pound of salt. We are already very happy. And we don't eat all of it ourselves. We can still make money by reselling it. We are relieved by your behavior. Fortunately, you are not at a disadvantage. No disadvantage. Then it's settled. Qing was in a light mood. But we have to wait for the vending machine to upgrade. The requirements are not high. You can store more spiritual rice in the vending machine, as long as the energy is enough. It can be upgraded. I estimate that the previous 10,000 pounds of spiritual rice are almost enough. Just sell some more. We will go get the spiritual rice now. Chapter 153 Collection and Release. The amount of spiritual rice was pushed up, and the vending machine was indeed upgraded, and there were 2 windows for sale. In the second window, she directly selected salt, and then turned to the supermarket and moved a box of salt over. There is no shortage of salt after the end of the world, after all. This thing itself is natural, and has a very long shelf life. Even if the shelf life of 5 or 10 years is written on the package, it is not inedible by then. After all, natural salt has been accumulated for tens of millions of years, and it can be eaten when it is needed, and there is no such thing as deterioration. Qing was a supermarket owner by trade, so she didn't need to deliberately stock up on salt. As long as she encountered the right opportunity, she could hide 1 or 2 boxes, which would be enough to meet her salt needs after the apocalypse. Salt, like instant noodles, can be sold in packages, so a whole box of salt was quickly put into the vending machine. Can we buy it now? Yes, just buy it. The weight of this bag of salt is 400 grams, and it will be deducted according to the set ratio. Qing made way and let them choose. The operation of the vending machine is very simple. After confirming, a bag of salt soon fell out of the window. This salt is really beautiful. Yes. Yes. In addition to these, I will find a way to buy more and send them to you. I will temporarily store them in the vending machine. You can buy them if you need them, Qing said. But it may take a few days. It happened that she was going to transport coal, so she could go to the county town by the way, visit more stores, and buy more salt. It would be no problem to buy 100 pounds from each store. Don't worry. Pay attention to safety over there. 2. Don't cause any trouble. It doesn't matter if we can't buy it. This salt is enough for us to eat, and it can save a lot of money. I will pay attention to safety. Don't worry. While talking here, someone ran over quickly. Xiao Qing, your braised pork is ready, I've brought it to you. The other person ran over at a fast speed. Not long after, Qing Qing held a large pot of braised pork in her hand. It was really a large pot, and she needed to hold it with both hands. Why so much? Eat quickly. The chopsticks were also handed to Qing Qing. This braised pork is very fragrant. There is not much, it's just a small piece of meat. You said you don't like cooking, so I made it all for you. It's very fast to eat, and you can finish it in a few meals. Qing Qing could only nod, took the chopsticks, and picked up a piece of braised pork and put it into her mouth. Wild boar meat is not as fragrant as domestic pork, which she has known for a long time. When we went out on patrol yesterday, everyone said so too. But this meat is not as bad as she imagined. On the contrary, it tastes better than any pork she has eaten before. Tender and soft wild boar meat, bite by bit, even after biting. The fragrance lingers on the teeth and cheeks. Delicious. She sighed from the bottom of her heart. Then you eat more, there is rice here. The young lady took out another bowl of rice from behind her, and said with her face in her hands, Eat quickly, it's so happy to watch you eat. Qing Qing. You, stop making trouble. The young lady stood up straight, lowered her head, and listened to the lecture. Qing Qing laughed. It's okay, I also like to watch others eat. We have eating broadcasts, which are specially shot videos of eating. Many people watch, many people like to watch, and they will feel satisfied after watching. She took the rice on her own initiative, and ate it with the braised pork, a piece of braised pork, and a mouthful of rice. The satisfaction was stronger. The soup of the braised pork and the spiritual rice stuck together, and the flavors of the two blended together, making her unable to help but eat several big mouthfuls before she stopped for a while. Then I also like to watch eating broadcasts. Miss Yu said seriously. I'll show you when I have time. Qing Qing swallowed the rice and braised pork in her mouth and said seriously. Soul World Everything app can be used in the Wasteland plane and the Martial Arts plane. So it must be usable in this world. But she won't take it out at this time. After all, Zhang Mingchun and Zhang Rui in those two planes traveled through time from the modern era, and they have undergone systematic learning. Watching Soul World Everything will make them recall the past, but will not confuse the difference between spoofs and real knowledge. Everyone in this plane came from 90 years ago. If they want to understand the present, it is best to start with documentaries and serious popular science videos. After finishing a bowl of rice, there is still a big pot of braised pork left. She used the excuse of putting the braised pork away and returned to her supermarket. She transferred it to her personal space. At this time, the temperature of the braised pork had cooled down a little. It was not as hot as fresh out of the oven, but it would not affect its delicious taste. Back to the plain supermarket. Teacher Zhou handed over a quotation sheet. Qing Qing lowered her head and took it in her hand, looking at the contents on the quotation. Pork, mutton, dried fruits, dried vegetables, tea. The quantity of each item is not too large, but there are many categories. It seems that everything here is available, and she has been given a portion. As I said before, I'm exchanging these clothes and jewelry with you. These things are our inventory. We're afraid that you won't be able to store them, so we took less of each item. Teacher Zhou explained. See if it's enough. If not, we can add more. Enough? Qing Qing nodded immediately. Enough? I still think it's too much, but it can be a little less. We have a lot of these things in stock, but they are not like spiritual rice, which can be exchanged for anything. It's just right to give you some, and we'll go pick more. Teacher Zhou explained, and asked, Is it settled then? These? Well, you should move all the things here away. Qing Qing said directly. After all, these things were originally meant for them. In addition to these, I will give you another batch. You don't need to give me more. How can I feel embarrassed? I can make money by selling spiritual rice. If you don't accept it, I will feel embarrassed. She got these clothes directly from human purgatory for free. Although they are all new, she really didn't spend any money. It doesn't even take time to collect them. New clothes are much easier to collect than old clothes. After that, she said, you don't have to watch over me anymore. I can come here and play by myself. Sister Yu knows that I have the ability to protect myself. Teacher Zhou glanced at Yu. Yu nodded immediately. As long as you don't meet a particularly powerful person, at least your life will not be a problem. Then you can do whatever you want. If you meet one, we will go together. If not, you can go and play by yourself. Teacher Zhou took a step back. But you still have to protect yourself and pay attention to safety. I will. Don't worry. Strictly speaking, the situations in several planes are quite dangerous. But at least Qing Qing has not encountered any danger. The main reason is that she will not go there at will. For example, on the Wasteland planet and the martial arts plane. Although she goes out, she will not cause trouble, and will try to reduce her presence as much as possible to avoid getting into trouble that she shouldn't. On the contrary, in ancient times like Bai Shi, the people were ordinary people, without strong military power, and there were no immortals. Even if she went out to play, she would be able to protect herself if she encountered danger. She did not stay in the new plane for too long at noon that day. After leaving here, she immediately went to the hell on earth. Boss Qin. Bai Yuqing saw her at a glance. Here we are. Qing Qing approached the commercial building. Before she entered, she saw several shops filled with things. She was surprised. You have moved a lot of things here. I was free anyway, so I found a way to move everything here. Bai Yuqing introduced Qing Qing. This building is not small, so the things we moved here are all one room at a time. These are the things in the old residential building. These are the things in the office building. And here are the things on the train. There are not many things on the train, but there are many mattresses in the sleeper car. We moved them all here. They are all old. I wonder if they are useful. Yes, they are useful. Qing Qing nodded immediately. I will give them to others. Someone will want them. The main thing is not to waste them. After turning around, she looked up at the second floor. The commercial building is open. From the first floor, you can see the situation of several floors above. They are connected by escalators. When she first came here, it was at night, and she couldn't see the situation above clearly. She could only walk up and down the floors one by one. But almost every floor was empty. Now the shops on the second floor seem to be full of things. And many things are even piled up in the corridor. Actually, there is something I want to ask your opinion. Boss Qin. Qing Qing retracted her gaze and turned to look at Bai Yuqing. You say, some people went to the castle to move things before and saw that there was a lot of space in the castle. So I wanted to ask you if we could move to the castle to live. Bai Yuqing said, and immediately emphasized. But don't worry. We have moved everything that needs to be moved. Ghosts don't need mattresses and bedding. It's just that no one has slept in such a big place before. I thought it was something. If you want to go, just go. It's empty anyway. Qing Qing walked up the non-automatic escalator. Step by step. Not only are there no living people in your world, there are probably not many ghosts. It's not a waste to have so many empty houses. If you want to live there, go ahead. Currently, the exposed buildings are only residential buildings, and the castle that can be lived in. If I were you, I would choose the castle. Is it really possible? Bai Yuqing followed Qing Qing's steps. Sure, you can stay as long as you want. Qing Qing nodded immediately. Great, thank you. Boss Qin, let me introduce you to the second floor. Bai Yuqing said immediately. The second floor mainly stores the things from the underground mall. We not only moved all the things here, but also moved all the shelves there. Anyway, this place is very empty. This floor is full. Putting the extra things in the corridor will not affect anything. And the third floor. Bai Yuqing pointed upwards. The third floor is full of things taken out from the castle. Many of them are luxury goods. We have no use for them. Boss Qin can take it out to exchange for money. When we searched, we also found a vault, which contained a lot of gold. We moved it here as well. Boss Qin. Don't worry. Even if someone moves to the castle, there will be someone guarding it here, and they will never let these things get stolen. Bai Yuqing pointed to one of the closed shops. That's right, we put everything in the vault there. As they spoke, the two had already walked to the door of the new vault, and the door opened, revealing a room full of gold. Although it's not good to exchange all the gold for money, it's really eye-catching. No wonder they live in such a big castle. That's right, if I were still alive, I would definitely be envious. The two stood shoulder to shoulder, looking at the room full of gold, and their eyes seemed to be shining with gold. Chapter 154. Some information. I'll keep these. I'm worried about leaving them here. Gold is valuable. Even if it's just one, it costs hundreds of dollars. A few kilograms of gold is worth millions. This room of gold, for the family in the castle, should be all the savings. As a rare metal in the universe, gold is undoubtedly a universal currency. Even the gold ornaments she got from Zhang Mingchun, according to what they said, should be valuable. As soon as Qing Qing finished speaking, Bai Yunqing nodded immediately. Take it away. So that we can feel more at ease. Apart from this, the other clothes and jewelry, even if they are valuable, are not worth much. Speaking of this, you can wear the clothes here directly. Right? Qing said. You can pick any clothes on the first floor. You can wear them. But there is no need. Bai Yunqing and Qing face to face. We are ghosts. And the clothes on our bodies are all fake. It doesn't matter to us whether we change clothes or not. On the contrary, wearing real clothes will be a burden on our bodies. What if they are not real clothes? Qing asked. Maybe because she had always been getting along well with Bai Yunqing. Sometimes she would really forget that he was a ghost. Not only her, but also the others. They would forget. But since he was a ghost, and he ate candles, maybe some things could be taken out. Thinking about it, she took out a few paper clothes. The paper clothes were folded together, and they looked not much bigger than a palm. They were goods that had just arrived. Because the stock in the soul world was sufficient, she temporarily kept them in her own personal space, and did not send them over. Such paper clothes are definitely not acceptable. And there is no dimensional supermarket in this world, and transactions cannot be made through vending machines. She glanced at Bai Yunqing, and took out an unused iron basin, half squatted down, took out a lighter, and lit the paper clothes, muttering, Bai Yunqing, this is the clothes for you. The paper clothes were completely ignited, burning completely in the basin. When the last bit of ash disappeared, Bai Yunqing suddenly had a piece of clothes in his hand. Really? Bai Yunqing said in surprise. She immediately shook out the clothes, and put them on. The moment she put them on, the clothes gathered and stuck to her body. The paper clothes were just printed, and they were relatively complicated to make. They would also be complicated to wear. Bai Yunqing turned around, and was even more surprised. I can't feel the weight at all. It's exactly the same as wearing clothes normally. Unlike the clothes below, they always feel heavy when worn. Then your place is normal. Qing took another pile of folded clothes. You will take them down for everyone to choose. After I check the situation upstairs, I will go downstairs to burn them for you. Bai Yunqing can wear clothes in this way, which means that the method of burning clothes and shouting names is correct. It should be possible in the soul world. But the soul world is completely disconnected from reality. Before she went there, nothing could enter the soul world through burning. This proves that there is indeed a problem in the soul world. But she doesn't know what the problem is yet. When Bai Yunqing turned around to go downstairs, Qing took out a handful of soul beads. You can divide this too. 1 per person. And the extra ones will be given to you after the division. Thank you, Boss Qing. Bai Yunqing happily took the soul beads. The things everyone moved over were on the first, second and third floors. Qing collected all the gold in the house, and went to look at the things in other shops. There were more things in the castle than she thought. It might be because she was in a hurry before, and didn't have time to visit all the places. Now that everything was sorted out, several shops were full of things. She walked into a room full of bags, took some photos with her phone, picked out 2 backpacks, and then picked out a few clothes she could wear. As for the second-hand clothes, and some tools, she put them away. Second-hand clothes should be sellable in the new plane. The clothes on the second floor were all collected from the underground mall. Thinking that the ghosts here don't need to wear them, she simply took them away. If they can be sold, it would be the best. If they can't be sold, they can be given away. Back on the first floor, Qing noticed the eyes looking at her. She immediately took out the basin she had used before. Come one by one. I will burn it for you. Everyone immediately came to her, holding the clothes they had chosen. I was thinking before that the ordinary clothes here were not easy to wear. But I didn't expect that the boss's clothes were actually wearable. Not only can they be worn, but they are also light and fit well. Especially suitable for us. Speaking of this, I thought I would die wearing this work clothes. And I would be very sad if I disappeared like this. This dress is very beautiful. The people in the queue at the back were talking, and the people in the front had already put on new clothes. As soon as she put it on, there was a burst of excitement. Really? Of course. Yunqing had already put it on. I mean, I didn't expect anyone could do it. I thought it was just Yunqing who could do it. After all, she was treated specially. It's my turn. I chose the little skirt. Qing looked up. You guys are here too? There are a lot of people here. The family of 3 from the residential building next door came. I heard they can move to the castle. Can we? There's no one in the residential building. We're quite bored. But everything in our house can be moved here. Boss Chin can use it however he wants. You can discuss the matter of going to the castle, Chin said, picking out a few little girls' clothes from the portable space, squatting down and asking the little girl's name softly, and burning all the clothes for her. After the clothes were burned, several pieces of clothes fell on the little girl's arms. She picked one to wear and took off her original clothes. The new clothes are so comfortable. The girl's parents stood at the back door, a little embarrassed. I didn't think we had to wear clothes after death. The situation in our room was not bad. We always changed her clothes every day. But she always said she was uncomfortable. Don't you feel uncomfortable? Chin asked. Yes. But we are ghosts. And we are uncomfortable, the mother said. Thank you, Boss Chin. You can do anything you ask us to do next. Just continue to do what you did before. Chin asked the mother's name, burned clothes for her, and said after burning, since you can wear these clothes, it means that other things can be worn. In this way, I can solve your food, clothing, housing and transportation. Although she would give them candles to eat, she never felt as real as she did now. These people have long been ghosts, not normal people. So, this place is very much like another soul world. After burning these people's clothes, she went upstairs again, to the place where other souls were imprisoned. These places were posted with talismans she drew specially, so Bai Yunqing and others could not get too close. They usually fed candles by rolling them directly into the house through the cracks of the door. The moment Chin opened the door, the people inside looked at the door. Boss Chin, please let us out. We will definitely not commit any crime. Yes, we will definitely not commit any crime. And we will definitely listen to you obediently. We actually didn't cause any big trouble. We just followed orders. Boss Chin, please forgive us. Chin stood at the door for a while, and waited until everyone had said almost the same thing before speaking. Don't worry. I will let you go sooner or later. But not now. But I will not treat you badly. I will give you some clothes today. She took out a pile of basic clothes, without calling any names, and burned them all in one breath. Not long after the burning, a pile of clothes appeared on the ground in front of us. For us? Boss Chin, will you really let us go? Of course. As long as you don't cause trouble. I will definitely keep my word. Chin took out another box of candles. In addition to the clothes, you can also take this. Save some food. I will come to you if there is anything. After she said this, someone came up to take the clothes. After the first one, there was the second, the third, and after changing clothes, everyone was very surprised. It's really wearable. It's more comfortable than my previous clothes. Boss Chin, don't worry, we will definitely be obedient and will never make trouble. Yes, we will definitely not make trouble. But Boss Chin, can you leave us a few decks of cards? We are so bored being locked up here. It's not that we want to make trouble, but if we have cards, our days here will pass faster. Chin smiled and sent over a few decks of cards. The poker cards are ready here. No need to burn them. Even as ghosts, they can get them smoothly, but the physical sensation may be slightly heavier. After saying what she should say, Chin turned around, closed the door and left. She pasted another talisman on the door. When passing the other side, someone inside said, I will tell you everything I know. Please let me go. Chin paused and opened the door. After losing the mission energy, the person inside has returned to her original appearance, a girl about her age, but her appearance is completely different from hers. There was nothing in the room, except for the other person sitting in the back. Chin took out a bench, sat down, and took out a candle, a candlestick, and a lighter. She lit the lighter, approached the candle, and when the flame was about to touch the candle, she withdrew her hand and watched the girl across from her swallow her saliva. You have good physical strength. You have been hungry for so many days, and nothing happened. Ghosts can survive longer without food and water than ordinary people. The girl's eyes swept over the candle. I told you. You give me the candle. That depends on how much you said. Chin put away the lighter in her hand. Actually, I don't know much. The girl turned her gaze to Chin. I only know that as long as we complete a certain task, we can leave here and reincarnate. What if we can't complete it? Chin asked back. You will be shattered. The girl bit her lip. After the soul is shattered, The soul will be completely broken into pieces. And there will never be a chance to reincarnate as a human being. Qing Qing frowned. This is what I know. I don't need to lie to you. The girl said seriously. I also know one thing. This world used to be a normal world. But I don't know since when. People were dragged to another world to do missions. They returned after the mission was successful. And their souls disappeared after the mission failed. Later. I don't know what happened. But there were large-scale deaths. It started with a small area. And then the scope gradually expanded. Are there still living people in this world? I don't know. The girl said immediately. Seeing that Qing Qing didn't believe it. She quickly added. I really don't know. But I know that someone has discovered your existence and wants to kill you. Chapter 155 5,000 a year. I really don't know what they want, but I know they think you ruined their plan. In short, you are a variable, so only by eliminating you can the plan continue. I am just one of them. They will continue the next task against you when they see that I haven't returned. Qing Qing walked down the stairs, thinking about what the girl said while walking. But in the end, she still had no clue and no way. She couldn't contact people and things outside this area, and she couldn't get through the circle covered by thick fog, let alone investigate the situation of those people the girl mentioned. She just guessed that maybe the end of Blue Star would have something to do with this world. But after thinking about it carefully, it was not right. The end of Blue Star was mainly caused by various natural disasters. And what happened in this world did not involve many natural disasters. But Yunqing happened to be downstairs. After seeing her, she asked directly, Do you still remember what happened before you were trapped in the mission space? Are you talking about the disappearance of people in some areas? Bai Yunqing asked back. You know? Qing Qing walked downstairs and approached. I've heard of it. But those things only happen in a small area. Once an accident happens, everyone will move away. But it's still uncertain where the next problem will occur. Bai Yunqing thought for a while. Speaking of which, before the mission space appeared, similar things happened in this building, which made us completely. But I don't have any other impressions. When I woke up again, someone had already come in to do the mission. Qing Qing, you're dead. Bai Yunqing was stunned for a moment, then nodded, yes. After that, she looked at Qing Qing. Are you going to investigate this matter? Will there be any results? I also want results. But you know, I can't leave this place. Qing Qing spread her hands. Only the people I know. People, the mission that has passed is lifted, the building will appear. Actually, I want to reincarnate here. There is no freedom. Bai Yunqing whispered. If there is a chance I can do it. Right? I can only try my best. Qing Qing pursed her lips if possible. She hates the mission to happen again, destroying the environment of Blue Star. Many things are clueless. We can only take one step at a time. I believe you. Bai Yunqing smiled. Do we still need to go upstairs after that? No, I will take the time to come and send candles. Those talismans will also have some influence on you. Qing Qing glanced at the time. I'll go back first. Okay. Qing Qing sorted out the new spiritual rice. The price of this batch of spiritual rice is still 10 yuan per caddy. As long as it can be sold. Whether it is exchanged for fertilizer or salt. She can make a profit. Provided that it can be sold. She took out her mobile phone. Clicked on the Soul World Everything app. Submitted the information of the spiritual rice on it. And the selling price is still 10 yuan per caddy. Someone soon supported her. 10 yuan per caddy. I can do it. Is the price of rice so expensive now? Boss Chin's rice? I must support it. Next time. Definitely next time. I searched my pockets. Empty. Boss. You can sell it yourself. These people who responded are all from the Soul World. As an app with a very high number of registered users. 99.999% of them are ghosts from the Soul World. The only living people who downloaded and registered are a few people she knows. And strangers who broke in for no reason. Qing Qing also has a back end, where she can see the number of new registrations. The registration of living people and ghosts is the same. The former uses a mobile phone number to register, while the latter is directly bound to the soul. Of course, the two living people in the other world are also bound to the soul. She doesn't care about the comments of support. If they have any needs, they can go there and communicate directly. Moreover, they don't spend money. At most, they support someone. The message in the app popped up. Developer boss. New deposit. 100 yuan. Qing Qing. Real money? Developer. Real money, already transferred. Someone charged to read novels. One charged 100 yuan in one go. Someone wanted to charge to watch a movie, but the money was withdrawn before payment. Should we guide consumption? Boss, how much money do you need? Chin. Not now, not for the time being. She hasn't paid the money from selling her house yet. This is the bulk of her savings. After sending it, her phone popped up a message that she had received a transfer, not more. Not less, exactly 100 yuan. Chin, what do you need? I'll find someone to customize it. Developer, servers, electronic products, network cables, network related, the more the better. Chin, no problem. Chin, by the way, I want to ask, the network of the soul realm, as long as you have soul power, if it is a soul from another world, can it be used with a burn mobile phone? Developer, can it download soul realm everything? Chin, not sure. Developer, boss, when you find someone to print the soul realm everything app on it. I will test it here. Chin, okay, do you have enough programmers? Maybe I can help you find some in real life. Developer, enough, no need to look, live programmers are better than dead programmers. Chin. Developer, I'm not saying this, they said so themselves, they're dead. Finally, I don't have to worry about sudden death from staying up late. Finally, I can write code well. Chin, is this the legendary hell joke? After chatting with the developer, Chin ordered another batch of goods from the boss Jia, who is now used to Chin's request for some strange goods from time to time. Without asking, he just replied, okay. Anyway, it's all about printing. It doesn't matter what you print. Everyone has their own preferences when they are alive. They will definitely be the same after they die. It's normal to love work after death. Chin stood at the door of the supermarket and watched the heavy rain outside for a while. The weather was getting colder at this time. She didn't turn on the air conditioner in the supermarket. She opened the curtain, and the coolness outside and the rain came in. Luckily, there were no goods near the door. She simply left the door open, returned to the cashier counter and lay down, took out her mobile phone, and called the supplier. She skillfully found the friend who had lost contact for a long time. Yes, my friend is doing business there. He said that he wanted to stock up more now. In a few months, when everyone wants to pickle pickles, they can all be sold. My friend is popular. I am popular too. Well, he saved my friend before and brought me business. Chin joked and added, my friend contacts me a lot. His car is moving around a lot. It is convenient to send it to me and ship it out. As long as there is, the more the better. The other side quickly gave a reply. Sugar is not easy to buy, but salt is no problem. I will try to find it for you. A few thousand kilograms is not a problem. If you are sure you want it, I will send it to you. When can you get enough? I have to go out for a trip in the next 2 days. If it is suitable, I can go directly to your door to get it. The suppliers are all acquaintances. Whether they go or not, they know Chin. Chin took the initiative to go to the door to get it, which could save a lot of trouble. The other party really agreed. This can be collected quickly. Come over in the next 2 days. I will collect it for you in the next 2 days. You can just come and get it. By the way, prepare some more other seasonings for me. It's the second half of the year. There are many holidays, and the business in the town is good. Chin said calmly. It's okay if it's about to expire. I can sell it at a lower price. It's okay if it's about to expire? Then I'll collect it all for you. After hanging up the phone, Chin solved a troublesome matter. If the supplier can supply a batch, things will be much simpler. She will go to the county town next time, so she can buy less. It shouldn't matter if she buys boxes one by one. At around 3 p.m., the rain stopped. The road was wet, but the neighbors were moving things out box by box. She walked out of the supermarket and looked at the open door next door. There's a clothing store here? When did it open? Not long ago. It's been open for a few months. They said they were going to open a store here, and also an online store to sell clothes online. Unexpectedly, the business was not good. The imported goods were all stuck, and it has been closed for a long time. The neighbor said, I didn't expect that not only the business in our town is not doing well, but the online business is not doing well either. That's for sure. The competition is so fierce now, Chin said. Luckily, she can't be considered to be a regular shop owner. Where are they moving to? A small town near us. It's close to the county town and has more people. the neighbor said, and sighed. With this move, there are fewer people in our town. No one was there before, Chin said. She almost thought that the neighbors here were just working outside, but it seemed that the house was rented out for a long time. It was probably settled in the city. Settling in the city has also been a trend in recent years. In the past, many people would come back during the holidays because there were still elderly people at home. But as the elderly gradually left, there was no point in going home, and many people did not come back during the holidays. As she spoke, Chin looked at the empty house and the well-decorated space inside. Grandma Zhao, do you think this house will be rented out? You want to rent it? Grandma Zhao asked. My friend has a batch of clothes that he wants to sell at a low price. I want to give it a try. This house should not be expensive. I can rent it to store the clothes and open an online store to sell them. Anyway, I have a supermarket that makes money. If I open a clothing store, I will make more money, Chin said, pursing her lips slightly. My supermarket doesn't make money either. If I don't do more business, I'm afraid I can't hold on. Oh, you have to hold on. If you can't hold on, there will be no place to sell things in our town, Grandma Zhao said anxiously. Wait, I have the phone number of this family. I will call you to ask. They haven't been back for several years, and they will definitely not come back in the future. I will go and ask for you. Grandma Zhao just turned around, and the family, who had just moved their things, came over. They didn't know Chin, and Chin didn't know them either. But they still handed her the key. You are the owner of the supermarket, right? Let's keep this key here. We've told the landlord, and he will call someone to get it later. Okay. Chin took the key. The road is slippery on rainy days. Drive slowly. Okay. Thank you. The whole family got in the car, carrying the clothes, and drove steadily until they disappeared at the corner of the street. Chin shook the key in her hand. Grandma Zhao came out quickly. It's settled. The family won't come back, and they don't plan to live in the house. The main reason for renting it out is to prevent it from being damaged by vacancy. I told them that you have a place to live, and they also lowered the price. 5,000 yuan a year, the shop downstairs, and the house upstairs will be rented to you, and you can sublet the house upstairs. If it's suitable, it won't be a problem to rent it for 3,000 or 4,000 a year. 5,000 a year, shop plus house, this price is not expensive. Chin nodded immediately. Okay, how should I pay? I'll tell you the mobile phone number and the key. Grandma Zhao looked around. Chin smiled, shaking the key in her hand. Here it is. Grandma Zhao also smiled. It should be yours. Chapter 156. Go out to pick up the goods. Wei Xiaoshuang, work? I'm still thinking about it. I just took a break and started to feel lazy. Chin, if you don't go out, come and help me. Wei Xiaoshuang, Yes, you asked me to take care of the supermarket. Didn't I agree to go out today? It's already this time. Chin, no, the people next door used to run a clothing store. They just moved out. I thought about it and rented the house. It's just right to open a clothing store. Of course, I don't just do offline business, I also do online business. My friend is doing clothing business outside. He has cheap sources of goods. It's just that I don't want to be busy with 2 stores. So I want to ask you for help. Chin, business in the store is not very good. Nothing serious usually. When there are no customers, you can just lie down and play with your phone. Pull the network cable from the supermarket. I have already told people. They will come to deal with it later. Chin, the salary will not be too high. I will give you 2,000 yuan a month. Wei Xiaoshuang was originally lying on the bed and talking to Chin. When he saw this, he sat up and typed a response immediately. Wei Xiaoshuang, do you still want milk tea every morning? Chin, yes. Wei Xiaoshuang, in this case, it will be more than 3,000 yuan a month. A day's milk tea is 100 yuan. Since Wei Xiaoshuang started making milk tea, the sales have been good. In addition, there happened to be a film crew nearby, so it can be sold out almost every day. Chin sells milk tea for 8 yuan a cup, and sells 30 or 40 cups of milk tea in a big bucket. It is not a problem to earn 100 or 200 yuan a day. Wei Xiaoshuang can also earn dozens of yuan. In a month, she can earn more than 1,000 yuan. Add the 2,000 from the clothing store, and it is more than 3,000. Chin, indeed. But it depends on your idea whether to do it or not. If it is okay, I can stock up when I come back from going out in the next 2 days. And you can come to help. Qing Qing also talked to Wei Xiaoshuang while lying down. The reason why she invited Wei Xiaoshuang was mainly for convenience. If she was next door, she would not have to ask Wei Xiaoshuang to come all the way when she went out occasionally. She was in the shop next door and could take care of her at any time. But it depends on Wei Xiaoshuang's own ideas. After all, the salary for her job here is not high. Sure enough, the other party did not agree immediately, but said to consider it. After sending the message, Wei Xiaoshuang went downstairs immediately. It's just right that you come here. I have something to tell you, Wei's mother said. The weather is cold. Your father's friend has a project to do, and asked us to go out to help. Anyway, you don't want to go out to work, so just stay at home. Deliver 3 meals a day to your grandmother, and take care of her. This project will take about 3 or 4 months, and you will be back before the new year. Wei Xiaoshuang was surprised. What? You only earn a little more salary outside for a month. We two go out and earn more than you. It's settled. From now on, we will give you 1,000 yuan a month for living expenses. It should be enough. Right? Wei's mother looked at Wei Xiaoshuang, and her face was almost written with "You dare not agree to it." I was just about to tell you. Qingqing's store next door closed. She took it over and planned to do clothing business, and also opened a store online, and asked me to go over to help, and offered me a salary of 2,000 yuan a month. Do you think it's okay? Wei Xiaoshuang asked. Of course. There's nothing wrong with that. There's not much business in town, and you'll just be lying there anyway, said Wei's mother. You go and do it first. If it doesn't work, take less salary. Anyway, we're making money outside, and we want to keep you at home. Qingqing's life isn't easy either. Then try it first. If it doesn't work after a month, I'll take less salary, Wei Xiaoshuang said immediately. After the matter was settled, Wei Xiaoshuang's parents quickly started packing up, saying that they would leave early the next morning. After they left, there was no one to take care of them at home. Wei Xiaoshuang was still a little uncomfortable, and couldn't help complaining to Qing Qing, who would have thought that they would leave as soon as they said they would. I woke up in the morning and called out, but there was no one. Alas, I had to come to buy breakfast. Qing Qing looked at Wei Xiaoshuang, who was eating buns happily, and smiled. You haven't eaten buns for a while. You are craving for them. Right? I really am craving for them. Wei Xiaoshuang nodded honestly. When I was working outside before, I always craved for the buns at home. But after being at home for a long time, I started to crave the ones outside again. When my parents were at home, I didn't have the opportunity to go out to buy breakfast, and I have to send one to my grandma later. As she said that, she shook the insulated box in her hand. There's porridge in the kitchen. Qing Qing raised her eyebrows. Wei Xiaoshuang had just taken a bite of the bun, and when she heard her words, she immediately made an mm sound, and looked at Qing Qing with wide eyes. Qing Qing nodded. She immediately turned around happily, and went to the kitchen to get some porridge. Qing Qing smiled and said loudly, There are pickles on the side. You can pick them up yourself. You're welcome. Thank you. You solved a big problem for me. Wei Xiaoshuang's happy voice came from the kitchen, and after a while, he came out with a thermos box. I'll go and deliver breakfast. Wait for me. I'll be back soon. It was said to be very fast, and it was indeed very fast. After all, they were all in town, and it didn't take much time to go back and forth by electric bike. Not long after, Wei Xiaoshuang came back on the electric bike, but she pouted as soon as she arrived. She said, My grandma said that by the time I deliver it, the daylily will be cold. And she also said that I don't need to deliver breakfast in the future. Qing Qing laughed. Then what? My grandma told me to take good care of myself. She won't be hungry, and she's afraid that I'll starve myself to death, Wei Xiaoshuang said, looking up. Am I that bad? Qing Qing held back the urge to laugh, and said, Then call your mother. Wei Xiaoshuang immediately called her mother, and then received complaints from her, and finally said, I don't expect you to deliver breakfast. At the time you get up, the sun is shining on your butt. You can just deliver lunch and dinner. If you can't cook, go buy it. No, you can take the vegetables to your grandma and ask her to cook for you. After hanging up the phone, Wei Xiaoshuang was shocked. Is this your biological mother? It seems that your mother doesn't expect you to take care of your grandma, but just hopes that you can stay at home to watch over her. Your grandma is old, Don't let her be alone when something happens. Qing couldn't help laughing. Your mother really understands you. Then when I really can't cook, I'll just go and eat for free. Wei Xiaoshuang was desperate. I'm not good at cooking, but I'm good at buying vegetables and meat. By the way, where is the porridge you took? My grandma left it. She said to save it for lunch, it won't be wasted. Don't worry. Wei Xiaoshuang. As she said this, she stepped back, walked out of the supermarket, and looked at the house next door. Is this the clothing store? Yes. The decoration is good. Just put a few shelves to put the clothes on, Qing said, and also walked out. When the time comes, you can open a small online store. When you have time, take some photos and put them up. When no one is consulting, you can just lie down. I will buy you a recliner. No. I'm so embarrassed. Wei Xiaoshuang waved her hands repeatedly. I have a recliner at home. I will move it over later. I'm used to lying on that recliner. It's comfortable. Okay. Then you move it yourself. After Qing finished speaking, her cell phone rang. She looked down and saw that it was her, waiting for the last logistics message. Why don't you move it now? It just so happens that no one is at home. You can go to work later. I'll bring the clothes back when you come back in the evening. Are you going out now? If you can manage, I can go out now, but you can still stay in the supermarket today. Qing glanced at the time. I may be back late today. If you can't wait, you can go home first. Yes, I'll give you the keys. You take them. I still have the keys in my hand. Wei Xiaoshuang. Then I'll move it now. When Wei Xiaoshuang went to move the recliner, Qing sent a message to the salt supplier, telling the time to go there, and asked them to prepare. Several thousand kilograms of salt was not much. Just a few dozen boxes. She drove the truck, which was enough to carry it. About 10 minutes later, Wei Xiaoshuang drove the electric bike and dragged the recliner over. Since the people were already here, Qing didn't need to stay here. She simply packed up and rode the electric bike to the old factory. After arriving, she changed to the truck in the old factory. This truck was really the most worthwhile car she bought before she came back. Although it cost a lot of money, it was indeed convenient to transport goods, especially for goods nearby. She went to transport them herself, which was much more convenient than passing them on several hands. In addition, the truck had a large storage capacity and was closed. She could easily transfer goods without being discovered by putting things in it. She first went to the place where salt and various seasonings were sold, and loaded all the salt and seasonings onto the truck. The people here were well informed. She had pulled so many goods. But they didn't ask her many questions. They just smiled and sent her away after she paid the money. After all, there was no shortage of salt in modern times, and it was not a particularly important material. Although buying several thousand kilograms at once was not a small amount, it was far from attracting attention. Qing climbed onto the truck and drove away calmly. She took some time to move the things in the car, and drove the truck around the city, selling a box of salt in this store, buying a box of salt in that store, and ordering a batch of seasonings, soy sauce, vinegar, oyster sauce, and various spices. She didn't need much, and all of these things had a shelf life. She was still waiting for a chance to find a bargain. The things she bought at the original price were more or less a bit extravagant for her. During this period, she passed by the braised chicken rice restaurant she had been to last time, and she went in and splurged again, buying 20 servings of braised chicken rice. She only wanted the braised chicken, not the rice, and they were all large portions. Of course, she also bought some other dishes, and she saved them up in bits and pieces. And before the end of the world, she could save up a batch of ready-to-eat dishes. Qing stood at the door of a steamed bun shop, looking at a large tray of freshly baked steamed buns. Can you give me all of these steamed buns? No. There are customers who want them. Otherwise, we would not make so many steamed buns in the afternoon. If you want, I can give you 5. Okay? Okay. I want 5. You have good taste. Our steamed buns are delicious. These freshly baked ones are even more delicious. This pot is made of cabbage, mushroom and meat filling and cabbage, vermicelli and meat filling. Which one do you want? Can you give me 3 of each? Okay. Okay. Here you go. After a while, Qing took the bag of 6 steamed buns with satisfaction. After returning to the car, she only took 1 vermicelli bun and threw the rest into the portable space. The freshly baked buns are really delicious. The taste of this bun is different from that in town. If you have to compare, this one is definitely better. She silently wrote down the phone number of this store, planning to wait for the next time she will come out, and reserve a tray in advance, so that she can eat very happily. After eating a whole bun, she went to the last stop of today's trip, to the logistics company to pick up the coal she bought. Chapter 157 Clothing Business. Everything is loaded. Please check it. Okay. No problem. Thank you. Ching looked at the truck full of coal, closed the door of the truck compartment. Let's go! This batch of coal is not small. If it is packed in a disorderly manner, one compartment can't fit it. Finally, there is no choice. Can only adjust the angle and load it again. Luckily, all of it was loaded in the end. It took a little longer than expected. After leaving the logistics point, Ching did not go back to the town directly, but walked and looked at the stalls and shops on the roadside, and bought some of the suitable things when he saw them. They are all needed. It's always okay to stock up more goods. When they were almost in town, Wei Xiaoshuang sent a message saying that she was going back first, which saved Ching from having to carry too many things manually. As usual, she parked the truck in the old factory, transferred all the coal on the truck, and took out piles of clothes, bundled them again, and put them on the electric car. She couldn't leave anything behind. She drove the electric car back, and she would always meet some people on the way. If she didn't take anything, people would ask her when she got the goods the next day. Hell on earth, there are a lot of clothes in the underground mall over there. And there are a lot of clothes when you look at them. They are all packed out. There are a lot of them. In addition to the ones hanging on the surface, there are also a lot of stocks, which are hidden in the corners in packages. After talking to Wei Xiaoshuang, she went there on purpose and collected most of the new clothes that could be sold. As for the rest, she still planned to send them to the new plane. When she arrived at the supermarket, she took out the key to open the door of the supermarket, and then opened the door of the store next door. Clothes, hangers, shoes, socks, and some simple jewelry. When she walked out of the supermarket for the last time, she was carrying a large shelf in her hand, which could hold almost everything. After putting everything away, she applied for the relevant business license online. However, the management in the town was not strict, so even if there was no business license for the time being, she could still sell it. She didn't spend any money on this batch of clothes. She can earn as much as she sells them. Now Bai Yunqing and the others don't need this batch of clothes, so it's better to sell them. It's better than keeping them. Wei Xiaoshuang, I almost forgot. I will come to work tomorrow. When? Ching, you can come to work when you deliver the milk tea. If you are too sleepy, you can also catch up on your sleep in the store. Wei Xiaoshuang, that's so embarrassing, shy Ching. It's okay. There won't be much business at the beginning. You can do it yourself. She didn't ask Wei Xiaoshuang, who she hired for 2,000 yuan, to sell her goods for tens of thousands. She just thought that since Wei Xiaoshuang was here, she could ask her to look at both stores when she had to go out in the future, so that she wouldn't have to look for her every time. Wei Xiaoshuang's parents happened to be out, so she could stay here for the next 6 months. Whether it was a supermarket or a clothing store, the business would not be very good, and it was completely okay for one person to look after 2 stores. Wei Xiaoshuang, wait until I get used to it, and I'll promote it for you online. Don't think that I didn't have much success in making short videos. I also have fans, and maybe I can sell a few more pieces. Ching, sure, if you can sell more, I'll give you a commission. Wei Xiaoshuang, just give me a basic salary, it's enough. Ching smiled. After sending the message, looking at the pile of clothes in front of her, she took out a pen and paper and started writing price tags. According to the quality and complexity of the clothes, set the corresponding prices: 19 yuan, 29 yuan, 39 yuan, 59 yuan. And the vest she has been selling, the price is still 88 yuan per piece. The price tags are attached to the bottom of the corresponding goods, and above the large hangers in the middle, the corresponding batch of clothes has the same price. Finally, I took out a batch of relatively poor quality, method simple clothes, put it near the door. The price is 9 yuan in 9 pieces. There is no cashier here. She also moved a table specially, lost some change in the drawer of the table. By the way, I put my QR code in. The next day was a sunny day. The temperature is a bit high, but compared to the highest temperature some time ago, it is still much better. At least at this time in the morning, there is no feeling of skin hotness. Ching got up and opened the supermarket door, and turned on the air conditioner in the supermarket. Breakfast was still white porridge with pickles. But the porridge was cooked with spiritual rice. And the pickles also had some spiritual energy. And the taste was better than ordinary pickles. She was eating her meal. And when she was halfway through, she saw a tray of freshly baked buns in the breakfast shop opposite. And she slipped out to buy 2 buns. Eat one and save one. And don't waste every opportunity to stock up. Wei Xiaoshuang came earlier than usual today. As soon as she arrived at the door, she took the initiative to say, I have nothing to do anyway, so I might as well come earlier. As she said that, she poked her head out and saw the situation inside through the entire glass door and window next door. So many? You finished it yesterday? Why didn't you come to me? Actually, there are not many. And it's just a few dollars. I finished it quickly yesterday. Qin said. Go and pour the milk tea first. Do you have the key? Yes. I will officially go to work today. Wei Xiaoshuang came in with a bucket, poured the milk tea and pearls into the refrigerator, turned around and was about to speak, and heard Qin's voice. Qin, just put the bucket in the kitchen. Wash it directly, and take it back whenever it's convenient for you. By the way, there is porridge in the kitchen pot. You can eat it. I can go buy some buns. Qin thought for a while and said, I cooked a lot today, so you can drink the porridge. I don't cook porridge every day. When I don't cook, I go across the street to eat buns and drink soy milk. In fact, the porridge was not even freshly cooked, but she fished it out from her personal space. She was very interested in spiritual rice the other day, and cooked several pots of porridge in one go. She didn't need to cook for a long time afterwards. That's fine, then I'll eat with you. Wei Xiaoshuang carried the bucket to the kitchen, washed it, and put it away, filled her own bowl with porridge, and some pickles. When she brought it out, she said directly, then I'll go directly to the next room, just in case there are guests. Turn on the air conditioner, it's hot today. Qin took the initiative to say, the Wi-Fi is ready, the password is posted on the wall, you can play by yourself. What a great job, Wei Xiaoshuang sincerely said. You can eat and sleep, and you can slack off and play games. This is not a job, you are doing charity. Right? Of course, it's point-to-point charity, specifically for you. Qin smiled. Wei Xiaoshuang smiled, quickly bowed to her, raised his head and said with a smile, Thank you, boss. After that, Wei Xiaoshuang happily went to the next door with the porridge, opened the door, and entered the store. Hearing the roar of the air conditioner starting up next door, Qin stood up, sent the dishes in her hand to the kitchen, and temporarily immersed them in the sink, to be washed when it was time to wash them later. Back at the cashier counter, she laid down and started to browse her phone. After browsing for a while, she heard the sound next door, and turned her head to look. Your clothes say 9.9 yuan a piece. Is that true? Wei Xiaoshuang had confirmed the price from Qin in advance, and quickly responded, Yes. It is true. The price is what it says. Can I choose? Sure. Choose it yourself. During the selection process, the two people's voices were not loud, and Qin could only vaguely hear the conversation next door. After a while, Wei Xiaoshuang's voice became louder, just these 2 pieces. A total of 19.8 yuan. Cash? Okay. I'll give you 20 cents. The customer came to the supermarket, buy 2 candies. At this time, even the people in the town and the village did not care so much about the price of a few cents. Qin let the customer choose by himself. When the customer left, she looked at the door. Wei Xiaoshuang was smiling at her. Then he came over and said, Should I give you the money? Leave it with you. We are the only ones who have the key. Put some change in the drawer over there. You will need change later. Qin said, smiling. Congratulations. Good luck on your opening. I haven't made a business of 20 yuan this morning. Congratulations. Wei Xiaoshuang said with a smile, and went back again to get the bowl and chopsticks she used for porridge. Qin heard the sound of running water and shouted, No need to wash them. Save them first. It's just a few bowls. Nothing. Wei Xiaoshuang responded loudly. Then you can just wash your own, you don't need to wash mine. Qin stood up, put on her slippers. I can't even treat you to porridge if you're like this. I've almost finished washing them. Wei Xiaoshuang washed the dishes and emphasized, You have to treat me to porridge, your porridge tastes good, I've never tasted such delicious porridge. You go out quickly, watch the store, in case there are customers next door. Qin had no choice but to go out. After a while, Wei Xiaoshuang came out of the kitchen, You still have a break from 11 to 2 p.m. Do you want me to help you watch? No, the supermarket is closed at noon. Everyone is used to it, and it opens a few times occasionally. People can't react. Ching said calmly. You can also go to rest. It's nothing. Then I'll go to my grandma for lunch at noon, and then come over here. It doesn't matter where I lie down anyway. Wei Xiaoshuan said, obviously coming to open the store early. Ching nodded. Then don't forget to turn on the air conditioner. It's hot at noon. Sometimes, I still turn it on in my supermarket at noon. It saves electricity if the air conditioner is always on. If it is turned on and off repeatedly, it will waste electricity. Then I won't turn it off when I go to eat at noon. Just don't mind. Wei Xiaoshuan smiled. The electricity cost of the air conditioner is nothing. Ching waved her hand calmly and glanced outside the door. There are guests next door. I'll go now. Wei Xiaoshuan walked out quickly and saw the guests wandering at the door. He immediately said, What clothes do you want? Go in and take a look yourself. Are your clothes expensive? Did you change the boss? Not expensive. Yes. I changed the boss. Wei Xiaoshuan opened the door. Come in and take a look. The clothes are clearly marked with prices. You can choose them yourself. Yes. It's still cheap. Hey, this one is only 19 yuan. Yes, only 19 yuan. The quality is not bad. You can touch it and try it. Okay, then let me take a look. Your clothes are indeed better than the previous one. The previous one was too expensive, several times more expensive than the price online. The price online was 30 or 40 yuan, but the store sells it for 200 yuan. Many elderly people who don't know how to use the internet can only buy it in the store. Isn't this a ripoff? Wei Xiaoshuan didn't say anything, and he was too embarrassed to say bad things about the previous boss. Ching naturally wouldn't say anything. She could understand why the previous store sold at a high price. After all, the business in the town was like this. There were only a few orders a month. If you want to make more money, you can only make money from the profit of each order. If the profit is too low, the store can't be opened. If the profit is too high, it will not be sold, and it will also be closed. Fortunately, she didn't plan to do business seriously. Chapter 158 Give More Benefits. Xiaoqing, are you going out now? Tomorrow, I have something to do today. Ching refused. I have put all the salt in. You can exchange it if you need it. There is a lot of it this time. It is enough even if you exchange it and sell it. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. See you tomorrow. Ching waved her hand. After putting the salt in, she quickly went to the martial arts plane and put the coal she had just brought back yesterday into the vending machine. Jean Rui was not there. She directly exchanged a basket of coal with his account and carried the basket to the house outside the snow mountain. Jean Rui was the only customer of this plain supermarket at present, and the ice crystal stone was relatively large, so he did not need to exchange many things on a daily basis, and saved a large amount of money. It was also agreed early in the morning to exchange coal with his account. Ching carried the basket full of coal, jumped onto the snow mountain, and walked all the way outside the snow mountain. Before reaching the destination, she saw Jean Rui rushing over here. When the two met, they both stopped. It's not the time for this issue of the newspaper to be published yet. I thought you wouldn't come. The coal has arrived. I'll bring it to you. Ching gave him the basket. With the coal, you can save a lot of trouble in the future. Yes, it really can save a lot of trouble. Jean Rui nodded, holding the basket. Do you want to go and have a look? It's a good opportunity for us to discuss the situation of the newspapers in the back. Since I'm here, I was going to go and have a look anyway. Ching walked calmly. You said newspapers? What's the matter? Yes, I want to ask you if you want to share some newspapers. I was out these 2 days and saw many people asking. The matter of martial arts novels. The two jumped over a high snow mountain. It can be seen that many people are very interested in novels. Maybe we can try to sell more copies. Ching thought for a while. It is okay to increase the number of copies. How to sell it? Is there anyone in the martial arts world looking for you now? Jean Rui nodded. Someone is looking for me, but the people who have actually seen me are those few people. 100 newspapers sold very quickly. Besides that, I don't contact others. The issue of increasing the number of copies is what I want to tell you. What method do you think is better? Can you trust those people you contacted? Ching stopped. Yes. Jean Rui smiled and nodded. I picked those houses specially. They all have good reputation in the martial arts world. In that case, can we let them make some money? In front of them was the house they bought before. Ching Ching landed on the ground and started walking. Now our newspaper has 3 pages. We can add a few more pages. The extra pages will be charged at 1 tael of silver for 2 pages, but they must be matched with the normal newspapers. First come first served, they can take them and resell them. After saying that, Ching Ching thought for a while. The price can be lower, after all. We are just copying, it doesn't take too much time. Jean Rui nodded to Ching Ching. He agreed with the proposal. This is fine. In this way, we don't need to find other buyers. Besides, martial arts novels alone do not have enough attractive gossip. I am afraid that some people will not be willing to pay a high price. The price can indeed be slightly lower. If we calculate it by 2, the price is indeed a bit higher in the early stage. In the later stage, the price can be lowered. At the same time, comics can be made. The literacy rate in this world is still low. No matter how ordinary newspapers are, their sales will not be very good. There are many people in this plane, but there are not many real customer groups. If you want to make a business, it is definitely not enough to just use words. Ching Ching originally wanted to find a painter in reality, but with Soul World everything, she still found a suitable cartoonist on it. After the painting is done there, she can bring it here to copy. As they were talking, the 2 of them had already arrived at the door of the house. The door of the house was closed, and the 2 of them did not take the usual route, but flew in directly from the wall. Ouch! Nyo Dashua was startled. It's as Ching Ching took the initiative to speak. It's okay. It's the boss and the second boss. The second boss went out to do something and came back so soon? Nyo Dashua walked out of the house where the fire was burning. There are heated beds everywhere in this house, and the rooms where the fire is burning are also hot. Nyo Dashua was not wearing much, and when he just walked out of the house, he was shocked by the cold air outside, and he shuddered. I went to do some work, and I came here just in time to bring the things over. Jean Rui handed over a basket of coal. You use these first, and I will bring another batch in 2 days. This is coal. Why is there so much? It doesn't look like ordinary coal, Nyo Dashua said in surprise. I was worried that there would not be enough firewood in the house. And the 2 heads of the family were thoughtful. Ching Ching touched her ears. She was not used to this address. However, such a name is also common at this time. She is not used to it, but Nyo Dashua is used to it. It is just a name anyway, and it does not affect anything. After putting the charcoal away, Ching Ching and Jean Rui went to the next room. Ayu and her daughter were in the study room, and they did not go there. This room is where Jean Rui occasionally rests. He now has 2 residences, one here, and the other in the Snow Mountain. He lives in the Snow Mountain, and comes here from time to time. This way, outsiders know that there are capable people guarding it, and they will not have any bad thoughts. Ching Ching took out the comics that she had printed out before. Look, this was drawn in the past few days. Because we are copying, this comic should be seen by more people. The price can be set lower. All these need to be copied? Can they be copied directly? Jean Rui asked. Ching Ching thought for a while. I have never tried this. It is just borrowing. It should be possible, and using a photocopier is also borrowing. Jean Rui expressed his thoughts. The reason why the text novels had to be handwritten before was because the text did not match, and it could not be printed out. This is just a comic, and it has been printed out. Maybe it can be used. Then I will try it later. As for the price, let the rich martial artists buy the comics first. They have money, and ordinary people don't have much money in their pockets. Let them buy them later. It's not appropriate to spend money to buy these, Jean Rui said seriously. Besides, as long as they are people, they will care about first come first served. If all these things are circulated at once, I'm afraid they won't be sold at a high price. Then I'll listen to you, and first please those rich people. Ching Ching also said seriously. There are so many people who want 3 taels of silver per piece. With these, you can make a lot more money, or else. It's better to use hunger marketing. It won't make less than laying out on a large scale. Before she came here, she was still thinking about what happened in the morning, thinking that if she sold it at a high price, the business would be bad. I never thought that this business is now monopolized by them. It is different from the modern clothing business. According to the price of ordinary newspapers, even if it is calculated at 5 won per person, 600 people can earn 3 taels of silver. 300 taels is 60,000 people. This world is still in ancient times. It is not easy to gather 60,000 people to buy newspapers. Then it is still calculated based on 100 copies. But if the quantity is increased and the price is increased, what if people don't want to buy it? Jean Rui asked. If you don't want to, then when you buy the next copy, you will find that the plot of the novel is broken. Qing chuckled. Not everyone is willing to share. There are always some people who have a habit of collecting. It's not pleasant to read a novel with a gap. Jean Rui looked at the comics in front of him. And a light bulb suddenly flashed in his mind. Only if you buy enough sets. Can you give a comic book as a gift? Qing immediately gave a thumbs up. You have successfully learned how to do business. Jean Rui smiled. Then it's decided. Next. Start increasing the quantity. As you said. 1 tael of silver for 2 pages. 1 increase. 6 pages, that is 3 taels of silver. A set is 6 taels. We publish 5 times a month. That is 36 taels of silver. For those sects, 36 taels of silver is not much. Yes, but we could earn an extra 300 taels of silver per issue, an extra 1,800 taels per month. After calculating the money, Qing exclaimed. With so much silver, I can sell it in modern times, and it can also sell for a lot of money. According to the ancient calculation method and the modern silver price of 4 or 5 yuan per gram, the monthly income here, converted into cash, is as much as more than 100,000 yuan. Then do you want to take it? Jean Rui said. My expenses are not high. No. No. Qing shook her head repeatedly. Selling gold and silver is troublesome. If I can exchange them, I will sell all the gold in my hand. Then it will be valuable. If you have money, see if there is any way to open a factory, provide jobs for the people, their lives will be better. The lower the level of people in this world, the harder their lives are. Even those who are not at the bottom of the society, their lives are not easy. All power is in the hands of those martial artists. I'll find a way. Jean Rui nodded. By the way, there's one more thing, although I can't be sure, but it's very likely I received intelligence that someone had seen something similar to coal deep in the snow-capped mountains. The coal deep in the snow-capped mountains must be hidden deep underground. It's hard to dig. Right? Yes, I'm also thinking about this problem. So we have to determine the location of the coal first. If it's in the shallow layer, we can try to dig some out. At least we can reduce deforestation. In addition to coal, there are also natural gas and oil. Qing blinked. If there is, I'll find a way to find relevant information. If we can build a relevant processing center, ordinary people in this world will be much better off. In this case, our martial arts value is not enough. Qing forgot that this world is still a martial arts world. But she changed her mind and quickly thought of a solution. If the force is not strong enough, can modern weapons make up for it? The two looked at each other. Soon they became excited and began to discuss how to use modern weapons to suppress the martial arts masters in this world. Even if this world is a martial arts world. But physical resistance. Even if it can barely block a gun. Can it block a cannon? Qing couldn't get weapons in modern times. But she could contact Zhang Mingchun in the Interstellar and ask for suitable weapons from her. She didn't doubt that the weapons in Zhang Mingchun's wasteland world were not strong enough. After all, when she first came here, she used the tranquilizer gun in her hand to instantly tranquilize a martial arts master. Chapter 159 Endless. Qing walked out of Jean Rui's house and met a Yu who happened to be out. After a period of recuperation, a Yu looked better than before. Qing asked about a Yu's mother. Is your mother in good health? Good, very good, thank you. Boss. A Yu's eyes curved. My mother is in the room. Boss. You can go and see her. Qing nodded and walked into the study room. The study room also has a Kong, which needs to be heated every day. A small bed was set up in the corner of the study room, for a Yu's mother, who couldn't be too busy to rest. She still remembered the first time she saw a Yu's mother. She was only in her 30s. In her prime. But she looked so weak. As if something bad could happen at any time. She walked in and saw a Yu's mother. She was sitting at the desk, with a thick cotton coat on the chair to prevent her from feeling uncomfortable while sitting and writing for a long time. Hearing the voice, the other party looked up. And the moment he saw Qing, he immediately called out gently, Boss. Qing entered the room, closed the door, to prevent the cold air from entering. You look much better now than before. Yes, not only do you look better, but you also have more strength than before, said a Yu's mother. Before, a Yu was basically the one who did the copying, and I helped her. Now I have some strength and can help her a little. Qing walked to the desk. saw the words the other party had just written, and praised earnestly, "It's beautifully written. I have it written for a few years. But don't worry, boss. We will definitely write well when we copy it at the end." Ayu's mother said sincerely. "I know. You have been working very hard during this period. I am relieved." As she said, she looked up and looked at the study. Today's weather is good. Because it is cold outside, the windows are closed. But there is a layer of paper window on top, and the sunlight shines through the window. So the brightness in the room is quite suitable. Next to the desk is a pile of information on font comparison, as well as copied martial arts novels. "Are you used to it here?" Ching asked again. "I am used to it." Ayu's mother nodded. "Although it is cold outside, the room has always been warm. In fact, it is more than a habit. Ayu said that today's life is much better than before. But the weather is cold. It is not suitable for communicating with the outside world," Ching said, looking at the other party. Ayu's mother shook her head. "We don't like to communicate with others. It was like this before. It may be because we are not good at it. We always get into trouble with others. Now it is indeed much quieter here. Moreover, there are so many novels to read. Ayu sometimes has free time. She will pick up a novel and read it with great interest. She even said it was a treasure." "Is this what she is reading?" Ching took the printed copy with a bookmark from the side. "Can she understand it?" "This is the novel she brought over. I couldn't quite understand it before, but now I can understand it. She said that if you just compare the words, you can tell what they are. It's easier than before," Ayu's mother said, and explained. Ayu didn't delay anything. "I know. The newspaper is doing very well. And you even have so many manuscripts here. You must be very serious about it." Ching pointed to the transcript that had not been sent out. "Ayu is willing to read it. I'll bring a few more copies later. I also like reading novels." "Then Ayu must be very happy." Ayu's mother smiled and covered her mouth. Ching smiled, chatted with her for a while, and then went out. Turning around, she saw Ayu in the kitchen, roasting potatoes. This world has potatoes, and they are one of the staple foods. After all, this world is so special. If there were no staple foods with high production, life would be even harder. "Boss, the potatoes are freshly roasted. They are a little burnt, but crispy and fragrant." Ayu handed over the potatoes. Ching took it, peeled the potato and ate it, and gave a thumbs up. "You roasted it really well. But why is this potato a little spicy?" "It's the seasoning that Uncle Jean brought. It tastes good no matter what dish it's made with. I've never eaten such delicious food before," Ayu said happily. "This potato is also the same. Just dip it in a little powder, and it tastes very good. Then you really know how to cook it. It's delicious." Ching ate a whole potato. And when Ayu handed over another one, she waved her hand. "One is enough. I've eaten at noon. Then I'll eat it myself." Ayu lowered her head, peeled the potato in her hand, and put it into her mouth. Then, because it was too hot, the whole potato jumped in her mouth. After this noise, several people in the kitchen couldn't help laughing. Nyo Dashue stretched out his hand and asked Ayu to spit out the potato. But she still insisted on eating the whole potato in small bites while blowing out air, which made Nyo Dashue particularly helpless. "You are stubborn, child. Why don't you just spit it out and eat it slowly? Why do you have to burn yourself? It's not hot. And I finished it quickly." Ayu was still blowing out air while talking, and it was obvious that the heat in her mouth had not completely dissipated. "It's not hot." "Really?" Having said that, Nyo Dashue immediately went to get a cup of warm water, gave it to Ayu to drink, and let her relieve the heat in her mouth. After chatting for a while, it was still early, but there was nothing else to do. When Ching was about to go back, John Rui also said that he wanted to go together. Halfway there, he spoke. "Today I will print the newspapers to be sold next. I will probably not be here for the next few days. We have a chance to talk about what we talked about before." "Which one?" Ching was puzzled. John Rui looked at her and whispered, "The leader of the martial arts world." Ching instantly remembered what was going on and immediately asked, "Secret book?" John Rui nodded. Now the leader of the martial arts world is in chaos. After all, the position of the leader is prominent. Everyone wants to sit there, which has caused chaos in the place where the leader lives. "I got the news that there will be something going on in the mansion tomorrow night. In this way, the place where the secret book is hidden must be slack. Do you think anyone will often go to see the secret book? Qing asked. Maybe not. Especially during this period of time. John Rui said. That means you can also return the secret book after you get it back after making a copy? This is the real way to do it without anyone noticing. We are not going to be the only supreme being. It doesn't matter if we return a copy to them. Right? Qing said, turning to look at John Rui. John Rui also thought of this, looking at her and saying, there is a copy machine here in the plain supermarket now. I don't need to find you. I can just copy it directly. After copying, I will return it. Maybe it can really be done without anyone noticing. If you have time, bring some other books here. Maybe there will be some information we want to know on them. Qing suggested again. After taking it back and making a copy, let you and the others read it. No problem. If it can be done without attracting attention, it is definitely better not to attract attention. John Rui also thought this was a good idea. They just wanted a printed copy. There was no point in keeping the original copy. After all, this is a different world. Not the real ancient times. Those books are not ancient books. And they are not of great value. If they are really valuable, they can print them now and keep them for the future. Books of the same era, unless they are handwritten by famous writers, are not much different in value. The two returned to the plain supermarket, and John Rui exchanged some instant noodles and coal. The coal was sent to the house, and he brought instant noodles with him every day. According to him, instant noodles are convenient to eat. When you are in a hurry, you don't need bowls and chopsticks. You just need to find a way to get a bowl of hot water, and you can cook it. If you can't do it, you can fill your stomach by eating it dry. It is indeed a must-have product for traveling. After Jean Rui left, Qing did not go back immediately. It was still early, so she planned to practice Qigong and take a look at the situation deep in the snowy mountain. Anyway, she had the golden finger of instant return to the store, so even if she lost her way, she could come back immediately. After deciding to go, she quickly found the direction opposite to the outside of the snowy mountain, and used Qigong to walk quickly inside. At the beginning, she occasionally met some settled people, who almost all lived on the side of the road without exception. The houses built of ice crystal stones were covered with thick snow, and one might even ignore their existence if he was not careful. These people can live here. One reason is that they are desperate, and another reason is that they have great perseverance. The temperature around here is low, and the temperature outside the snow mountain is not high, and these people dare to live in the snow mountain, and live there for a long time, which is really not something that ordinary people can do. Qing sighed, and occasionally she would throw away a thick cotton coat. She still has a lot of these clothes, and it is summer in the real world and the Baishar Plain, and it is not yet necessary to use cotton coats, but here they are very needed. It's not very useful to keep it in her hands, so it's better to leave it to someone who can use it. Throwing down another piece of clothing, she continued to fly deeper. It was snowing inside. As she flew over, the footprints she left behind were quickly buried by the snow, and no trace could be seen. But in the same way, the deeper you go, the heavier the white traces become. You can still see some other traces outside, even traces of numbers. But inside, it's almost all white. For martial artists, if they can be sure that they are flying in a straight line, they can always find a way out by walking back. But ordinary people can only walk below. As long as they turn a few corners, they are likely to forget the direction. It's really not easy to find the right direction in such an environment. She landed on a snowy mountain, looking at the whiteness around her, and closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, she just looked at the clothes. She stretched out her hand, took out her cell phone to check the time, took out her cell phone, pressed it once, but it didn't light up. She pressed it a second and third time, then realized that it might be because the temperature around was too low. The cell phone was frozen and turned off. Unable to see the time, her eyes hurt a little after thinking about it. She called out the panel of the plain supermarket, and chose to go back to the store. When she opened her eyes again, she saw the familiar plain supermarket, and breathed a sigh of relief. She sat on the floor in the supermarket for a while, using her internal force to drive away the coldness in her body. After recovering, took off her down jacket, and returned to her own supermarket. As soon as she returned to the supermarket, she felt a strong warmth. The warmth brought by the slightly higher temperature was just right for her now. Chapter 160. Pay more attention. The time is just right. Qing warmed her phone, charged it, and then turned it on again. Looking at the time displayed on it, She went to open the supermarket door. You opened the door on time. As soon as she opened the door, she heard a voice from next door. It's definitely not early to open the door at 2 o'clock. We all have supermarkets in town. You can't let me work 996 again. Right? Ching Ching responded with a smile. What about you? Are you in the store at noon? It's okay anyway. I've been lying down. Wei Xiaoshuang said casually, with a brisk tone, turned around and went to the store, and came out soon. This half is for you. Put it in the neighbor's bucket to cool it down. It tastes just right now. The watermelons in town are not very delicious. Ching Ching said, maybe because not many people buy it, it will be kept for a longer time. If you sell it after more than a few days, the taste will not be very good. She is familiar with Wei Xiaoshuang, so she can still say these words. After saying this, she was about to say that she would buy it back next time she went to the county town. But Wei Xiaoshuang spoke first. I know the ones in town are not delicious. Someone drove here to sell them at noon. I ate some of the other half. It tasted sweet. Driving to sell them. You know how to do business. Ching Ching took the watermelon. Is this half mine? I eat it with a spoon? That's how you should eat it. It's more enjoyable to eat it this way. Wei Xiaoshuang leaned out of the glass door next door. By the way, I sold a few more clothes at noon. The business in the store is pretty good. Really? Ching Ching blinked. Then if you can sell more, I'll buy more goods. That's fine. I'll calculate it for you. You go inside. I'll eat the watermelon. As she said that, Wei Xiaoshuang went into the next room, closed the glass door, and Ching Ching also turned on the air conditioner in the supermarket. The temperature in the afternoon was still a little high. It was okay not to turn on the air conditioner, but it would be more comfortable to turn on the air conditioner. When the temperature was high, she would also miss the coldness of another world. The most comfortable temperature was still in autumn, when the weather was clear and crisp. Ching Ching sat and ate watermelon, and took out all the tools for drawing talismans. Last night, another group of customers came to the store. No one was familiar, but they bought almost all of her stock. There was a lot of stock. In addition to the stock prepared for Qin Jiangxin and the others, there was also stock prepared for Zhang Wei and the others. Now the stock was out, and it had to be replenished. Half a watermelon was quite a lot. She didn't finish it in one breath. After eating a little bit, she remembered something and went upstairs. In the bathroom, on the second floor, there were golden dragon scales and pearls. Although what happened that day was probably an accident, she still hoped that the country would have good weather and good harvests, and everyone's life would be smooth. She poured some water on the pearls. Although the water quickly disappeared, she always felt that doing so would make the pearls smoother and brighter. She didn't know the principle, but it was better than nothing. The water that had been used to water the pearls fell on the golden dragon scales, making the dragon scales seem to be a base. A shallow layer of water drops directly bypassed the pearls and circled around the edge. Ching Ching ignored it and turned to go downstairs. It was like this every time. It would be wet when it was first poured on, but maybe it was because of the hot weather. The next time she looked at it, it would be dry, and then it would feel like it had lost its luster. Dragon. She hadn't seen the golden dragon in the past few days, so she had accumulated a lot of energy stones in her hand. Nothing should happen. Its body looks much better than before. If it really encounters someone, it should be the person who is unlucky. The golden dragon will be fine. Ching Ching returned to the supermarket and took out the cinnabar. The cinnabar that had been dripped with a drop of dragon blood before has been used up. Today, it needs to be remixed. She stared at the cinnabar and carefully dripped a drop of dragon blood, letting them mix thoroughly and evenly. The nature of dragon blood is also very special. It is such a special blood, but it is very easy to dissolve with cinnabar. When drawing the talisman, there will be a faint golden trace. She held the pen, spread the yellow paper in front of her, and drew the talisman smoothly without even looking at the book. A batch of special talismans stained with golden dragon blood. A batch of ordinary talismans. The quantity required was very large. Ching Ching drew for an entire afternoon. Until late in the evening, Wei Xiaoshuang came over to ask about dinner. What do you want to eat? I'll ask my grandma to make it for you? No need to bother. Ching Ching put down the pen. I'll do it myself. It's not okay to let your grandma do it. But you can go and rest, and come back after dinner. Is it okay? Wei Xiaoshuang was embarrassed. It's okay. You don't have to close the door next door. I'm here, Ching Ching said, looking up. It's the same in the future. If I have to go out for something, You can help me look after the store. It's just these 2 stores. There's not much to do. I'll ask you to work overtime in the evening. I'd rather stand and work overtime instead of lying down. Wei Xiaoshuang joked. Then I'll go eat first. Hey, I can't always let my grandma cook, or my parents will definitely beat me when they come back. Muttering the last 2 sentences, she turned and left. After riding for a while, she turned into the vegetable market. Qing put the talisman away, got up and went into the kitchen. When she came out again, she was holding a plate of pork belly and braised chicken rice. Underneath was a plate of rice cooked with spirit rice. And on top was pork belly made from spirit pigs. And ordinary but meaty braised chicken thighs. Both had plenty of broth, which soon seeped into the rice. She scooped a spoonful of rice with a lot of broth and nodded with satisfaction. Paired with the new movie from the Soul Realm, it tasted even better. The Soul Realm launcher app has very low traffic in reality. It is basically all resources from the Soul Realm. In addition to a few thriller and horror movies, there are actually some normal short movies, martial arts and fairy tales. Because the soul's ability is not limited. Whether it is martial arts or immortals, flying and fighting are very exciting. And there is really a feeling of floating. Mainly because the soul is light. After watching for a while, she received a new message. Boss, order ancient costumes. The design drawings have been sent to you. And you can buy them at a high price. Okay. After replying to the message, she continued to watch the movie. It may be that the ghosts that appeared in front of her in the soul world have been screened. The movie itself is very positive, without any extreme ideas. And it is not a problem to release it on a public platform with large traffic. About half an hour later, the movie came to an end, and Wei Xiaoshuang came back on his electric bike. Qing, I'll ask you for half an hour off every night. Go home and cook, Wei Xiaoshuang said. I also feel that I can't let my grandma cook for me. I'll send her some food every day in the future. You can go home early, cook the rice, and then come back. There are people coming to the store all the time, so it won't affect us if we are short of people for a while. Qing looked up. Then you wait for the rice cooker to cook the rice, and then go back to eat. This time is yours. Then it's settled. Wei Xiaoshuang swayed at the door, and was about to leave, and pulled open the curtain and stuck his head in. What movie? It looks interesting. A new app. Download it. Qing turned around, and tore off a piece of note paper at random. Go search for an app called Soul World Everything. Just these few words. Thank you. Wei Xiaoshuang took the note, and turned back to the clothing store. But before she had time to download, a customer entered the store. When he left, he was carrying a small bag of clothes. Wei Xiaoshuang stretched his head, smiled, and talked to Qing remotely, extending 2 fingers. 2 more pieces. Qing smiled and nodded. This business is really much better than she thought. Looking back, she looked at the movie that was still paused, clicked play, and watched the last content. Qing. Sister Jiang Xin you want? Qing said, looking at the situation across the street. It was a normal breakfast shop. What do you want to buy? Buy a bag of salt? There is no salt at home. Qing bought her a bag of salt, watched Jiang Xin leave, and lowered her head to browse her phone for a while. As a result, not long after, Qing came over again. The two looked at each other, and they could see the helplessness in each other's eyes. Qing, I just came back after buying salt, and I felt the mission. I recovered my memory, and I could only say that I was not feeling well, and went back to my room to rest. It is better to do the mission in the second half of the night. If I do the mission in the second half of the night, I will feel sleepy during the day. Qing laughed. Several times when Qing did the mission in the second half of the night, she complained about why she was so sleepy during the day. Do you want talisman paper today? Yes. Can you give me a few more? I will help you sell it, Qing said. The recent missions are not easy. Although there are no obvious traps like before. I can feel the danger. I originally planned to ask you to help me sell it, but I never had the chance. You were not familiar with these talismans before. Qing gave her the talisman. Now you know what these talismans are used for, and it is more convenient to sell them. Qing held the talisman, looked outside, turned back, and suddenly spoke. Is what you told me about practicing martial arts true? Qing looked at her, and nodded after a while. Yes. But I don't believe it. Qing raised her hand and touched her forehead, feeling very embarrassed. This is the first time I'm upset by my stubbornness. Take your time, there's no rush now. Qing said, remembering what Lu Ruisi said. I guess as long as you complete enough tasks, your own abilities will also be improved. In addition to exchanging talismans for task coins, see what you can exchange for your own things, or ask others. If you encounter any problems during the day, I will help you. Okay, I'll go ask around. Qin Jiangqing nodded. Also, find out if anyone is looking for me. Qing raised her eyes. Which one? Qin Jiangqing frowned, looking at Qing's expression, soon had an idea. I'll help you keep an eye out, in case there is. I'll try not to reveal the existence of the talisman when I'm doing the mission. If it's dangerous, you still have to use the talisman. If someone is looking for me, it's different from looking for you. Even if someone really finds me, I may not be unable to deal with it. Qing still hopes that Qin Jiangqing will pay attention to safety. After all, she still doesn't know where people who fail their missions in purgatory on Earth will go. I understand. Even if you don't tell me, I will pay attention, Qin Jiangqing said, and felt that the time was about right. She nodded to Qing and turned to leave the supermarket. Today, Qin Jiangqing's business was the only one for purgatory on Earth. Not long after Qin Jiangqing left, the street returned to normal. No one noticed the situation here, including Wei Xiaoshuan, who was working next door. Chapter 161, Best of Both Worlds. Can I come over to find you? At noon the next day, Qing did not go to the new plane, but contacted Zhang Mingchun. She had the communicator Zhang Mingchun gave her, which allowed her to contact her directly, which was much more advanced than the old-fashioned method of writing notes to pass messages. Can you come over by yourself? Do you want me to pick you up? Zhang Mingchun replied quickly. The wasteland plane is very safe now. Both methods are fine. I'll go over by myself. I'll send you the location, ride my bike, and park it in the corner. Qing glanced at the location, which was not too close to here, but this area was flat, without winding roads, so it was very convenient to go directly over. Riding an electric bike is convenient. But Qingong is not. After replying to Zhang Mingchun, she still climbed out from the garbage wall, and soon found Zhang Mingchun's car in the corner. The car looked like an electric bike, but its actual kinetic energy was very strong. Even stronger than the electric bike that Zhang Mingchun had modified for her. She took the electronic lock set by Zhang Mingchun, started the car, and headed for the destination. After speeding all the way, about half an hour later, she finally arrived at the destination. As soon as the car stopped, she heard someone calling her, "Sister. Sister. We are here." Qing looked carefully and drove the car over. "Is Mingchun in there?" "Sister Ming is in there. She specially asked us to pick you up." Several people said almost in unison. "Sister Ming protects you very well. We haven't seen you much. Won't you be bored over there alone? If you are bored, you can stay here. We will find something fun for you." "I'm not bored. Thank you." Qing parked the car. "Can I go see Mingchun now?" "Yes. Go in. By the way, why don't you call sister?" the person next to him asked. "I'm older than her. She has to call me sister," Qing said. "Just saw Zhang Mingchun coming out, and walked up to him quickly. You didn't tell me in detail before. Between the two of us, I might be the elder sister. Zhang Mingchun is not like Zhang Rui, who is definitely 28 plus 8, and is wearing clothes, so it is clear that he is older than her. But Zhang Mingchun only said that the age of his two lives combined will definitely be older than her. But he didn't say how old he is. At least Zhang Mingchun looks younger than her now. But I said you were my sister before, and you didn't refute it." Zhang Mingchun crossed his arms and raised his eyebrows. "Don't struggle. Everyone in the base knows you are my sister. You're still avoiding the subject." Qing didn't fall for it. Zhang Mingchun immediately stretched out his hand and hooked her neck. "Let me take you to see our vegetable planting area. The cabbage we planted has sprouted. It's fresh cabbage. Then you can add cabbage to your instant noodles?" Qing said happily. "But we still need an egg." "Don't worry about the eggs. Our people are trying to find a way to replace the hens. Let's go. Let me take you to see the cabbage first." As he said that, Zhang Mingchun took Qing away and walked towards the planting area. This is called a base, but it is actually a spaceship. Compared with the original residence, the spaceship not only has an advanced navigation and patrol system, but also a comfortable accommodation environment and a soilless cultivation area. Qing came here for the first time, and couldn't help looking around. Zhang Mingchun kept introducing the situation to her, slowing down the pace of planting plants. Behind her, the group of people who led Qin Qing into the spaceship looked at each other. After a while, they couldn't help but speak in a low voice. What's the situation? Is it still Sister Ming? If it were someone else, they would definitely be angry if they said they were Sister Ming's sister. Right? How can this sister be so bold? But Sister Ming not only doesn't look angry, but also looks very happy. I've never seen Sister Ming look so relaxed. No wonder Sister Ming doesn't let me mention my sister. It turns out that this sister is really a treasure. It would be great if I could be Sister Ming's sister. Come on. With your appearance? If you dare to say this, Sister Ming will kick you away immediately. But the sister looks really good, white and plump. That's right, really cute. I know I haven't seen my sister. If I had known my sister looked like this, I would have spoiled her. Such a cute sister is rare. This is our planting area. Constant temperature and humidity. There are many nutrient bags in the spacecraft, enough to grow many batches of cabbage. In a few days, this batch of cabbage can be harvested. I plan to distribute it first. Everyone is waiting for this batch of cabbage. Zhang Mingchun said, press the button below, and open the window of the planting area. No need to open it. You can see through the glass window. Qin Qing quickly asked her to press it back. It will affect the temperature and humidity inside, and you won't be able to harvest this crop of cabbage. Okay. Zhang Mingchun closed the window again, leaving only one glass window. It's growing really well, Qin Qing said sincerely. Although she has never lacked vegetables since her rebirth, she knows Zhang Mingchun's situation, and the situation of the wasteland planet. It is not easy to cultivate such beautiful cabbage. In this way, everyone can eat cabbage. And you can eat cabbage too. You don't have to eat food with canned herring with them. As she said that, she clapped her hands. If I had known that you could grow vegetables by yourself, I wouldn't have wasted the sales grid selling canned herring. Canned herring is still needed, at least in the short term. The problem of food shortage on the wasteland planet cannot be solved well. Zhang Mingchun looked at the cabbage in the planting area. With this little cabbage, you can only taste it. It's only a temporary solution. Canned herring is good, but it's a little salty and smelly. It's not bad. Eat more canned herring. And it can also supplement protein. You have a really strong ability to adapt, Qin Qing said seriously. It's just a habit. And you forgot that. I don't have a very sensitive sense of taste. The smell of canned herrings doesn't affect me much. And I'm sure it's not bad, so I can eat it without any worries. Isn't that good? Zhang Mingchun said, raising his hand and patting Qin Qing's shoulder. You haven't told me your age yet. Maybe you're my sister? Qin Qing remembered this. I'll take you to see something else. Didn't you say some time ago that you wanted a good drone that's not affected by the internet? I just found one, Zhang Mingchun said, turning around and walking out. Zhang Mingchun really didn't want to mention it. So Qin Qing naturally forgot about the previous question and followed her steps. Does it really not require the internet? Then can I fly in ancient times? She had thought about buying a drone before, but after searching around, she found that all of them required the internet. Some of them could fly without a strong internet signal. But she had to be prepared for the drone to suddenly disappear. She was reluctant to spend thousands of dollars on a drone that might disappear. It's not that we don't need the internet, but the drone controller itself is a small signal tower, which, when paired with the drone, just forms a temporary signal, which is enough to maintain a flight distance of at least 10,000 meters. Zhang Mingchun turned around and gave Qin Qing a detailed introduction. We are the only one in the wasteland planet now. Many things have been turned out. In addition to weapons, there are things that are useless in this world, but very useful to you. Indeed, if there were drones, it would be much easier for me to find out the situation in the ancient plane, Qin Qing said. And the topic extended to the new plane. The new plane is a cultivation plane. The people who traveled there were people from 90 years ago. The whole school has gone there. I changed some spiritual rice. When your vending machine is upgraded again, I'll sell you the spiritual rice, which can help you maintain your health. Speaking of this, Qin Qing frowned slightly. Is it difficult to find red gold sand here recently? I haven't seen much growth. Zhang Mingchun touched his nose, feeling a little guilty, but still told the truth. No, it's just that the red gold sand I asked people to find was used to maintain the operation of weapons and spacecraft. It was also through the enlightenment of the plane supermarket that I discovered that red gold sand is an extremely rare energy stone. Will it help you take over the wasteland planet? Qin Qing asked, Seeing Zhang Mingchen nod, she quickly became happy. Great, this way, red gold sand is both food for you, and a weapon you can master. You get the best of both worlds. Qin Qing's reaction was not unexpected by Zhang Mingchen. On the contrary, this was her reaction. She should have mentioned the red gold sand earlier. The reason why we didn't find the red gold sand before is that it requires a special energy converter. The person I took you to see when we first met is the only one on the planet who can make it. The wasteland planet itself is short of energy. With the red gold sand, no matter it is a weapon or anything else, it can be used in the strongest mode. That's why I was able to win the previous battle. Zhang Mingchen explained the situation of the red gold sand in detail. You really need the plain supermarket to give you some inspiration, Qin Qing said. After all, the things the plain supermarket wants are definitely not too bad. It's just that some people in the plains don't know how rare those things are. For example, in the newly appeared cultivation plain, the most valuable spirit stones are something she can't exchange for. You think the same as I do. The reason why I spent time and effort to develop red gold sand was because of the needs of the plain supermarket. And the research and development results were as expected. Zhang Mingchen smiled. Now I have control of the wasteland planet, which is equivalent to controlling a mining planet. Whatever you want, I can find a way to help you get it. If you need it in the future, I will definitely tell you. Qin Qing did not say polite words to Zhang Mingchen. But it's enough now. The jewelry and gold you gave me last time are still in my personal space. I only spent a little bit, and I really didn't have the chance to exchange them. Gold is the universal currency of the entire universe. You can keep it all, just in case it is useful in the future. As they talked, the two arrived at the place where the drones were stored. And Zhang Mingchen quickly took out a set of drone equipment. If you don't come today, I will give it to you. I have tested the drone. Its height, distance and load-bearing capacity can meet your needs. Let's go out, and I will teach you how to use it. Okay. Chapter 162 is making a living. The drone controller has a built-in screen, which can show the entire scene under the drone camera. Zhang Mingchen stood beside, watching Qin Qing operate, and told her where the drone camera was. This is the clothing factory. The clothes I sold to you were produced here. We plan to build another clothing factory. If possible, sell the clothes to other planets. If you need them, we can sell them to you at a low price. Yes, it's not needed in modern times, but it was needed in ancient times. Qin Qing operated the drone. But modern clothes are in oversupply. Is it the same in your StarCraft? Yes, so people will pursue function and beauty more. These are two extremes. Zhang Mingchen has learned about the clothing business in StarCraft. I understand. Either they are extremely functional, or they are particularly strange in shape. Qin Qing nodded, and began to scan other places. Here, there are a lot of red gold sand in this area. You can go and collect it. There may be a large red gold sand mine underneath. Zhang Mingchen noted the location. Go further, and try the longest distance of the drone. Okay. Qin Qing followed Zhang Mingchen's instructions, and kept flying the drone high and far. Seeing the height and distance values displayed on the screen getting larger and larger, she roughly estimated and said, such a long distance would be enough to scan several towns in ancient times. If you can use it to throw weapons, would it be invincible? Ordinary ancient planes can. But as you said, ancient planes with cultivation worlds are not very good. They have special means, Zhang Mingchen said, asking, do you need weapons? The martial arts dimension may need it. But not now. Qin Qing told Zhang Mingchen what she discussed with Zhang Rui. Without high-tech weapons, it will be difficult for the two of us to deal with a large number of martial artists. Then I'll pick some for you to see if there is one that suits you. It doesn't have to be a weapon of mass destruction. Right? Zhang Mingchen has already started to think about what kind of weapon is more suitable. Like the one I gave you? That's fine. It's very useful. I used it to save myself before, Qin Qing said, and turned the controller in her hand to the side. The warning safety distance has been prompted on it. Beyond this distance, there will be a situation where the signal is not enough. Stay away from there. Zhang Mingchen saw the screen, immediately took over the controller, and quickly let the drone fly to another place. The moment it flew away, the movement of the drone was heard from the screen. Where is that? Qin Qing asked in surprise. Interstellar prison. Zhang Mingchen looked serious, and immediately took out the communicator to communicate with the other party. Soon, there was no attack from the drone. The interstellar prison that person said he would build last time? Has it been built so soon? Qin Qing saw the appearance of a particularly complete building. Of course it is not built now. It was printed in advance, with a special large-scale printer, and then transported here. The land belongs to her. It's my fault that I forgot to look at the screen when I was talking to you, Zhang Mingchen said in a low voice. I turned too fast. Qin Qing was a little embarrassed. The large printing machine you mentioned is a 3D printer? Zhang Mingchen, do we have it now? Yes. But there are not many used to print buildings. Look at the appearance of the building just now. It is much more advanced than our time. The drone remote control in Zhang Mingchen's hand was stuffed into her hand again. She lowered her head and let the drone fly back. It must be difficult for you to do business here. Open the next vending machine window first. I will send you the spiritual rice. Okay. This saves money. I will find a way to get more weapons. Later, I can make money with the resources of the mining star. At that time, it can be open and above board. But if the force value is not enough, under such circumstances, we can sell it secretly first. Zhang Mingchen thought about selling minerals. After a while, he said, is the spiritual rice very valuable? You can sell me ordinary rice. You eat the spiritual rice and give the instant noodles to those people. Qin Qing immediately had a solution. This way it won't be wasted. Good idea. Let's sell the spiritual rice. Zhang Mingchen agreed, looking at the screen. How is it? Do you know it? Yes. Qin Qing nodded. And the drone just flew back. She pressed the recovery button, and the drone slowly folded its wings, and finally turned into a brick. When she shook the remote control in her hand, it shook out a box, which was just right for folding the drone. She put the drone back into her personal space. Turned to look at Zhang Mingchen. I still have time. Where are we going next? Do you have time to practice with me? Pure hand-to-hand combat? Zhang Mingchen raised his eyebrows. I have internal strength. It's definitely not pure hand-to-hand combat, Qin Qing said with a smile. If I don't use internal strength, I definitely can't beat you. Just don't use weapons, fight with bare hands. Let me test your current strength, Zhang Mingchen said. There is a training room inside. Come on. Come on, let me show you my skills. Qin Qing also wanted to see Zhang Mingchen's strength, so she immediately agreed and followed her to the training room. The two entered the spaceship and soon ran into the people following Zhang Mingchen. Several people asked where the two were going. Zhang Mingchen did not hide it, and said directly that he wanted to fight with Qin Qing. Can we go and watch? Sister Ming, your sister is so delicate and tender. It would be bad if she hurt someone. Right? This match is a sure thing. Having said that, everyone still called their friends. And soon Qin Qing and Zhang Mingchen were followed by a group of people, and walked to the training room together. The training room is a semi-open room. Facing the corridor is a long floor-to-ceiling window. As long as you stand in the corridor, you can clearly see the situation in the training room. After Qin Qing and Zhang Mingchen went in, they quickly closed the door, leaving the people behind them only able to see the situation in the training room through the French windows. Qin Qing didn't have much martial arts skills. She had never systematically learned martial arts since she was a child. But she had internal strength, and could use it to resolve brute force. But even so, she was suppressed by Zhang Mingchen several times. I definitely can't beat Sister Ming, although I can't beat her. But my sister is also very powerful. If it were us, we wouldn't be able to hold on now. Indeed. So my sister is still a bit capable. Look, she's about to lose. Oh my god. What's going on? When Qin Qing was about to be suppressed to death, she quickly used her Qigong skills. And after getting away from Zhang Mingchen, she put her feet on the wall and turned around the wall, half a circle. Zhang Mingchen stopped. You didn't use your full strength? I am gifted, Qin Qing said honestly. John Rui said that my internal strength level, I can already defeat at least half of the martial artists. In this world you can use weapons. You can't beat me in hand-to-hand combat. Then try this. Zhang Mingchen held a tool that looked like a shield in his hand, and turned it to Qin Qing. Use your internal strength to hit me with a palm. Qin Qing gathered her internal strength and hit me with a palm. The shield was strong, but her palm still left a noticeable concave palm print. Oh my god. Ah, my sister is so awesome. My sister is so strong. My sister is so strong. My sister is so strong. The sound outside the training room passed through the floor-to-ceiling windows with good sound insulation, and reached the ears of Zhang Mingchun and Qin Qing. Zhang Mingchun turned his head and took a look, and everyone outside was silent instantly. As expected of Sister Ming, you are so intimidating, Qin Qing said with a smile. Now you are too. Zhang Mingchun looked at the shield in his hand. I knew that the internal force was very strong, but I didn't expect it to be so strong. However, if modern weapons are used, it is not impossible to break it. What level are the half stronger than you? It should be no problem to smash a small mountain. Qin Qing thought about it. But I haven't come into contact with them, and I'm not sure how strong they are. I'll find a way to get you a laser cannon. Fighting with Qin Qing. One is to determine her strength, and the other is to prepare for the next weapon selection. It can't be too strong, nor too weak. It's best to suppress it, but it won't affect a large area. Find one that can adjust the attack range, and it can't hurt innocent people. Yes, I think so too. Qin Qing didn't talk about the victory or defeat of the two sides in the fight just now. If we really want to compete, we must go with the fully armed Zhang Mingchun. The previous match was not fair. The two of them talked and walked out of the training room. The crowd, who had been silent for a while, saw that Zhang Mingchun's expression had eased and began to chatter again. Sister, you are so amazing. What was that move just now? Can you teach us? Yes. Yes. You are too amazing. You can't tell at all. You look so weak. How can you be so strong? Can we learn it too? Even Sister Ming just now. You said that you couldn't even beat me. Which means I haven't learned it yet. Zhang Mingchun looked at everyone. My sister is so amazing because she is talented. Do you think you can have her talent? What if you can? Zhang Mingchun curled his lips. You don't even know how to use all the weapons. You still dare to talk about talent? Have you read the book you were told to read? Have you recorded the growth of the planting area today? And I have something else to do. I'll leave first. I have something else to do. I'll leave now. The people who had gathered here dispersed in an instant. Qin Qing laughed. It's not wrong to practice martial arts to strengthen the body, but the internal strength needs to be developed slowly. They are just on a whim. Don't worry about it. Not to mention wasting time practicing martial arts and internal strength. Even if you let them practice more, you have to urge them. Zhang Mingchun said. Although the internal strength is strong, it is only strong when fighting with bare hands. But if you have a conflict with others in this galaxy, you probably won't have the opportunity to fight with others bare hands. Your galaxy is also quite dangerous. Qin Qing couldn't help complaining. It seems that the safest place is the ancient times where no one can practice martial arts. Isn't that Soul World also quite safe? I will also play Soul World everything when I have time in the past few days. Short video, quite interesting, but they all look like ghosts. Wouldn't it be a problem if such short videos appeared in your modern times? You see it as a ghost, others see it as a joke. In the era of short videos, no matter how bizarre the video is, everyone's first reaction is that it's a joke. Qin Qing said with a smile. There have been some live people downloading it in the past few days. You can take a look at everyone's comments. Soul World Everything has not been promoted, but there are always some people who like to explore the unknown. The username in the app, there is a slight difference between live people and ghosts. Qin Qing occasionally sees the comments of live people when she is watching videos. At least from the current situation, these live people who strayed in are quite adaptable. They even enjoy it. Chapter 163 Give a promotion. What are you brushing? I just want to hear you laugh all day. Watch the funny videos. It's really fun. Look at this. The one driving a Rolls-Royce Ghost. And this, a Ferrari. Is it cool? This, a Bentley, climbing a wall in a luxury car. No wait, Rolls-Royce Ghost is fine. Luxury car, climbing a wall? Do these two words have anything to do with each other? Yes, see for yourself. The person who spoke quickly clicked on the video, and saw that the owner of the car in the video was driving a car, driving towards a wall, and there were various levels on the wall, clearly an unusual level-breaking video. The camera was focused on the car, and the level the whole time. The whole car was seen crawling in a vertical 90-degree direction, in a way that violated Newtonian mechanics. Fuck. This is awesome. This video is amazing. Even if you know it's fake, it's still awesome. Which blogger? I'll follow him. As he spoke, the man took out his mobile phone and opened the short video app on his phone. The person in front turned his head and said, It's not that one. You can't find it there. Go to the software store and download an app called Soul World Everything. App. New? The person who spoke clicked on the software store. Why is the name of this software so strange? Not many people have downloaded it, only a few people. Ah? Only a few people? The person in front asked in surprise. The users in this app are quite active. I thought the number of downloads was at least tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. Are you being cheated? How is that possible? How can you be cheated just by watching a video? As the two were talking, the person who had just downloaded the app had completed the registration and quickly entered the homepage. As soon as he entered, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "This app has quite rich content. It doesn't look like a new software. Maybe it has been promoted by other channels. Let's add a friend. I'll recommend the blogger's name to you. This blogger who drives a Rolls-Royce Ghost is also an internet celebrity blogger." The result was quickly searched out. Outrageous, this car is really called Rolls-Royce. See Ghost Shadow? You know what, it's quite exquisite. Is that so? Ha ha ha, I'm telling you, many of the cars posted by bloggers here are not for sale. I guess they are all customized. I saw one a few days ago, and it really moved me, but unfortunately I couldn't find it after searching the whole internet. What a pity. Customized, even if we find it, we definitely can't afford it with our wealth. That's right, hey. 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 Look at this, a ghost is walking through the wall. How did they do it? So awesome. The special effects are really good, there's no trace at all. Really? This is more fun than the short videos I usually watch. Soul World everything. The download volume of the app is not high in reality, but it has been growing slowly. According to Chin Ching's observation, as long as users download and register the app, there is basically a fixed refresh time every day, not to mention loyal users, they can be considered good users. Because of the increase in the number of customers, the amount of recharge is also increasing. Some of them are for reading novels. Some are for unlocking movies that can only be watched halfway. And some are for recharging for anchors. As a middleman, Chin Ching directly assumed the role of a transit station. Fortunately, there is no shortage of daily expenses in the Soul Realm, and it has already been laid out. After the cash is transferred to her, she will recharge different people in the vending machine, and give them more opportunities to customize. The customization here is not mass customization, but small customization. After all, everyone has their own different hobbies. Before, she would help with customization, but she would not accept all orders, only a small part of them. Now that the Soul World Launcher app has been released, everyone has extra income, and she directly launched the opportunity to purchase customized services at a high price. For those with more savings, she can better meet their needs. Chin Ching left the Soul World plane, holding some high-priced customized orders in her hand, and sent the orders to Boss Jia as usual. This time, the order was more detailed. Some people like figures, and hope that she can sell them to them. They also specially drew special figures, with special requirements, hoping that they should be three-dimensional, have texture, and look good. Some people like bags, but think that the bags sold by Chin Ching before are not of good quality. They want good quality, and ask for the most expensive and best quality paper for customization. Some people like various cultural buildings, but they think that the ordinary buildings do not have enough details, and want to customize more detailed buildings. They spend a lot of money. Before, everyone in the soul realm exchanged soul beads for deposits, as beads that can make their souls more solid. They also need to use them, and they have to use them sparingly. Now with Soul Realm Everything, they can earn money through Soul Realm Everything and convert it into deposits, and directly sell all the soul beads they have saved for a long time to the vending machine. According to them, there will always be money. As long as the internet develops well, it will not be difficult to make money. Chin Ching didn't know whether it was difficult or not. She was only responsible for submitting the requirements. Then when the other party was hesitant to speak, she took the initiative to send a message, "Boss Jia, I will add money." The prompt inputting on Boss Jia's side stopped for a while, and it appeared again after nearly a minute. "I didn't know that this thing could be made so delicate." "Made like you asked?" "I can sell it. Sell it to people who like to build paper blocks." Chin Ching immediately replied, "This is a good idea. I suggest Boss Jia try it." "Boss Jia?" Chin Ching smiled, and quickly gave Boss Jia a reassuring reply. "Quote a price first. A price that both of us can accept. And then Boss Jia will have someone do it." The message on the other side was a little slow, but when it was replied again, there was a quotation information. "The price of this batch of customized goods is much higher than the previous ones. But it is a paper product after all. No matter how exquisite it is still a paper product. Compared with what Qing Qing received, it is not high. Qing Qing, no problem. After sending the message, she paid the full amount, so that Boss Jia could do it with peace of mind. After sending the order, it was still early. Qing Qing looked at the empty street outside the supermarket, turned around, and went into the plain supermarket again. This time she went to the Baisher plane. She had not used the drone in her hand many times since she got it. But the view below was not good. She looked around and found a dense tree in the sunset forest. She used her feet and borrowed the power of the trees beside her to fly to the tree. The angle on the tree was good, but the foothold was not stable. Even if she had Qigong, she could not stand on such a tree for a long time. But soon, she found a way. She took out a whole yoga mat from her personal space and spread it on the tree canopy. The yoga mat was spread out, and the force was evenly distributed. She only needed a little Qigong to stand on it. Is that the immortal? It seems so. It must be. The one on top is obviously a person. Apart from the immortal, who else has such ability? That's true. But the immortal has become more and more powerful recently. Yes, such a high tree, you can climb it at will. By the way, when the immortal asked us to pick durian, it was not to test us. Right? Ah? Oh, you forgot, when we picked durian, the immortal only stood below, and did not fly up. It must be to test us, to see if we were obedient. If we did not obey and did bad things, the immortal would definitely not care about us. Have we been tested? Of course, otherwise we would not be like this now. Have a good life? Yes, hey. Hey, the sweet potatoes are burnt, take them out quickly. Hot. So fragrant. Even after eating it for so long, the roasted sweet potatoes still smell so good, fragrant and delicious, and can fill your stomach. How can there be such delicious things in the world? Only the gods can take them out. Yes, and not only the gods have taken them out, we can actually plant them too. Looking at the situation in the field, in another month, we will have a harvest, and by then we will have at least several hundred kilograms. I think there may be several thousand kilograms. Hee, that would be even better. Qing Qing did not notice the discussion below. After standing firmly on the tree canopy, she took out the drone, pressed the start button, and the drone quickly flew out of the box. She adjusted the direction of the drone, and headed for the town she often went to before. The drone's camera was from top to bottom, which was different from the pictures she could see normally. The camera on top recorded all the pictures along the way, and sent them to Qing Qing's eyes. Because the drone did not need to pass through mountains and rivers, it could travel unimpeded all the way, and reach the town faster than she could fly there with Qigong. When she was about to reach the town, she raised the altitude of the drone and enlarged the lens, trying to scan more pictures without being noticed. The drone Zhang Mingchen gave her was really useful. Not only did it not require a network, it also had a wide range of distance and altitude. The town was peaceful. She adjusted the direction of the drone again, and drew a circle with herself as the center. This circle also allowed her to see more of the real situation in this world. Besides the peaceful year she saw, there were many people who were displaced and struggling to survive. Just like Yunyang and the others she had just met, most people living in such an environment were skinny, and it was normal for them to have no food to eat after the previous meal, and more often they had no food to eat after the next meal, and the next meal, and the next meal, and the next meal. Living in such an environment, no one would consider whether eating would cause heartburn. After all, between the two options of heartburn after eating and death after not eating, no one would choose the latter. Qing Qing couldn't do much. The food she could supply could only be supplied through vending machines. And the food sold through vending machines, even if it was only spread over a radius of 10 miles, was only a temporary solution. She put away the drone in her hand, and the yoga mat under her feet, and returned to the plain supermarket. Then she walked along the path of the plain supermarket, and came to the gathering place where people settled here. Qing Qing's appearance immediately made everyone stand up. Master God, no need to do that. I just came here to tell you that your sweet potatoes are grown very well. Qing Qing said. It means that this place is indeed suitable for growing sweet potatoes. If you have time, you can cultivate more fields and plant sweet potatoes at this time. You can still have a harvest this year. Really? Can you still have a harvest if you plant them at this time? Qing Qing nodded, and said, I looked at the situation nearby again. The people's lives are not easy. You have sufficient savings. And you have this crop of sweet potato fields. You don't have to worry about the days ahead. You can also sell the sweet potatoes you exchanged. I'll show you a way, so that you can go out and sell sweet potatoes with peace of mind, and no one will find out that you live in Sunset Forest. Start from 5 days later. After 5 days, you can exchange sweet potatoes in 10 days, and I'll give you a discount price. You can sell the sweet potatoes, and exchange them for some autumn and winter supplies, so that you can have a good year this year. After she finished speaking, the crowd immediately began to cheer. Thank you, God. A small voice sounded in the corner. But I don't have anything I want to buy. You can buy a chicken to replenish your body. If you have hens, you can buy a few hens and let them lay eggs. Can we buy cows? Not impossible. We can pool our money together, and maybe we can get enough silver. Great. Chapter 164. Honest Business. The end of August is the harvest season for a crop of sweet potatoes. The sweet potatoes planted in March and April are all ripe. Although the shelf life of sweet potatoes is not very long, it can be made into sweet potato flour, sweet potato chips, etc. And sweet potato flour is a common ingredient in hot pot, so the demand is huge. The annual sweet potato production in China is naturally very high. Qin Qing is communicating with one of the sweet potato shops, planning to buy enough sweet potatoes at once. According to the situation in the Baishar Plain, if one person eats 2 meals a day, 1 sweet potato per meal is enough to survive. A family of 4 needs 8 sweet potatoes a day, which means 240 in 30 days. If there are 100 families, 2,400 sweet potatoes are needed in a month. She also hopes that the sales range of sweet potatoes can be wider. If more places can plant sweet potatoes, they will have enough to harvest in November and December. As long as they can harvest this crop, winter and spring will be much better. Qin Qing, if you have it. I want at least 10,000 kilograms of sweet potatoes. Customer service, dear. Let me confirm it. Qin Qing, okay. 10,000 kilograms of sweet potatoes is not a lot. The customer service replied quickly, saying that this amount is no problem. But it will take 2 days to ship. The logistics speed is fast these days. The goods will be shipped in 2 days, which is enough to catch up with the promotion in 5 days. She placed an order and chose the logistics point in the county as the address. She decided to go to the county to pick up the goods. She bought several hundred kilograms of sweet potatoes from several other stores, changed to several other couriers, and then sent them to the logistics point in the county. Otherwise, there were too many things, and she couldn't carry them in one car, and she had to find a reason to run back and forth. On the other side, Yunyang brought a few people and found the cave entrance that Qin Qing mentioned. It seems to be here. Is it here? It doesn't look like there is a road inside. What the immortal said must be correct. Let's go in and take a look. If we go through this, we can get to another town, which will make it much more convenient to buy things in the future. Yes, this place is closer than the town outside the Sunset Forest. As they spoke, several people entered the cave carefully. The cave entrance was very winding, with many stones and trees blocking the way. Fortunately, they came to explore the way today, and they had sickles in their hands, and they quickly cleared the branches blocking the way, leaving only large stones and tree trunks. After wandering around for about 10 minutes, they finally arrived. Be careful. The immortal said it was a steep cliff. Maybe we should wait for the immortal to come. We can't ask the immortal for everything. We live our lives. If we always let the immortal worry about us, I'm afraid she will get annoyed. Today we are just exploring the way. It's not a big deal. We can solve it ourselves, and the immortal can be relieved. That's right. We found it. Here. This is the real cave entrance. The stones at the other cave entrances are very brittle and can't be stepped on. As they spoke, several people walked out of the cave. It's called a cliff, but it's not really a cliff. There's a place to stand when you walk out, and there's even a stone staircase leading down. No one here. There's someone over there. The 2 sentences came out at the same time, and everyone looked into the distance. There really is someone. We can take the sweet potatoes over there to sell. The immortal said that the town is a little further away, and there's a city. They can go to the city to exchange things. We take the sweet potatoes over there, and maybe we can get a lot of things. What if they ask about it? Just say that we found it by chance in the mountains, picked it up and planted it ourselves, and we didn't expect to grow a big sweet potato. But we had heartburn when we ate too much, so we took it out, hoping to exchange it for some other coarse grains. I'm not afraid of heartburn. We didn't eat much either. We usually have rice and instant noodles. That's a good reason, but we can't let the hole be discovered. Let someone who can run more flexibly come and sell. In that case, both Zhou Qi and Zhou Ding brothers and Wang Wu can do it. They have been very strong during this period, and they can run fast. Then let them take turns to come. Is Wang Wu behind? Here I come. Wang Wu came with a hoe in his hand. I see a long vine in the hole, we'll pull it later. Stop this place? This way. Even if someone comes, they won't find the road inside. What do you want me for? I'm telling you to go back and take turns selling sweet potatoes with Zhou Qi and Zhou Ding. You can run faster and hide, so you won't be easily discovered, so as not to expose our current residents. Okay, I'll tell them when I get back. Wang Wu said, squinting his eyes and looking into the distance, shocked. The immortal is really capable. He can be found in such a hidden place, with such a high mountain between us, if it weren't for the immortal. The adult said. Who would have known that there are so many people living on the other side of this mountain? Or they are gods. They must be different from us. That's right. We have found the way. Let's go back. Where is the vine you mentioned? Wang Wu. Let's go together. Pull some branches we cut down and block the edge of the opening outside, so that it will be less likely to be discovered. Good idea. Let's go together. This time I want to eat roast duck. How many do you want? Qin Qing asked generously. Half of it will be enough. Wei Xiaoshuang hesitated. Don't be so generous. If you say that, I really have to be rude to you. It's just a roast duck. It doesn't cost much. I feel a little embarrassed because I go to the county town more frequently, Qin Qing said. And then said, but I may feel embarrassed in the future. If she wants to buy goods in large quantities through ordinary logistics, she still likes to go to the logistics point to pick up the goods herself. After all, the people at the county logistics point don't know her. If she sends it to the town, everyone will know. For things like salt, her friends wanted to buy them, but they couldn't understand why they had to go through her. It's okay. I don't have anything to do here, Wei Xiaoshuang said, looking back at the clothing store she was managing. Or you should cut my salary. Business has been bad these past 2 days, and there are still not many people in the town. It's okay. You can sell slowly. I'm not in a hurry, and it's not the peak season yet. When it's National Day, there will definitely be a lot of people. There will be many festivals in the second half of the year, and one batch will be enough to live for half a year. Qin Qing comforted. If it doesn't work, I'll return these goods, and I'll just lose the rent. She was still worried that she would not be able to supply the goods too quickly. But now the sales speed is very good, with an average of 1 or 2 pieces a day, and 70, 80 or 90 pieces sold during the peak period. So everything can be recovered. My salary is also money. No wonder the previous boss couldn't do it anymore, Wei Xiaoshuang said, and took the initiative to say, I'll open an online store for you. Okay? You can open it. But don't worry. Take your time. I'm not in a hurry, so don't worry about it either. Qin Qing comforted again. You won't lose money. Don't worry. You mean the emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuch is? Wei Xiaoshuang glanced at Qin Qing dimly. Qin Qing couldn't help laughing. Just then, a bus came over and stopped at the open space opposite. The car door opened, and the leader greeted first, Boss. We are here again. I saw you said in your circle of friends that you opened a clothing store, so we came to join in the fun. Here Wei Xiaoshuang waved immediately. They are all very cheap. You can look around. The people on the car got off one after another, and Qin Qing took a look. Today is not a senior group? It's a weekend, and the weather is good. Parents can take their children out for a picnic. There was a scene built next to your town before the filming. The crew left, and I have rented it in advance. It's just right to go there to eat and drink, the tour guide said happily. Now I am also a serious tour guide. At this time, almost everyone on the car had gotten off, except for a few people. Mostly they were customers who would come to buy drinks from time to time. Boss Qin, long time no see. There were also voices asking in a low voice, is this really the place? Are you sure? It is here, don't worry, we are not strangers. We will definitely not cheat you. And there are so many people here, what are you afraid of? I just think, supermarket. Ha, it's okay, many people have the same reaction as you when they experience this for the first time. But don't worry, we won't force you to buy. While they were talking, someone had already entered the clothing store. The rest of the people all stood at the entrance of the supermarket. Boss, Do you have any more rice? Yes, it's inside. Then I want a few kilograms. Your rice tastes much better than the rice we bought before. I used to buy 30 or 40 kilograms, and yours is only 10 yuan, which is really a good deal. Such expensive rice is also sold? Qing asked in shock. The spiritual rice is valuable. She also wanted to set a higher price, for fear that no one would buy it, so she set a medium price, 10 yuan per kilogram, but she didn't expect that ordinary rice would be bought at 30 or 40 kilograms. Of course. Let alone 30 or 40 yuan a pound. The rich people are willing to spend 100 or 200 yuan a pound. We can't compare with them. The person who spoke entered the store, pulled a bag familiarly, and filled it with rice. Is this rice delicious? It's delicious. Last time my mother came, she bought a few kilograms. The rice we have been eating these days was eaten up 2 days ago. We changed to normal rice. My family is not used to it. 10 yuan a pound is not very expensive. Do you want to buy some? Then I'll buy some. You always say that good things must be good, even if they are not good. I will support the boss's business. My mother said so last time. But the boss is really honest in doing business. As soon as he spoke, a voice came from outside. Affordable. Too affordable. This one is only 19 yuan. And this one, 59. Quality. The quantity is about the same as the one sold for a few hundred yuan outside. The material is really good. You can feel it. It's really good. Then I'll go in and take a look. Go quickly. First come first served. They said some goods are in limited supply. Then I have to hurry up. What? Affordable clothes? The man carrying the rice bag turned around and handed the bag to the tour guide standing beside him. Handsome boy, please pack 20 kilograms of rice for me. I'll go check out the clothes. I happen to be missing a few clothes in my closet. Wait for me. Handsome boy. I need 10 kilograms of rice. Please pack them for me. The tour guide was carrying 2 bags of unfilled rice, looking helpless. Qing stood at the door and smiled. Be self-reliant, old rules, you know. The tour guide silently pulled another bag, looking at Qing. Boss Qing, the rice in this box is not enough. Can you give me some more? Qing smiled, walked into the small warehouse in the supermarket, and took a bag of rice from it. The bag was an ordinary rice bag, but the rice inside had long been replaced with spiritual rice. The business should be done, after all. It can be sold for 10 yuan per kilogram. The final business situation exceeded her expectations. More than 30 pieces of clothing were sold, and 600 kilograms of rice were sold. The profit brought by this carload of people alone was as high as 5 figures. And this was the profit after deducting the cost. Chapter 165. Come and go without a trace. I'm rich. No worries. Qing smiled and looked at Wei Xiaoshuang, who was excited. No worries, you have so many businesses, why worry? Wei Xiaoshuang said seriously. He silently counted the number of clothes he had just sold, and held out 2 fingers to Qing. I want 2 roast ducks. No problem. After chatting with Wei Xiaoshuang, Qing returned to the supermarket and counted all the goods she had just sold. Of course, it was not just spiritual rice and clothes. These people came to the town to play, and they didn't bring anything. All the food they needed to play was bought in the supermarket. Not to mention anything else, they bought several bags of snacks alone. These snacks have good profits, and her business profit has been further improved today. She remembered the filming location they had just talked about. She took out her phone and searched on the relevant platform, and sure enough, she saw the project of renting out that location. The location itself was not big after all. It was just one of the locations used in the previous TV series, but it was still quite distinctive. According to the description, the materials used to build this location were also good, just to rent it out after the TV series was finished to recover funds. There was nothing special about the place in the town, but it was mainly a beautiful scenery. With this location, it was really nice to come here for an outing during the weekend to eat, drink, play and barbecue. Qing slid the screen and continued to read the introduction. The introduction was very rich, such as convenient transportation, fresh air, enjoy the weekend, relax your mind, etc. If you say that the descriptions are all true, they are a little false if you think about it carefully. But if you say that the descriptions are all false, they are just slightly exaggerated. Some people in the comments below asked about how to make reservations, which shows that in the next period of time, people in the town may come to play from time to time. This is a good thing for Qing. At least the supermarket business can make more money. She exited the interface and just received a message from Boss Jia. asking about the specific requirements of the previous order. She acted as a middleman again, and went back and forth several times, and finally confirmed all the requirements. Boss Jia, who is lucky, wiped sweat. This requirement is really too detailed. I have never dealt with such a customer. I almost thought I was really dealing with the customer in person. Chin. Boss Jia can treat it as really dealing with the customer. Smile. Boss Jia, who is lucky? No. In our business, we must not talk about ghosts. You should not be superstitious. Sometimes it is quite effective. Ba. Don't blame it. Jif Chin. Ha. Okay. Then I won't say it. Chin. The previous conditions, can Boss Jia do it? If it is difficult, I can also add money. Boss Jia Fuchi, no need to add money. Knowing the details, it will be easy to do, but I didn't expect that there would be so many requirements in this industry. In most cases before, everyone just needs to look at the framework. There are no such detailed requirements. Boss Jia Fuchi, I will do it on time, and send it over in 2 days. Chin, order add these extra, send them together. Boss Fuchi Jia, okay. No problem. The agreed time is 5 days later for the promotion. The sweet potatoes bought online will take at least 1 or 2 days to be shipped. The difficulties in the Baisha Plain are not a matter of 1 or 2 days. Chin can't send all the food in her hands over at once. It is impossible to solve the problem in the short term. She can only put it aside for the time being and take it one step at a time. In the evening, Wei Xiaoshuang temporarily left the clothing store and went home to eat. Chin also went to the kitchen and steamed another pot of spiritual rice. Spiritual rice is not only tastier than normal rice, but it also contains spiritual energy. Even without any explanation, everyone knows that eating spiritual rice regularly is good for the body. So she would cook a pot of spiritual rice from time to time, eat a bowl herself, and hide the rest in her personal space. When she is too lazy to cook later, she can take it out and eat it at any time. Today's side dishes are sweet and sour pork ribs plus sweet and sour pork tenderloin, stir-fried wild rice stem, and a bowl of pork rib soup. Only the pork rib soup is stewed by her, and the rest are stockpiled in the county. She also followed the online tutorial to make the pork rib soup, step by step, and the taste was indeed much better than what she made by herself. The main reason was that she had stockpiled a batch of seasonings before, and because of the need to cook from time to time, she went to the town market every now and then to buy vegetables, and the onions, ginger, garlic and other ingredients she stockpiled were used to make the pork rib soup. It was not exactly the same as the online tutorial, but it was almost the same. Even the proportion of the seasonings was not different. Not long after the pork rib soup was cooked, she sent it to her personal space, and now she scooped out a spoonful, and it still tasted hot. Chin held the bowl, took a sip of the pork rib soup, and said a satisfied ha. She could only learn stewing from the tutorial. As for other cooking methods, her skills were really not that good. Even if she followed the tutorial completely, the taste would be much worse. It would be more cost-effective to go out and stock up. At mealtime, a few customers came to the supermarket, but no one came to the clothing store next door. When Wei Xiaoshuang came back from dinner, Chin also stood up with the bowl in her hand. When she was about to go to the kitchen, she turned around and said, "Xiaoshuang, do you want rice? I cooked some more today." Yes. I'll make fried rice tomorrow morning," Wei Xiaoshuang said, and remembered something. Yes, I can make more rice in the morning, so that I don't have to be so troublesome at noon and in the evening. You can also make braised rice, Chin said. I saw several videos of braised rice on the internet, and they all look delicious. I'll recommend them to you later. Okay. Thank you. Wei Xiaoshuang smiled and thanked. I'm worried about what to eat every day. I'll serve the rice and put it in the refrigerator first, Chin said as she walked to the kitchen. Come and get it when you leave later. Okay. Chin walked into the kitchen, put the bowls and chopsticks in the sink, and soaked them in detergent and water. She turned around and took out the lunch box, and put out the rice for Wei Xiaoshuang. She ate a lot for dinner, so she took out the yoga mat and started exercising to help digestion. The weather today was pretty good, but the wind was a little strong. At night, the wind was even louder, and the plastic curtains at the entrance of the supermarket were all snapping. Thinking that in this weather, there might not be many customers coming, Chin closed the glass door directly. Although there was still a sound, it was weaker than the sound of the doors always hitting each other due to the wind. Wei Xiaoshuang is used to the daily working hours. She starts work at around 8 a.m. and gets off work at around 8 p.m. She has rest time at noon and in the evening. However, because she lies down here, most of the time, even during rest time, she lies down in the store. She only leaves for a while when eating. The wind is strong at night, and the clothing store next door is also closed, so it doesn't have much impact. The weather has not been too hot these days. Qing did some exercise without using her internal force. She was slightly sweating. She just got up and felt the coldness around her. This kind of coldness is very special. It is not the coldness of the martial arts plane, nor the slight chill of the soul world. It is more like the coldness of purgatory on earth. But the coldness at this moment is more biting. She looked out the door, thinking that she would see a strange scene again. But she would see a familiar breakfast shop. But the temperature is wrong. After thinking for a moment, she immediately walked to the back door, opened the back door, and still saw the familiar river. She closed the door, clicked on the plain supermarket panel, and selected Purgatory on Earth. If she opened the back door again at this time, she would see the world of hell on Earth. She took a step forward, and with her good vision, she could easily see the shivering ghosts such as Bai Yunqing hiding in the commercial building. She walked over quickly and entered the commercial building. What's going on? Bai Yunqing wanted to speak, but couldn't, and her face became more and more painful. Qing frowned, and immediately stepped upstairs, opened the door of the female ghost, but found that her situation was not right either. Not only was it not right, but it was even more serious than the ghosts Bai Yunqing and others were waiting for on the first floor. It looked like she was going to die in the next second. She immediately took out a talisman, but as soon as she got close to the ghost, the talisman burned automatically. Other talismans didn't work. She could only take out a control talisman, and it took some time to finally stick it on the ghost. The ghost regained consciousness a little, clearly a ghost, but blood was flowing from all 7 orifices. They are coming, no one can survive. No one can survive. After saying that, the control talisman ignited, and the ghost was also dying instantly. This was the first time Qing saw someone die in front of her. Without having time to think too much, she immediately turned around, ran to the guardrail, and flew directly down from the atrium of the commercial building. The situation of Bai Yunqing and other ghosts was better than that of the female ghost, but not much better. She came to the outside of the commercial building, and felt the chill around her. No, it should be the chill of the soul. This chill was aimed at the soul. She turned around, glanced at Bai Yunqing and other ghosts who were becoming more and more wrong, took out a few talismans from her arms, and pasted them one by one in various places in the commercial building. Then she immediately took out the whole set of talisman drawing tools, took out the talisman pen and talisman paper, quickly dipped them in the cinnabar containing golden dragon blood, and began to draw amulets and control talismans. After each drawing, she would stick one on the building. If she couldn't reach the high places, she would fly up and stick them. She used the second and third drops of golden dragon blood. Control talismans and amulets were stuck on many places on the commercial building. She didn't know how long it lasted. She felt the coldness around her was gradually fading. Back at the commercial building, Bai Yunqing hugged the other ghosts together, and they looked a little better than before. Boss Qin, are you all okay? We are fine. Thank you, Boss Qin, for saving us. Everyone is here today, Bai Yunqing whispered. From her voice, it can be seen that she was still in some pain. But she still tried to explain to Qing. This is probably that power. No one can resist it. You mean? Just now, it was the power that turned your world into a hell on earth? Qing asked. Seeing Bai Yunqing nodded, she turned around and looked around. Under the red moonlight, as far as she could see, most places were still covered by something unknown. What she could see was a dilapidated building not far away. That was Qin Jiangxin's mission point not long ago. But the building was too dilapidated, and she was busy these days, so she didn't explore it. Apart from that, there was nothing else. I can't see it. Qing frowned. Yes, that power comes and goes without a trace. As long as you touch that power, no one can survive. I thought you were talking about living people before, but now it seems that ghosts can't survive either. Bai Yunqing looked confused. I don't know. Qing slowly exhaled. Alas, I don't know either. Chapter 166 Frozen Meat. Where did you go? Something happened suddenly. Qing clasped her slightly cold hands and took the initiative to say, Did I forget to close the supermarket door? Yes, a customer came just now, and I looked for you but couldn't find you. Wei Xiaoshuang walked out of the cashier counter. Next time you have something to do, you should close the door. Fortunately, the people in our town are very nice, otherwise you wouldn't even know if someone took your things away. I'll pay attention next time. Qing smiled and glanced at the time. At this time, there's not much business, you should go home and rest, the weather is a bit weird today. Yes, I thought a typhoon was coming, and I just searched the weather forecast, and I didn't find any signs of a typhoon. Wei Xiaoshuang walked to the door of the supermarket and talked to Qing while pulling the curtain. I closed the door next door, and I'm leaving now. Yeah. Wei Xiaoshuang didn't need to pack anything when he went back, he just closed the door and rode away on his electric bike. After she left, Qing clenched her hands again. She had just drawn many talismans in one breath, and the coldness on her hands was the strongest. She still hadn't recovered until now. Fortunately, Bai Yunqing and the others were fine. She rubbed her hands, feeling the coldness on her hands. She took out the water cup next to the cashier, opened the lid, and drank all the water in it in one breath. This water was the water soaked with ice crystal stone, which was slightly cool in itself. But after drinking this cup of water, the coldness on her hands quickly faded. Qing breathed a sigh of relief and looked out the door. It was still the familiar breakfast shop. The accident at Purgatory on Earth left her with lingering fears. For the next 2 days, she only hurriedly took a look to make sure that Bai Yunqing and the others were fine, and then left quickly. And because ice crystal stone soaked in water was indeed effective, she almost held the cup all the time for the past 2 days, and drank several large cups every day. At noon on the 3rd day, she finally recovered a little. Just as she was about to go to Purgatory on Earth to check the situation of the new building, she received logistics information on her mobile phone. The sweet potatoes she bought in the largest quantity have arrived. And there are more than one, and several others are shown on the way, but they are also about to arrive at the logistics point in the county town. According to the time estimate above, they will arrive at the most this afternoon. In this way, she can go out for a trip today and get all the sweet potatoes. Xiaoshuang. Hey! Wei Xiaoshuang poked her head out from the next door. Did you bring the supermarket key today? Yes. Wei Xiaoshuang reacted. Are you going to the county town today? Yes, I'll leave now. You can come to open the door and take care of it at 2 o'clock in the afternoon later. Qing walked into the garage, pushed the battery car out. I'll be back in the evening or at night. Okay, you go. Wei Xiaoshuang nodded directly. She was already familiar with supermarket matters, so she naturally had nothing to say at this moment. After watching Qing leave, she returned to the clothing store and laid down on the recliner. On the other side, Qing went to the old factory as usual, exchanged the battery car for a truck, and drove to the county town. She had been to the county town logistics point several times, and each time she brought a lot of goods. But there were so many things here that no one noticed her. Instead, they were afraid that she would stay too long and affect the freight behind. This also led to the sweet potatoes that Qing wanted quickly filling up the carriage. All the sweet potatoes added up a total of 12,000 to 13,000 kilograms. If she hadn't been able to transfer the sweet potatoes to her personal space, her truck wouldn't have been able to fit them all. After pulling the sweet potatoes, Qing did the same as she did the last few times she came here, buying some food, drinks, and daily necessities, stocking up on a little bit of everything. A little bit adds up to a lot. After shopping, she was about to go back, when she received a call from the supplier. It was the boss Wang Jian, who had supplied her with goods several times. Before answering the phone, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This boss Wang's network of contacts is really wide. It seems that he has all kinds of sources of goods. Meat? Frozen meat is fine, as long as the price is right. After Qing finished speaking, the other party hesitated. Meat is indeed fine, and it can be eaten, but there is a little thing. I need to explain it to you clearly. Boss Wang. Go ahead. The truck stopped on the side of the road. Qing replied, holding the phone. Speaking of which, she hasn't received any meat in this period of time. Although there is some in the portable space, it is basically fresh, which she has stockpiled little by little when she buys vegetables at the vegetable market every now and then. That batch of meat was fresh, and time would not pass in the portable space. so she naturally did not bother to freeze it. Whenever she wanted to eat it in the future, she could just take it out and cook it anytime. It's frozen meat, and the quality is fine. But it was frozen a little too long, Wang Jian said, with a slightly awkward tone. I thought Boss Qin had been collecting expired food, so this batch might be okay. Qin heard the other party's voiceover, and thought of the news from a few years ago, and couldn't help asking, "Isn't it zombie meat?" Wang Jian immediately replied, "It's not that bad. It was just frozen a little too long." Frozen for 14 months. After that, she immediately took out her phone and searched it, and soon got the answer. "Boss Wang, the shelf life of frozen meat is 10 to 12 months. It's just a little longer," Wang Jian said with a dry laugh. "But don't worry, this batch of meat has not been frozen repeatedly, so there is no big problem in quality. You can buy it and do breeding. In fact, there are many people who want this batch of meat. It's just that you have to transport it yourself this time. The buyer has to pay for the refrigerated truck and so on. Also, you have to sign a waiver agreement. The seller is not responsible for the buyer's use of this batch of meat." "What about the price?" Qin asked the key question. Although she had just talked to Boss Wang, she was actually very interested in this batch of meat. After all, after the apocalypse, let alone frozen meat for 14 months. Even if it was frozen for 140 months, it would be enough for many people to eat. Of course, most meat cannot be preserved for more than 140 months. In her previous life, she had snatched a batch of meat that had only been frozen for a dozen months, stored it in her personal space, and ate it for a long time. After that batch of meat, she never snatched any other meat that was frozen before the apocalypse. Animals after the apocalypse are more or less mutated, and not only do they taste bad, but they may also cause problems when eaten. This batch of meat has only been frozen for 14 months, and has not been frozen repeatedly, so in her opinion, it is already high-quality meat. The current national standards are set to ensure that there is no risk of meat spoilage. 12 months is the insurance period, but there is no problem eating it in 14 months. The key point is the price of this batch of meat, and if the price is right, she is willing to take it even if it has been frozen for 24 months. Wang Jian gave the price quickly. This batch of frozen meat includes beef, mutton, pork, chicken and duck, etc. The categories are quite complicated, but the average price is about 50% of the normal selling price. The normal selling price is 40 yuan per catty, but here it is sold for 20 yuan per catty. The normal selling price is 20 yuan per catty, but it only costs 10 yuan per catty. Qin listened to Wang Jian talking about the discount on the phone, and looked at the still bright sky outside. "Lower the price a little bit, and I can ask someone to drive to pick up the goods today." There was a pause, and soon a voice came. "Do you really want it? This batch of goods is quite a lot." "Yes, but the price has to be lowered a little bit." "It can't be lowered too much. There is still a market for frozen meat. This batch of meat is of good quality. As long as it is unpacked and released to the market, no one will know when it was frozen." "That's what you said. But people still have to be conscientious." Qin held the phone, lowered her head, and when she looked up again, she had an idea. "How about this, Boss Wang? Tell that boss I can promise that this batch of meat will never flow into our normal meat trading market." "Are you really going to use it for breeding?" Wang Jian asked back. "It's a good idea to do breeding, and the price is not expensive," Qin said, explaining. "In fact, if this batch of meat had been frozen for a longer time, I would not have bought it even if the price was lower. But didn't Boss Wang say that this batch of meat had only been frozen for 14 months? The quality was not bad, and it was discounted at the wholesale price, so I won't lose money if I bought it." "Right. If it was really zombie meat, she would definitely not want it no matter what. After all, humans after the apocalypse are also people, not livestock. Even livestock don't eat zombie meat, let alone humans." "Then I'll ask." After saying that, the phone was hung up. Qin parked the car and waited for a while. Soon the phone rang again, saying that they agreed to reduce the price again, and could give an additional 20% discount on the existing discount, but they needed to pick up the goods as soon as possible. The address there was not too close. Qin searched for the high-speed rail out of the county town, including the transfer time. It would take 2.5 hours to arrive. She quickly contacted the local cold chain transportation company there, and asked them to drive to the door to pick up the goods, and rented a cold storage at a suitable location for 2 days, and made an appointment with another cold chain transportation company, rented a car, and asked the people from the other company to drive the car to the door of the cold storage and park it. After finishing these things, she had already arrived at the high-speed railway station, entered the station with her ID card, and boarded the high-speed train leaving the county. By this time, it would be evening when she arrived at the local place. She pretended to go back and forth a few times, and one night was enough to transport all the frozen meat. After confirming the time, she booked a hotel next to the high-speed railway station and bought a high-speed train ticket to return early the next morning. Solving the problem in one day, she could still catch up with the supermarket opening tomorrow. On the high-speed train, Wei Xiaoshuang sent a message. "You're not coming back tonight? Qing, I'm sure I can't go back before 8 o'clock. So go home first." Wei Xiaoshuang, okay. After replying to the message, she saw the account of the other boss sent by Wang Jian, as well as the price of this batch of frozen meat, and paid a deposit in advance. The remaining money will be paid after receiving all the goods. Even if they have cooperated several times, you still have to be careful. At 5 o'clock in the evening, she walked out of the high-speed rail station on time, looking at the message from the transportation company, pressing the voice button to reply. "Someone here will go to pick up the goods, and the car will be parked at the door of the warehouse after the pickup. I will transfer the money for the car rental to you." After sending the message, she immediately transferred the money. This time, the amount of frozen meat is not small, a total of 10 tons, 20,000 kilograms of meat. Fortunately, the carrying capacity of the refrigerated truck at this time is also very large. The truck she rented, it is no problem to load more than 10 tons of meat. She can pull it all at once, and then go around to collect all the meat. This world has its own capable people. Qing is not worried that her behavior will be seen by higher-ups. She does this just to prevent more people from discovering her situation, to prevent the world from collapsing inexplicably. When going to the cold storage, Qing thought of the situation of hell on earth, and suddenly a light bulb flashed in her mind. That world will become hell on earth. Could it be because the world collapsed? Chapter 167. Two prices. You know, the abilities of people with abilities are diverse. Different people have different abilities. For example, the ability I mentioned is similar to fortune-telling, which can infer the information you want to know, and some people have special abilities, which can sense the situation in a larger range. I don't know exactly what they sensed, but it is definitely not wrong. No one will joke about the future of Blue Star. Both individuals and the country will not allow it. Qing lowered her head, looked at the message sent by Zhang Wei, and replied, "Thank you. Zhang Wei, you're welcome. The talisman you gave me is very useful, and has helped us a lot. If you need to know anything in the future, please feel free to ask me. Zhang Wei, there are some things you can't help but believe in and be vigilant about. Although no one knows what the future will be like, the emergence of people with special abilities may be a warning." Qing held her phone and typed, "Okay, I understand, I believe it." After replying the message, she looked at the scenery outside the window. Even if others don't believe it, she still believes it. After all, others may only predict the future, but she has actually experienced the future. "Is it here?" the driver asked. "Yes. Thank you." Qing got off the car, paid the money, walked towards the cold storage, and soon saw the cold chain transport truck parked next to the cold storage. On the other side was the closed door of the cold storage. The cold storage now uses password locks. The previous boss sent the meat over, discussed with Qing, and temporarily changed the password. She took out her mobile phone, made a video call with the other party, got the new password, and then entered the cold storage. All the meat was neatly stacked in the cold storage. 20,000 kilograms of meat, including those bits and pieces of cheap meat. The average price is 8 yuan per kilogram. The total cost of stockpiling meat this time is 160,000 yuan. Although the freezing period of these meats is slightly longer, the quality is still good, and the market price is not cheap. Qing took the list of goods given by the other party's boss in her hand, checked them one by one, after confirming, sent the balance to the other party. After the balance is paid, the deal is completed. After going around like this, she will take the goods and leave, and no one will know where the goods have been sent. Even Wang Jian thought she had directly called her friend to pick up the goods. The cold storage was located in the suburbs, and would not be subject to the restrictions on vehicles from other cities in the city. Qing spent some time, and when she moved the frozen meat to the cold chain truck, she also transferred it to her personal space. In this way, she half moved, and soon all the goods were loaded on the truck. The cold storage door was locked again. And she got in the car directly, drove the cold chain truck away, drove around the city, and drove the car back to the original place, and then took a taxi to the hotel near the train station. It was not until the next morning, after she got on her truck, that she sent a message to the cold chain truck company, asking them to drive. As for the cold storage owner, she did not send a message until the evening of that day. Since she had rented the cold storage for 2 days, she could not waste it. At noon that day, she actually had a good nap. The savings were really spent, and they were consumed very quickly. Before, she spent thousands or tens of thousands on instant noodles and rice, which she thought was okay. She bought 2 batches of drinks, which cost more than 70,000 yuan, which was not bad. After all, there were a lot of drinks, and those drinks could also be sold in supermarkets, so she could make some money. This time, she spent 160,000 yuan on meat, which was a bit painful for her, who was used to being stingy. But fortunately, she bought 20,000 kilograms of meat, which was probably the only thing to be happy about. After taking a nap at noon, Qing woke up again. Yesterday's fatigue was swept away. She went downstairs full of energy. As soon as she got downstairs, she saw Wei Xiaoshuang at the door. She immediately went to open the door. "What do you want to talk to me about?" "I made roast duck porridge in a clay pot at noon. Wait for me, I'll bring it over for you to try." Wei Xiaoshuang went to the next room and brought a clay pot over. "I guess you would wake up at this time. It's better to come at the right time than to come early." "Such a big pot?" Qing asked in shock. "You put half a roast duck in this pot of porridge." "Right. 1 roast duck in each pot. You have half, I have half. If you can't finish it now, save it for dinner, so you don't have to spend time making dinner in the evening." Wei Xiaoshuang put the clay pot on the cash register. "You can eat it slowly. The taste of roast duck porridge is nothing special. It's the taste of roast duck and porridge, but when it is cooked in a clay pot, the taste of the roast duck itself has a great influence on the white porridge." Qing used her own bowl to clear the porridge, washed the clay pot and put it aside, scooped a small bowl to eat, and put the rest in the refrigerator. In the afternoon, she took some time off, put the sweet potatoes she bought in the vending machine of the Baisher plane, and started the promotion in advance. The reason why she kept 5 days before was mainly because she thought that the sweet potatoes could not be delivered if it was too late. Now that she has taken the sweet potatoes back, she can start at any time. After putting the sweet potatoes, she didn't say anything more. Everyone in this plane trusts her very much. When they don't need to eat, they won't exchange them. So she exchanges them at the vending machine almost every day. It is impossible not to notice the price change. This is indeed the case. Not long after Qing left, someone discovered that the price of sweet potatoes in the vending machine had dropped by half compared to the previous price. Then shall we sell them now? If so, how much is appropriate? You can sell them at a higher price, 5 cents each. Good things like sweet potatoes must be sold at a high price. I think we should sell them at a lower price, 2 cents each. Although we don't know the situation over there, it is a fact that the White Lion Kingdom is suffering from a severe drought. I'm afraid they don't have enough silver. But we still need to buy chickens and ducks. If we sell them at too low a price, won't we have no money to buy chickens and ducks? As long as we sell more sweet potatoes, can't we buy chickens and ducks? The gods don't limit how much we can buy. Even so, we can't sell them at too low a price. These are all food. If the price of food is too low, it will cause trouble. A group of people gathered at the entrance of the Plain supermarket. You and I talked. No one could convince anyone. Everyone thought they were right. And finally they all looked at the old man who was old and knowledgeable. "Mr. Lin, what do you think?" Lin Zhe no longer had the sharp and stubborn look at first. His expression became much gentler. He had been listening to everyone's words. When he heard this, he did not speak immediately, but looked at his daughter, Yunyang. "What do you think?" He said this, and someone soon responded, "Yunyang, you have studied before. What do you think?" Yunyang stood up straight, slightly bent. Yunyang has studied for a few years, but I don't know much about the ways of the world. It's just that the immortal said before. I remembered a sentence. Under the serious gaze of everyone, Yunyang pursed her lips. The immortal said, "It is still a good time to plant sweet potatoes. Yes, we are still cultivating the fields, but we don't have the energy to cultivate more new fields. It is a good thing to plant now and harvest in winter." I also remember that the immortal said so. What do you mean by this? Yunyang? Perhaps the immortal does not just want us to send food. Yunyang raised her eyes. This season is suitable for planting sweet potatoes. It is not only for us, but also for the people outside. We fled all the way before and saw many displaced people. If they can eat enough, who would want to leave their homes? So we not only have to sell sweet potatoes, but also tell them how to grow sweet potatoes? Then what price should we set? Yunyang smiled. Sweet potatoes are delicious and easy to grow. Not only do the people need them, but also the dignitaries. We want to buy chickens and ducks, and we have to take care of those poor families. Why not set 2 prices? If it is for dignitaries, the price is 50 won each, and for poor families, it is 2 won each. This is also a good idea. But what if it is discovered that we sell the same sweet potatoes to both sides? Then we will sell different ones. Yunyang took 2 sweet potatoes from a basket on the side. The sweet potatoes given to us by the immortals have 2 colors, one is red, and the other is white. The taste is slightly different, but both can fill the stomach, and the planting method is exactly the same. We will sell the red sweet potatoes to dignitaries, and the white sweet potatoes to poor families. How about it? Okay. What a good idea. Why didn't we think of it before? Sweet potatoes are good things, and those dignitaries must also like them. If we can sell them at a higher price, we will have money to buy chickens and ducks. By the way, you can also buy a working ox. These 2 colors are just right for distinguishing. The red one is called sweet potato, and the white one is called white potato. Okay. It's easy to tell by this way. Someone in the crowd silently reached out his hand. What if it's discovered? After all, the taste of these 2 kinds of sweet potatoes is not much different. The others looked at each other. And finally it was Yunyang who spoke up. She sighed. If there was a distinction between sweet potatoes and white potatoes from the beginning, people who eat sweet potatoes would never eat white potatoes again. Even if it's just a distinction in color. There are different levels. Maybe in the future someone will pick out some good-looking sweet potatoes and say that they are the real top-quality sweet potatoes. But if you do this, isn't it deceiving yourself? Hasn't it been like this since ancient times? Yes. The plan was confirmed. And they didn't sell it right away, but waited until Chin Chin came. So Chin Chin heard the name of sweet potato again, which became the familiar sweet potato and white potato. Master God, can we do this? Yes, this matter should be decided by you, but you should be careful when you go out in the future. By the way, these are for you. Chin Chin took out a pile of clothes. These clothes are quite worn out. I don't know what they are for. You are going to climb the mountain to sell sweet potatoes. These are just right for you. The clothes were found by Yun Qing and his men from the corners of several houses in the hell on earth. They were even older than second-hand clothes, so she was embarrassed to give them away. It just so happened that everyone here had to travel back and forth. So I simply gave them all. After wearing them, they can also be used as mops and rags. Or you can go out and sell sweet potatoes. Or give them to those very poor families. As soon as the voice fell, everyone in front of him instantly showed a hesitant and reluctant expression. Chin Chin instantly understood what they meant, and immediately said, if you want them, you must keep them for yourself. I am just giving an example. After all, these clothes are really too old and too worn. When she said this, the reluctant people instantly became happy again, and expressed their opinions one after another. It's not torn. It's good. You can wear it after mending it. Yes, it looks a bit torn, but the fabric is intact. You can cut it and patch it up. My clothes are in need of patches, and the color is similar to this one. These are all good materials. We definitely want them. Wash them. Mend them. And they can be worn and used. Chapter 168 The Smell of Roasted Sweet Potatoes. Yunyang, over there. Yunyang was carrying a small backpack, and turned her head when she heard Zhou Qi's voice, and saw the few people in the corner who seemed to be silent, and carefully touched her chest. When they first arrived at Sunset Forest, they were in this state. Xiao Yang looked at the brothers Zhou Qi and Zhou Ding who were with her. You go. Only those who have really been hungry will know what it feels like to be extremely hungry. Yes. Yunyang nodded and walked inside step by step. When she was almost there, she pulled the backpack over and took out 4 medium-sized sweet potatoes from the backpack. Her movements attracted the attention of several people, and she opened her eyes weakly. Yunyang nodded, put down the sweet potatoes, and stood up to leave. These sweet potatoes can only solve the immediate problem, but they can support them and get through the current difficulties. After walking out of this corner, Yunyang turned the backpack and said, Put a few more here for me, and I will sell the rest. We didn't bring much this time, and we can't give them all away. Then let's act separately, and meet at the agreed place when the time comes. Okay. This time, several people took out their previous clothes, and after changing into them, they would hardly attract attention when walking here. No one knew that they'd brought enough food to keep many people alive. This time, it was Yun Yang's special request. Although at the beginning, it was only said that Zhou Qi and Zhou Ding brothers and Wang Wu would come out to sell sweet potatoes. She felt that she could not always stay in the Sunset Forest. She had to come out to see the situation outside. Auntie Yun Yang came to a house. Do you want food? Food? Yes. 2 cents each. Yun Yang pulled the basket in front of her. This is the food we got by chance. This one can be used as a meal. It can be cooked and mashed into a pot. Yes. 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 Sell me all this basket? Auntie said excitedly. I'll come here in a couple of days. Auntie, you can try to eat first, said Yun Yang, looking at the people not far away. I see. Everyone is short of food. It would have been better if she hadn't said it. But after she said it, Auntie became even more anxious. You only have this basket. Only a few. Give them all to me. As she spoke, Auntie immediately reached out to grab them. Don't worry. I'm not short of money. Give them to me. Yun Yang didn't expect to encounter such a big thing, and subconsciously pulled back. But she couldn't pull it. Suddenly, she remembered something, and said with a stern face, Auntie, think about it. If you take it away this time, I won't come to you next time I come. Auntie's strength was a little weak, and Yun Yang took the opportunity to grab the basket back. But her face was still ugly. The aunt laughed. Will you really come next time? If you rob again, I really won't come next time. Yun Yang said stubbornly, and her expression soon softened. Aunt, I know your family is having a hard time, and other families are having a hard time too. We sell this stuff to many families, not to make everyone full for a short time, but also to hope that everyone can try to grow one kind. If you plant it now, and harvest it in early winter, you won't have to worry about food anymore. Can you still plant it now? The aunt's expression also softened. Yun Yang nodded. She might not believe what others said, but the words of the immortals would definitely not be wrong. If she said that it was okay to plant now, then it must be okay to plant. I'm sorry for wronging you, big sister. It's my fault. It's my fault. The aunt quickly comforted Yun Yang. We only need 2. Sell me 2, and sell the rest to others. If we can grow them, we will all be blessed. How much is one? 2 cents each. Yun Yang took out 2 sweet potatoes and handed them over. We will come again in 2 days. If you don't see us by then, wait a while. We will come to sell these sweet potatoes when we have time. Okay. Okay. Come and I will wait. The aunt quickly took out 4 cents. You are really a good person. You sell 2 of these big ones for 4 cents. I'm sorry, big sister. I'm just worried about food and drink. Life is not good now. The autumn harvest is not good. We are going to have no rice at home. Yun Yang took the money and patiently told her how to grow sweet potatoes. The 2 in front of us may not necessarily plant them, but they can in the future. Not all people who buy sweet potatoes will plant them, but as long as someone plants them, there will be a group of people who can survive this sad winter. When she walked to the next house, she suddenly had an epiphany, turned her head, and looked far in the direction of the Sunset Forest. And after a while, she smiled and walked towards the next house. This town is not big, and she met the brothers Zhou Qi and Zhou Ding in the middle, and took some sweet potatoes from them. When selling sweet potatoes, she also encountered some unreasonable people, but most of them were reasonable. As long as you tell those who make trouble that you won't sell next time, they will naturally stop making trouble. Yun Yang said seriously. We come to sell sweet potatoes first. We hope that they won't starve to death, and second, we hope that many people will plant sweet potatoes, so the more people we sell to, the better. We can't just sell to 1 or 2 people just to save trouble. We know, this must be what the gods mean, Zhou Qi said. Yes, the books all say that the gods look at mortals, and we are all the same. In the eyes of the gods, there must be no difference between us and them. The gods must love mortals, and we must not be the only ones to benefit. Now that we can all eat, we must also give them the opportunity to eat. You are smart, Yun Yang, and you came out with us today. Otherwise, we would not know what to do if we encountered this. Yes, we will listen to you. Each family will sell 2 sweet potatoes, and then we will come again tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. When they have more sweet potatoes in their hands, then they will be willing to plant them in the fields. After that, the 3 of them parted ways again, and continued to sell sweet potatoes. When Qing found time to come here, she saw the scene. Unlike the others, she didn't have to climb the mountain. To come here, she could easily reach the destination by jumping over the mountain with Qigong. After confirming that Yunyang and the other 2 were fine, she went to the direction of Wangwu. The place where Yunyang and the other 2 sold sweet potatoes was a poor place, while the small town not too far away was inhabited by rich families and dignitaries. No matter how poor the environment is, there will always be people who live well. They don't have to worry about food or clothing, and they have a lot of land. Even in an environment where some people are starving to death, they can still eat and throw away meals. It is easier to take 2 taels of silver from them than to take 2 cents from ordinary people. Qing's pace was much faster than Wangwu's. When she arrived, Wangwu was being driven out to the street. Master God? Can't sell it? Yes, I failed Master God's expectations. It's really hard to sell it like this, you follow me? Qing said. She took out the tricycle that hadn't been used for a while, took Wangwu and the basket of sweet potatoes he carried on his back, and rode over after confirming the direction. The road here is much better, maybe because of the carriage. The main road is repaired from time to time. Qing took Wangwu to the destination smoothly. After stopping the car, she said, I saw them gathering from a high place. They were all young men. You don't need to say much when you go over there. Find a place with good wind. Sit down. Light a fire and roast some sweet potatoes. And then eat them in front of them. If they are willing to buy, sell them to them. And then tell them casually that you went to sell them today and were kicked out of the mansion. I understand. Thank you, Lord God. Wangwu thanked him quickly. Go. Wangwu nodded again, got off the car and quickly found a place with good wind, and started to light a fire. Qing put away the tricycle, found a high place that no one could see, sat down and looked at the situation below. Wangwu took the lighter Qing gave him, lit a small fire, and after making sure it was lit, threw a whole sweet potato into the fire. Baked sweet potatoes are a very common food, and they usually eat a lot of them. Wangwu's operation was very skillful, and soon a faint fragrance spread out. Qing could smell it from a high place, not to mention those people in the downwind. Even people who have eaten all kinds of delicacies in modern times may not be able to resist the temptation of the aroma of baked sweet potatoes, not to mention these ancient people. A group of people quickly gathered around Wangwu. Not long after, the sweet potato that had just been baked was divided up and eaten by these people. As expected, the taste of the baked sweet potato conquered these people. Qing watched as the sweet potatoes in Wangwu's backpack were divided up completely, and then glanced at the carriage parked not far away. Thinking that it would not be difficult for Wangwu to go back, she quickly turned around and left. Back in the town before, she smelled the familiar smell of boiled sweet potatoes, and knew that many people must have had sweet potatoes for lunch. She couldn't save everyone, but she could do it little by little. Even if she could save one person a day, it wouldn't matter. After this round, it was still early for Qing to return to the supermarket. She didn't open the store immediately, but went to hell on earth again. After Bai Yunqing and the others recuperated, they almost recovered, but no one mentioned moving to the castle anymore. Everyone would rather squeeze in a hall than go to a spacious and luxurious castle. After all, resting in the hall of the building was just a little crowded. But if they went to the castle, Qing would not be able to save them in time, and they would be scared to death. Even though everyone is now in the state of a soul, but as long as they think of the soul being torn apart, no one can face it calmly. It's not that I won't go. I really don't dare. At least not in the short term, Bai Yunqing whispered. To be honest, none of us have experienced that power, and we didn't expect it to be so scary. Thinking about it now, my soul trembles. I'm sorry, Boss Qin. It doesn't matter. There's only one building left, and you can collect all the things in the other buildings for me, Qing said. I can go there myself. And if you're still scared, you can release the people imprisoned upstairs. Can I? Bai Yunqing asked immediately, and explained quickly. I mean, we might be better off with more people. I know. It's okay. They've been imprisoned for a while, and it's not a good idea to keep them locked up all the time, Qing said, looking at the talisman still posted outside the commercial building. Besides, After that incident, they probably don't dare to leave at will. Bai Yunqing turned around, looked at the talismans, and his body trembled slightly. It was obvious that he still had a deep fear in his heart. You go too. Qin Qing raised her hand and patted her shoulder. Bai Yunqing looked at her. Boss Qin is here. I'm not afraid. Qin Qing laughed. I didn't say you were afraid, but staying in a building covered with talismans, you will feel more at ease. I'll go to that building and take a look. You know, picking up junk is my hobby. Bai Yunqing held back her laughter. Yeah. Back in the building, Bai Yunqing breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Qin Qing walking slowly towards the new building, he couldn't help but feel a little admiration and relief in his heart. Luckily she's here. Chapter 169 3No Industry. Hell on Earth. The building that just appeared here is very shabby, even more shabby than the first residential building. For this reason, Qin Qing felt that there would be no good things in it, and she was busy these few days, so she never came to see it. Now standing downstairs and looking up, there are still only 3 words in my mind: too shabby. But forget it. No matter how shabby the building is, it's still a building. As long as there are rags of clothes, rags of shoes, and the like in it, she can give them to everyone in the Baishar Plain to use. Even if they don't use them, she can give them to those who can't eat and have no clothes to wear, so it won't be wasted anyway. This building is not small. From the bottom up, you can see the windows of all floors. Almost all the glass windows are broken and covered with dust. It is unclear what is inside. Just by pointing downstairs, you can see that there are more than a dozen rooms on each floor. From the downstairs alone, it looks very similar to her previous teaching building. But teaching buildings have corresponding slogans and class names. But this building does not. So this is definitely not a teaching building. Qin Jiangxin did not say what the environment here is like last time. Qin Qing found the entrance and walked into the corridor on the first floor. The doors of the rooms on both sides were closed, making the corridor a little dark. She took out a flashlight, turned it on, and planned to open the doors on both sides. However, when the light of the flashlight fell on the ground, she was startled and subconsciously took a few steps back. Red? Yes. It was paint. If it was blood, it would not be this color until now. Suppressing her surprise, she pushed open one of the doors. After seeing the situation inside the door, she was even more surprised. She did not expect the environment here to be like this. White yellowed sheets, hanging 4 bottles, and various medical instruments placed on the side. Not only this one, but almost every room has such decorations. But a normal hospital would never fall to such a level. Qin Qing pushed open one door after another in confusion, until she opened the door of an office. And then she learned about the situation of this building from the information inside. This turned out to be a plastic surgery hospital. She held a notebook in her hand, with many photos on it, many of which were before and after plastic surgery. The price would vary according to the different parts of the plastic surgery. From another document, it can be seen that the cost of this hospital is much lower. So most likely, this is still a 3No plastic surgery hospital. After confirming this, she felt a little helpless. After all, the 3No hospital also means that there must be a lot of 3No products in the medical equipment and medicines inside. Since it is 3No, it cannot be used. And it is waste. She walked out of the office and went to the 2nd and 3rd floors. The structures were similar. Almost all of them were configured with 1 floor of wards plus 1 office. Going all the way to the top floor, she saw a whole floor of operating rooms. The operating room was relatively clean, but since this was a 3No hospital, the cleanliness of this operating room must be discounted. It is likely that it is only clean on the surface, and the actual disinfection work has not been done well. After visiting the operating room, she went downstairs again. The people in the building might not have had time to react before they disappeared. So there were still many personal belongings of patients in those wards, such as toothpaste, toothbrush, towels and slippers, which were placed in a mess or neatly. However, she didn't take any of them. Not only these personal belongings, but also the bed sheets, bedspreads, and quilts. This was different from the situation when she picked up quilts in the sleeper berths of the train carriage before. Although the train quilts were not clean, they could be used. Although the quilts and other things here could probably be used, they were all things from the hospital. She was still somewhat repulsive to things from the hospital. She should think about it again. Actually, it's not completely unusable. Everyone in the Snow Mountain Plain is so cold that they are waiting to die. They probably won't mind that these beddings were once used in the hospital. The main thing is that she can't get over it. Back to the commercial building, Qing took the initiative to go inside. The people who were locked up before have been released by Yunqing. They are all staying in the lobby on the first floor, chatting non-stop. When she went in, the voices disappeared instantly. Qing, are you all staying here too? Everyone nodded, yes. Yes, we won't leave. We'll stay here, and we won't cause you any trouble. We will definitely not make trouble, nor will we run around. Boss Qing, don't chase us away. When talking, these people not only looked at Qing, but also subconsciously looked at Yunqing. They all knew that Yunqing and Qing could talk, and hoped that she could help say a few words. Yunqing finally walked up to Qing and said, "Let's divide up after that. One group will stay in the hall, and another group will go to the second and third floors to rest. Not only them, but I don't dare to leave here now." "Okay. Since you have already discussed it, I have no objection. You can vacate 2 or 3 rooms on the second and third floors. Otherwise it will be too crowded with too many people," Qing said, turning back and pointing to the building she had just entered. "That building is a plastic surgery hospital. But it should not be a regular plastic surgery hospital. I don't have any use for the things inside for the time being. So you don't have to waste time taking them. Just leave them there. But if you are free, you can pack up the daily necessities inside and put them in one room. This way, if I need them later, it will be more convenient." After she finished speaking, she noticed Yunqing's expression. "Don't worry. It can be done in 2 days." Qing comforted. "If the situation here is still the same as the last 2 days, I can also feel it on my side." Yunqing felt relieved and nodded immediately. "Okay. Then I will arrange a few people to clean up." "Yes." After talking to Yunqing, Qing went to get some clothes that could be sold, packed them in a sack, and brought them back to her supermarket. When she went to work in the afternoon, she handed a sack of clothes to Wei Xiaoshuang, and placed the clothes on different shelves according to the price, so that they could be sold at a glance. Wei Xiaoshuang no longer talks about business. She is not worried even if she cannot sell a piece of clothing a day. After all, Qing mainly does business with outsiders. The few pieces of clothing that local people buy from time to time are just extras. By the time he had sorted out the clothes with Qing, Wei Xiaoshuang had already laid back down, and waved his hand at Qing with a smile. "It's so comfortable. If I wasn't afraid of my parents scolding me, and if I wasn't afraid that I wouldn't go out to work for a long time and would be out of touch with society, I could do this job for the rest of my life." "You're not doing self-media. How is the effect?" Qing pulled over another recliner. "Why did you prepare 2 recliners? The comfort of these 2 is different," Wei Xiaoshuang said with a smile, and then sighed. "As for self-media, it really won't work without a direction. The video I posted with great effort before is not as good as the quotation video data I sent to the store 2 days ago. Then you have to go out to work later." There were no customers in the supermarket next door. Qing adjusted the angle of the recliner, and also lay down. "I was supposed to leave in September. I was ready to find a job. I was browsing jobs online a while ago. I didn't expect my parents to come. Plus, you can still earn some money here. So I'll just put it off for a while. But no matter what, I will definitely leave next year," Wei Xiaoshuang said seriously. "It's okay to take a break for half a year or so. But if I really take a break for a year, I won't be able to find a job." Wei Xiaoshuang has a plan for her life. She came back a few months ago because her last job really hurt her. Now, after a few months, the grievance in her heart has dissipated a little, and soon turned into anxiety about not having a job. So she knew that she would have to go out to work sooner or later. And the comfort she had now was just taking some time off. "What about you? Do you really want to run a supermarket for the rest of your life?" Wei Xiaoshuang asked. "Who knows what will happen in the future?" Qing said relaxedly. "Just live every day now." Wei Xiaoshuang didn't know about the existence of the doomsday. In her plan, the future needs to be planned for a lifetime. So she couldn't stay in the town to look after Qing's clothing store. In Qing's view, no one knows when the doomsday will come. So she must enjoy herself in time and live happily day by day. But she would not say much to Wei Xiaoshuang. After all, she knew nothing, which was also a kind of happiness. At least in the next 2 or 3 years, the environment of Blue Star was suitable for living. It was just that the weather was a little hot. And there would be some small natural disasters from time to time. With good protection and air conditioning, life would be no different from normal. The days of waiting for the doomsday were too long. Now everything was normal on Blue Star, which made her feel less urgent about the coming of the doomsday. "Where is the boss?" A voice came from the supermarket next door. Ching Ching immediately got up from the recliner. "Here I am. Coming. Good fellow. Lying next to me. Boss, you have such a comfortable life. Those who know you are back to open a supermarket. Those who don't know you would think you are back to retire at such a young age." The customer couldn't help but say, "Your life is enviable. You can also think of it as retirement," Ching Ching said with a smile, scanning the code with the barcode scanner. "You come back to your hometown. Isn't it just to enjoy yourself? A total of 33.3 yuan. I'll give you 35 yuan. Okay. I'll give you 1.7 yuan. After paying the bill, Ching Ching watched the customer leave. After the customer left, she shouted to Wei Xiaoshuang next door, "I'm not going over. You can collect the chair yourself." Wei Xiaoshuang replied loudly, "Okay." Hearing the voice, Ching Ching sat down and took out a full set of talisman drawing props to start drawing talismans. In addition to ordinary talismans, she also drew a lot of talismans dipped in the blood of the golden dragon. The talismans dipped in the blood of the golden dragon are the most useful. She had to stock up more while she had time. Otherwise, when she needed them, she could only draw them temporarily like last time. I don't know where the golden dragon went, but it should be okay. Right? While there were not many customers in the afternoon, Ching Ching went to the Golden Dragon Plain again. As soon as she arrived at the Plain supermarket, she felt the vibration of the Plain supermarket. She hugged the vending machine of the Golden Dragon Plain skillfully. Chapter 170 The Golden Tree. The location of the Plain supermarket here has always been underwater, so she has never closed the supermarket door, and it is still the same now. While holding the vending machine, she kept looking outside the door, and sure enough, not long after, she saw a big head sticking out. Even if she didn't say anything, she still saw the confusion in the big eyes. "Why are you here? Why are you here at this time?" Ching Ching still held the vending machine tightly, until the vibration of the Plain supermarket slowly stopped. She asked for it. If she had come at noon normally, this wouldn't have happened. But she chose the afternoon, when the golden dragon just came back. The dragon claw was spread out and placed at the entrance of the Plain supermarket. She took a few steps forward, stepped on the dragon claw, raised her head, and said seriously, "It's my fault. I shouldn't have come at this time. I didn't expect you to come back at this time." The dragon claw slowly moved down, allowing Ching Ching to walk out of the Plain supermarket and come to a place where she could see the complete appearance of the supermarket. But what she noticed was not the Plain supermarket, but the trees supporting the Plain supermarket. There was originally a coral underneath, but now it has become a golden tree. I don't know what material it is made of, but it must be very valuable. Even in this plane, it should be an extremely valuable existence. There is someone here? Who? Ching Ching looked around subconsciously. "I'm in front of you." The golden tree extended its branches. This little dragon grabbed me. I thought it was for something, but I didn't expect it to be a decoration. There are houses and humans under the water? Are you talking? Ching Ching looked at the branches of the golden tree. I don't know what's going on. It said that the original coral tree was crushed by it. The house is too low, so I came to support it. As he spoke, the golden tree grew taller and taller, and the roots were also taking root little by little. What a little dragon. Very willful. But it came anyway. Ching Ching had been supported by the golden dragon's claws, watching the golden tree suddenly grow taller and bigger at this moment. The distance from the bottom of the water to the surface is not shallow, but the tree grows very fast. From a distance, she heard the sound of the tree emerging from the water. At the same time, she was lifted by the golden dragon and emerged from the water. The huge tree turned into a golden tree only a dozen meters high on the water surface, and an invisible barrier formed around it that she could feel, covering the entire surrounding area. The Plain supermarket was hidden in the dense leaves of the golden tree. Ching Ching was put down, and when she looked down, she found that this was not land, but a piece of ground woven by tangled branches. Soft, but strong. The golden dragon circled, half of its body fell on the tree, and swung its tail in the water, slinging several large fish in front of Ching Ching. It swung its tail again, slinging the fish into its own mouth. It's for you to eat. Qing Qing looked down at the large fish in front of her, collected them one by one, and then stood up and said, "You said you were brought here by the Golden Dragon. Was it for my supermarket? Does it matter?" "It doesn't matter. It's the same everywhere," the Golden Tree said. "That's good." Qing Qing breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked, "You just said it was still young." "Yes. It's still young. Only a few thousand years old. And it's still a baby dragon. And it's also the only baby dragon born in tens of thousands of years," the Golden Tree whispered. "It likes you very much. You can come and accompany it more." "But I don't have that much time," Qing Qing said embarrassedly. "I can come here occasionally, but I can't always be here with it." The Golden Dragon, half of its body hovering on the Golden Tree, stretched out its claws, picked a golden leaf from the tree, and placed it in front of Qing Qing, making a soft dragon breath. "Qing Qing, in front of others, isn't this bad?" It said, "It's okay. You humans all like my leaves very much. It gave them to you as a gift." The Golden Tree's voice became lower. "It moved me here to accompany you." Qing Qing scratched her face, feeling even more embarrassed, and inexplicably felt like she had kidnapped a child from a good family. But she didn't expect the Golden Dragon to be a baby. A baby that's thousands of years old. No wonder it still loves to play so much. Before, it always secretly used its tail to play with the plain supermarket. At first, she didn't notice it, but later she found it. There were a few times when she saw the Golden Dragon's tail was normally at the bottom, but the next time she came, she could always see it under the plain supermarkets. But she looked at the Golden Dragon with eyes wide open, remembered something, and took out a tablet. Can the Golden Dragon baby watch cartoons?" "What are cartoons?" The Golden Tree spoke. Qing Qing opened the tablet, found the cartoon she had saved not long ago, and clicked to play. The tablet was not small. At least not small for her. But such a large tablet, even compared to the Golden Dragon's eyes, was still very small. When she raised it for the Golden Dragon to see, she realized something was wrong. Unexpectedly, Jean Long kept staring at her tablet. "This thing is interesting. Let me do it." The Golden Tree stretched out its branches, rolled the tablet over, and put it in a suitable position. Jean Long's eyes shifted from Qing Qing to the tablet. This tablet was so mini that it was even smaller than the scales on its body. This was also the first time she felt that she had to stock up on some large electronic products. This tablet was so small, she felt it was difficult to read, let alone Jean Long. "I'll go back first." Jean Long ignored her, and was looking at the tablet with relish. The golden branches circled under her feet, forming a small cushion, and sent her to the entrance of the plain supermarket. Now there were clusters of golden leaves at the entrance of this plain supermarket. She pushed aside a few leaves and looked outside. Still no Golden Dragon was paying attention. She felt complicated. It was indeed a baby. The store opened at the time when the supermarket opened. She opened the back door and returned to the supermarket. Someone just came in. She calmly pretended to clean up the shelves and walked from the other side of the shelves to the cashier. She sat down at the cashier and smiled. When she thought that such a big Golden Dragon was actually a baby, she found it even more interesting. The guests left, and she continued to draw talismans. When Jean Long came back, she felt more at ease when drawing talismans. She drew a large pile of talismans in one breath, and placed them in the most obvious place in the portable space, so that she could take them out immediately when needed. After a while, she remembered the fish Jean Long sent her, and sent a message to Cui Yun. These fish were slightly larger than the last ones. She could handle other things, but she really couldn't handle fish, so she could only trouble the two of them for help. Cui Yun replied quickly, knowing that she was going to handle the fish, and agreed without saying a word, and asked her when it would be appropriate. Qing Qing chose a time after the supermarket closed in the evening, and the other side quickly replied okay. In the evening, the supermarket and clothing store were closed. Cui Yun and Su Qiuping came over to help her process the whole fish. Before leaving, they each carried a large bag of fish. "We will keep this bag, and we will cook the other bag tomorrow morning and send it to you at noon." "Thank you, Aunt Cui. Don't be polite. We should thank you. Without you, we can't eat such good fish," Cui Yun said to Qing Qing with a smile. "Then we will leave first." After the two left, Qing Qing put away the fish as usual. The fish this time, and last time the fish, altogether, you can eat slowly in the future. These meats are fresh than the frozen meat she bought before. When I really want to consume this batch of inventory, she can change the taste. In addition to these, and the meat that she hoarded in the vegetable market every 3 differences, even if she eats a pound of meat a day, count 350 pounds a year, 10 years or 3,500 caddies, she currently has 20,000 kilograms of frozen meat, dozens of pounds of fish, 100 pounds of fresh meat. It is just that she eats alone, even if she lives for 80 years. You can also have meat every day. Moreover, she still had many freshly cooked dishes in her personal space. Just freshly cooked dishes alone could last her for a year or 2 if she was frugal. At least in terms of meat. She didn't need to worry too much. Even if there was consumption later, she could still stock up. This long period of time was enough for her to stock up enough food. Qing took out the list she had made at the beginning. Most of the food was already in stock, including meat, rice, convenience foods and vegetables. Regardless of the amount, it was definitely enough for her personal consumption. As for other things, such as solar generators, kayaks, life jackets, medicines, first aid products, etc., they should be put off until later. Medicines and first aid products can be stockpiled. These have a shelf life and are first aid supplies. There are also purchase restrictions. The price will only increase as time goes by. It would be more appropriate to buy them now. Thinking about it, she placed another order for a batch of medicines online. As long as it was affordable, she bought some no matter how much. The most stockpiled were basic medicines, such as anti-inflammatory drugs, antipyretics, painkillers, etc. The restrictions were not too big. She even bought birth control pills. This thing looks like a birth control pill, but it is more than just a birth control pill for women. Taking it can also regulate her menstruation. The demand after the apocalypse is not the largest, but it is also not available. After placing the order, Qing confirmed the delivery address one by one, closed her phone, and went to sleep. The next morning, Qing just opened her eyes, and saw the new message popping up in the plane supermarket. Another plane. She woke up, opened her eyes wide, and looked at the message in front of her, making sure she was not mistaken. She could open a new plane again. The only problem was, it was still 8 o'clock in the morning. She glanced at the time and lay down again. This reminder means that there are still 24 hours left before opening a new plane. Before, when she had only opened a few planes, she felt embarrassed to upgrade during the day. Now that she has so many planes, she feels even more embarrassed to upgrade during the day. She can only wait until 8 o'clock in the evening to count down the 12-hour upgrade. Qing still got up, thinking about the situation in the next plane while brushing her teeth, thinking of what the tree said yesterday. The golden dragon is the only dragon born in tens of thousands of years. Does this also mean that the golden dragon plane has some problems? She drank a sip of water and gulped it in her mouth. After spitting it out, she took out the golden leaf she brought back yesterday. What can this thing be used for? Chapter 171. Catch one at a time. Maybe she could go to the golden dragon plane to ask someone. The only problem was that she couldn't walk far. She couldn't see land near the golden dragon, let alone people. The only one who could talk was the tree that had just appeared yesterday. Another problem was that that world might be more dangerous than the cultivation plane that the school had traveled through. Qing wiped her face, hung the towel on the towel rack, and turned to go downstairs. As usual, she opened a few doors, and then officially started the business for the day. At noon, she had lunch early, opened the back door, and arrived at the cultivation plane that the school had traveled through. Xiaoqing, are you free to come today? Well, nothing to do today. Are you going out now? Qing looked at the backpacks behind the people. Yes, I brought some salt, and went out to exchange things. The other party approached. But it's not all the salt you gave me. The salt you gave me is too fine and too good. We mixed some salt we had stored before. If you have time, we can go together. You just need to change clothes. Do you have suitable clothes? I have. Wait a minute. I'll change now. The environment of this plane is better than that of the pure ancient environment. It may be because the output of spiritual rice is not bad. Everyone has the energy to cultivate other fields, among which there is hemp, which can be woven into linen cloth for wearing. At least there is no shortage of hemp clothes. Qing picked out a set of cotton and linen clothes, and simply tied her hair up, and then followed. To get out of the school, you need to climb over 2 mountains at first. Over the years, everyone has been here for a long time, and has opened up a hidden passage. As long as you reach the middle of the mountain, You can go out through the tunnel. This is a bit similar to the situation on the Baishar Plain. However, this tunnel was dug out by everyone bit by bit. When we first came here, no one knew the situation outside. We also encountered many dangers. Fortunately, the people around us were very good. We used the prey from the mountains to exchange some spiritual rice and other food with them. And finally we got through slowly. Later, when life got better, we found this place. There was a natural cave here, but the cave was very small. It took us a year to dig the cave to a point where people could pass through. The cave here is very hidden both inside and outside. There are a lot of bushes and vines outside to block it. If it was in such a position, she would not be able to see it from a high place. Qing followed through the cave entrance, looking at the still difficult road ahead, and finally chose to take a step forward, walking down step by step, talking as she walked. Can the immortals in this world fly? Not like Qingong. But can they appear suspended in the sky? Will the school be discovered? We have considered this matter early on. If you look back, you will find that the traces of the school are hidden deeper when you look down from a high place. Fortunately, our school is relatively old. If it were your modern school, it would probably be difficult to hide. Qing, hearing the voiceover, he smiled and said, "How many documentaries have you watched, Sister Yu? Not many. Maybe 4 or 5. I'm usually busy." Xiao Yu turned around to help, and found Qing's steps were brisk. He came to his senses. "Don't you know Qingdong? Go down. Go down. Don't make trouble. You've been following me." "I didn't even remember." Qing stopped and smiled. "Then you go down first. I'll go down soon." Xiao Yu is not an ordinary person either. She has spiritual energy in her body. No matter her physical condition or anything else, she is stronger than ordinary people. Such a path is not difficult for her. The difficulty is to block the route while walking. Qing stood and looked at the situation below, confirmed the final landing point, turned around the bushes beside her, and then tiptoed, and soon landed at the landing point below. Not long after, Xiao Yu and others also arrived in front of her. She was not stingy with her words of praise. "Amazing. We have also been practicing Qigong recently. But we can't learn anything in just a few days. If we can practice to your level, it will be much more convenient for us to go out in the future. Yes, if we can have such beautiful Qigong as yours, it will save a lot of time. I watched your high-speed rail documentary. It only takes 5 hours to get from H city to B city. We couldn't even think of it before. Even now, we can compare with those monks with high cultivation. I also watched the high-speed rail documentary. It's amazing. And it is said that it can be faster. Right? What is the difference between high-speed rail and train? Stupid. High-speed rail is high-speed railway. Oh. Yes. 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 It seems that the documentary also mentioned it. If there is a high-speed railway here, I can't imagine how good it will be. I just want to have high-speed rail during the war. We will definitely not fight so hard. A lot of people died at that time. I watched the documentary before the founding of the People's Republic of China twice. It was really difficult. I can fight too. Why am I here? Okay. It's all over. It's been 90 years. We have all seen what China will be like after 90 years. Even those who struggled at the beginning have seen it. They will definitely be happy about it. Yes, I feel very satisfied when I think about how powerful our country will be in the future. It's just too fast. On one side is the painful past, and on the other side is the bright future. I really can't react. It would be better if one side was the past. The past is different after all. But it happens to be the future. We should have participated in the future. We will feel a little regretful. We regret that we didn't contribute. That's the reason. The mountain road is difficult to walk. Everyone talked while walking. The pace was still steady. Time passed quickly. Qing listened for a while, and couldn't help talking about her discovery. I checked the internet, and there are ruins of your school on our side. Does this mean that you on my side also participated in the War of Resistance? I guess it might be a parallel world. What is a parallel world? Qing thought of the special situation of these people. At that time, there was no concept of parallel world. So she carefully explained the origin of the concept of parallel world. Fortunately, when she speculated about parallel world before, she specially checked it, and it was still in her mind. After the introduction, several people's eyes sparkled. What an interesting physics concept. This is something we haven't learned. The physics of your time was so amazing. If it is a parallel world, we in your world participated in the war of resistance, then what about our world? What happened in the future of our world? After asking this, everyone stopped and looked at Qin Qing. Qin Qing stood still and shook her head. I don't know the world outside the plain supermarket. Hearing her say this, several people felt a little disappointed, but soon became happy again. It won't be bad. The future of your world is so good, our world won't be bad either, and everyone will definitely live well in the future. Yes, it will definitely be good. From the future of your world, we can see that the Chinese have been moving forward unswervingly. If it is a parallel world, it will definitely be very similar. So the Chinese in our world must also have a firm belief, and believe that the future will definitely get better, and we will definitely win. Our past is the same, and the future is the same. But I don't know if the national anthem will be the same. It will be, I like that national anthem. I like it too. As he spoke, someone sang the first sentence of the national anthem, then the second sentence, the third sentence, and finally everyone joined in and began to sing the national anthem. The national anthem is catchy, and it is easy to remember even if you have only heard it once. Qin Qing actually had not sung the national anthem for a few years. This was mainly because after graduating from elementary school, the school did not require people to sing the national anthem. Even during the flag-raising ceremony, people could just hum it quietly or stand at attention while listening to the national anthem. But the melody of the national anthem has always been imprinted in her mind. She could sing along with any line. With so many people singing around her, she couldn't help but start singing along. As she sang, she took the lead. After the national anthem, there were several other familiar songs. These songs had not been played before, but they had appeared several times in the documentary. Qin Qing took the lead, and everyone soon followed suit. A flock of birds were startled. Spiritual pig. Go ahead. Hurry up. Don't be polite. Qin Qing did not take action, but took the initiative to give up her position. However, she did not climb the tree like last time. She still believed in the ability of these people. Sure enough, not long after she gave in, the wild boar was killed. After killing it, she was troubled again. How to take it back? Find someone to take it back first. Let me do it. Qin Qing stepped forward, actively exposed the existence of the portable space, reached out to touch the pig's body, and put the spirit pig away. I will go back later, and put the spirit pig in the school cafeteria for you. You also have a storage ring? Be careful, it can't be stolen. Don't worry, no one can steal it. I don't have anything on my face. Qin Qing spread her hands for them to see. And besides you, I won't expose this to anyone else. Let's go, we still have to go to the market. The portable space and the plain supermarket seemed to be bound to her soul. She didn't have anything extra on her. This time, she revealed the existence of her personal space only after she was sure that they were all right. If she was facing an outsider, she would definitely not reveal it. That's good. Wait a minute. Let me catch another nest of spirit chickens. With Qin Qing's personal space, everyone got excited and started to catch all kinds of wild animals. Not many people usually come to this area, and even people in the school catch wild animals on the other side of the mountain. And they won't come here. So these wild animals are not very sensitive, and they can be caught one by one. In a short while, they caught a wild boar, 5 pheasants, 3 wild ducks, a basket of eggs, and a basket of duck eggs. The basket was also provided by Qin Qing. She kept various containers in her personal space at all times, in case of emergency. For example, it is difficult to store eggs and duck eggs without a basket, and the fruits you like to eat are ripe, hidden deep, and have not been destroyed by birds and beasts. Normally, they are difficult to store, but you have storage items, so it is convenient to store them. Thank you, Sister Yu. Chapter 172 Big and Small Markets. After catching wild animals and picking fruits, the group walked for about 30 to 40 minutes to reach the market. It can be seen how difficult it is for them to go out. Fortunately, Qin Qing has a 3-hour lunch break every day. If it were only 2 hours, she would have to go back immediately. When no one else could see, she quietly took out her phone and checked the time. Now, she still has an hour to go shopping. The market in this world is much more lively than the markets in the other 2 ancient planes. Maybe because there are not too many problems with diet, most people have ruddy complexions, and there are many food derivatives in the market. Rice cakes, rice noodles, etc. can all be bought. Unlike the ancient plane, Ordinary streets can only buy various unprocessed coarse grains. Even in the martial arts plane. Only in the restaurant can you buy different foods. After arriving at the place, the group went their separate ways. Qing still followed Xiaoyu. Seeing her skillfully chatting with the vendor selling spiritual rice on the roadside, she soon exchanged all the spiritual rice that the other party was selling. The sales of salt were better than Qing expected. She was sure that Xiaoyu had enough salt. Before she could say more, someone came to ask, and exchanged the salt without saying a word. Passing by a small stall selling rice noodles, Qing swallowed her saliva at the aroma. Want to eat? I'll treat you. I have money too. Qing took out a small piece of gold. Xiaoyu looked at the gold in her hand and said with a smile, Here, it's mainly barter. Although gold and silver can be used to buy things, there is not much market for them. As she said that, she pulled Qing forward and exchanged the spiritual rice in her pocket for 2 bowls of rice noodles. The rice noodles didn't have too many ingredients. Just some basic seasonings and spices that can be found everywhere. But they smelled very fragrant. Qing lowered her head to smell it, quickly picked up a chopstick and put it into her mouth. Then pursed her lips in satisfaction. Delicious. So fragrant. Right. When we first came here, we also thought it was very fragrant when we first came into contact with these. Xiaoyu spoke to her in a low voice. Before coming here, we ate the most sweet potatoes and pickles. I didn't expect that when we came here, we could eat rice for every meal. Qing thought about that era and lowered her voice. Then you eat better. After 30 or 40 years, it is difficult to eat rice every day. I know. I saw it in a documentary. So it developed so fast. I didn't expect that in just a few years the gap would be so big. Xiaoyu was also eating rice noodles, picking out the meat from the noodles and giving it to Qing. You eat it. Qing didn't say anything polite to her, just smiled and ate the meat. Then raised her eyes and said seriously, It's delicious. While eating, a noisy sound came from not far away. Xiaoyu immediately turned around. The big market is open. What big market? Eat quickly, we'll go after we finish eating. Xiaoyu said excitedly. There will be some people with high cultivation setting up stalls to sell things in the big market. Although we may not be able to afford it, such opportunities are rare. After saying that, Xiaoyu ate the rice noodles much faster. Qing also quickened her pace, and finished her rice noodles with Xiaoyu one after another, and then she pulled her towards the direction of the big market. The big market is also a market, but the order here is more strict. You have to line up to enter, and not too many people can enter at a time. In the team, Qing saw the few people who came with her, and they were standing not far in front. Knowing that Qing would go back early, 2 people were allowed to move forward, and Qing and Xiaoyu were replaced. The situation in the big market is similar to that in the ordinary market. But it is very important that you must not conflict with others. If you see someone conflicting, it is best to stay as far away as possible. Qing nodded immediately, and curiously looked inside through the crowd in front. Not long after, it was their turn. Qing still followed Xiaoyu, looking at the things on the stalls on both sides, and listening to Xiaoyu's introduction of the uses of those things. The conditions of these stalls were also very different. Some people just spread a piece of cloth on the ground, while some people not only put tables in front, but also had gorgeous chairs. Xiaoyu leaned close to Qing's ear and said, People like that must have storage rings. So even if the things on the stalls are relatively ordinary, the prices will be high. We definitely can't afford them. So just take a quick look. How do you judge that there must be a storage ring? Qing asked curiously, looking at the stall. If there is no storage ring, the tables and chairs have to be carried by themselves. The higher the cultivation level, the more face-saving it is. How can it be done? And people with low cultivation, like those, can just wrap the cloth directly, at most add a small stool, which is much more convenient than carrying the chairs around. Qing nodded repeatedly, and then listened to Xiaoyu talking about the uses of these goods. The goods in the big market are not all-inclusive, but they are indeed varied. There are pills that can improve cultivation, there are weapons that can defend oneself, and there are weapons that can attack. Some flowers and plants, it is said that they are all spiritual flowers and spiritual herbs that can be used to make elixirs. Clothes and shoes, made from the silk spit out by spiritual silkworms. Ornaments and pendants, some are usable, some are not usable. The unusable ones are all failures. Some are usable are semi-finished products. The cost is not ornaments and pendants, But spiritual tools. We can't afford these, just take a look. Zhao Yu took Qin Qing's arm, and quietly walked past a stall that was quoting 100 spiritual stones to people. Qin Qing nodded immediately. Zhao Yu didn't have money, she had even less money. Fortunately, this plane does not require the selection of spiritual stones. Otherwise no business can be done. As they talked, the two came to another stall. Zhao Yu squatted down and searched for the things he needed in this stall. Qin Qing squatted beside it and looked at the things on the stall. She understood why Zhao Yu looked at it. The main reason was that the things on this stall were very ordinary, and the location was relatively remote. As expected, Zhao Yu asked about the general situation after chatting with people. The stall owner really sneaked in. The things on this stall were mainly for girls. Headwear, earrings, bracelets, and some small underwear. The styles were relatively simple. She looked for a while, and then stood up and looked elsewhere. Suddenly, her eyes were fixed on the person who appeared in front of her. The more she looked, the more strange it felt. Zhao Yu bought something, stood up and looked over, pulling her away quietly. That's a puppet. It is said that the most powerful puppet can reach the Jindan stage. It's really amazing. Other puppets have Jindan stage cultivation. And we are nothing. Is the puppet alive or dead? Qin Qing looked at the puppet over there. Its skin and flesh looked like a human. And it could move. But there was no vitality. And even its eyes were motionless. Half dead? I don't know how it was made. Anyway, people say that it was made into a puppet because of a problem with its spiritual consciousness. Zhao Yu's understanding of the world of cultivation was not too deep. Qin Qing nodded, and looked at the puppet a few more times, but she didn't intend to provoke it. After the puppet passed, she saw a stall in front of her, pulled Zhao Yu forward, squatted down and said excitedly, "What a beautiful golden dragon! It's really beautiful." Zhao Yu couldn't help but sigh. What material is this carved from? Of course, it's the best material. The stall owner bowed slightly. You two have good taste. You took a fancy to my golden dragon. I'll give you a reasonable price. You can take it away for only 100 spirit stones. How about it? Zhao Yu frowned slightly, and turned to look at Qin Qing. Qin Qing said frankly, I can't afford it. She just thought that this carved golden dragon was a bit like what she had seen before, so she came to see it. It costs money, and it costs 100 spirit stones, so she definitely can't afford it. How many spirit stones can you take out? The stall owner didn't want to let the customer in front of him go. Qin Qing smiled with her teeth showing, not a single one. The stall owner curled his lips, looked at her with dissatisfaction, and backed up and sat up on the small stool. Qin Qing didn't care, just looked at the carved little golden dragon a few more times, then stood up, and continued to walk to the stall behind. We can actually negotiate the price. The golden dragon is not worth much. Maybe we can exchange it for a few dozen kilograms of spiritual rice. Zhao Yu talked to Qin Qing. She could see that Qin Qing really liked the golden dragon. A few dozen kilograms of spiritual rice, I can exchange it for several hundred yuan. If I don't exchange it for this, I can go to Modern to customize a golden dragon of similar appearance, which costs several hundred yuan. It will definitely look much better than this one. Qin Qing was reluctant to spend money on these small ornaments. Are there other foods here? In addition to spiritual rice, are there any cheap and affordable foods? Spiritual rice is the most abundant. In addition to spiritual rice, people are not willing to grow other foods. Zhao Yu and Qin Qing continued to walk down. Do you want to exchange food here? No, I want to exchange some food from you. Qin Qing whispered. Other places need it. Zhao Yu apologized, then I can't do anything. It doesn't matter, I'll find another way. Qin Qing didn't think it was a big deal. Among the several planes she encountered, this cultivation plane was almost the only one that didn't lack food. If possible, she would naturally want to stock up more food. You can't just hoard it all in modern times. Modern food is also limited. Although everyone's conditions are better, they basically won't waste food maliciously. There are even large-scale imported food every year. She just needs to hoard some expired food. As she spoke, Qin Qing saw the two parties in the transaction, and looked at the spiritual stones that one of them took out. It was not the transparent stone she imagined, but a piece of solid small stone with color. Zhao Yu thought she was curious, and explained, there are spiritual root requirements for cultivation. Different colors of spiritual stones correspond to different spiritual roots. However, there are many people who cultivate, so no matter what color of spiritual stone, there is a demand. If you get a color you don't want, You can also exchange it with others. Unless there are special circumstances, you can basically get it. What special circumstances? Qing turned her head, looked at Xiao Yu, and blinked slowly. It seems that there is a kind of attributeless spiritual stone. Xiao Yu thought for a while. That kind of spiritual stone is more precious. It can be absorbed by all cultivators of different spiritual roots. So it is more expensive. Ordinary people would not be willing to exchange it with others after getting it. Qing, what color is that spiritual stone? Xiao Yu, white. Chapter 173, White Stone. Qing felt around in her bag. Actually, she took out a piece of white stone from her personal space. White stone is the abbreviation of white stone. Xiao Yu looked at the white stone, and then at Qing. His eyes moved back and forth between the stone and Qing, after several times, pointed at the white stone. Can I touch it? Qing nodded, and took the initiative to hand the white stone to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu held the white stone, carefully felt the energy of the white stone, and when he opened his eyes again, his eyes were shining. Qing saw something in her eyes and asked, "Really?" Xiao Yu nodded repeatedly. Nodding for a while was not enough. And nodded again. The excitement in his eyes never faded. It's true. Just as you think. I felt it. But how can you have it in your hand? Qing. She doesn't know. The plain supermarket has different definitions of these two. One is white stone, and the other is spirit stone. She also thought they were two completely different things and never associated them together. The two looked at each other, and for a moment they didn't know what to say. Xiao Yu didn't expect that Qing, who always said she was poor, actually had such a good thing on her. And Qing inexplicably felt that she had suddenly become rich. In the white stone plane, the currency used by Yunyang and others for transactions was mainly white stones. So even though their savings were relatively sufficient during this period, they did not forget to form a team to pick up white stones. For them, picking up white stones was their daily routine. The Sunset Forest was not small, and the value of white stones was also high. Even if only a few were picked up a day, it could provide everyone with food for a day. If they wanted to save money, picking up white stones every day was definitely necessary. The kids had nothing to do, so they were just picked up by 2 or 3 adults. They hadn't stopped for such a long time. As for Qing, she had given all the white stones she had saved to Jin Long to heal his wounds. But Jin Long seemed to have recovered, so she didn't send any more white stones to him. She saved them for herself, although she didn't know what they were for. She thought that white stones might be useful, just like Zhang Mingchuan's use of red gold sand. So she kept them all as treasures. Who would have thought that white stones were actually spiritual stones? She had so many spiritual stones. A whole mountain of spiritual stones. She's rich. Why do you look like that? Qing and Xiao Yu walked out of the market and joined the others. As soon as they met, they noticed that something was wrong with their expressions and couldn't help asking one more question. Did something happen to you? Do you want us to find a way to deal with it? Did you buy something too expensive? It doesn't matter if you buy it too expensive. This is very common. This is how it is here in the big market. You need to have a good eye and luck to find good things. Even if you buy it too expensive, it's just a matter of selling more spiritual rice. Yes, we exchanged salt today, and got a lot more spiritual rice. Look! No, look at this. Xiao Yu stretched out his clenched hands and spread out in front of the people. Do you recognize it? What do you think this is? This can't be. Spirit stone? Where did it come from? You are so lucky. This piece of spirit stone can be exchanged for a lot of spiritual rice. Let me touch it. Let me touch it. I have been here for 10 years, and I have hardly touched spirit stones. Your attributeless spirit stone, I have never even seen it, let alone touched it. Qing saw this scene, and took out a handful of white stones, and put one in each person's hand. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on her, looking at her bag. I have a lot of these things, but they're not in my bag, Qing said, opening her backpack to show them. I called it white stone before, but I didn't expect it to be the spiritual stone you mentioned. If I had known, I would have taken it out earlier. The main reason is that I haven't seen what your spiritual stones look like. The picture given by the plain supermarket was a colorless picture, and she thought the spiritual stones here should be colorless, and should be about the same color as ice crystal stones. She had tried to take the cup with the ice crystal stone before, but no one said anything. This made her rule out the idea that the ice crystal stone was the spirit stone. Who would have thought that the correct answer was actually white stone? She closed the bag, looked at the people who were excited holding the white stones, and said casually, "These are all for you." No. No. This is too expensive. That's right. This is too expensive. We can't have it. I still have a lot. And 1 or 2 pieces don't make any difference. Just take it. Qing didn't take back the white stones. She took out her phone and checked the time. It's about time now. I'll find a secluded corner and go back. I'll come again tomorrow. In 2 days. Seeing that several people were still hesitating, she said again, "If you really want to thank me, just exchange more spiritual rice. And then sell it to me. I like spiritual rice." Hearing this, several people immediately nodded, "No problem. Then I'll go back first." Qing waved to several people, turned around and left. Found a place that would not attract attention. Chose returned to the store, and soon arrived at the plain supermarket. Just as she was about to leave, she remembered something and quickly left the plain supermarket and went to the kitchen. Teacher, the chef in the kitchen, was also a part-time teacher from the school, so he was naturally a teacher. Qing called out and quickly called people out. She immediately took out various wild animals she caught on the way. The other party looked at Qing and was stunned at first, then said, "Why are there so many? I asked you to bring them all back? Don't leave. I stewed a chicken at noon. Take the chicken away." Qing paused as she turned around. "I have mine." "Then take the braised chicken feet. I have stored them for a few days. I know you like to eat them, so I specially leave them for you." The teacher turned around and said, "Wait a moment. It will be here soon." In the end, Qing still couldn't resist the temptation of the braised chicken feet and stopped until a pot of braised chicken feet was brought out. "I'll put it in a bag." Qing found a plastic bag and poured all the braised chicken feet into it. Looking at the heavy bag of chicken feet, she was instantly happy. "Then I'll leave. Hey, take care." Not long after Qing left, someone came over following the sound. "I heard someone calling teacher. Is it Xuqing's voice? Is she back?" "Yes, she is back. Not only is she back, but she also brought back so many wild animals. Look! On the kitchen floor, there was a pile of wild animals, scattered here and there, almost filling up the entire floor. With so many, why did you ask her to bring them back alone? She has some storage items." "Ah, yes, her Dimension supermarket is so special, it's normal for her to have some storage items, so it's much more convenient to bring these things back. Let's have a meal at night. The rest is hard to store, so pickle them with salt." "I thought so too. There's no shortage of salt now. We can pickle more, and we can sell the ones we can't finish." "Yes, I'll go get some fertilizer. I'll plant the land in the afternoon, and plant the next crop of spiritual rice. We have to find time to cultivate the land. Let the older children do the reclamation work, and the younger ones stay. Let them read more. Reading is useful, if they can learn. With modern physics and technology, we may be able to make our own fertilizers in the future, and life will be better then." "Yes, and hybrid rice. Modern rice seeds are okay. But can our spiritual rice also work? You can give it a try. It is not necessary to grow spiritual rice. When the vending machine in the supermarket in that plane is upgraded, let's change to wheat seeds. Many people at our school used to eat noodles, and wheat seeds are also the staple food. To put it bluntly, no matter how good the food is, it is not good to eat it every day and every meal." "You said that? I want to eat buns." "Greedy. I am greedy too." Qing hurried back to the supermarket. It was already 2:10, 10 minutes later than the normal opening time. Fortunately, the time difference was not too big. She immediately went to open the supermarket door, and the cool breeze outside blew in, and she felt much more comfortable. But there were not many customers at this time. After opening the supermarket door, she went to the kitchen again, and poured out the bag of braised food she brought back, and looked at the big plate of braised food. She bent down directly, and picked up a chicken claw with her mouth, and directly held the whole chicken claw in her mouth, and ate it to remove the bones. This braised chicken claw was cooked very well, and the bones almost fell off with a bite, but they might be wild chickens, and the meat on the claws was not that thick. But it tastes very chewy. She walked out of the supermarket with a plate in her hand, and went to the clothing store next door. Wei Xiaoshuang was lying in a position where she could see the door. When she saw the shadow looking up, she saw the plate in her hand clearly and immediately jumped up. "Braised chicken feet, I love it." She walked out and reached out to take one. After eating 2 bites, she couldn't help but say, "It's delicious. You made this for lunch? I'm craving it." Qing still had the chicken feet in her mouth, so she couldn't respond directly, and could only make a sound. Wei Xiaoshuang smiled, no longer asking questions, just pointed at the plate of chicken feet. "I'll take another one." Qing stretched out her hand, waited for Wei Xiaoshuang to take the second chicken foot, then turned back to the supermarket, spit out all the bones in her mouth at once towards the trash can. Then she took out the second chicken foot from the plate. Not long after, she spit out another mouthful of bones. The chicken feet tasted really good. She ate them one by one, and never got tired of them, and even didn't get her hands dirty. She ate them all with her mouth. Sitting back at the cashier counter, she took out the energy stones from these planes. White stone, soul bead, red gold sand, ice crystal stone. She knew these were all very good energy stones. Otherwise, with the existence of the golden dragon, she would not like them. And in the latest plane, spirit stone is equal to white stone. Qing clicked on the panel of the plane supermarket and asked about the situation of the two. In most cases, the plane supermarket would not answer her questions. But in a few cases, the plane supermarket would tell her the truth. Not long after, she got the answer from the panel. White stone is the name of that plane. A long time ago, they called it White Stone. And even the White Lion Kingdom should have been called the White Stone Kingdom. But I don't know when it started. White Stone gradually became White Lion. So White Stone is indeed Spirit Stone. Chapter 174 Zombie Plane. If the White Stone is the Spirit Stone, then is there some potential connection between the White Stone world and the New World? Qing frowned in thought, and collected the stones on the table one by one. When she collected the last one, she opened the cup beside her, and threw the ice crystal stone into it, and used it to soak water as usual. There was only 1/3 of water left in the cup, and she got up to get some water while drinking. She thought about the situation in the White Stone Plain. According to her previous speculation, the reason why animals and humans cannot eat the plants and fruits in the Sunset Forest is that they are too full of energy. The human body cannot withstand such a strong energy. She lowered her head and looked at her cup. Just like the ice crystal in her hand, a golden dragon can even chew the ice crystal directly. But Zhang Mingchen can't even drink the diluted water. Probably because the energy is too high. On the other hand, if she can drink the ice crystal, people in the new plane should be able to do the same. Can people who practice cultivation eat the large piece of fruit in the Sunset Forest? What about those trees? Do those trees have some special functions in the world of cultivation? Maybe she can pick some fruits and branches, take them to the new plane. And if they can be sold, it will be a very good business. Better than selling spirit stones. Back at the cashier, Qing looked at the braised chicken feet that had cooled down a lot, and bent down to pick one up. The matter of the spirit stone was beyond her expectation. But she did not forget the new plane that was about to be opened. After setting the upgrade time, she went to bed early at night, got up on time the next day, and opened the door of the new plane on time. The color of the new plane this time was gray-blue, as if a layer of gray was covered on the original blue, which looked a little dirty and a little bad. In order to avoid the shock of the last time, before she opened the door this time, she leaned against the door and listened carefully for a while. And after confirming that there was no sound outside, she opened the door a crack. As soon as she opened the door, a head suddenly jumped in front of her. She slammed the door shut again, her heart pounding. At the same time, there was a knock on the door outside. There was no pattern, but every time there was a knock, the person outside was trying to open the door of the plane supermarket. Just as she was suspicious, a red progress bar suddenly popped up in the plane supermarket. After a moment of shock, she remembered that this should be the defense system of the plane supermarket, and this progress bar should be similar to the health bar. This was the second time the defense appeared since the plane supermarket appeared. The first time it appeared was when the plane supermarket appeared in the Baishar plane. Every time the knocking sound outside the door sounded, the health bar would vibrate. Fortunately, the health level was stable. Even after knocking for so long, it always remained at 100 points. Only a little bit of loss appeared at the end of the health bar. As for the existence outside the door, Qing frowned, stood up and stood behind the vending machine, looking at the gray-blue door that was slightly vibrating due to the knocking. Thinking of the picture that just flashed by, it seemed to be a person, but it seemed not like a person. She lowered her head, looking at the vending machine in front of her, clicked on the interface of the vending machine. After a while, it really showed the options that this world could purchase. The first one was something called a crystal core. Although I didn't know what it looked like, it was probably also an energy stone. The second one. Ching turned down a page. After seeing the content displayed on the second page, she couldn't help but look up, looking at the location of the door and swallowing, then looked down at the vending machine. The second one was not a stone, but zombie. The third one is dead dog. The fourth one is dead cat. The rest are all animals. The ranking is probably arranged according to the classification of animals. The more the number, the higher the ranking. After a dozen or so, some plant names appear. They are probably contaminated mutant plants. This new plane is actually a zombie plane. You have to know that in the doomsday she experienced in her previous life, although there were mutant species, they were mainly plants and animals. Even the combat power of plants is no worse than that of animals. Many accidents were caused by the outbreak of plant mutations. Zombies. She had only seen them in novels, never in real life. The knocks on the door were getting weaker and weaker, as if they were about to leave at any time. She pursed her lips, glanced at the time, and knew that she couldn't open the door at this time. Not only would she not be able to handle it, but it would also delay her business. When she focused on the vending machine, she couldn't help but ask, can living things be bought and sold? Zombies are not living things, if she asked again later. The panel would no longer answer. But the answer is clear. Zombies can indeed be traded. The problem now is how to trade them. After all, from the outside, it doesn't look like there are any living people. Even if there are living people, her supermarket has just appeared. She can see zombies as soon as she pushes the door. Would she really dare to come out? The time is almost up. Ching returned to her supermarket in time. Zombies! Thinking of the head that suddenly appeared when she pushed the door just now, she still felt a little scared. Now thinking back, the reason why she felt that it didn't look like a human was mainly because the zombie's head didn't look like a human. It had no hair and no normal facial features. It looked like a ball that had rotted to a certain extent. Thinking about it this way, it is reasonable for the plain supermarket to determine that zombies are not living creatures and can be traded. Ching went into the kitchen and came out with a sausage in her mouth. Of course, she had already pulled out the skewer of the sausage and thrown it away. After all, homemade sausages usually don't have skewers. After eating the sausage, she went to the breakfast shop opposite to buy steamed buns. Wei Xiaoshuang rode over on an electric bike, stopped at the entrance of the supermarket, and then walked quickly to the breakfast shop. Give me a meat bun, a vegetable bun, and a bottle of sweet milk. I'll bring it to you. Ching took the initiative to say, just waiting for you. Wei Xiaoshuang smiled and scanned the code to pay, then went back to the supermarket entrance, picked up the milk tea bucket, and took it to the supermarket to sell. When Ching was carrying breakfast back, she had just finished selling. By the way, I need to buy some milk today, Wei Xiaoshuang said, and then said, by the way, should you reduce the amount of milk tea here? The weather is cold, and the crew has left. I think the business has been average these days. It's okay. You do it. There is always inventory, which is better than having nothing when customers come. Ching said, if you can't sell it all for a few days, you can still make money. I'll freeze the extra ones, so they won't go bad, and you can eat smoothies. Okay. Wei Xiaoshuang didn't mention it again, and carried her breakfast back to the clothing store. After a while, the supplier delivered the goods. Ching's supermarket was doing well, and the suppliers came more frequently. The people who delivered the goods didn't say anything. Anyway, as long as there was business, there was money to be made. It was normal for supermarkets to have good or bad business. Who cared how supermarkets did business? After moving the goods, confirming the order of the supplier, Ching signed and paid, and the car drove away. Because the goods were delivered today, she spent the whole morning in the supermarket sorting the shelves, taking out the new goods, and packing the old goods into her portable space. Time in the portable space stopped, and the goods were piled up in boxes. It didn't matter if the shelf life was slightly different. Ching took a pen and wrote the word biscuits on the box that had just been packed, and put it away with a layer of tape. There was still a lot of empty space in the portable space. The 10 tons of meat put in did not make the space in the portable space smaller, which made her feel that the space inside could continue to grow. This was a good thing for her. The larger the space, the more goods she could store. 10 or 20 tons of food, it was enough for her to eat by herself. If she wanted to sell it out in the future, it would not be possible anyway. If she had a choice, she would definitely stock up on more meat. After 2 hours of packing, it was just past 10 o'clock. She got up and went to the kitchen, and found a boxed lunch from a large number of fast food boxes, which contained 4 or 5 dishes. She stocked up 10 boxes of this lunch, which she bought from a fast food restaurant, because they ordered a lot, and each box had a richer variety of dishes. The full box of food was poured into a large bowl. She scooped out a bowl of spiritual rice, and put it upside down on the food. She packed up the lunch box, and walked out of the kitchen, with the bowl and chopsticks. Wei Xiaoshuang also went back to eat at this time. There was no one outside. Qing stirred while eating. She could taste different flavors in every bite. Because the rice was pressed on the food, she felt like digging a blind box. You didn't know whether the food you dug up with your chopsticks would be a single flavor, or a mixed flavor. Or you might eat a piece of ginger. Qing looked at the ginger disguised as a piece of meat. Only after a closer look did she see the tiny hairs on the ginger. She threw it into the trash can with disgust. After eating half of it, she got up again, scooped a spoonful of milk tea from the refrigerator, poured it into the cup she usually drank water from, and made a large cup of milk tea with ice crystals. The taste was still good, but it lacked some pearls. She scooped a spoonful of pearls, poured them into the cup, stirred them with a straw, and drank the pearls. Finally satisfied, Wei Xiaoshuang came over at 11 o'clock, and Qing was packing up. Seeing this scene, Wei Xiaoshuang greeted her skillfully. "Good afternoon." Qing laughed. "See you in the afternoon." "Okay. I'm going to lie down too." Wei Xiaoshuang smiled, and went into the clothing store. Qing packed up her things, closed the supermarket door, and walked to the back door. The back door was located behind one of the shelves, and one could only barely see the general situation from outside the supermarket. So even if Qing came and went, no one would notice anything unusual. She opened the back door, and chose the latest gray-blue plain door. Walking into the gray-blue plain supermarket, she listened carefully to the sounds outside. There was no movement, but this did not mean that there were no real zombies outside. After all, she did not hear any sounds that morning. Before opening the door, she paused, took out a medical protective mask, put it on, and then took out a medical mask and a protective suit. In her free time in the morning, she looked up the characteristics of zombies on the internet. They bite people, have viruses, can smell human breath and approach, and if they are bitten, they are likely to be infected with the zombie virus. What is said on the internet may not be accurate, but it is still necessary to be well armed. If she is bitten and becomes a non-living thing, she will be too wronged. After being well armed, Qing held the door handle with her gloved hand and opened the door carefully. There were no zombies that suddenly appeared. She finally saw the situation clearly. There were not as many zombies around as she thought. On the contrary, there was peace around. There were no zombies, only large areas of green. Chapter 175: Escape and Fly Out. As long as there is no sneak attack, there will be no problem. Qing walked out of the plain supermarket, looked around, and after confirming that there were no zombies following, she breathed a sigh of relief and walked out. But even if there were no zombies, she would be very careful. After all, according to the purchase list on the plain supermarket, the cats, dogs and trees here should have been infected with the zombie virus, and it would be very dangerous if they encountered it. When she walked a little further and looked back, in addition to the plain supermarket, there were some scattered houses in the distance, which showed that people lived in this area, but they lived in a more scattered manner. When she looked away, she saw the zombies wandering in the distance, and immediately held her breath. Fortunately, the zombies did not notice her. Qing turned around, and slowly walked to the main road. Then she took out the battery car modified by Zhang Mingchun from her personal space, started the battery car, and went forward along the main road. Along the way, she also encountered cats and dogs, which also jumped out in an instant. Fortunately, her battery car was fast enough to successfully avoid the attacks of cats and dogs. After driving for a while, she came to a relatively open place with sparse vegetation around. She took out the drone, controlled the drone to fly into the sky, and looked for a suitable direction. The drone was faster than her, and because the area was relatively open, she could see the approximate position of the drone in the air with her naked eyes, and avoid the birds flying in the air. She was doing two things at once: staring at the drone with her eyes, and looking down at the screen of the controller in her hand. Suddenly, the drone's camera captured a large number of zombies. She was startled, and she held the controller firmly in her hand, and pulled the drone up, away from the dangerous area, and then re-aimed the camera downwards. Zooming in a little bit. This is a small town. Compared to where she is, the distance between houses under the drone camera is closer, and the zombies are also closer. You could almost encounter a zombie every few steps. Luckily, the plain supermarket is not located in this place, otherwise she can't even walk out of the supermarket door now. But with so many zombies, can they all be caught? She frowned, continued to look down at the screen of the controller, trying to find traces of living people. In the previous transactions in the planes, she basically traded with people. The Golden Dragon plane is a little special, and it can also trade, but the zombies in this plane are trading objects. If there are no other living people, she has to catch them herself. Crystal cores are also fine. According to zombie novels, the crystal cores should be in the zombies' heads. There were no other living people to trade with her, so she had to find a way to dig them out herself. This was more troublesome than catching zombies directly. Qin continued to control the drone, without alarming a large number of zombies, and continued to fly to other places. She looked along the way, except for the occasional zombies, and some small animals, but still did not see any traces of living people. I don't know if they all hid, or they were in danger. If it was the latter, then the situation in this plane was more severe than she expected. However, although this environment was modern, it was not like a world similar to China. She continued to control the drone, and went around the limit it could reach. Fortunately, she had a drone. Otherwise, she would have to ride a bike to go around so many roads. It would take a long time. After turning around for a while, she saw a row of houses under the camera, and the signs displayed on them. She squinted and looked for a while. Pharmacy. In the case that the Chinese characters were all in several planes, she had to recognize the unfamiliar characters in front of her for a while before she was sure. Fortunately, she came here from the plain supermarket. Otherwise she would not recognize any of the characters here. If it was a pharmacy, maybe she could go over and take a look. She looked up, found the drone, after determining the direction, made the drone hover, then held the controller, and rode the electric scooter quickly over. More than half an hour later, the electric scooter stopped at the door of the pharmacy, and put away the drone. She looked outside the pharmacy, confirmed that there were no zombies inside, then put away the electric scooter and walked inside. As soon as she entered the pharmacy, she stepped on a piece of broken glass. Looking inside the pharmacy, all the medicines that should have been placed on the counter disappeared, leaving only debris on the ground and broken cabinets, and even the big TV in the corner was smashed. She walked inwards to a place without broken glass. When she saw the TV in the corner, she subconsciously frowned, feeling distressed. It would have been great if it hadn't been broken. After feeling distressed for a while, she remembered that she couldn't give things from this plane to others at will, and she finally felt better. It was worthless garbage. If you can't pick it up, then don't pick it up. This pharmacy is very large. Everywhere you look are counters selling medicines. It can be seen that there should have been many medicines here. But now all the medicines have been taken away. There is nothing else except the broken glass on the ground. After a round, she walked out of the pharmacy. There were no zombies here. She walked along the road and saw several looted shops. Whether it was a bakery, a clothing store, or a jewelry store, everything was in a mess. There was also a perfume shop, but the perfume was gone. There was only a pile of broken perfume bottles on the ground. Suddenly, she heard a noise and immediately found a hidden corner to hide. Just after she hid, she heard a crackling sound. At the moment when the 3 words firecrackers rang in her mind, the sound became more intense, and she realized that the sound was not firecrackers, but the sound of gunfire. It was indeed not an environment similar to China. Even if China really encountered such a situation, there would not be such a dense crackling sound. Qin stood at the corner, listening to the sound getting closer and closer, and moved closer to the corner. Suddenly, something hit her in front of her. Before she could think about whether to go back or find a way to deal with it, the person who fell in front of her had turned his head and died. It was a real gunfight. She felt that the dust had settled in her heart. The person in front of her was not a familiar Chinese face. Just as she expected, the noise here not only caught her attention, but also attracted the attention of the zombies. With sharp roars and panicked screams, the gunfire stopped and everyone began to run around. Her location was relatively hidden. except for the person who was smashing at her not far from her feet. No one else noticed her. She did see a few figures running away. The sound of the zombies was getting closer and closer. Qing waited until the zombies were in front of her, and when she smelled their breath, she chose to go back to the store. Standing in the plain supermarket, she confirmed that there were no zombies outside the door. Opened the door again, took out the drone, and flew in the direction she had just gone. This time, with a target. The drone quickly scanned the scene she wanted to see. Under the camera, 30 or 40 people were divided into several teams, running around, followed by more or less zombies. What made her feel incredible was that, although the zombies were chasing behind them, this group of people did not face the zombies. When they came into contact with each other, they all raised their weapons and aimed at their human opponents. Not every fight breaks out, but there were indeed a few times when both sides fought. After injuring a few people, they were quickly caught up by zombies, and then continued to flee. In the chase between zombies and humans, none of the zombies were injured, but many humans were injured, and most of them were injured by humans themselves. Qing looked at the screen, her brows furrowed tightly. She still wanted to do business. How could she do business in this situation? They wouldn't really let her catch zombies by herself. Would they? This gun is good. Qing looked through the drone and saw the gun thrown on the ground. If it was in the domestic environment, such a gun would be hard to find, but in a foreign environment, it seems that there are many such things. Although the things in this plane are not like those in hell on earth where you can use them at will. It is better to have them than not. Thinking of this, she called back the drone, tied a hook under the drone, started the drone again, returned to the gun, and went down to hook up the gun. After the first gun was successfully hooked back, she was delighted and instantly became interested. She operated the drone to look for the gun everywhere. This is the advantage of the drone. It is not a living thing and does not breathe. Even if it passes by zombies, their reaction will not be too big, and it can easily bring things back. In the zombie-dense area, there are much more things inside than outside. Qing controlled the drone and hooked one gun after another. She was not familiar with these things, but they were free anyway. Rather than letting them rot here, it would be better to take them away, just in case they are useful. It's just that their usefulness is too low. Not as good as the things in hell on earth. After hooking another gun, the drone screen showed the load-bearing capacity, and there was still a lot of room for its maximum load-bearing capacity. That is, there was no extra space for the hook. When she turned the drone, she saw that it got stuck. The main reason was that the guns hooked on it were at all angles, and they were long and short and very messy, and the space in front of her was too small. She spent 10 minutes looking for an angle, and finally found a suitable angle, and finally got out. If she was over there, she could just push it out. Unfortunately, there were too many zombies near the drone. Even if she was quite capable, she didn't dare to go over there casually. If she was bitten, it would be troublesome. The drone flew into the air, and the sound of gunfire came from far away. Qing had been looking at the drone. The moment she heard the gunfire, she immediately turned the drone. The gunfire continued, and the drone was attacked intensively. Through the drone's radio equipment, she could clearly hear the voice below. Someone wanted the drone in her hand. The signal of this plane was also destroyed, and ordinary communication equipment could not be used. At this time, someone could control the drone to fly in the sky, which would naturally attract attention. She immediately lowered the drone's altitude, using the angle of houses and trees, bypassing crowded places, and walking through densely populated zombie areas, easily turning the drone back in the blind spots of those people's vision. In addition to the drone, there were more than a dozen guns. The sound of gunfire could be heard faintly from a distance. No one would have thought that she would be here. After putting away all the weapons, she turned and walked into the plain supermarket, and closed the door of the plain supermarket. Chapter 176 Black River. Is this the most powerful one? Qing picked up the gun that John Rui judged to be the most powerful. She looked at it from top to bottom, left to right, but could not see any tricks. In her eyes, the difference between these guns was only size and weight. Ordinary people don't join the army. It's hard for them to have the opportunity to come into contact with firearms. Even if they often go to shooting clubs, they only come into contact with a few models. John Rui talked to Qing, wiped the gun in his hand, and skillfully pointed it outside the supermarket. There was no bullet in the gun, but he still had a feeling of nostalgia. As Qing brought more and more things, He even felt like he was just doing a mission in an unfamiliar environment. He even touched the gun that he shouldn't have touched. The zombie plane will be very dangerous. Retracting his gaze, putting down the gun in his hand, John Roy emphasized to Qing Qing. It's not that zombies are dangerous, but order is dangerous. Moreover, according to the environment you described, it is not a world similar to the domestic world. I know. So when I heard the sound at first, I hid away. The environment Qing Qing lived in since she was a child. She would not bear to see someone get into trouble in front of her. But that was in a normal environment. The environment of the zombie plane was wrong at first glance. And she would naturally not interfere. I controlled the drone to see it, she said, and took out the drone equipment. She remembered that she wanted to explore further some time ago. But it was interrupted because it was too cold, and she lost her way in the snowy mountains. Qing Qing stood up with the drone. Brother Jean, didn't you say that someone saw something similar to coal deep in the snowy mountains? You can take a look now. Were there signals in ancient times? John Rui also stood up and watched beside Qing Qing. Yes. The signal of the drone equipment itself. The technology of the interstellar. Qing Qing walked out of the plane supermarket with the drone. And soon the drone in her hand flew up and flew rapidly towards the center of the snowy mountains. The controller showed the image captured by the drone. At first, there were scattered residences. The deeper you went, the larger the white area became. As you went deeper, there was only white in the image. With such a large area of white snow, if someone stood inside, it would be easy to get snow blindness. John Rui frowned. So even the strongest martial arts masters dare not go in. It was the same thing with me last time. I felt uncomfortable in my eyes after being inside for a long time. Qing Qing said subconsciously. John Rui turned to look at her. Qing Qing coughed. I will pay attention next time. Don't worry. I came back as soon as I found something wrong. I didn't stay in there for too long. You are bold and timid. You dare to go anywhere. But sometimes you are very cautious. John Rui sighed, stared at the screen for a while, and sighed again. You are better than me. If you were in this world, you would definitely live better than me. Everyone has a different personality. But I am sure that some people in this world are very happy to meet you. Qing Qing said with a smile, and suddenly saw the traces on the screen. It appeared. What is this? John Rui's pupils shrank slightly. A black river. Qing Qing was also shocked as she watched the footage taken by the drone. In the depths of the extremely cold snow-capped mountains, there is actually a river, and it is a pure black river. What is this? What Qing Qing doesn't know, John Rui won't know either. Qing Qing has been traveling in many plains, and has never seen such a strange thing. Snow-capped mountains and rivers are incompatible. After all, snow-capped mountains mean cold, and in an extremely cold environment, the water must have frozen. Unless it is an undercurrent at a very deep depth. But the black river in front of us is in the open. She carefully controlled the drone, let the camera point to the river, and then descended little by little. When she got close, she observed for a while, and when she was about to descend again, she heard a slight cracking sound. She immediately pulled up the drone. The camera was still pointed at the black river, but the cracking sound disappeared. Maybe it's too cold, so? John Rui said on the side. So the sound just now may come from the drone's fuselage? Qing Qing continued to control the drone, let it stay away from the black river, and only use the zoom function of the camera to see the situation of the black river. She did not immediately let the drone come back, but adjusted the angle of the drone, letting it go up along the black river, trying to find the source of the black river. But not long after walking, she felt resistance. Such a long distance was beyond the reach of the drone. There was no other way. She could only control the drone to come back. But she was not idle on the way back, and kept circling where she could see, starting from the outermost part, closing in circles. She did not find anything. She thought she would get nothing at all. But when she got closer and closer, she suddenly saw the black substance hidden under the snow. The drone went down again, and the blades turned, blowing away the snow on the surface, and soon revealing the contents inside. Is this coal? It looks a bit like coal, but you have to look closer to know, John Rui said happily. With coal, it means that the people in this world can live a much better life. After all, almost all families now burn firewood for heating. And firewood, as an important material, is scarce near the snow-capped mountains. Most people are not willing to burn firewood day and night. And only in the middle of the night will they be willing to burn firewood. But even so, you have to use it sparingly. There is a fixed amount of firewood to be used every night. If you accidentally burn too much before going to bed, it is likely to burn out before dawn. If you are lucky, you will wake up from the cold, but if you are unlucky, you will never wake up again. This location is 5 kilometers to the east. Brother John, please record it. Ching looked at the distance displayed on the screen and operated the drone to circle around the suspected coal. She said, "We misunderstood at the beginning. They said they saw it in the snowy mountains, which must not be deep mountains. Even martial arts masters dare not go to the deep snowy mountains. Where can they find coal?" John Rui took the notebook and wrote down the location. After listening to Ching's words, he suddenly realized, for many people, the entire snowy mountain is dangerous, and the outer circle alone is already very deep. Yes, we misunderstood, but today is not a waste of gains. Ching took back the drone. Brother John, please take some time to check the situation of the coal. I will find a way to find out if there is anything that is black and extremely cold liquid. Okay. John Rui did not ask Ching where to find out. As she spoke, Ching had already taken back the drone, turned it up and down, left and right, and found a tiny crack in a very hidden corner. She felt distressed. It was really frozen. The coldness of the Black River can even freeze a drone? John Rui said, looking at Ching. Then this world. If this world is not always like this, perhaps the appearance of the Only Snow Mountain has a lot to do with the Black River. Ching put away the drone. Brother John, don't go in. Don't worry. I will definitely not go. I only care about coal, John Rui said immediately. Ching nodded with a straight face and took out her phone to check the time. It was still early, and after she left the Snow Mountain Plain, she went to the school's cultivation plain and found Teacher Zhou, who had communicated with her several times and asked about books and information. Only books about this plain? Teacher Zhou asked. Yes, only books about this plain. Ching nodded. I want to know more about the cultivation plain, but I don't know if there are any. There are some books, but I don't know if they can be useful to you. Teacher Zhou took Ching to the school library. Since we traveled to this world, we have been learning about the situation in this world. As long as all the books have come into our hands, we will copy them down, and then try every means to understand the meaning of the books. Are there many books? Ching followed Teacher Zhou. Not much. What we can find are mainly some miscellaneous books and basic cultivation books. We have no chance to touch more profound books. As they talked, they had already arrived at the library. It's called a library, but it's more like a small classroom. There are several bookshelves stacked together in the classroom, and there are thread-bound books on the bookshelves. Ching took one, opened it and took a look, and then squinted to check carefully. Teacher Zhou said embarrassedly, because the text is different, it's better to say it's handwritten than to say it's copied. In fact, we have translated some in the past few years, but it may not be very accurate. You can understand the text of this world, let you read the original by yourself. Maybe it's better than reading the translated version. The book in Ching's hand has obvious traces of tracing. After all, the state of the words written by a person who can write and a person who can't write will definitely be different. Fortunately, it doesn't affect her literacy. Can I read it here? Ching raised her eyes and asked Teacher Zhou for his opinion. Don't say you can read it here. You can even take it home to read it, Teacher Zhou said immediately. I thought before that since you know Qigong and internal strength, you may also be able to practice spiritual power. These books are all basic books for practicing spiritual power. You can take a look at them. Ching looked at the books in front of her, and also wanted to try whether she could practice spiritual power, and nodded. As for other books, I'll read them here first. If needed, I might take a few away. But don't worry, I'll return them. Ching promised. I just want to take them back and make some copies. Copying is better than hand copying. These are the originals. You can make copies. Teacher Zhou found a few books and said, you can read them here. If you need anything, please contact me anytime. Okay. Thank you for your help, Teacher Zhou. No problem. Your problem is more important than ours. Ching raised her eyes and met Teacher Zhou's eyes. Teacher Zhou just smiled, said nothing more, and turned away. After a while, he brought a few more books, saying that they were left in the office. Ching began to look through the books in her hand carefully. Books on cultivating spiritual power were secondary. She mainly read books about the miscellaneous things in the world of cultivation. The reason she looked here was mainly because of Baishur. Since the spiritual stones in the world of cultivation appeared in ordinary ancient plains, the Black River might have come from the world of cultivation. However, she looked through the books for more than an hour. But she didn't find what she wanted. There were a few rivers, but there was no Black River at all, let alone any extremely cold black water. Qing casually took a book from the bookcase. Puppetry? Chapter 177 Puppet Talisman. The books in our library, and how to drive puppets. Xiao Yu took the book from Qing, looked it up and down. We didn't translate this book, the words on it are basically not common words, so it's really puppetry? Yes, if I'm right. It is. Qing took the book, simply explained the content to Xiao Yu, asked, "Is it the same puppet we saw at the market before? How did this book come here?" "Not sure, maybe I picked it up," Xiao Yu said, looking at Qing and smiling. "You know, the world of cultivation can be very dangerous sometimes. When we first came here, we wanted all kinds of books. We bought a lot at the market. Except for the duplicates. We wanted all the others. This one might be sandwiched in it. That costs money. It would be better if I could get it for free," Qing said seriously. "But it says here that puppetry requires refining puppets. Some cultivators can also be refined into puppets. Let's not talk about whether they can be defeated. The method of refining puppets is also quite cruel." After listening to Qing's explanation of how to refine puppets, Xiao Yu also frowned. "What you said is true. Then this book is useless? It would be better if there were ready-made puppets. It's not that easy to find. It says here that to refine a puppet, you must first disperse the sea of consciousness, which means that you must first make the puppet lose its human consciousness, so that you can instill the consciousness of the controller into it, so as to achieve the purpose of controlling the puppet with consciousness." Qing scratched the words on the book and explained them to Xiao Yu word by word. As she was talking, she felt something was wrong. She felt that this statement was a little familiar. Xiao Yu was still sighing on the side. The wooden man won't work either. If the consciousness can be input, it must be a person. If the wooden man can work, it will be great. Then we can refine many puppets, and one person can fight dozens of people. After saying that, she saw Qing in a daze, raised her hand and pushed. "What are you thinking about? You said that this puppet, will it work if it does not belong to a cultivator?" Qing thought of the zombie plane that had just been opened, raised her eyes and looked at Xiao Yu, and said seriously, "What I mean is, I know a kind of person. He was a human before, but he is not a human now. Can he be controlled by this puppet technique? Such a person. Is he still alive?" Xiao Yu asked in surprise. "Puppets can't be considered alive, right?" Qing touched her chin. "Can you lend me this book? I'll go and try it." "You can take it. Teacher Zhou said that you can take all the books here," Xiao Yu said, thinking of Qing's words, and immediately said, "If it really works, can you show it to me after refining it?" "No problem. I'll take a video for you to see," Qing said. Xiao Yu now knows what the video is, and nodded repeatedly, "Okay." When she went back, Qing took a stack of books in her hand. After taking them back to the supermarket, she made several copies of each of these books, and then put the original books back to the library. In the afternoon, she kept looking at the puppetry in her hand. This puppetry is also a secret technique in the world of cultivation. It may be because it requires a living person to refine the puppet, which is restricted in the public view of the world of cultivation. Therefore, the cultivators who follow the puppets will find a legitimate reason to make everyone believe that the puppets are refined only when they lose consciousness due to various accidents. It is not clear whether it is true or not. But because of this reason, there are not many puppets in the world of cultivation. The book in Qing's hand, rather than a formal puppet technique, is more like a note from a cultivator who has made puppets. It describes how to make puppets successfully. People with high cultivation can directly use their sea of consciousness and cultivation to suppress and force people to become puppets. If the controller has a low cultivation, they can use external forces, such as puppet talismans. The function of the talisman is mainly the few strokes drawn. Or it can be said that it is a kind of energy in the body of the person who draws the talisman. The talisman is just a medium for temporarily storing energy. So the talisman in her hand can be used even in the other world of the plain supermarket. If she had the talisman, maybe she could really turn the zombies into puppets. Qing turned to the next page, trying to find out how to draw the puppet talisman, but she couldn't find it after turning several pages, until she saw the note written by the owner of the notebook in the corner. Those bastards of the Fu sect hid the puppet talisman so deeply. Qing. She finished reading the entire book, and found some traces of the puppet talisman on one page, but it was a pity that it was not complete, probably because the owner of the notebook had peeked at it. If it was incomplete, she couldn't draw it, which meant she couldn't control the zombies. Qing looked at the incomplete puppet talisman on the notebook, lowered her head, and took out a stack of control talismans. This control talisman is specially used to control ghosts. The full name is not called control talisman, but called ghost binding talisman. From this name, it can be seen that it can only be used to bind ghosts. Zombies are not ghosts. Qing put the control talisman next to the incomplete puppet talisman, after thinking for a moment, searched for relevant keywords online. After all, the basic talisman book in her hand was bought online. Since the talismans on it are useful, it means that the rules of some things are consistent. She found a forum dedicated to talking about strange things, and posted a request on it. Post: I want to ask if anyone knows how to draw a talisman. I want to customize a talisman reward. 100 yuan main post. I have a ghost binding talisman and part of a puppet talisman here. Can anyone find some patterns? I want a complete puppet talisman. The reward for a successful talisman belongs to you. 1L. Are you serious? 2L. You really brought a reward of 100 yuan. But how do you know if it will succeed? 3L. Your ghost binding talisman is exactly the same as the one I searched online. 4L. The puppet talisman is interesting. Qing did not read the replies to the post, but went to other related forums, posted the same post, and rewarded 100 yuan for each post. This amount of money is not much, but compared with the rewards of normal posts, it is much more. In order to get the puppet talisman as soon as possible, she also asked Zhang Wei for help, asking her to use her ability to help calculate. Zhang Wei knew the cause and effect of the matter, and when Qing asked her, she did not ask much about the reason, but just gave a truthful answer, and ordered a new talisman from her. Qing quickly replied, Okay, I have it in my hand, you can come and get it anytime you are free. After replying the message, she followed Zhang Wei's instructions, and began to look for the right person. At night, several forums were refreshed with puppet symbols drawn by people, but only a very few people were drawing them seriously. Most people were just playing with memes. The hint Zhang Wei gave was D. If you only look at this letter, the range is very large, but excluding those who are playing with memes, only those who are drawing symbols seriously. Qing quickly found the other party. An account with a Taoist avatar. Qing clicked on the private message and sent a message. Hello, I want your talisman. How to transfer money? Taoist, can I exchange it with your talisman? I want this ghost binding talisman you sent. This should be drawn by you. Right? Qing, I drew it. Give me an address. I will send it to you. Taoist, XX Qingtan Temple. XX City. XX Province. Sorry for the trouble. Qing didn't expect the other party to be a Taoist, but she agreed directly. The next morning, she sent all the common talismans she had to the other party. After the courier sent them out, she went to the cultivation school plane, returned the copied books, and exchanged for some new books. The books were placed on the shelves of the supermarket in the plane. The school teacher knew that she had something to do, so he moved all the books she needed over, and then moved the copied books back. The biggest advantage of doing this is that Qing does not need to wait for the lunch break. Even when she is working in the supermarket, she can come and exchange books at any time. She held a pile of books in her hands, and opened the first book on the basics of cultivation. The methods of cultivation are somewhat different from the methods of cultivating inner strength, but also somewhat similar. According to the contents of the book, Qing closed her eyes, and the inner strength in her body instantly turned according to the way of cultivation. At that moment, the inner strength in her body was inexplicably empty. Qing subconsciously held the shelf beside her. Fortunately, she recovered quickly. At this time, she circulated her inner strength again, and everything seemed normal. She glanced at the book in front of her, and immediately closed it. It would be better to wait until she found out clearly before practicing. Otherwise, if there was any problem, she would not be able to deal with it. Thinking about it, she took a pile of books upstairs, and copied them one by one. While copying, she held a cup in her hand, and drank the ice crystal stone soaked in water in big gulps. After drinking a cup of water, She looked at the completely melted ice crystal stone in the cup, took out another one, and threw it into the cup to continue soaking. At 11 o'clock in the morning, she stood at the back door leading to the plain supermarket on time, holding a small stack of talismans in her hand, which were the puppet talismans that had just been freshly baked. If this doesn't work, then we can only think of another way. Unlike other planes, this plane will only open the door when she is there. After she leaves, the door is closed all the time. Even when walking in this plane, the door is closed. Otherwise, with the characteristics of zombies running around, if they get into her plane supermarket, she will teleport back and run into them head-on, which will be dangerous. Before opening the door, she is still fully armed. Fortunately, there are no zombies outside today. The drone flew out again. This time, she was not looking for groups of zombies, nor scattered weapons, but lone zombies. Not long after, a zombie appeared under the drone camera. Ching held the puppet talisman in her hand, and followed the direction of the drone. Not long after, she arrived behind the zombie. Thinking that zombies can smell humans by smell, she held her breath the whole time. When she got close, she held a corner of the talisman with 2 fingers and sent it to the back of the zombie's head. After the puppet talisman was attached, she immediately stretched out her hand and silently recited the formula of puppetry. After reciting the formula, the puppet talisman gradually merged into the back of the zombie's head, and soon disappeared from the zombie's body. Her eyes brightened, and she continued to recite the formula of puppetry, until the zombie turned its head according to her will and looked straight at her. Zombies are not living creatures, and their eyes are hollow, but now they seem to be able to see her existence. Ching blinked and slowly uttered a word, "Go." The zombie immediately turned around and walked in the direction she wanted. Just like other zombies, Ching became excited instantly, and used her consciousness to control the zombie to turn around and walk to the right. As a result, the zombie really walked to the right. She moved closer, removed her protection, and breathed normally. But the zombie did not even look at her, and continued to walk in the direction she preset. Ching clenched her fists, and her eyes brightened again and again. Puppetry is actually useful for zombies. Chapter 178. Go pick up zombies. Click on the plane supermarket panel. The initial buying and selling windows of the vending machines in this plane are all empty. Ching looked at the zombies that were not controlled and were motionless not far away, selected zombies in the buying window for her, and then summoned the zombies that were under puppetry to the entrance of the plane supermarket. The vending machine was still quietly fixed in the plane supermarket. The zombies approached. She chose buy, but what appeared in front of her was not the same receiving port as before, but a door as high as a person. After the zombie entered the door, the price of the zombie that she had set before appeared in the vending machine. 10 yuan. There were no living people in this world to trade with, so she set the price herself. All the purchased items belonged to her, and she could take them out anytime and anywhere. Ching walked out of the plane supermarket, closed the door, rode the electric bike a little further away, took out the zombie from a place where the plane supermarket could not be seen, and tried to control the zombie to move forward. It really worked. Even if the zombies were purchased, they could still be controlled after being summoned again, and the number of purchases of the vending machine was not limited from the current situation. Moreover, zombies were the initial transaction items of currency, and could be taken out at will in any plane. She looked at the zombies that were still again not far away and pursed her lips. This was just one zombie. If she had hundreds or thousands of zombies, even if she had no force, she could fight against those cultivators in the cultivation world. Thinking about it, she immediately became interested, and again controlled the zombies to approach her, and put a pile of talismans prepared in advance in the zombies' hands. The drone took off again. It searched for traces of lone zombies nearby. Not long after, the drone camera scanned zombies again. Although they were not alone, there were only 2 or 3 of them. Ching immediately controlled the zombies to walk in the direction of the drone. Zombies would not attack zombies, and she easily controlled the zombies, approached one of the lone zombies, and attached the puppet talisman to it. 3 zombies, with 3 puppet talismans attached. Ching held her breath, and used Qigong to quickly approach, and when she got close, she chanted the puppetry formula. The formula and the puppet talisman were used together, and it was twice as effective with half the effort. When the puppet talisman penetrated into the zombie's body, it meant that she had successfully controlled the zombie. Now she had a total of 4 zombies. Ching stood calmly in the middle of the 4 zombies, and controlled the drone to fly upwards. The area near the plane supermarket landing point was not a human gathering area, and there were not too many zombies, which was why she dared to come out. The drone would not alarm the zombies, and it was at a high altitude, and it was easy to find the traces of zombies' movement. Another one. Ching looked at the zombies that appeared on the control screen in her hand. When she subconsciously wanted to control the zombies to go over, she remembered something and began to control the drone to go in the direction of the dense crowd. It was too troublesome to control them one by one. She still had more than a dozen puppet talismans left. It would be best if she could catch more zombies at once. After a while, the drone scanned 5 or 6 zombies walking back and forth in the same area. She immediately controlled the zombies beside her to go over, and she quickly followed. I picked up a zombie for free, I'd rather miss it. Ching took out her electric car, and slowly followed the zombie's slow pace to the direction of the drone sweep, while humming a song. After all, she can control zombies now, so what's so scary in this zombie world? In this world, even if zombies touch her, they will avoid her, and humans are even more so. When she controls more zombies, she will be invincible in this world. Not long after, she came to the area swept by the drone, and there are more zombies here than those swept. There are 7 in total. She asked the zombies beside her to take 2 talismans each, and then quietly pasted the puppet talismans on the zombies. After all 7 zombies were pasted with puppet talismans, she silently recited the puppetry formula again. One of the zombies was about to be controlled, but it suddenly ran away. Ching frowned, approached quickly, and pasted another puppet talisman on it. After the 2 puppet talismans were completely integrated into the zombie's body, the zombie also stood obediently by the side without moving, as if the previous escape was just an accident. Almost instantly, she remembered the zombie settings written on the internet. In most zombie apocalypse settings, zombies can be upgraded. In this case, the zombie that almost escaped has probably also been upgraded. Fortunately, the puppet talisman is still useful. Now she controls 11 zombies in total, and she still has 3 talismans in her hand. After all, the puppet talisman is freshly made, and she is not sure whether it can work. So she drew 15 in total. If she had known that the effect was so good, she would definitely draw a few more. Holding the remaining talismans in her hand, Ching looked at the houses on both sides. They were all residential-style houses. If no one was there, she would really like to go in and see if there were any good things. But there were still living people in this world, and these houses might have owners. In this case, going in to take them would be burglary. Forget it. Let's wait and see. Ching took out the electric car again, let the 11 zombies gather around her, and slowly went back to the direction of the plane supermarket. These zombies did not belong to her completely for the time being. She had to sell the zombies to herself first before she could summon them at any time. On the way back, she didn't specifically ask the drone to look for them, but there were still lone zombies that bumped into her. Of course, she accepted them all. After all, who could refuse currency that could run away on 2 legs? Before she reached the supermarket, she heard gunshots around her and immediately erected a zombie wall in the direction of the gunshots. From a distance, she heard shouts, "Run! There are so many zombies over there!" More than a dozen zombies gathered together. "Hurry! Hurry! Run! Notify everyone! Don't come in this direction in the future. The zombies in the city are running out." Ching quietly moved a gap and watched those people run away through the gap. It was not a good time to expose herself. Otherwise she would not be besieged by zombies, but by humans. Then she watched a zombie slowly move towards the direction where the group of people ran away. Unfortunately, there was no more talismans. Ching lowered her head, looking at the lone zombie that walked away with regret. If she was not very familiar with the puppet talisman, and the puppet talisman was indeed a bit complicated, even she had made several mistakes, she would definitely have to draw the puppet talisman to catch the zombie back. The zombies that were in her hands flew away. What a pity. She held the handle of the electric bike tightly again, and controlled the zombies around her to continue to move towards the plane supermarket. This was also a big inconvenience. If she was alone, she would have flicked back. Now with such a group of zombies, she could only walk back. Ching stepped on the electric bike with both feet, and at the lowest speed, she finally rushed back to the plane supermarket before her own supermarket opened in the afternoon. Not long after, All 14 zombies passed through the vending machine receiving door and officially became her possession. The gray blue door of the plain supermarket closed, and she quickly returned to her own supermarket. Continue drawing talismans. She never expected that picking up zombies would be so happy. She couldn't wait to start the next round of zombie picking activities. Qing took out the puppet talisman drawn by the Taoist priest and carefully read it from top to bottom over and over again. For some reason, although the lines of this puppet talisman looked complicated, it was not so complicated that she couldn't remember it. But every time she drew it, she had to look at it again. Otherwise she would definitely fail. She drew the amulets, the evil-breaking amulets, and the like very quickly, and succeeded easily the first time. But it doesn't matter. She can look at them a few more times, draw them 100 times, and she doesn't believe that she can't draw them badly. She held the amulet pen and carefully drew the amulet in front of her. When the last stroke was completed, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and put the amulet in her right hand. Are these on the left any different from the ones on your right? Someone suddenly asked in front of her. Qing looked up. John Wei? Didn't I say I would come to you to get the amulet? Why are you so surprised? John Wei smiled. How is it? Did you get the puppet amulet you wanted? Yes. This is it. Qing pointed to the amulets on the right. Very successful. She didn't expect the puppet amulet to really work. John Wei lowered her head, looking at another pile of talismans. This didn't work. It looks the same to me. Qing looked at the talismans on the left. Compared to the talismans on the right, there were many more talismans on the left. She raised her head and answered John Wei's question. They are different. These talismans are all ruined. Maybe it's just a difference in details. But if you take these talismans out, it's just a fake trick. Based on your success rate, the talismans in your hand can be sold at a high price. John Wei said seriously. I thought your success rate in drawing talismans would be higher. Qing lowered her head and looked at the two piles of talismans in front of her. Thinking that John Wei had misunderstood. She smiled and said, This is a new talisman. I'm not familiar with it. It's normal. If you haven't used it before, you're definitely not familiar with it. John Wei was talking, and her cell phone suddenly rang. She picked up the phone and took a look, and immediately spoke to Qing. My teammates are anxious. The talisman I asked you to prepare before. Here it is. I prepared it in advance. Qing immediately took out a stack of talismans. Different talismans are separated by different colored papers. Take a look. I scan the code and will transfer it to you soon. John Wei took the talisman, turned around and ran, and immediately got into the car parked opposite. After a while, Qing received a transfer message from John Wei. This time, she asked for a total of 15,000 yuan in amulets. She lowered her head and sent a message to John Wei. In the pile of amulets given to you, there are 3 amulets that are kept at the bottom of the box. I gave them to you. The other amulets are not important. I suggest that you each keep one of these 3 amulets close to your body, which can better protect you. The incident in Purgatory on Earth made her realize that this world was not safe either. So she used the thick golden dragon blood to draw some high-quality amulets. In addition to the 3 people, she also gave one to Qin Jiangxin. Although until now, Qin Jiangxin had not realized anything related to hell on earth during the day, she was still willing to carry the amulet with her, which made her feel relieved. John Wei, thank you. I have distributed it to them. Don't worry. I have a feeling that even if we encounter danger, we can turn it into safety. Qing, yes. Chapter 179, You Can Fish for Zombies. Is this the person you said has no breath? Zhao Yu looked at the video on Qing's phone and couldn't help frowning. What kind of change would make a person become like this? Maybe a virus. Qing guessed. I don't know why these zombies become like this, but the zombies mentioned in our novels are mostly caused by zombie viruses, or cosmic radiation. They don't breathe, and don't need to eat, but they can smell human scent and bite, and the people bitten will also become zombies. Okay. Terrible, Zhao Yu said. Suddenly raised his head. Is it okay for you to catch puppets in such a place? Qing knew her worries. Nodded, it's okay. I'm very careful. I'm always fully armed. That's good. Zhao Yu breathed a sigh of relief. And said, by the way, after you took the puppetry book, I went out with someone and asked for some information about puppetry. You should be careful when controlling the puppet. As he said, Zhao Yu sat in front of Qing and told her about some situations of puppetry. First of all, It's the puppet itself. According to the cultivation here, the higher the puppet's cultivation, the more difficult it is to control. The cultivation requirements for the master are also very high. If the master's cultivation is not enough, there is a high possibility of backlash. Then there is the number of puppets. The more puppets you control, the greater the requirements for the sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness in the cultivation world is linked to the cultivation. In other words, the higher the cultivation, the larger the sea of consciousness. If you have no cultivation, you will have almost no sea of consciousness. So when you want to control zombies, you must pay special attention to your endurance. As he said, Xiao Yu took a deep breath. Are you really okay now? Hearing from Qin Qing that she had controlled more than a dozen zombies, her first reaction was worry, fearing that she would be backlashed because of her insufficient cultivation and insufficient sea of consciousness. Qin Qing was also a little scared after hearing this. She felt her own situation and said, I don't feel any discomfort. Really? Xiao Yu asked again. Qin Qing nodded and said, when I controlled more than a dozen zombies at once yesterday, I didn't feel any discomfort. By the way, when I was reading the basic cultivation book, I felt a little uncomfortable, but I recovered quickly. As they spoke, the two looked at each other. After a while, they came to the school office and found a teacher named Chung who had been studying cultivation. After listening to Qin Qing's description, Teacher Chung looked up at her. Are you sure you don't have any cultivation? No. Qin Qing shook her head. I only practiced internal force, and I really don't have spiritual force. I read the basic cultivation books, and I felt uncomfortable. I thought I was not suitable for cultivating spiritual power. Teacher Chung thought for a while, stood up, and said to Qin Qing, do you have a spiritual stone in your hand? Qin Qing nodded, and took out a white stone. She stretched out her hand to give it to the teacher, but the other party shook his head. Hold it tightly. Close your eyes and run the internal force, and try to see if you can absorb it. Qin Qing held the white stone tightly, closed her eyes, and opened her eyes after a while. The white stone in her hand was still the same. Seeing that Teacher Chung and Xiao Yu also had some confusion in their eyes, she put the white stone in Xiao Yu's hand. Sister Yu, try it. I'll watch you try. Xiao Yu glanced at Teacher Chung, and after Teacher Chung nodded, she clenched the white stone in her hand. After a while, the broken white stone powder leaked out from her fingers. She needs some time to absorb it, Teacher Chung said, looking at Qin Qing. Can't you practice spiritual power? I don't know if it's possible, but I do feel a little uncomfortable when I read. Is it related to the internal force in my body? Qin Qing asked, feeling a little regretful. If it was really related, she would not have learned internal force earlier. Teacher Chung shook his head. We don't know much about what it's like to cultivate spiritual power. But from the current situation, your internal power may not be inferior to spiritual power. Otherwise you wouldn't be able to control so many puppets smoothly. Xiao Yu was still absorbing the spiritual power in the white stone. Teacher Chung took Qin Qing to the laboratory. There were various tools in the laboratory, some old and some new, and a big stone in the middle. We found this stone 2 years ago. It's very solid. The marks on it are the limit that teachers and students in the school can reach. Try your best. Maybe you can judge your current cultivation. Internal power based on your palm power. Qin Qing looked at the deep and shallow palm prints on the stone, nodded, took a step back, concentrated the internal power on the palm, and took a picture. Halfway through the fight, seeing that the stone was about to be penetrated, she immediately stopped her strength and turned to look at Teacher Chung beside her blankly. Teacher Cheng's eyes were full of shock. Is the internal force so strong? Qin Qing was also confused. She thought that her palm would leave at most a little mark. But who would have thought that the stone was so brittle? She looked down at her palm, and then looked at the confusion on Teacher Cheng's face. And then she realized it. So it was not that the stone was brittle, but that she was strong. Teacher Chung came back to his senses, and looked at Qin Qing with a complicated expression. With your cultivation, you will be particularly sensitive to your own state. You can estimate the puppets yourself. You can try to control them before you feel any discomfort. That is to say, as long as I have the talisman in my hand, as long as I am not feeling unwell, I can control as many zombies as I want. Qin Qing was a little excited. Yes, cultivation is linked to the sea of consciousness. According to your situation, both must be extremely powerful. It's just that you don't usually come into contact with stronger opponents. And you don't understand your own cultivation. So you are confused, Teacher Chung said, and told Qing Qing a few ways to identify the damage to the sea of consciousness. He also said, in your case, pay close attention to your sea of consciousness. If you feel a slight tingling in your brain, you can't continue to control the puppets. I understand. Qing Qing felt much more at ease. Thank you, Teacher Chung. Walking out of the laboratory, the two heard Zhao Yu's voice from a distance. Did you take the test? How is your cultivation? Zhao Yu said, talking about his own situation happily. I seem to have made some breakthroughs. No wonder the spirit stones are so expensive. It turns out they are really useful. Then I'll give you a few more. Qing Qing stuffed a handful of white stones into Zhao Yu's hand. No, it's too expensive. Zhao Yu pushed it into her hand. Just give me some spirit rice later. I can't absorb this white stone, Qing Qing said calmly. And given my situation, this small piece of white stone should be of no use to me. Zhao Yu's face suddenly became serious, looking at Teacher Chung beside him. Is there any problem? Teacher Chung smiled and shook her head. No problem. It's just that her cultivation is too high. A few spirit stones are really useless. Too high cultivation? Zhao Yu slowly widened his eyes, and his eyes swept over the two of them. Teacher Chung stepped aside to make room for Zhao Yu. If you don't believe me, go in and see for yourself. Zhao Yu immediately entered the laboratory. Not long after, a shocked voice came from inside. Oh my god! You made the deepest palm print? No wonder. I was wondering why you can perform such a light and graceful skill. I couldn't learn it no matter how hard I tried. I thought I was stupid. But it turns out that my cultivation is not good enough. As soon as she shouted, someone came over to see the situation of the stones in the laboratory. I couldn't help but shout, such a deep mark. Who took the picture? Xiao Qing took it. Amazing. No wonder I can't learn Qigong. His cultivation is so high. Is he as good as the Jindan stage? This? I don't know. We haven't had close contact with Jindan stage cultivators. Anyway, it's really amazing. Qing Qing listened to everyone's praises one after another, and felt a little embarrassed. She took a break and quietly slipped back to the supermarket. After arriving at the supermarket, she breathed a sigh of relief and patted her chest gently. She suddenly realized that she was very strong, and she was somewhat proud. She smiled silently for a while, and seeing that it was still early, she immediately went to the zombie plane. From yesterday to today, she had spent a total of 30 puppet talismans. Since her cultivation was quite high, she might be able to control 30 zombies at once, plus the 14 she controlled yesterday, for a total of 44. Standing in the supermarket in the zombie plane, she directly put on the protective clothing and mask that were placed here, and opened the door after putting them on. The moment she opened the door, she heard a low roar. She turned her head and saw a zombie rushing towards her. Qing Qing quickly avoided the zombie, and pasted the puppet talisman she had prepared in advance on the back of the zombie's head. She immediately recited the puppet spell. Seeing the puppet talisman merged, it still chased her, and she pasted the second one without hesitation. Under the effect of the two puppet talismans, the zombie was quickly controlled by her. Without being controlled, it stood still obediently. Qing Qing breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the zombie in front of her, thinking that the level of the zombies here seemed to be similar to that in the novel. The higher the level, the faster the zombies were, which also meant that more puppet talismans were needed to control them. However, if a puppet is delivered to your door, you should not refuse it in vain. Qing Qing took a step back, clicked the interface of the vending machine, and let the zombies take the initiative to walk into the receiving door. After doing this, she took out her mobile phone and checked the time. She spent a lot of time in the cultivation plane today. There were only 2 hours left before the supermarket opened in the afternoon. If she went out to pull the zombies herself, she would have to spend time to bring them back. 2 hours back and forth might not be enough. In this case, it would be better to let the zombies come to her on their own initiative. Qing Qing took out the drone, hung a hook on the bottom of the drone, and took out a piece of frozen meat, knocked a hole in it with a sharp tool, tied it to the hook of the drone, and then drove the drone to let it go to find zombies. It would be best if zombies would not only react to human breathing. If fresh meat is also attractive to zombies, it would be much easier for her to attract zombies in the future. The drone flew into the air, and the frozen meat hung down, with a 1-meter-long rope between it and the drone. Through the drone's lens, she quickly found a lone zombie, and immediately controlled the drone to descend, and threw the frozen meat in front of the zombie. The zombie suddenly looked up, and, gently, roared in the direction of the frozen meat, and slowly walked in the direction of the frozen meat. The zombie fishing operation, it works. Chapter 180. All are dangerous. Bang. Bang bang bang. The drone landed silently on a tree, and the camera was aimed at the two sides that were engaged in a gunfight not far away. Beyond these two sides, the zombies with slow steps were staggering towards the direction of the drone. Ching Ching stood there for a while, feeling a little tired, found a comfortable chair from the portable space, and took out a bunch of washed, seedless grapes, and directly put the whole bunch of grapes to her mouth, and ate them with the skin. While eating grapes, she also kept watching the situation of both sides of the gunfight, trying to find an opportunity to pick up the missing weapons. Unfortunately, both sides were really stingy. Even though the fight was a mess, they did not forget to pick up the guns on the ground. At this moment, a sharp cry came from the drone. The people in the camera began to run, and she drove the drone to fly again, leaning against the building, easily avoiding the sight of humans. If you can't pick up a gun, it's good to pick up a few zombies. The sound was getting closer and closer, and the drone hovered beside the building. The camera moved forward. She thought she would see a scene of zombies besieging, but she didn't expect it to be a scene of a group of strong men surrounding a mother and daughter. There is only this one bag left. Please let us keep it. The mother and daughter begged for mercy. As they spoke, the strong man picked up the bread on the ground, put it in his arms without hesitation, and pointed the gun at the mother and daughter. You must have something hidden on you. Take it out quickly. The strange language was transmitted to Ching Ching's ears through the drone, and then converted by the plain supermarket into a language she could understand. But even if she didn't understand anything, she could hear from the tone of these people that they were deliberately making things difficult. Ching Ching put the grapes in her hand away, sat up straight, put her hands on the drone operator, and flew the drone out. The drone's soft sound quickly attracted the attention of these people. She immediately adjusted the speed of the drone, letting it fly past the people. The drone's wings quickly passed by, leaving a trail of blood. Gunshots rang out again. Heading directly towards the drone, Ching Ching smiled, immediately raised the drone, shook out the half-thawed meat hanging on the drone, and flew away from the people. The gunshots were chasing after them. She turned the drone around, and saw that there was no one beside the mother and daughter, so she turned around again and left, while maintaining the speed of the drone, and not letting the people chasing her completely lose track of the drone. Waves of angry curses came from behind the drone, and they were getting farther and farther away from the mother and daughter. After confirming this, she immediately increased the speed of the drone, and when it flew to a tall building, she let the drone hover in the corner of the tall building, and then slowly descended. Soon, the drone landed in a place that could not be seen from below. The people who were chasing them arrived here soon. They looked around, and did not notice the camera lens sticking out from above. Ching Ching watched the people leave through the drone lens. Her eyes stayed on the backpack of one of them for a moment. It was a pity that the backpack was so good. If it was a little loose, she would have tried to grab it. After watching the people leave, she also controlled the drone to leave, and went to the nearby area to continue fishing for zombies, with fresh meat in front of her. No matter if it was a lone zombie or a group of zombies, they were all easily brought out and ran behind the drone. She heard the sound several times, and she let the drone go around. After all, the time was almost up, and playing any more would really delay the supermarket from opening in the afternoon. In this way, she let the drone catch more than a dozen zombies in one go. When she came to the plain supermarket, she encountered a few lone zombies, and caught them all. This zombie plane has lost a lot of order. For many ordinary people, not only the existence of zombies is scary, but even the existence of humans is scary. With more than 20 zombies walking together, naturally no one would dare to approach. When these zombies were about to reach the outside of the plain supermarket, she put away the things at hand, and transferred 4 zombie puppets that she had controlled from the plain supermarket, and asked them to hold the puppet talismans and meet up with the zombies that were caught. Puppet talismans were attached to the zombies. Ching Ching chanted the puppet spell not far away, and let all the puppet talismans merge into the zombies. Later, she gradually felt a little tired, as if she was moving heavy objects, and reached a certain critical value. When she felt a tingling sensation in her mind, she immediately stopped controlling the zombies, and asked the drone to take away the zombies that were not controlled, and let the controlled zombies enter the receiving gate. There were a total of 18 zombies in this batch, including the zombies she had controlled before. A total of 32. No matter where these zombies appeared, they could be considered a zombie army. The only problem was that these zombies walked too slowly. Much slower than the drones. Just the step of leading the zombies overtook her a lot of time. So long that she was a little bored. All the zombies were purchased, and she brought the drone back. There was still half an hour left until 1 p.m., which was definitely not enough time to attract another batch of zombies. And she couldn't continue to control them. When she was about to leave the plain supermarket, she remembered something and clicked on the vending machine interface. Now the vending machine interface has her savings, which are all earned from selling zombies. This money is of no use to her. After all, everything traded in the plain supermarket is in her personal space. But it's not completely unusable. She thought about it and searched around in her personal space and found several boxes of expiring bread. This was taken when she was stockpiling expiring snacks. The price of that batch of goods was not high, and the price of this batch of bread was even higher. On the one hand, it was expiring food, and on the other hand, it was not delicious. Of course, after the apocalypse, no one would care whether it tasted good or not. As long as they could solve the problem of food and clothing, let alone whether it tasted good or not, even if it smelled a little bit bad, as long as they would not die, they would still eat it. Thinking of the mother and daughter just now, she opened a box of expired bread and put them in the vending machine. Not long after, the drone with a bag of expired bread hanging on the hook took off again. Half an hour, for just the drone, was enough to travel back and forth over a long range. Ching Ching stood at the door of the plain supermarket, looking down at the screen on the control monitor. As expected, the mother and daughter were not found in the place where they met before. The drone flew in the city at a height of 3 meters, looking from top to bottom, looking for corners that ordinary people could not see. Unfortunately, she did not find the mother and daughter in the end. She only saw a thin figure quietly walking out of a building when she was looking for them. The drone did not follow the other party, but dropped a bag of bread hanging on the drone at the place where the other party came out. After doing this, she immediately controlled the drone to return as quickly as possible. After putting away the drone, Ching Ching closed the door of the plain supermarket and returned to her own supermarket. Billy, wake up quickly. Bread? Eat bread? Billy, who was unconscious, was woken up by the call and swallowed the food in her mouth unconsciously. As the bread was swallowed, Billy finally regained consciousness, slowly opened her eyes, and gently called out, Lola. Great. You're okay. Lola breathed a sigh of relief and hugged Billy tightly. I thought you were going to leave me forever. Billy pursed her lips, feeling the taste in her mouth, and looked at the bread in Lola's hand. The big piece of bread was only a little smaller, which meant that only she ate the bread. Lola, you eat it. Okay, I'll eat it. Lola lowered her head, pinched off a small piece of the bread in her hand, put it into her mouth, and held it carefully. Even if it was just a little bit, she ate it very carefully. In the end, she only ate a quarter of the bread and put it away. Billy, we have to go out to find food. There are always many zombies on Saya Street. We have to go close to them to find them. Only in this way can we have a chance to survive. Lola held Billy's hand. We will die. Billy was crying. We will die here too. Those people are even less humane than zombies. Lola gritted her teeth. They are just like the hateful locusts. As long as they see the food, they will take it away. Here, we can't survive either. It's better to fight. Maybe we can have a chance to survive. Billy had experienced death, so she didn't hesitate for too long about Lola's proposal. She nodded quickly. Okay, let's go together. There were many people in this room. Some were willing to leave, some were unwilling to leave. But they had to find a way to survive. Late at night, a group of people quietly left the house and walked towards Saya Street, where zombies were densely packed. Saya Street was a very busy street. Before the zombie crisis, it was particularly busy. For this reason, after the zombie crisis, it became the area with the most zombies. No one survived here. Even if you didn't become a zombie in the first round, you would be bitten later and become a zombie. The two gates leading out of Saya Street were tightly blocked when the zombie crisis first broke out. Billy and Lola were also frequent visitors to Saya Street. When they came here, they did not plan to go through the main door, but found a small door leading to a tavern on Saya Street. There were also many zombies in the tavern. They held their breath and began to look for empty houses without zombies one by one. Finally, before being discovered by zombies, they found such a house. A room that used to belong to the tavern box. Bread, there are a lot of bread here. And candy, this big bag is all candy. Red wine, I found the box of red wine, and it's still edible. Oh my god, I didn't expect there were so many good things here. If we had known, we would have come here early. Should breathe slower, don't let the zombies notice. At the door of the box, several zombies wandered over and lingered at the door. The people in the box held their breath again. After a while, the lingering zombies turned and left.